Actually, I was just about to look for you. I did find out something. They say they discovered some factors affecting the weather at the Research Institute and then headed straight for Jing City. Before, I wasn't sure, but now I can confirm that Professor O took Lu Mingjia to Jing City. Xiao Mingwei told Lin Qian everything he'd found out over the past few days, holding nothing back. Finally, he pulled a map out of his pocket and spread it out in front of Lin Qian. Take a look at this route. I had them mark it out. They went to Jing City from here. Lin Qian frowned at the map, which was so messy it looked like a child's doodle, then handed it to Wang Hui. Take a look. Only then did Xiao Mingwei notice Wang Hui. He thought the man looked familiar, but it was too dark to see clearly, and he didn't connect him to the person he'd once captured. His subordinates, however, recognized Wang Hui and kept giving Xiao Mingwei meaningful looks, but he didn't notice at all. He just looked at them in confusion, having no idea what they were trying to say. He took the map without bothering to explain anything to Lin Qian. After all, he'd be accompanying her to the capital from now on, so he might as well handle these things himself. I know this route. I'll lead the way when the time comes. Wang Hui took the map, already knowing Lin Qian wouldn't be able to make sense of it. As long as he remembered it, that was enough. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll get going, Lin Qian said, turning to leave. Hey, wait a second. Xiao Mingwei quickly called out to stop Lin Qian as she was about to walk away. One of his men hurriedly handed over a big bag of compressed biscuits. These keep well. I heard you're heading to the capital, so take these for the road. Lin Qian glanced at the bag and, without any hesitation, accepted it all. After all, everything they had was looted from others anyway. She didn't feel the least bit guilty taking it. Once Lin Qian left, the group of men finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Xiao Mingwei plopped down on the ground, rubbing his still-aching back and muttering, finally managed to send that troublemaker off. Only then did his men dare to speak up. Xiaoji, do you remember that pretty boy who was standing next to the fairy lady just now? Why would I remember him? But I do feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He looked really familiar. It was just too dark, and he was sticking close to that troublemaker, so I didn't dare get a good look. Xiao Mingwei frowned, trying hard to recall, but just couldn't place where he'd seen Wang Hui before. Remember last time when we caught a bunch of kids? There was one kid who kept following us, trying to free the ones we'd locked up. But we had the numbers, so we caught him easily. Later, I sent someone to keep an eye on him, but both he and our guide disappeared without a trace. Xiao Minghui's trusted aide leaned in, vividly describing the scene. After listening, Xiao Mingwei frowned even deeper, racking his brain. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Oh, that kid? How did he end up mixed up with that troublemaker? Xiaoji, do you think maybe that unlucky fairy sent him? Otherwise, how could we be so unlucky? The subordinate speculated cautiously. In his heart, Xiao Mingwei had already decided Lin Qian was a walking disaster magnet. But no matter how unhappy he felt about it, he didn't dare do anything to her. He knew very well that Lin Qian was seriously bad news. If he ever really pissed her off, he might not even know how he died. His men kept chattering, Xiaoji, this whole thing feels off. Should we try to find out more? Xiao Mingwei, enduring the pain in his back, raised his hand and smacked the guy on the head. So, what if it's weird? Even if we find out she's behind it, what can we do? She's obviously my nemesis. We can't afford to mess with her, but we can stay out of her way. If we see her again, just let her come and go as she pleases. Don't provoke her, I can't take any more of this bad luck. Sigh. The men all sighed, looking helpless. Who would have thought we'd end up tangled with such a big shot? But from the look of it, she seems to be planning to leave Jusher. If she really goes, maybe our lives will finally get easier, someone ventured hopefully. At the thought of the goddess of bad luck leaving, everyone felt a surge of joy. Xiao Mingwei thought it over and realized it made sense. Yeah, she asked me about the route. She wouldn't do that just for fun, right? That girl who was with her the other day is obviously useless. She relies on Lin Qian for everything. Clearly, she can't do anything without her. With that thought, Xiao Mingwei felt like even his back hurt less. Excited, he said, let's have a good meal tonight to celebrate the departure of Miss Bad Luck. The men cheered at the prospect of a decent meal. Life had been tough lately, so with Xiaominghui being this generous, how could they not be happy? Strangely enough, ever since Lin Qian left, Xiaominghui's luck really did seem to improve. In the days that followed, everything went smoothly. Not only did they find a lot of supplies, but they also gathered plenty of weapons, almost back to the scale they had before Lin Qian robbed them. Even his back injury healed completely just a few days after Lin Qian left. Now Xiaominghui was even more convinced that Lin Qian was the goddess of misfortune. After thinking it over, he even set up a tablet next to Lord Guang's shrine, neatly inscribed with Miss Bad Luck, and made daily offerings. As a result, Lin Qian inexplicably received a lot of incense offerings, but that's a story for another time. Back to Lin Qian. After leaving the city museum with Hope and Wang Hui, they headed straight for Lu family village. It wasn't long before they arrived at Granny Wu's house. As soon as they reached the gate, they saw a crowd gathered out front, arguing heatedly with Uncle Jing and Xiaoyu. When the villagers saw Lin Qian's vehicle approaching, they swarmed over like a pack of hungry wolves, completely blocking her way. Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat, thinking they were here to cause trouble. But to her surprise, the next second, everyone pulled out antiques from their pockets and started clamoring, "Miss Lin, you're finally back. We thought you weren't coming. Auntie Wu's supplies are all gone. We wanted to trade for more, but we've been waiting for you forever. We're desperate." Lin Qian felt a bit suspicious. She'd carefully calculated the supplies she'd left with Granny Wu. By all rights, they shouldn't have run out so quickly. "Everyone, please move aside. I brought more supplies, but I need to unload them first. If you block the way, nothing can get done," Lin Qian said. Uncle Jing and Xiaoyu were overjoyed to see Lin Qian back and quickly helped disperse the villagers. "Don't worry, everyone. Let Miss Lin get her vehicle inside. She brought supplies, so there'll be enough for everyone." Hearing that Lin Qian had brought more goods, the villagers stopped blocking the way and made room. Xiaoyu hurried to reassure everyone. "Please be patient. We told you Miss Lin would come back. Look at her vehicle, it's loaded with good stuff. Don't worry." Uncle Jing chimed in, "That's right. Miss Lin just said she brought supplies. Now everyone can relax. Line up, if you miss out later, don't blame me for not warning you." With Lin Qian back, everyone felt reassured. She drove the RV into the yard, and Wang Hui got out. Only then did the Lu family realize that a pretty boy had come with Lin Qian. But Lin Qian was too busy directing Wang Hui to unload the supplies from the vehicle to bother introducing him. Even Hope was sensibly helping out, carrying things over in her mouth. Wang Hui didn't bother greeting the Lu family and immediately got to work moving things with quick, practiced movements. The Lu family exchanged glances, looking at the handsome young man who always accompanied Lin Qian. In their hearts, they all tacitly agreed he must be Lin Qian's boyfriend, and each of them greeted him with a friendly smile. Granny Wu even went straight over to help move things. "Young man, just let us handle this. You two must be exhausted after such a long drive. Go inside and have a rest. Ahong, go pour some water. Granny Wu, you should rest. Don't worry about it. He came with me to help out." Lin Qian quickly stopped her. If anything happened to Granny Wu, wouldn't it just cause more trouble for her? Besides, in Lin Qian's mind, Wang Hui was just a helper. She'd brought him all this way. If he ate and drank for free without working, she'd feel she'd gotten the short end of the stick. "My health has been great ever since I ate your peaches. Really, let me move around a bit. It actually makes me feel even better," Granny Wu said as she reached for the items in Wang Hui's hands. Wang Hui froze, unsure what to do, and instinctively looked to Lin Qian. Lin Qian glanced at the item. It didn't seem too heavy, so she nodded, giving silent permission for Granny Wu to help. "Granny Wu, just take the lighter things, okay?" Granny Wu beamed when she heard this. All right, I'll just take the light ones." With Lin Qian's approval, Wang Hui finally dared to let go and let Granny Wu help. By now, Lu Yongxing was feeling much better, too. He felt even more energetic than before he'd been injured, and it seemed like he was even stronger now. In the end, Wang Hui and Hope, Wang, were in charge of moving things to the car door, while the Lu family carried the items aside and placed them neatly. Xiaoyu started sorting out the antiques to exchange with Lin Qian. Everything was running smoothly and efficiently. Once most of the items had been unloaded, Lin Qian walked over to Granny Wu. "Granny Wu, I remember I left quite a bit of supplies here. How did they all get traded away so quickly?" Granny Wu first took Lin Qian to see the antiques they'd collected, so she'd know they hadn't skimmed anything off the top. Then she explained, people from the official base came by. They said a professor predicted this disaster isn't going to end anytime soon, and everyone needs to prepare for a long haul. Plus, the authorities are running low on supplies themselves. They can't even guarantee everyone has enough to eat, just enough so people won't starve. So, naturally, everyone thought of you. So that's how it was. No wonder everyone was so eager to trade for supplies. With the authorities making such statements, it was only natural that people would start worrying about the future and want to stock up on food. Who could blame them? "Did all the beast meat from last time get distributed?" Lin Qian asked. "It's all gone. Everyone loved that meat, after all. It's been ages since anyone had any. But once they'd gotten the meat, they started wanting other supplies, so the things you left here got traded away quickly. Don't be fooled by how many antiques they're bringing now. These are probably the last ones they have left at home." As she spoke, Granny Wu led Lin Qian toward the basement. "We moved some of the antiques down here." Lin Qian had already sensed the presence of antiques in the basement thanks to her spatial ability. Now, seeing it with her own eyes, she found the basement packed to the brim with antiques. Not only was her spatial ability delighted, Lin Qian herself was overjoyed. She looked at Granny Wu sincerely. "Granny Wu, it's all thanks to you that we were able to collect so many antiques from the village. Don't be so polite. If anything, our family owes you far more." "We'll still need to trouble you to look after Xiaoyu in the future," Granny Wu replied. "Xiaoyu is smart, she'll pick things up quickly," Lin Qian said genuinely. Granny Wu was pleased by Lin Qian's attitude. "So, what do you want to do with these antiques?" "Let's move them outside for now. I'll come back to pick them up later," Lin Qian said. Hearing this, Granny Wu immediately called Lu Yangxing over to help move things. Lu Yangxing and Wang Hui worked for quite a while before finally moving all the antiques out of the basement. "Miss Lin, do you want us to load them into the car for you?" Lu Yangxing asked. "That would be great, thank you," Lin Qian replied. Originally, Lin Qian had planned to come back at night and quietly store all the antiques in her space, without putting any in the car, otherwise it would look suspicious. In the end, she decided to load some in the car to avoid drawing attention. The rest she'd leave here for now and collect them into her space later, once everyone was asleep. As they worked, Lu Yangxing came over to Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, the car's full. What should we do with the rest?" "It's fine, just leave them here for now. I'll take care of them later," Lin Qian said. "But if we leave them here and there's another beast tied," Lu Yangxing trailed off, still shaken by the recent attack. Granny Wu, seeing her son's anxious expression, quickly pulled him aside. "Miss Lin will handle it. You don't need to worry." Lin Qian really liked Granny Wu. She always spoke up at just the right moment to shut down any questions Lin Qian didn't want to answer. Of course, the main reason was probably that Granny Wu didn't want her own family to offend Lin Qian by saying something foolish. After all, if Lin Qian was displeased, their family would suffer obvious losses. Lin Qian smiled and said, "Granny Wu, there's one more thing I want to discuss with you." "Xiaoyu, come here," Lin Qian called to Xiaoyu, who was still busy sorting antiques for her. Once everyone was gathered, Lin Qian spoke slowly. "Here's the thing, I have some business to take care of in the capital. If Xiaoyu wants to learn from me, I suggest she come along." She turned to Wang Hui. "Show them the map you got from Xiaominghui." Wang Hui handed the map to Granny Wu. Just as Granny Wu was about to ask, Lin Qian spoke up. "This was given to us by the person who told us about Lu Mingjie. He said he found out that Lu Mingjie went with that professor along this route to the capital." "What?" Aunt Hong immediately leaned in anxiously. Lu Yangxing and Xiaoyu also looked worried. Granny Wu spread the map out on the table so everyone could see. "He said the nearby roads are all impassable. I'm not sure about this route, but I don't think he was lying. If you agree, we can set out with Xiaoyu tomorrow, Lin Qian said. Tomorrow? Granny Wu looked at Xiaoyu, her eyes questioning. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu said firmly, I'll go. Xiaoyu swept her gaze over her family members, her tone resolute as she said, I've always wanted to learn from Miss Lin. Now, not only is she willing to take me as her student, she's also promised to take me to find Mingjie. How could I possibly refuse? As she spoke, she turned to look at her sleeping son, her eyes filled with tenderness. As for Xiao Bao, I'll have to trouble you all to take care of him for me. Granny Wu quickly waved her hand. We're all family, there's no need to talk about trouble or not. But if you go, Xiao Bao might not be used to it. After all, he's still nursing. Granny Wu was indeed thoughtful. In fact, she'd originally hoped Lu Yongxing would go along too. But Lin Qian hadn't mentioned it, and she was bringing her own partner as well. It might be better for Lu Yongxing to stay home. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single grown man left in the house. If anything happened, Xiaoyu would have to handle it all herself, and that wouldn't do. Hearing Granny Wu's concerns, Xiaoyu hurried to explain, Grandma, don't worry. Miss Lin gave us plenty of formula. Xiao Bao won't go hungry for now. Besides, I don't have much milk left anyway. If it really comes to it, we can always make some rice porridge for him. He'll get by. At this, Xiaoyu's expression turned a little sad. Since he was born, Xiao Bao has never seen his father. If possible, I want him to meet his dad. After all, before Mingjie left, he promised he'd be with me when I gave birth, and that he'd be the first thing our child saw when he opened his eyes. But who could have guessed disaster would strike? Forget being there at the first moment. So much time has passed, and father and son still haven't met. Everyone could understand Xiaoyu's feelings. After all, when Lu Yongxing went missing, Aunt Hong had experienced it firsthand. Aunt Hong couldn't hold back and pleaded, Mom, just let Xiaoyu go. She knew all too well the agony of her husband's disappearance. When Lu Mingjie was missing for just a few days, she'd been like an ant on a hot pan, unable to sit still. Now that Lu Mingjie had been gone for so long, she could only imagine how much worse it must feel. Truthfully, Aunt Hong wanted to go too, but she'd long noticed that Lin Qian didn't seem to like her much, so even if she wanted to, she didn't dare ask. Lu Yongxing knew his mother's temperament and didn't dare speak up at this moment, but the eagerness in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Seeing how determined everyone was, Granny Wu finally relented. All right, I can still manage for a while. I'll stay home with your mom and look after Xiao Bao. You go with Miss Lin. As soon as Xiaoyu heard Granny Wu agree, she was overjoyed. She quickly picked up Xiao Bao and said with a smile, Xiao Bao, Great-Grandma has agreed to let Mommy go find Daddy. You be good at home with Great-Grandma, Grandma, and Grandpa. Mommy will bring Daddy back for you. Xiao Bao seemed to understand his mother's words, babbling in her arms and waving his little hands. At that moment, the child named Hope, who had been quietly watching from the side, fixed his gaze on Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao was the first human baby Hope had ever encountered, and he was both fascinated and curious about him. Now, hearing Xiao Bao babble, Hope found it especially amusing and couldn't help but move closer. Little Black wanted to come over too, but was a bit afraid of scaring people, so it just rolled its eyes in their direction. Even in the dark, Little Black's eyes shone with a unique luster. Aunt Hong, ever sharp-eyed, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Miss Lin, your bracelet, the snake's eyes just moved. Finding it interesting, Little Black rolled its eyes toward Aunt Hong and stared at her. Now everyone saw Little Black's eyes move, and its lively appearance aroused their curiosity. Granny Wu, however, remained calm. She gently patted Aunt Hong and said, That's probably not a snake, it's a jialong. A jialong. Aunt Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Black perked up immediately. This was the first time someone had correctly identified what it was. Excited, it leapt down from Lin Qian's wrist. The sudden movement startled even the unflappable Granny Wu, who nearly lost her balance. She'd thought Lin Qian's jialong bracelet was just a clever design, with moving eyes. She never imagined it was a real little jialong. But whether such creatures really existed was hard to say, and since Little Black was so small, Maybe it was just a mutated snake. If Lin Qian really had a Jialong as a pet, then she was someone worth holding on to. Luckily, Lin Qian was right beside her and quickly reached out to steady her. Aunt Hong saw it too and, terrified, jumped behind Lu Yongxing, clutching his clothes and trembling. Xiaoyu had already seen Little Black once before, and since she'd been preparing herself to follow Lin Qian, she managed to keep her composure. Hope was about to protest, but Wang Hui quickly covered his mouth. Wang Hui thought, if Hope speaks up now, wouldn't that embarrass Lin Qian? Little Black, meanwhile, was eyeing Granny Wu, wanting to climb onto her, but seeing she was a bit afraid, it gave up. Through the darkness, Lin Qian saw Granny Wu's face had turned a little pale and quickly scolded Little Black, "Come back here. Don't scare people." Reluctantly, Little Black returned to Lin Qian's wrist, occasionally rubbing its little head against her hand, as if acting cute. Seeing Little Black behave so obediently, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Aunt Hong still didn't dare step out from behind Lu Yongxing. She poked her head out and nervously asked Lin Qian, "Miss Lin, why do you keep such a scary thing?" No sooner had she spoken than Little Black raised its head and hissed at her. The sound was especially clear in the quiet night, scaring Aunt Hong into shrinking back, trembling. Granny Wu glared at Aunt Hong and snapped, Hong, if you've got nothing better to do, go play with Xiao Bao. What Miss Lin keeps is none of your business." This was the first time Granny Wu had ever put Aunt Hong in her place in front of outsiders and the younger generation. Aunt Hong's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, and she didn't dare gossip any further. Hugging Xiao Bao, she hurriedly left. Grandma Wu watched Aunt Hong's departing figure and smiled as she explained to Lin Qian, "Miss Lin, don't blame our Hong. That's just how she is, she hasn't changed, even now." Lin Qian replied with a smile, "That just shows how much you care for her, Grandma Wu." Isn't that the truth? If the Lu family hadn't always protected her, who knows how much she would have suffered by now. To still have such a personality at this point, the Lu family must be incredibly tolerant of her. "Since it's settled, Xiaoyu, go pack up. I'll take the antiques out and meet the buyer," Lin Qian said. Although Lin Qian thought she could quietly stash the antiques into her space at night without anyone noticing, she still had to put on a show to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, people's hearts are unpredictable. It's best to be cautious. Among the Lu family, aside from Grandma Wu, the others weren't exactly the sharpest, but at least Grandma Wu was discreet. Even if she knew something, she wouldn't go around blabbing. Still, some secrets are best kept to oneself. After all, only secrets that no one else knows are truly secrets. When Wang Hui heard Lin Qian say she was going out to meet someone for the antiques, he automatically followed her to the RV, ready to climb aboard. Lin Qian frowned slightly at his actions and asked, "What are you doing?" Wang Hui replied matter-of-factly, "I'm coming with you." "No need. I already arranged to meet the buyer nearby. Besides, the person I'm dealing with doesn't like meeting strangers. We've known each other since before the disaster, and there's a foundation of trust between us. It's fine. Just stay here and help me keep an eye out for more antiques. The more we collect, the more supplies we can trade for." Wang Hui hesitated for a while, his eyes full of worry. Just then, Hope suddenly barked at him, "Woof. Woof. Woof. Stop dawdling, big guy. I'll be with Sis, nothing will happen." Strangely enough, Wang Hui somehow understood what Hope meant. His gaze shifted between Hope and Lin Qian, and in the end, he gave in, sighing, "All right, just be careful. Contact me if anything happens." He handed her the walkie-talkie Lin Qian had given him earlier. Lin Qian didn't say much more. She stepped on the gas, and the RV slowly drove away. Outside, people saw Lin Qian driving off and immediately started talking excitedly. "Miss Lin's taking the car out again. Do you think she's bringing back more supplies for us?" "Of course. And look, the car she's driving now is much bigger than before. She'll definitely be able to bring back more stuff. Miss Lin is really a living bodhisattva. Not only did she save us from the beast tide, she's even willing to trade for these worthless antiques." Everyone chimed in agreement. Lin Qian hadn't gone far when she felt another surge of faith power flow into her. But at this point, she still hadn't connected this faith power to the people in Lu family village trading antiques. She always thought she could only gain faith power through incense offerings. Lin Qian drove the RV around the streets a couple of times. When no one was paying attention, she quickly stored everything inside the RV into her space, then took out some supplies from her space to put back in the vehicle. After that, she leisurely drove back. The people outside had just changed the topic of their conversation when they saw her return so quickly, all looking puzzled. Wait, where did Miss Lin go to trade the antiques? Why is she back so soon? Someone a bit more clear-headed curled their lip and said, "Why do you care? As long as we can trade for supplies, that's all that matters. Besides, don't get any ideas about Miss Lin. Don't forget, 2 people tried to follow her before, and they ended up with nothing. Now even old Jing and Xiaoyu won't trade anything with them." When Lin Qian returned to Lu family village and overheard this, she realized there had been such an incident. She thought to herself, not trading isn't an option, but as for how to trade, that's something I can discuss with them. After returning, she had Wang Hui help unload the supplies from the RV, then went straight over to Uncle Jing and Xiaoyu. There aren't many people left outside. The supplies I brought back this time, besides what's needed for the trades outside, should be enough if anyone else comes to trade antiques later, Lin Qian said. Uncle Jing and Xiaoyu stared in surprise as Wang Hui carried out bag after bag of food, unable to help exclaiming, "This isn't just enough, this is a lot of food." Lin Qian smiled and said, "You're helping me out, so of course I can't let you go hungry or cold. Take whatever supplies you need from here." This. Uncle Jing looked at Xiaoyu, not quite understanding what Lin Qian meant. Xiaoyu quickly explained, "Miss Lin means, as long as we keep working for her, we can take whatever food we need from here." Lin Qian was very satisfied with Xiaoyu's quick thinking. She no longer had any reservations about taking Xiaoyu with her on future trips. Uncle Jing and Xiaoyu worked efficiently. After the last person outside traded their antiques, the 2 of them started to organize the antiques. Lin Qian quickly stopped them. "No need to sort them. I've arranged for someone to come pick them up directly. My buyers don't like dealing with too many people, so even if you know, please keep it to yourselves. It was best to clarify things in advance to avoid any surprises. Otherwise, if such a large batch of antiques suddenly disappeared, anyone would be suspicious." Uncle Jing and Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. "Do you need us to help move the goods?" Lin Qian waved her hand. "No need, you 2 go rest." If they stayed, how could she put the antiques into her space? "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll head back," Uncle Jing said. "Wait a moment, Uncle Jing." Lin Qian took out a few cans of formula and some medicine suitable for his father from the car and handed them to him. "These are things you can use. Take them home." At first, Uncle Jing didn't see what she was giving him, but when he looked closely, he was stunned. He'd been searching everywhere for this medicine since the disaster, but couldn't find it anywhere. He hesitated, wanting to ask Lin Qian where she got it, but thought better of it. Lin Qian seemed to read his mind. "My family used to run a pharmaceutical company. I happened to stock up on this medicine before the disaster. Don't worry, this should last your father a year." Uncle Jin's hands trembled with emotion, his eyes growing moist. With a choked voice, he said, "Thank you, Miss Lin." She waved it off. "Go home early and take care of your father." Tonight, Lin Qian had dinner with the Lu family. She knew very well that if she kept avoiding eating with them, it would probably arouse suspicion. Besides, since she had already provided so many supplies, she was essentially eating her own food anyway. She'd be a fool not to. After dinner, Grandma Wu once again led Lin Qian down to the family's antique basement. The basement was filled with a musty, old scent. The dim, flickering light cast shadows over the antiques, as if draping them in a veil of mystery. Grandma Wu spoke seriously, "Miss Lin, since our family has decided to follow you from now on, I trust you won't leave us in the lurch. Just for the fact that you were willing to take Xiaoyu to find our Mingjia, if you need these antiques, take them all. Otherwise, if something happens in the future, who knows if we'll even be able to keep them. Lin Qian was moved by the sincerity in Grandma Wu's eyes. She knew that to the Lu family, these antiques weren't just objects, they were a legacy, an emotional anchor. But in this post-apocalyptic world, supplies were the foundation of survival. Grandma Wu understood this well. She knew that Lin Qian's abilities had already far surpassed her imagination. Grandma Wu had long since figured it out. As long as their family could cling tightly to Lin Qian's big thigh, they'd have a much better chance of surviving than most. Truth be told, Lin Qian had been eyeing the antiques in this basement for a while. Now that Grandma Wu was offering them up herself, she had no reason to refuse. Of course, Lin Qian was well aware of Grandma Wu's little calculations, but she didn't mind. In her view, this family was reliable enough. As long as Grandma Wu and Xiaoyu were around, they wouldn't do anything too outrageous. Grandma Wu, I won't hide it from you. I really have wanted your family's antiques for a long time. But I also know there's no such thing as a free lunch. Before, we always traded fairly supplies for antiques. Now you suddenly want to give me all your family's antiques. I can't believe you don't want anything in return. As Lin Qian spoke, she could feel her spatial ability stirring. Go ahead, tell me what you want, Lin Qian said calmly, looking at Grandma Wu. Grandma Wu already knew Lin Qian was a smart person. Dealing with her was straightforward. No need to beat around the bush. Actually, you've already helped our family a lot. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't ask for more. But as you can see, we have quite a few antiques. I just hope that, since I'm giving you all of them, if our family ever runs into trouble in the future, you'll lend us a hand, Grandma Wu said sincerely. Lin Qian had expected that Grandma Wu wouldn't ask for anything excessive. This request was really nothing to her. You're already working for me. Even if you didn't give me these antiques, if you ran into trouble, I wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Since she had already accepted this family as her employees, she naturally hoped they'd survive as long as possible, especially someone as clear-headed as Grandma Wu. Then thank you, Miss Lin, Grandma Wu said gratefully. You're welcome. Both sides were very satisfied with the arrangement, each feeling like they'd gotten a great deal. So, these antiques, Grandma Wu hesitated, wanting to ask how Lin Qian planned to deal with them. Lin Qian glanced at the antiques displayed on the shelves. Moving them all out would be a huge waste of effort. It's fine, just leave them here for now. I'll move them later, Lin Qian said. All right. Since Lin Qian already had a plan, Grandma Wu didn't ask further. That night, darkness fell and everyone went to rest. Lin Qian listened to their breathing, making sure they were all asleep before quietly sneaking out. She first went to the Lu family's basement and stored all the antiques into her spatial ability. Just as she was about to leave, she thought for a moment and took out some long-lasting supplies from her space, leaving them in the basement. This way, the Lu family would have enough to eat for a good while. Even if she took Xiaoyu away, at least they wouldn't starve. This was, in her mind, a small way to repay the family for giving her so many antiques. After finishing up, she locked the door again, then went out to the courtyard and stored the antiques there into her space, one by one. Just as she was putting away the last batch, the door to the Lu family's living room suddenly opened. Lin Qian turned to look and saw that it was Wang Hui. He was staring at her in shock, and right at that moment, the pile of antiques in front of Lin Qian vanished before his eyes. Lin Qian had been working in the pitch-dark courtyard with no lights on while collecting the antiques into her space. If Wang Hui hadn't injected blue vein and undergone physical changes, his eyesight now far better than ordinary people's, he would never have seen this scene. From Wang Hui's expression, Lin Qian knew he had definitely witnessed what had just happened. A flash of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. She really wanted to kill him right then and there. If it hadn't been for the image of Grandpa Wang appearing in her mind the next second, she probably would have pulled out her gun and shot him on the spot. With everything already packed away, Lin Qian walked up to Wang Hui, her face devoid of all expression. Coldly, she asked, "What did you just see?" Wang Hui was someone who lived on the edge, so he could clearly sense the killing intent radiating from Lin Qian. He knew that if he answered wrong, He might become a corpse the next second. After thinking for a moment, he carefully described what he'd seen. I heard something outside and thought maybe there was a thief, so I came out to check. Who knew, as soon as I opened the door, I saw you here collecting things. Wang Hui swallowed nervously and continued, you just made those antiques disappear into thin air, do you? Do you have that space ability? That was the only explanation he could think of, even though it sounded completely fantastical. As soon as he said the word space, he felt an even stronger wave of killing intent from Lin Qian. He quickly raised his hands to his head and said anxiously, Qian, I swear I absolutely won't tell anyone. If I do, may I die as miserably as my parents. Only after saying this did he feel Lin Qian's killing intent lessen a little. But Lin Qian was still extremely wary of him. This was no small matter. If she'd known, she would have knocked Wang Hui out before collecting the antiques and wouldn't be in such a passive situation now. Faced with this, she really didn't know what to do. Seeing Lin Qian still looking so serious, Wang Hui started to panic a little himself. Wang Hui's eyes darted around, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He put on a fawning smile and said, Xiao Qian, how about this? Your family's in the pharmaceutical business, right? Do you have any kind of medicine that can make someone unable to speak after taking it? If you give me some, I'll take it right away, no questions asked. Once I become mute, I won't be able to spill your secret, will I? Lin Qian almost burst out laughing from anger when she heard this. She rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, then why don't you just get rid of your hands too? To her surprise, Wang Hui actually started to seriously consider this, and after a long moment, he replied solemnly, if I cut off my hands, how would I protect you when we're out there? Don't worry, I promise I won't say a word. Looking at Wang Hui's earnest expression, and remembering the kindness Grandpa Wang had once shown her, Lin Qian felt her urge to kill him fade quite a bit. She sighed helplessly. I don't have anything like that. But if I ever catch even the slightest hint that you're going to tell anyone about this, I won't show any mercy. So remember this well. Whatever happened tonight, you'd better keep it buried in your stomach for the rest of your life. Don't ever let it slip. Wang Hui was so scared he nodded furiously, like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry, I swear I'll never say a word. If I do, may lightning strike me dead. All right, go back now. Lin Qian waved her hand, signaling for him to leave. Wang Hui actually had a ton of questions he wanted to ask Lin Qian, but seeing her icy expression, he figured he wouldn't get anything good out of her even if he asked. Since Lin Qian's killing intent toward him had lessened a bit, he decided it was better to wait for another opportunity in the future. Actually, Wang Hui wasn't all that surprised to learn that Lin Qian had a spatial ability. After all, he'd only gotten a second chance at life because of Lin Qian. In his eyes, how could his savior be any less special than he was? But honestly, Wang Hui sometimes felt like his rebirth was a bit pointless. Other than not dying, he hadn't gotten any useful information about the apocalypse. If there was one real benefit, it was that by following Lin Qian and getting regular blue vein injections, he'd ended up with a body much stronger than ordinary people. But even so, he still couldn't beat Lin Qian. Thinking about this made him a bit depressed. He'd always found it amazing how Lin Qian could pull out all sorts of strange and wonderful things from nowhere. From his initial shock at seeing those things, to gradually accepting reality, and now to witnessing everything with his own eyes, he felt that his relationship with Lin Qian had become a bit complicated. Of course, that was if you ignored the killing intent Lin Qian sometimes directed at him, intentionally or not. He was well aware that if he said even one thing that displeased Lin Qian today, he might be meeting King Yama right away. But then again, since Lin Qian hadn't killed him, maybe it meant she trusted him more now? If Lin Qian knew what was going on in Wang Hui's head right now, she'd probably regret not just killing him on the spot. The next morning, Wang Hui and Xiaoyu woke up early. Even Hope, the dog, was wagging its tail excitedly by the RV, waiting eagerly to set off. Not just the two of them. When Lin Qian woke up, she saw that the whole Lu family was already up too, all sitting in the living room, waiting for her to join them for breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Qian looked at Wang Hui and Xiaoyu and said, "Let's go." As she spoke, she handed the basement key that Grandma Wu had given her back to the old lady. "Grandma Wu, I've left some supplies in there. If you have any antiques or valuables, you can use them to trade. And if you ever run short on food, just go ahead and use what's inside." After handing over the key, Lin Qian walked straight to the RV, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. Hope, seeing she was ready to go, immediately jumped happily into the passenger seat. Wang Hui and Xiaoyu stood there looking at each other, both at a loss. But there was nothing they could do. They both knew what Lin Qian and Hope were like, so they could only quietly climb into the back seats. Once everyone was settled, Lin Qian started the RV and headed toward the capital, following the map Xiaoming had given her. Things were still pretty good and sure, there weren't many troublemakers, which showed that Mayor Wu had done a decent job managing things after the disaster. But once they left Zhushi, whenever Lin Qian saw someone trying to block the road, she didn't hesitate. She just floored the gas and barreled right through. Seeing how reckless she was, those people usually got so scared they didn't dare chase after her. According to Xiao Minghui's map, Lu Mingjie had traveled from Guangshi, through Husheng, then Husheng, and finally to the capital. Lin Qian had been to Guangshi before, so she was somewhat familiar with the post-disaster roads. She took the same route as before, and when she reached that makeshift toll station, 2 people came out to block her RV. Maybe it was because of the last time, when Lin Qian had killed someone without hesitation, but now the people blocking the road were all armed. If she hadn't been worried that the RV wasn't as sturdy as her old SUV and might get damaged, she probably wouldn't have stopped and would have just rammed through. Given the bad blood between them, there was no way they could talk things out. Lin Qian didn't bother with any nonsense. She rolled down the window, and before the group could say a word, she pulled out her gun and bang, bang took care of them. Afterward, she glanced at Hope. Hope instantly understood. It jumped out of the passenger seat, ran to the barrier, opened its mouth wide, and bit right through the whole thing, dragging it aside to clear a path for Lin Qian. Wang Hui and Xiaoyu watched Hope's smooth, efficient moves from inside the RV, both secretly amazed. Especially Wang Hui, he knew what Hope was capable of, but it had never been this impressive before. Lin Qian had only taken Hope out for a while, so how had it gotten so strong? That wooden beam. Never mind biting through it, even chopping it with a knife would take a while. Yet Hope took care of it in just a few bites. It was incredible. But then again, Lin Qian had a spatial ability and all sorts of strange things. Maybe she had some treasure that boosted Hope's abilities and made it mutate. Still, seeing that Hope, a dog, was doing more than the 2 of them, made them feel a bit useless, like they weren't even as good as a dog. Thinking this, the 2 of them got up, ready to get out and see if they could help. Lin Qian saw their movements in the rearview mirror. "Don't move. The gunshots were loud. People will be here any minute. Hope is fast. As soon as it's back, we'll leave right away." The unspoken message, "Don't get in the way." They had no choice but to sit back down. Lin Qian had already expected this trip wouldn't go smoothly. After passing that checkpoint, she'd planned to rest in Guangshi for a day before hitting the road again. But unexpectedly, people from the official Guangshi base were stationed at the entrance, checking everyone who came through. As soon as they saw Lin Qian's RV, one of them broke into a wide smile and greeted her warmly. "Miss Lin Qian, Mayor Lai has been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Qian was inwardly groaning, cursing her own bad luck. Everything had been going so well, but she'd completely forgotten about that old deadbeat in Guang City who was still eagerly waiting for her to deliver the Lamai documents. Now, of all times, she'd run into him, and there was no easy way out. To make matters worse, someone had already gone to inform Lai Ming. It wasn't long before Lai Ming hurried over. The first thing he noticed was that Lin Qian had switched to a different vehicle this time, which surprised him. He couldn't help but think to himself that Lin Qian really was something else. After all, in times like these, getting your hands on a car was no easy feat. With a big smile, Lai Ming enthusiastically led Lin Qian into the base. When he saw Wang Hui and Xiaoyu getting out of the RV, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He turned to Lin Qian and asked, "Miss Lin, who are these two?" Lin Qian replied calmly, "They're friends of mine." "Could you arrange rooms for them too? We're planning to stay here for the night." Since she'd already run into them, Lin Qian figured she might as well stay at the Guang city base. It would definitely be more comfortable than squeezing into the RV for another night. Besides, if Lai Ming was offering, she'd be a fool not to take advantage. When Zhao Hong and Hu Feng heard Lin Qian was back, they assumed she'd brought the documents with her and came running over, barely able to contain their excitement. As soon as Hu Feng saw Lin Qian, his calculating gaze was obvious. He practically had an abacus clicking away in his eyes. He blurted out, "Niece, you're finally back." Lin Qian ignored him completely. Zhao Hong came over as well, speaking with concern, "You must be exhausted from the trip. Why don't you eat something and get a good night's rest? We can talk tomorrow." Hu Feng immediately got anxious and raised his voice. "What do you mean, talk tomorrow? If you have the documents, hand them over now so we can get to work. Don't waste any more time." Ever since he'd lost those documents last time, Hu Feng hadn't been able to eat or sleep well. Now, with Lin Qian finally back and the documents supposedly within reach, he'd be beside himself if he couldn't get his hands on them. Lin Qian explained unhurriedly, "Sorry, I turned my house upside down but couldn't find the documents you're talking about. But I did run into Huang Huang earlier, and he mentioned that we have a team working on this project in Jing City too. Coincidentally, before my mom left, she asked me to keep an eye on things in Jing City. I thought there might be some connection, so I'm planning to go check it out." "What? You didn't find the documents?" Hu Feng looked like he'd been struck by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Our headquarters is here. How could you not find them? Did you even look properly? Do you know how important those documents are for our project?" As he spoke, he got so worked up he moved forward, reaching out to grab Lin Qian's shoulder. Wang Hui and Hope immediately stepped in, one person and one dog, blocking his way. Even in the dim light, Hu Feng could see Wang Hui's pale but stern face. Still, he didn't know what Wang Hui was capable of, so he was actually more wary of Hope the dog than of Wang Hui himself. "Who are you? Get out of my way!" Hu Feng snapped, reaching out to push Wang Hui aside. But Wang Hui stood there like a mountain, completely unmoved. Hu Feng pushed harder, but not only did Wang Hui not budge, Hu Feng ended up stumbling backward several steps from his own force. Only now did Hu Feng really take a good look at Wang Hui. He realized that while Wang Hui's face was fair, the muscles on his body were clearly defined, and he radiated a sense of strength that seemed to burst through his clothes. Zhao Hong quickly stepped forward to steady Hu Feng, scolding him. "What are you doing, getting physical all of a sudden?" "Me? What do you mean me? Which eye of yours saw me getting physical?" Hu Feng protested, feeling wronged. He just wanted Wang Hui to move so he could question Lin Qian about the documents. How was he supposed to know Lin Qian would bring someone so tough along? Wasn't it obvious she was guarding against them? "Come on, Lin Qian, isn't this a bit much?" Hu Feng demanded, unable to hold back. Lin Qian looked at him, baffled. "A bit much? What did I do?" Hu Feng was so angry he was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he huffed. "Didn't I ask you to go home and bring back the documents? I did look, but I couldn't find them. I only got some related info. I'm even planning to go to Jing City to look for you. What more do you want?" Lin Qian shot back, unwilling to back down. If she weren't traveling with family, she'd have been tempted to fight it out with Hu Feng right then and there. Zhao Hong quickly tried to smooth things over. "Exactly, old Hu. Xiao Qian's already done so much. You're the one out of line here." "Zhao!" Hu Feng glared at Zhao Hong, fuming. Whose side was he on anyway? Why was he always speaking up for Lin Qian? Seeing Hu Feng's attitude, Lin Qian didn't bother being polite anymore. She said bluntly, "Honestly, when I sold my shares to you, I made it clear I'm not obligated to find any more documents for you. The only reason I'm doing this now is because of the friendship you had with my mom back in the day." Exactly, Zhao Hong chimed in, afraid Lin Qian would get angry and refuse to help. "Your uncle who is just anxious, that's all. Don't take it to heart. It better be just that. Anyway, you guys should head back for now. When I get back from Jing City, I'll let you know whether I found anything or not, Lin Qian said. No way. Hu Feng wasn't stupid. Lin Qian hadn't found the documents this time. What if she said the same thing next time? He couldn't just let her off that easily. I'm going with you, Hu Feng declared. Lin Qian didn't mind. She shrugged and said, fine, but you'll have to drive yourselves. My RV can't fit everyone. Lai Ming quickly pulled Hu Feng aside and whispered, President Hu, calm down. I can pull some strings here in Guang City, but once we leave, my influence doesn't count for much, especially in Jing City. If we run into Su Changqing and he finds out I'm with you, I'll be in serious trouble. Exactly, Zhao Hong agreed. Once Su Changqing gets back, it'll be even harder for us to do anything. Hu Feng finally calmed down after thinking it over. After a moment, he said, fine, I won't go. But Mayor Lai, you should send a few people to go with Lin Qian and make sure she finds those documents. Lai Ming remembered how he'd sent Sister Qin's family to follow Lin Qian last time, and they still hadn't returned. If he had to send more people, he'd have to think carefully. After all, last time he thought he had Sister Qin's family under his thumb, so they had no choice but to do his bidding. But this time, they'd be going to Jing City, and that was a whole different situation. The journey was long and dangerous. Even if he sent his most trusted men, there was no guarantee they'd make it safely to the capital. And even if they did, there was no telling if they'd get anything worthwhile out of it. If he sent people who used to work for Su Changqing, wouldn't Su Changqing immediately know what he'd been up to here all this time? That was absolutely out of the question. Lai Ming put on a troubled expression and said, Boss Hu, it's not that I don't want to send someone. As he spoke, he pulled Hu Feng aside and explained all his concerns in detail. After listening, Hu Feng thought it over and realized Lai Ming had a point. He considered for a moment and said, how about this? We'll send someone to follow her, and you'll provide the vehicle. Lai Ming mulled it over carefully and decided this could work. All right, let's do it that way. Once they'd reached an agreement, they put their smiles back on and even arranged a lavish dinner, letting Lin Qian and her group enjoy a good meal. But throughout dinner, Hu Feng and Lai Ming kept hammering home the importance of finding the documents, making it sound as if Lin Qian shouldn't bother coming back if she didn't succeed. Lin Qian was a little annoyed, but she still replied calmly, I can't make any promises. I still have elderly family members to take care of. I'll go look for the documents, but I can't guarantee I'll find them. If you insist on a guarantee, then I'm not going. No, no, no. Lai Ming quickly shot Hu Feng a glare and said irritably, Miss Lin is still young. Besides, to be honest, she's really just helping you out here. Let's not make so many demands. He was genuinely afraid Lin Qian would just walk away. Who would want to risk such a dangerous and distant trip? If Hu Feng and Zhao Hong insisted on dragging him along, he really wouldn't know how to refuse. After all, he'd already accepted so many favors from them. If anything happened on the road, no one would even know if he died. He was living comfortably now and had no intention of risking it all for something so uncertain. Truth be told, he was even a little grateful for this disaster. If not for it, he had no idea when he'd have his moment to shine, let alone be doing so well at the Guangshi base. Zhao Hong looked at Lin Qian, who was about the same age as the daughter he'd lost in the disaster, and couldn't help but feel a pang of affection for her. He sighed and said to Hu Feng, Old Hu, come on, nothing in this world is 100% certain. If you're really worried, why not just get the information from Xiao Qian and go look for it ourselves? Zhao Hong was a schemer and could be ruthless at times, but his heart was always in the right place when it came to Lin Qian. He really couldn't bear to see a young girl like her travel all the way to the capital. Why don't you just let Xiao Qian stay? Zhao Hong added. Hu Feng immediately got agitated. No way. Some of those documents can only be accessed by her family. Everyone at the table was hearing this for the first time. None of them had expected Hu Feng to keep something so important from them. Old Hu, what do you mean by that? Lai Ming was the first to react, frowning. You never mentioned this before. Hu Feng looked a little embarrassed. Well, back then, all our documents were safe. Who could have predicted a typhoon would come and wipe everything out? You're saying only Miss Lin can access the documents? What's that supposed to mean? Lai Ming still looked confused. Even Zhao Hong turned to Hu Feng, waiting for an explanation. Well, Hu Feng had been keeping this to himself, but now he had no choice but to come clean. Wanqing had a backup file about the project, but I've never actually seen it myself. If you've never seen it, how can you be so sure it still exists? Lai Ming pressed. Hu Feng looked at them seriously. I may not have seen it, but I don't believe something so important would just disappear. Think about it, Lin Wanqing was always so smart and cautious. She would have made sure to keep something like that safe. So you're convinced Wanqing gave it to Xiao Qian? Zhao Hong asked. Exactly. No matter who tells me otherwise, I won't believe it. If Lin Wanqing didn't give it to Lin Qian, then she must have hidden it somewhere none of us would think to look, but Lin Qian could find it. The more Hu Feng spoke, the more convinced he became. He looked at Zhao Hong, as if he could guess what Zhao was about to say, and quickly added, if I were Lin Wanqing, I'd give it to my own daughter too. That document could save your life in a critical moment. Think about it, things are so chaotic now. Having that document is like having a life-saving talisman. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Hu, are you sure having that document in my hands would really save my life? Everyone looked at Lin Qian's frail figure and couldn't bring themselves to agree. She looked so delicate, hardly the type to protect such an important document. If you ask me, if I really had it, I'd probably be dead by now, Lin Qian said self-deprecatingly. Zhao Hong quickly said, don't say that. Even if you had the document, with us old guys around, who would dare hurt you? But just now, Uncle Hu made it sound like if I don't hand it over, I'm as good as dead, Lin Qian said, pouting in displeasure. That's not true. Your uncle who's just impatient, that's all, Zhao Hong quickly explained. We're all anxious, honestly. In times like these, everything's in short supply. But if we can get the project up and running again, we'll have leverage with the authorities. Think about it, if we want resources, they'll have to give us some respect. Lai Ming suddenly cleared his throat and added, that's right. If we can restart the project, the higher-ups will definitely take notice. So many people have died already. If this blue vein thing can be brought to market, even with side effects, the authorities will be desperate for it. For such a valuable drug, do you think they wouldn't pay any price? By then, whatever we want will be within reach. Everyone, Lin Qian said, clearing her throat and putting on a serious expression, I don't care what you're all thinking. I can go look, but I'm not making any promises. If you insist on a guarantee, you'd better find someone else. With that, she made as if to leave. She wasn't bluffing, she really did want to get away from this endless back and forth. Lin Qian felt utterly exhausted from dealing with Hu Feng and the others. Rather than wasting time here, she'd much rather head back to the base dormitory and get some rest. Seeing that Lin Qian was about to leave, Hope, Xiao Yu, and Wang Hui didn't hesitate for a second. They immediately stood up to follow her, ready to leave together. It was only at this point that Hu Feng realized Lin Qian was truly determined to go. Suppressing his anger, he forced a smile that looked even worse than crying and said, Qian, your Uncle Zhao is right. I was just too impatient. Don't take it to heart, just do your best, that's all we ask. Lin Qian couldn't even be bothered to put on a polite face. She simply turned and walked away, crisp and decisive. In her eyes, Hu Feng, Lai Ming, and the rest were nothing but a nest of snakes and rats. Although Zhao Hong had seemed to speak up for her just now, Lin Qian knew full well it was just for show. Deep down, each of them had their own little schemes. Seeing the situation, Lai Ming hurriedly arranged for someone to escort Lin Qian and her group out. Xiao Yu noticed there was still quite a bit of food left on the table. After thinking for a moment, she simply pulled a bag out of her pocket and stuffed all the leftovers into it, planning to take it with her. Everyone watched Xiao Yu's actions with open eyes. Though they were a little displeased, since Xiao Yu was with Lin Qian, now wasn't the time to fall out with them, so they could only grit their teeth and endure it. Xiao Yu happily packed up all the food, feeling especially pleased. Back at the base dormitory, she handed the bulging bag of food to Lin Qian. Miss Lin, here, you take this. Lin Qian glanced at the stuffed bag, thinking to herself that those people must be fuming right now. They'd wanted to get backup data from her, but hadn't succeeded. Instead, she'd brought a group to mooch a meal, and not only that, they'd even packed up the leftovers to take away. Lin Qian didn't take the bag. She pushed it back. "You keep it. No need to give it to me." Xiaoyu looked a little lost and instinctively glanced at Wang Hui. Wang Hui smiled and said, "If Qian says you should keep it, then keep it. She's not short on food." It was true Lin Qian had her own space. Following her, not only did you not have to worry about going hungry, you might even gain some weight. Lin Qian shot Wang Hui a glare, her warning clear in her eyes. Seeing this, Wang Hui quickly said, "Well, I'll go get some rest then." With that, he turned and went back to his own room. Seeing Wang Hui leave, Xiaoyu quickly said, "Then, Miss Lin, I'll head back too. If you need anything, just call me." Lai Ming had arranged for all their rooms to be together, so if anything happened, a shout would be enough for everyone to hear. Lin Qian nodded. "Go ahead." She walked into the room she'd stayed in last time and found the layout unchanged, though the sheets had clearly been washed. It seemed they thought she was quite valuable and were treating her with some importance. That was fine by Lin Qian. Since she had this treatment, she might. She couldn't help but think back to her previous life. Maybe it was because she'd always stayed by Li Shoucheng's side, but no one from the company had ever come looking for her. She wasn't sure if they'd already found the information they wanted back then. But from what Hu Feng had just said, only members of the Lin family could open the backup data. Even if they got it, it would be useless to them. The more Lin Qian thought about it, the stranger it seemed. She couldn't figure it out, so she simply shook her head and slipped into her space. She'd previously stored all the antiques from Lu family village in her space, but only now did she take a closer look. She discovered the space had expanded to more than double its previous size. The distant mountains were now fully revealed, and the area of black soil had also more than doubled. However, the mist in the distance still seemed embedded in the space. Although it had receded a bit, its density hadn't changed much. Her space was still tightly wrapped in fog. Lin Qian really had no idea what the space would look like once the mist disappeared. It would be a lie to say she wasn't looking forward to it. She was eager to see whether, once the mist was completely gone, a whole new world would appear inside her space. She glanced at the clock in her space and found that this time, it had increased by a full hour compared to last time. Now, the space could accumulate 17.5 hours per day. It didn't seem so far from 24 hours anymore. As long as she could get the space to accumulate 24 hours a day, she could bring Uncle Chin and the others to live in the space permanently. No matter what upheavals happened outside, they would be unaffected. Seeing that there was still plenty of black soil left, and though she already had enough crops, Lin Qian couldn't bear to let land go to waste. She went ahead and planted some more vegetables and medicinal herbs. After finishing all this, she enjoyed a good meal with the two little creatures in her space, took a bath, and finally came out. Lately, she wasn't sure why, but the temperature seemed to be dropping. It wasn't as hot as before. At first, Lin Qian thought it was just her imagination, so she took out a thermometer to check. Sure enough, it was a few degrees lower than before. This time, the temperature hadn't continued to rise. Instead, it was trending downward. This was different from what she'd experienced in her previous life, and it made her a bit uneasy. Fortunately, she had her space now. She'd just take things one step at a time. Even if something unexpected happened, with her current stockpile of supplies, she could handle both attack and retreat. Early the next morning, before Lin Qian was even fully awake, Hu Feng and Lai Ming came to her door and started knocking loudly. Before she could respond, they kept banging on the door, showing none of the composure expected of people in power. Lin Qian, still deep in sleep, was jolted awake by the incessant knocking. With messy hair and sleepy eyes, she yanked open the door. "What's going on?" Seeing her stormy expression, the group was stunned into silence, not knowing what to say. Wang Hui and Xiaoyu were also woken by the noise and came out to see what was happening. This made Hu Feng and Lai Ming look even more embarrassed. In the end, it was Lai Ming who forced a smile and said, Miss Lin, I've arranged the people who will go to the capital with you. Would you like to meet them? No. Whatever it is, wait until I'm awake. With a bang, Lin Qian slammed the door shut. The people outside looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. Lin Qian went back to sleep, but Wang Hui and Xiaoyu were still outside. Hu Feng and Lai Ming thought for a moment, then turned to block the two as they tried to go back to their rooms. Hu Feng said, "Since you two came with Lin Qian, why don't you go take a look?" Wang Hui knew Lin Qian's temperament all too well. She was notorious for being grumpy when woken up, and she had excellent hearing. If he agreed to anything for them now, he'd never survive Lin Qian's wrath once she woke up. Wang Hui hurriedly said, "I'm just her bodyguard. I don't make the decisions." The two, getting nowhere with Wang Hui, turned to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu quickly added, "I'm just Miss Lin's housekeeper. I have even less say." Hu Feng and Lai Ming were fuming inside after hearing this, but there was nothing they could do. They could only sigh and leave. "How about we have those people drive over and wait for her here? That way, as soon as she wakes up, we can set off right away. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can get the data, and everyone will feel more at ease," Hu Feng suggested to Lai Ming as they walked. "Are you sure about that? Did you see her just now? She was practically radiating murderous intent. I feel like if we were even 2 seconds late, she'd have started swinging," Lai Ming said, frowning with worry. "What are you afraid of? She's just a delicate little girl. I watched her grow up, I know her personality better than anyone. And look at that pretty boy by her side, he admitted himself he's just her bodyguard. And that woman, still acting like some pampered lady at a time like this, even bringing a housekeeper when she goes out. With people like that, what's there to be scared of?" Hu Feng waved his hand dismissively, looking completely confident. Lai Ming still had his doubts, but Hu Feng sounded so sure that he couldn't help but believe him a little. "All right, I'll arrange for people to come over. By the way, our supplies at the base are running low. I can only prepare some basic food for them. I can't treat Lin Qian as well as before," Lai Ming said with a helpless sigh. "It's fine as long as they don't starve. I watched that kid grow up, she's pretty simple. Once she wakes up, I'll just make her a few big promises." "You think she won't work hard for us then?" Hu Feng said. Lai Ming couldn't shake a strange, uneasy feeling about all this. Would Lin Qian really help them as willingly as they hoped? But at this point, even if Lai Ming had doubts, he was already stuck in this position. He had no choice but to go along. Ever since he'd accepted the data from Hu Feng and then accidentally lost it, he'd been tied to Hu Feng's fate. Even if the chances of Lin Qian helping were slim, he had no choice but to pin his hopes on her. He let out a deep sigh and resigned himself to making all the necessary arrangements. Poor Lin Qian, once woken by their noise, couldn't get back to sleep. She could only get up, wash up, and then slip into her space to have a steaming hot breakfast before coming out again. After last night's farce, she knew that even if the base had breakfast today, it probably wouldn't be any good. She didn't want to torture her stomach, so she simply filled up in her space before coming out. When she opened the door again, she saw several people standing outside holding oil lamps, lined up like guardian statues waiting for her. "Good morning, Miss Lin." As soon as they saw her, they all greeted her in unison. Their voices rang out in the quiet morning, startling Lin Qian. "What is this, a ghost movie? Why are you all standing here like this?" She blamed herself for not paying attention to the commotion outside while she was in her space. She hadn't expected Lai Ming and Hu Feng to be so over the top. Wang Hui heard Lin Qian's door and came out of the dorm as well. "These are the people Lai Ming arranged to go to the capital with us." "Fine, but did they have to wait right outside my door?" Lin Qian frowned, clearly annoyed. "Mayor Lai said we should wait here for you and notify him the moment you woke up so he could come see you off," one of them quickly explained. "Are you sending me off to my funeral?" Lin Qian retorted. With this kind of setup, anyone would think she was dead. "Miss Lin, you're so funny," the man replied awkwardly. The moment Lin Qian opened the door, someone ran off to notify Lai Ming and the others. They arrived quickly. As soon as Hu Feng saw Lin Qian, he said, "Come on, Xiao Qian, how can you still be sleeping at a time like this? Why can't you sleep?" Is there something wrong with your health? All the hospitals are closed now, and if it's serious, I doubt the doctors at the base can help, Lin Qian shot back without missing a beat. Her words made Hu Feng so angry he almost exploded, but Zhao Hong quickly pulled him aside and whispered, "Just hold your tongue. She's about to head to the capital to get the data for us. Now's not the time to fall out with her." Hu Feng took a deep breath, barely holding back his anger. "Have you eaten breakfast? What do you think?" "I just woke up. Where would I get breakfast?" Lin Qian rolled her eyes. Zhao Hong quickly took the food prepared for Lin Qian from his subordinate and handed it over. "Xiao Qian, we know you're in a hurry, so please make do with this. We've also prepared some food for you to take on the road." Lin Qian took it without hesitation. When she opened it, she saw 2 dark, rough buns. That's right, made from the lowest quality flour, black and unappetizing. She felt disgusted and handed them to Xiaoyu. "You hold on to these for now." The people assigned to go to the capital with her were still blocking the door, which annoyed Lin Qian. "Can you move?" Only then did they reluctantly step aside. Lin Qian took a few steps, then turned back to Lai Ming and the others. "Let's get one thing straight. I don't mind them coming with me, but everyone knows the trip to the capital is long. With things the way they are now, who knows what we'll run into on the road. Everyone is responsible for their own life and death. I don't need them to look after me, and I won't look after them. That won't do. The main reason we're sending them is to help you find the data. If you run into danger, of course they'll help," Lai Ming said quickly. "No need. Everyone just take care of themselves. If anyone does something stupid and gets themselves killed, I'm not helping," Lin Qian said firmly. "Fine, fine, just let them go with you," Lai Ming replied perfunctorily. None of them took Lin Qian's words seriously. In their eyes, she was just a little girl with a pretty boy bodyguard, a housekeeper, and a dog. How much trouble could she possibly be? At critical moments like this, isn't it still up to people like them to protect her? All those things she said just now. Wasn't it just a little girl throwing a tantrum and venting her anger? Even the few people who planned to set out with her didn't care much about what Lin Qian said. All they were thinking about was one thing, making sure they arrived in Beijing on time and found the information they desperately needed. As for Lin Qian, as long as she didn't hold them back, that was enough. Lin Qian could tell from their expressions exactly what was on their minds. But she couldn't be bothered to care. After all, she wouldn't have to interact with them much longer anyway. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Qian turned to Wang Hui and the others and said, "Let's go." The group, along with a dog, got into the car on their own. The people in the back, seeing that Lin Qian really wasn't going to pay them any mind, were at a loss and could only look to Lai Ming for help. Lai Ming looked just as confused. He said, "Don't look at me. We agreed before, after this, you'll follow Miss Lin. Just go with her." Hu Feng quickly added, "Remember, you must protect her on the road. Once we get to Beijing, if you see her get the information, find a way to get it from her. Once you have it, you don't need to worry about her anymore." The group all nodded in understanding, then hurriedly got into a standard military vehicle and set off, following behind Lin Qian's car. Lin Qian had already overheard what they said, but she didn't care. If they wanted to follow, so be it. As long as they didn't cause any trouble on the way, that was best. If they did stir up something, they shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. Leaving from Guang City, if the road conditions were decent, their next destination would be La Province. It was about 600 to nearly 700 kilometers from Guang City to La Province. Even before the disasters, this trip would take 7 to 8 hours to drive. Now, who knew what the roads were like? It might take twice as long as usual, and even then, there was no guarantee they'd make it. The sky was still pitch black, and today it seemed even colder than before. Lin Qian took out a thermometer and measured the temperature, finding it had dropped a few more degrees since yesterday. If it kept dropping like this, it looked like things would soon return to normal temperatures. However, she herself could barely feel the change in temperature. Ever since she'd put on that plain gauze robe last time, she hadn't felt hot weather at all. It seemed this robe not only protected her from danger, but also kept her body at a constant temperature. It really was a treasure. As she drove, Lost in thought about recent events, Wang Hui spoke up. Qian, why don't I drive? You drove for so long yesterday. Take a good rest today. Xiaoyu, eager for a chance to show her usefulness, quickly chimed in, I can drive too. If you want, I can take over. Lin Qian smiled and said, it's fine. I'm already driving. When I get tired and need a break, we'll switch. Mainly, she'd slept well yesterday and felt energetic today. Besides, this car was extremely valuable. If it got damaged, she couldn't just pull another one out of her space without raising suspicion. It was one thing for Wang Hui to know her secret, but with Xiaoyu, she still needed to be cautious. After all, Xiaoyu had a family and a child. She was clever and capable, but if she learned about such a treasure, it would be hard for anyone not to be tempted. The road conditions were indeed terrible. Fallen trees often blocked the way. The greenbelts people once praised had now all become obstacles. Thinking of the group following behind, Lin Qian simply stopped the car and walked over to theirs. Seeing her approach, the people in the car quickly rolled down the window and asked, Miss Lin, is something wrong? Lin Qian said, get out for a moment. The road ahead is blocked by fallen trees. We need to move them. Without hesitation, they all got out to move the trees. Wang Hui and Xiaoyu looked like they wanted to help, but Lin Qian stopped them. You two stay in the car. There will be plenty of chances for you to help later. The two always listened to Lin Qian, so they didn't argue. Besides, the others were all ex-military, in excellent shape. Moving a few trees was nothing to them. Soon, they cleared the road. Just as they were about to drive off, a group of villagers suddenly appeared, standing right in front of their cars. One villager shouted, Why did you move the barricade we set up? Lin Qian frowned. What do you mean? The soldiers immediately lined up in front of the villagers, exuding a military aura that made the villagers quiet down. The leader of the villagers said, This is our village's territory up ahead. Outsiders aren't allowed in. You'll have to find another way. One soldier quickly explained, Sir, we've already tried several other roads. This is the only one left. Please let us through. We have urgent business in Beijing. The village leader, probably the village chief, thought for a moment and said, Show us your IDs. The soldiers quickly produced their IDs, and the villagers scrutinized them for a long time before gathering to discuss. I think they're legit. If they're just passing through, we can have someone watch them and let them go. Fine, but they can't enter the village. We can't risk another incident like before. After reaching an agreement, the village chief turned to Lin Qian and the others. I'll let you pass, but you can't stop in our village. Lin Qian nodded. Don't worry, we're just passing through. We won't go into the village. Only then did the chief have the villagers clear a path. Lin Qian and the others got back in their cars, and a villager led the way. Soon, they passed through the village and the villager got out. Seeing they really were just passing through, the villager's attitude softened and he even warned them, keep going straight ahead and you'll get back on the highway soon. But be careful, things aren't safe these days. There's a small gang up ahead that robs travelers. Thank you, sir. The soldiers, seeing the villager was decent, thanked him politely. They drove on, but before long, the car suddenly lurched violently. Lin Qian slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop. What happened? Wang Hui asked. Lin Qian frowned. Looks like something's blocking the road again up ahead. A few people got out of the car and walked forward. Up ahead, a massive pit had suddenly appeared, surrounded by piles of weeds. If it weren't for Lin Qian's sharp eyesight, they and their vehicle would probably have plunged straight into it. The villager they'd met earlier hadn't gone far. Seeing them stop, he hurried over to check what was wrong and asked, Why aren't you moving? Lin Qian got out of the car and pointed at the pit ahead. There's a huge pit up there. She was certain in her heart that this wasn't the work of these villagers. If it had been, the man wouldn't have come over so openly to ask what was going on. After all, the villagers already knew these people were soldiers. If they'd done something bad, they would have run off long ago. Lin Qian looked at the villager. Someone must have dug this on purpose. What? The villager looked genuinely shocked. Judging by his reaction, he really seemed to have no idea. He hurried to the edge of the pit, pushed aside the weeds, and saw that it was several meters deep. If someone fell in, they might not die, but injury was almost certain. The villager paced back and forth in front of the pit, cursing under his breath. Absolutely heartless. Lin Qian saw that he might know something and walked over. Do you know anything about this? The villager sighed. It's a long story. It was probably those people from before. What people? I don't know who they are. Last time they came to our village, they stole our food. Later, they tried to steal the rest, too. But we were on guard, so it wasn't so easy for them. The villager explained. Then why would they bother digging a pit here? One of the soldiers asked, confused. It doesn't benefit them at all. They just don't want us to have an easy life. We always use this road to get in and out. It's the most convenient way. They know that, so they dug the pit, hoping we'd all fall in. If you get hurt at a time like this, you're basically done for. Those people are vicious. The villager grew angrier as he spoke. With such a huge pit blocking the way, Lin Qian and her group couldn't leave, even if they wanted to. The villager thought for a moment. How about this? You come back to the village with me for now. Once we've filled in the pit, you can leave. Lin Qian didn't really want to stay, but with the pit unfilled, they really had no way out. Won't this be too much trouble for you? One of the soldiers with Lin Qian asked. Lin Qian shot him a glare. He couldn't see her expression clearly, but he could feel her sharp gaze and immediately shut his mouth. Sorry for the trouble, then, Lin Qian said. The villager wah. Sure enough, when he brought Lin Qian and the others back to the village, the place erupted in an uproar. Old Ping, why did you bring people back again? Yeah, last time we kept outsiders here, we lost half our food. Now you're bringing more people. If we lose more, who's going to take responsibility? Old Ping raised his hands to quiet everyone. Listen to me first. Those people dug a huge pit on the road out of the village. They can't get through. We need to fill the pit first. What? The villagers grew even more agitated. Those bastards stole our stuff, and now they're digging a pit on our only road out? Are they trying to kill us? Some villagers got so worked up, they ran back into their houses and came out with knives and hoes, shouting, "Let's fight them. If this keeps up, we'll die anyway. Everyone, calm down. Let's wait for the village chief and discuss what to do." Old Ping tried to soothe them. The village chief soon arrived. Seeing everyone armed, he quickly tried to calm them down. Don't get worked up. Let's fill in the pit first, then figure out how to prevent this from happening again. What can we do? They know we're easy targets, the villagers grumbled. While everyone was heatedly discussing, a woman suddenly rushed out of her house and ran straight to the village chief, anxiously saying, "Chief, Xing is missing." Wasn't Xing at home with Nai? The chief asked. Yes, but I stepped out for a bit and when I came back, he was gone. The woman was so anxious she was about to cry. What about Nai? The chief asked again. She's at home, but no matter how I ask her, she just keeps smiling and saying Xing came back. I don't know what she means. The woman looked lost and worried. Wasn't Xing always at home with her? The chief pressed. Yes, that's why I don't understand what's going on. The woman was sweating with anxiety, wringing her hands in her clothes. Just then, an old lady rushed out of the house, grabbed the woman's hand, and muttered, "Fong, Fong, Xing came back. Mom, please stay home. Xing is missing, I need to look for him." The woman tried to stay patient with her mother-in-law despite her worry. But the old lady just held her hand tightly, repeating, "Fong, Xing came back, came back." "Yes, I'll find Xing for you. Please go back inside." The woman tried to comfort her. Aunt Fong was already frantic over her missing son, and now her mother-in-law was acting up too. Her head throbbed so badly she thought it would explode. The village chief saw this and could only arrange someone help take Granny Xia back inside. But when someone tried to lead Granny Xia away, she shook off their hand and shouted, "Xing came back. Xing came back." Then she pointed off into the distance and said, "Xing took Xing away." What does that mean? Everyone was baffled by Granny Xia's words. Aunt Fong was too worried about her son to care about her mother-in-law. She anxiously said to the chief, "Chief, Please have someone watch my mother-in-law and send people out to look for Xing. He's just a child. Who knows where he's gone at a time like this? What if something happens to him? Don't worry. Have we searched the whole village yet? The chief asked. I've already searched everywhere. Xing is such a good, obedient child, he's never run off before. But when I got home and found him missing, I turned the whole village upside down and still couldn't find a trace of him. Tell me, just tell me, do you think something might have happened to Xing? Aunt Fong's voice choked with emotion as she spoke, unable to finish her sentence. Tears welled up in her eyes. As Lin Qian listened to Granny Xia's rambling, she kept an eye on the people around her, feeling that something was off. The people who had been following Lin Qian looked at each other, at a complete loss for what to do, and all turned to her for guidance. At that moment, those who had tried to restrain Granny Xia hesitated to use too much force for fear of hurting her, and she managed to break free. Once free, Granny Xia took off running in the direction she'd just pointed. Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat as she watched Granny Xia go. She turned to the others and said, "Let's follow her. Maybe the answer we're looking for is with her." Everyone agreed that made sense. After all, there were no better ideas, so they hurried after Granny Xia. "What are you all standing around for? Go after her. Don't let anything happen to that old lady," someone shouted anxiously. Snapping out of their daze, the others rushed after Granny Xia. Soon, she led them to the back of the village, up the mountain. When they reached the top, Granny Xia plopped down and sat, a silly smile on her face. Xing came here. He told me to wait for him, said he'd be back soon, she muttered to herself. Aunt Fong, panting, finally caught up. Seeing Granny Xia stop at last, she breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped forward and coaxed gently, "Mom, Xing is at home. He's already back. Let's go home and you'll see him, okay?" Normally, Granny Xia was very obedient, but this time she was stubborn, ignoring Aunt Fong completely. When Aunt Fong persisted, Granny Xia just snorted and said angrily, "You're lying to me. Xing is right here. I'm not going anywhere." No matter how hard Aunt Fong tried, she couldn't persuade her and could only look helplessly at the village chief. The chief stepped forward and said patiently, "Granny Xia, Xing really is at home. Let's go back, all right." As he spoke, he reached out to take her hand. But Granny Xia slapped his hand away and glared at him. "You're no good either. You and Fong are both trying to trick me." Aunt Fong tried to pull her again, but unexpectedly, Granny Xia suddenly stood up and started walking to the other side of the mountain. "If you won't let me wait for Xing here, then I'll go find him myself. When I bring him back, you'll see I wasn't lying," she said as she walked. The others tried to stop her, but Lin Qian quickly said, "Don't stop her. Let's just follow, maybe we'll discover something new." By now, even the slowest among them sensed something was wrong. Someone asked, "You mean Granny Xia knows where Xing is?" Lin Qian shook her head. "I'm not sure, but I think she does. Otherwise, she wouldn't insist on waiting here. Either way, there's no harm in checking it out." "No, we can't," the village chief said anxiously, slapping his thigh. "Beyond this mountain is that group's territory. There are a lot of them. If we go over there, we won't stand a chance." "It's fine, we'll just be careful. If we really get discovered, we'll help each other out," Lin Qian replied. The chief looked at delicate Lin Qian, unable to understand why the other men listened to a young woman like her. But that didn't stop him from respecting their abilities. After all, these people were certified soldiers. Lin Qian noticed the change in their expressions and realized the soldiers' attitude had made a difference. The chief wasn't as opposed to her ideas now. After all, when it really mattered, they could be useful. "You guys go," Lin Qian said to the soldiers. One of them stepped forward hesitantly. "Miss Lin, isn't our main mission still to get to Jing City as soon as possible? If we follow along and something happens to you, we'll be in trouble." Lin Qian shot him a look. "And how are you planning to leave right now? That pit hasn't been filled in yet. Our car can't get through. Why don't we go fill in the pit now? No point just waiting around here," another suggested. They hadn't forgotten their main mission. Before they left, they'd been promised that if they retrieved the documents, their supplies would be doubled. Go if you want, Lin Qian said, not bothering to look at them again. She turned to Wang Hui and Xiaoyu. Wang Hui, Xiaoyu, hope, let's go. Wang Hui and Xiaoyu immediately followed her. Seeing the outsiders go, the villagers hurried after them, leaving only a few soldiers behind. When Lin Qian's group was almost out of sight, the soldiers had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow too. If anything happened to Lin Qian here, forget about Jing City, they probably wouldn't even make it back to the Guang City base. Even though they worked for Lai Ming, they still put themselves first. At least at the Guang City base, working for Lai Ming meant full meals and a safe place for their families, much better than before. If anything went wrong with protecting Lin Qian, they'd be in big trouble. After a quick discussion, they decided to follow. They trailed Granny Xia to the other side of the mountain, to a spot thick with vines. Granny Xia stood in front of the vines, peering inside. The people behind her looked at each other in confusion, then turned to Lin Qian. Lin Qian, with her sharp eyes, sensed something was off. She stepped forward and pulled aside the vines Granny Xia had been staring at. Behind the vines, a deep, dark cave appeared. The villagers gasped in shock, especially Aunt Fong. She rushed to Granny Xia's side and asked in surprise, "Mom, how did you know there was a cave here?" Granny Xia didn't go into the cave. She just pointed at it and said, "Ah Xing is inside. How could Ah Xing be in there?" Aunt Fong looked at the cave before her, feeling a bit scared. Lin Qian could already sense the spatial fluctuations. She didn't have time to waste with these people, so she bypassed them and walked straight into the cave. Inside, she was greeted by a huge pile of supplies. Lin Qian wasn't particularly interested in these supplies. Her gaze went straight to the items that were triggering a reaction from her spatial ability. Those things were packed in boxes. Lin Qian didn't care what was inside each box. While the villagers were still outside, she quickly touched the boxes and swept them all into her space. By the time she finished collecting the items in front of her, the villagers and soldiers had started coming in one after another. The village chief walked ahead with an oil lamp. When he saw the supplies, he cried out in surprise, "These are the supplies we lost before." The villagers, hearing that the stolen supplies had turned up here, immediately erupted in excitement and rushed inside. Besides their missing supplies, there were also plenty of other things piled up in the room. The villagers carefully checked and confirmed that their lost items were indeed here. With this unexpected bounty on top, everyone was overjoyed. One villager, looking worried, turned to the village chief and asked, "Chief, what should we do now? Should we take all these supplies back to the village, or do you have another plan?" The village chief frowned deeply. After a long moment, he finally looked up and said, "Let's split into two groups. Some strong people will carry the supplies back to the village, and the rest will stay here to guard them. If anyone comes, hide quickly and don't let yourselves be discovered." Lin Qian paid no attention to the villagers' discussion. She continued searching through the supplies on her own. Besides the items that had triggered her spatial sense earlier, she noticed a few more boxes up ahead. She walked straight over and opened one. When she saw what was inside, she froze for a moment. There were weapons inside. While the villagers were still distracted by the supplies, Lin Qian quickly stored most of the weapons in her space, leaving only 2 boxes behind. She calculated silently that the remaining weapons should be enough for the villagers to handle any emergencies. Wang Hui's attention never left Lin Qian. When he saw her secretly stowing away the weapons, he was even more nervous than she was. He followed her like a moving wall, cleverly blocking the other's line of sight, afraid someone might notice what Lin Qian was doing. In truth, in this dim environment, it was unlikely anyone could see Lin Qian's actions clearly. Ordinary people didn't have their sharp eyesight, so Wang Hui's efforts were a bit unnecessary. But seeing how calm and composed Lin Qian was as she gathered things, Wang Hui couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Since he knew what was going on, he felt responsible for covering for Lin Qian. He stuck to her side, not letting her out of his sight. Even when Xiaoyu tried to approach, he blocked her without hesitation. Xiaoyu had no choice but to look elsewhere. Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt something soft blocking her path. She gently pressed down with her foot. Looking closely, she was horrified to find someone lying on the ground. Suppressing her fear, she called out in a trembling voice, "Miss Lin, there's someone here." "I don't know if they're alive or dead." Lin Qian stopped in her tracks when she heard Xiaoyu's call and quickly turned back. She deftly switched on her flashlight and shone it on the person lying on the ground. In the beam of light, she saw it was a boy of about 13 or 14. She called out to the village chief, "Chief, come over and see if this is the person you're looking for. He looks about 13 or 14. Aunt Fong was instantly agitated when she heard this. Sheng is 13 or 14. She rushed over. When she saw the boy's face, tears streamed down her cheeks. Sheng. Sheng. She hurriedly squatted down, trying to help Sheng up, but he didn't respond. He was still unconscious. Aunt Fong, frantic with worry, quickly checked if Sheng was still breathing. Feeling his faint breath, she let out a sigh of relief, but anxiety quickly returned. Why wouldn't he wake up? She called out anxiously to the village chief, "Chief, Sheng has fainted and I don't know why." The village chief had hurried over with Aunt Fong as soon as he heard there was a boy of 13 or 14. He took a closer look and confirmed it was Aunt Fong's son. He frowned and said decisively, "Let's take him back first." But Lin Qian suddenly said, "Wait a moment." She squatted down and carefully examined Sheng. Relying on her medical training, she quickly found that the artery in Sheng's thigh was injured and blood was still oozing out. She felt his neck, his pulse was still there, but very weak. Lin Qian's heart tightened. She knew that if he didn't get immediate treatment, Sheng might not survive the trip back to the village. The chief and Aunt Fong also noticed the wound and how pale Sheng's face was. Despite the hot weather, Sheng's body was as cold as ice, making Aunt Fong's heart clench with fear. Aunt Fong looked helplessly at the chief, her voice choked with tears. "What should we do?" The chief, seeing how methodically Lin Qian handled things, was struck by a thought. "Are you a doctor?" Lin Qian shook her head. "I'm not a doctor, but I studied medicine. In his condition, if he doesn't get a blood transfusion soon, his life is in danger." As soon as Aunt Fong heard this, she said without hesitation, "Miss, give him my blood. He's my son, my blood will definitely work for him." She was already rolling up her sleeve, her eyes full of hope. Lin Qian quickly explained, "Aunt Fong, you're a direct relative. You can't just give him your blood. It could cause a transfusion-related graft versus host disease, which would be even more dangerous." Aunt Fong didn't understand the medical jargon and looked confused. "Then what should we do?" Lin Qian asked, "What's your son's blood type?" Aunt Fong replied quickly, "O, type O." Lin Qian looked around at everyone present. "Is anyone here type O?" The village chief immediately raised his hand. "I am. Take mine." The environment at the scene was extremely harsh, dust and debris everywhere. If they tried to do a transfusion here and someone showed up, they'd be in no position to handle it. Not only would they fail to save Sheng, but everyone would be in danger. Lin Qian thought for a moment, then pulled a peach from her pocket. With practiced hands, she squeezed it into juice and let a few drops fall directly onto Sheng's wound. As soon as the peach juice touched the wound, the bleeding stopped almost immediately. She then took out a bandage and carefully wrapped the wound. The remaining peach juice she dripped into Sheng's mouth. Absorbing even this small amount should help stabilize his condition for now. After finishing all this, Lin Qian stood up and said to the others, "He's not in immediate danger anymore. Someone should take him back first. If anyone comes here and we're still around, none of us will be able to get away." Aunt Fong was still worried. She looked at Sheng's pale face and cold body and asked anxiously, "But he's ice cold all over. Are you sure he'll be okay?" Lin Qian glanced at her and patiently explained, "I've already treated him. As long as you take him back and look after him, he should recover gradually." Aunt Fong was a little reassured by Lin Qian's words. She was just about to ask the village chief to help carry Sheng onto her back when she saw the chief crouch down and say, "Help him up. I'll carry him back." There was no time for thanks. Aunt Fong quickly called for help, and together they lifted Sheng onto the chief's back. The chief, carrying Ashing, turned to the villagers and said sternly, "Be careful moving the supplies back. Don't let anyone notice. I'll take Ashing back first." Then he looked at Lin Qian and said sincerely, "Please come back with me. No matter what happens, we'll never forget what you've done for us." Lin Qian looked at the villagers. Though they appeared fierce, they were actually kind-hearted and clearly not much good in a fight. She thought for a moment and decided to have Wang Hui and Hope stay behind, while she and Xiaoyu would go with the chief. She turned to the soldiers standing by and said, "Help carry the supplies back." A few soldiers were a bit disgruntled, but given the urgency, they kept their complaints to themselves and did as Lin Qian asked. Lin Qian decided Wang Hui and the others should stay and keep watch. If anything unexpected happened, at least they wouldn't be caught completely off guard. She took a walkie-talkie from her gear and handed it to Wang Hui. "If anything unusual happens, use this to contact me." Wang Hui was already used to Lin Qian pulling all sorts of strange things out of nowhere. Ever since he'd learned she had spatial abilities, nothing she did surprised him anymore. He took the walkie-talkie. "Don't worry about things here. Go take care of the patient. I've got this." Lin Qian glanced around, saw everyone working efficiently, and finally felt comfortable leaving with the chief. The chief looked calm on the surface, but his steps were hurried and anxious. Lin Qian, in excellent shape, kept up easily, but Xiaoyu was struggling and gradually fell behind. Noticing this, Lin Qian stopped and waited for her. Xiaoyu quickly waved her off. "Miss Lin, don't wait for me. The child's life is more important. You go ahead, I'll be fine." When they finally rushed back to the village, Lin Qian deftly took a blood transfusion kit from her backpack. Xiaoyu arrived a moment later, panting. She didn't ask what she should do, but every time Lin Qian needed a tool or supply, Xiaoyu handed it over right away. They worked together seamlessly. Lin Qian skillfully connected the transfusion slowly regained some color in his cheeks. He was no longer deathly pale, and his body temperature began to return to normal. Before long, Xing slowly opened his eyes. He was still very weak, but at least he was conscious. Lin Qian took 2 more peaches from her bag and handed one each to Xing and the chief. "Here, one for each of you. Eat it." They looked at each other, not quite understanding why Lin Qian wanted them to eat peaches. But to them, Lin Qian was now a life-saving doctor. Whatever she asked, they would do without question. Back in the cave, they'd seen her squeeze peach juice onto Xing's wound, and the bleeding had stopped instantly. That alone had left them in awe of her abilities. And now she'd produced a rare, single-use transfusion kit, something only a real doctor would have on hand these days. Besides, for these villagers, it had been ages since they'd seen such fresh, juicy fruit. Even if the peaches had no medicinal value, outside the village people would fight over them. So the chief and Xing took the peaches and ate them without hesitation. The moment they bit in, sweet juice filled their mouths, like a spring nourishing parched earth. It felt as if the blood they'd lost was instantly replenished. After finishing the peaches, both men looked visibly better, their tense brows finally relaxing. Aunt Fong, watching from the side, finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Lin Qian carefully observed Xing's condition. Judging by the amount of blood transfused and the healthy color returning to his face, she decided it was enough. She removed the transfusion tube. "Just let him rest. He's lost a lot of blood, but with some time, he'll recover." The chief, already an older man, felt dizzy as soon as he stood up after donating blood. Fortunately, he'd just eaten the peach Lin Qian gave him, which restored some of his strength. Otherwise, he might not have been able to hold on. Aunt Fong hurried over to steady him, worry written all over her face. "Chief, are you all right?" The chief waved her off, about to say he was fine, when Lin Qian's clear voice rang out, "You'd better sit down. You just lost a lot of blood. If you want to live a few more years, take it easy." As she spoke, Lin Qian pointed at the village chief, whose face was even paler than Xing's, who was injured. Aunt Fong was still worried. After all, the village chief had donated blood for her son. Her face was full of concern as she asked, Will the chief have any after effects from this? What should we watch out for in the coming days? Lin Qian casually replied while packing up the blood transfusion equipment. Just let him rest and drink plenty of water. As long as he doesn't do anything reckless, there shouldn't be any problems. After tidying up, Lin Qian was about to go out to check on Wang Hui and the others. Just then, a villager burst in, panic written all over his face. Gasping for breath, he said, Chief, something's wrong. Those people over there have found us. They're organizing a group to block us off. Lin Qian frowned slightly, thinking to herself, as expected, nothing good ever happens when you're away from home. Fortunately, she had already asked Wang Hui and hoped to stay there as a precaution. The village chief immediately grew anxious. He shot to his feet and asked urgently, "What's the situation now?" The villager caught his breath and hurriedly explained, "There hasn't been a fight yet, but those people said they're going to get weapons. Some of them are blocking our people, not letting us come back to report. I sneaked back here using the small path behind the mountain." He glanced at Lin Qian and added, "Those soldiers and that dog are helping us guard the front. The others are intimidated by their presence and weapons, so they don't dare make a move for now." Due to blood loss, the village chief felt dizzy and lightheaded even as he tried to stand. The world spun before his eyes, and he nearly collapsed. He could only slump back onto the bench, panting heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. Lin Qian looked at the chief's stubborn yet frail appearance and couldn't help but feel exasperated. She sighed helplessly and turned to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, stay here and look after the chief. The situation over there is unclear, I need to go check it out." Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. She'd been worrying about not being able to help during this crisis, and now she finally had a task. "Okay, Miss Lin. I'll take good care of the chief and the others. You go handle things over there." The chief heard Lin Qian's words and looked up at her delicate, frail figure, full of worry. He couldn't rest easy letting her go alone. "You little girl, you don't know anything. Those people are desperate, they'll do anything for a bit of profit. You shouldn't get involved. Just stay here and keep out of trouble." At this moment, Xiaoyu stepped in to mediate. She quickly walked over to the chief, gently pulling him back down to sit. "Chief, you really haven't seen what Miss Lin is capable of. Among all of us, she's the most capable, no one else even comes close. You can relax." The chief looked at Lin Qian, still full of doubt. He frowned and asked, "You're not just saying that to keep me here, are you?" Lin Qian couldn't take it anymore. She noticed the messenger was pacing anxiously, glancing outside from time to time. It seemed things really were urgent. "Chief, even if you went, you probably wouldn't be much help, less than me at least." As she spoke, Lin Qian deftly pulled a pistol from her pocket. Seeing the gun, the chief felt a little more at ease, but his worry didn't completely disappear. He looked at Lin Qian's slender arms and petite frame and couldn't help but mutter to himself. With those skinny arms and legs, what difference can a gun really make? But with Xiaoyu watching him closely, he was too embarrassed to try standing up again. Besides, after the blood transfusion, he felt completely drained, as if all his strength had left him. What he didn't know was that the peach Lin Qian had given him earlier had miraculous effects. That peach wasn't ordinary, it contained a special energy. If the chief hadn't eaten it, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. He might have already passed out from blood loss. Aunt Fong also tried to persuade him. "Chief, you should stay here. Look at the state you're in, even if you went, you wouldn't be much help and might even become a burden. It's better to rest and recover your strength. Don't worry, with Miss Lin and the others there, things should be fine." In Aunt Fong's mind, Lin Qian's abilities were almost legendary. She was Ashing's mother, and there was a special bond between them. Back in the cave, she'd clearly felt Ashing's life slipping away, as if he could die at any moment. But after Lin Qian fed him a peach, she felt hope again. Sure enough, after carrying Ashing back, his condition improved significantly. After the transfusion, he seemed to come back to life, his face regaining color. Hearing Aunt Fong's words, the chief could only give up. He looked at Lin Qian and said seriously, "Just be careful, all of you. If you can't beat them, run. Once you're back in the village, it's our turf. They won't dare act so recklessly, and we won't be so passive. Suddenly, Lin Qian seemed to remember something. She turned sharply to Ashing, who'd been wanting to speak. Ashing, why did you go into that cave in the first place? Ashing hesitated, then slowly said, I was nearby when they were digging. I was curious about what they were doing, so I quietly followed them and ended up discovering the cave. Lin Qian continued, Did they injure your foot? Ashing quickly shook his head. No, if they had, I wouldn't have made it back alive. I accidentally cut myself on one of their defensive knives they'd left lying around. That knife was really sharp, just a touch, and it sliced my foot open. Thinking about it, Ashing shuddered. He tried to stand and show his wound, but the pain was intense, like countless needles stabbing him. He had to sit back down, frowning in pain. You all need to be careful. There are knives hidden in some parts of the cave. They're well concealed, and if you're not careful, you'll get hurt. Hearing this, Lin Qian more or less understood the situation. Get some rest. I'll go check things out. Don't worry, I'll be fine. With that, she left. The village chief and Aunt Fong couldn't help but ask when they saw Xiaoyu's calm expression, Xiaoyu, aren't you at all worried about Miss Lin? What if something happens to her? Xiaoyu smiled confidently. I'm not worried at all. You haven't seen what Miss Lin is capable of. If you'd ever witnessed her in action, you wouldn't be this concerned. But Aunt Fong still looked uneasy. She felt both grateful and anxious for this girl who had just saved her son's life. She really didn't want anything to happen to Lin Qian. After all, Lin Qian was her son's savior. How about I go after her and check on things? If there's any danger, I can help shield her. That way, I can repay her kindness, too. As she spoke, she was about to head out, but Xiaoyu quickly grabbed her arm. Aunt Fong, if you go, you'll only make things harder for Miss Lin. The best way we can help is to stay here and not distract her. Aunt Fong looked at Xiaoyu's relaxed demeanor, as if Lin Qian had just gone out to buy groceries or take a walk. Though she was still worried, she could only nod. All right, if you say so. Even so, her eyes remained fixed on the door, unable to relax. Meanwhile, Lin Qian followed the messenger to a spot near the cave. She hid behind a large rock, cautiously peeking out. She saw two groups facing off. On one side were some ordinary villagers, their faces full of anger and defiance. On the other side were a bunch of thuggish-looking people, all armed with various weapons and looking fierce. That stuff belongs to us. If you just take it, that's theft. If the police were still in charge, you'd be arrested for this, a woman's voice called out from the other side. The voice sounded oddly familiar to Lin Qian, but she couldn't quite place it. The woman had her back to her, so Lin Qian couldn't see her face. The villagers, hearing this, retorted indignantly, that stuff was ours to begin with. You shameless people made up all those lies to trick us. That's the only reason you got to stay here. Otherwise, how could you have gotten so many supplies? The more Lin Qian listened, the more familiar the voice sounded. She was just about to move closer for a better look at the speaker when Wang Hui, sharp-eyed, spotted her. He quickly shook his head at Lin Qian, his eyes full of warning, signaling her not to act rashly. Lin Qian was still puzzled, trying to figure things out, when a sharp female voice suddenly rang out, Aren't you that pretty boy who used to hang around Lin Qian? What, you're not with her anymore? What are you doing out here in this godforsaken place? If the earlier male voice had sounded familiar but hard to place, this female voice was unforgettable, etched into Lin Qian's memory. Oh, don't tell me that cold-hearted woman kicked you out too? How about this? Stick with us from now on and you'll at least get something to eat. You're lucky Chintang took a liking to you. If it were anyone else, we'd have dealt with them already. No way we'd waste time chatting. Lin Qian instantly recognized the voice as Cheng Yaya, the woman who'd been thrown out of the villa by Fang Ziyu. And the Chintang she mentioned was none other than Qingming's cousin, whom Lin Qian had met at the official base in Ju City. Lin Qian sneered inwardly, so this is what all the fuss is about, just a few clowns. I can't believe they're still alive and kicking here. When did Cheng Yaya start running with this crowd? Lin Qian might have had grudges with these people, but she certainly wasn't afraid of them. She stepped out from her hiding place and said coldly, What, you think everyone's as unwanted as you? Cheng Yaya was so shocked to see Lin Qian suddenly appear that she started trembling all over. She pointed at Lin Qian and started cursing. Lin Qian, you helped Feng Ziyu kick me out, didn't you? You bitch. You just can't stand to see others doing well. Lin Qian smirked, replying with disdain, who are you calling a bitch? Blinded by rage, Cheng Yaya shouted back without thinking, I'm calling you a bitch. She didn't even notice Qintang frantically tugging at her sleeve and signaling her to stop. As soon as Cheng Yaya said this, everyone burst out laughing. Not only were the villagers doubled over with laughter, even the people on her own side were snickering, though not as loudly as the villagers. Cheng Yaya, humiliated by the laughter, flew into a rage. She glared around and was about to slap the nearest person. But that person dodged quickly, easily avoiding her blow. Don't flatter yourself. Our young master was just toying with you, someone said mockingly. What did you say? Cheng Yaya exploded like a powder keg, shrieking at the top of her lungs. Lin Qian winced at the piercing noise, frowning. Enough with the howling. I can't believe you ended up with Cheng Ming. Cheng Yaya glared at Lin Qian and shouted, who I'm with is none of your business. Qintang, unable to stand her shrill voice any longer and remembering her cousin Cheng Ming's instructions, suddenly slapped Cheng Yaya hard across the face. Stop your nonsense. What matters now are the supplies and these people, Qintang said coldly. Cheng Yaya hadn't expected Qintang to hit her and went even crazier. Like an enraged lioness, she grabbed Qintang's hair and started yelling, you bitch. How dare you hit me? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You've got your eye on that pretty boy. If it weren't for you, we'd have dealt with him already. She pointed at Wang Hui, then started kicking and punching Qintang. Qintang, pampered all her life, was no match for someone like Cheng Yaya, who'd done farm work since childhood and was strong as an ox. Within moments, Qintang was knocked to the ground, hair a mess, clothes torn, looking utterly disheveled. Though Qintang wasn't as strong as Cheng Yaya, she fought back with all her might. Now both women looked like they'd been through a war, hair tangled like birds' nests, bruises and scrapes all over. The group stared in shock as the two women actually started fighting right in front of them. For a moment, everyone was frozen, unsure of what to do. Finally, someone with quick reflexes made a snap decision and ran off to get help. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Qian quietly slipped over to Wang Hui and asked in a low voice, when did they get here? Wang Hui frowned and replied, they've been here for a while. I was surprised when I first saw them too. Didn't Cheng Yaya have a miscarriage before? I didn't expect her to end up clinging to Cheng Ming. Lin Qian shook her head helplessly. I didn't see this coming either. Wang Hui looked at Lin Qian with some concern. Looks like they're going to call for backup. What about you? Should we just head back for now? That Cheng Ming doesn't look like a good person. If he blocks our way later, we'll be in trouble. It's fine. You think I can't handle him? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Qian glanced at the warehouse and saw that most of the goods had already been moved out, leaving only some unimportant supplies behind. So she focused her attention on the situation in front of her. At first, when she heard someone say they were going to get weapons and reinforcements, she thought some real tough guys would show up. But in reality, the tools they brought weren't much different from what the villagers had, just some hoes, shovels, and other farm implements. Lin Qian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The threat level was much lower than she'd feared. Even if they brought more people, it probably wouldn't cause much trouble. They weren't a real threat. Taking advantage of the lull, Lin Qian quickly instructed the villagers to open the 2 boxes she'd set aside earlier and take out the weapons inside. The others hadn't seen these mysterious-looking weapons before, so they didn't realize they actually belonged to them. Looking at the rusty junk in their own hands, and then at the weapons Lin Qian's group held, they couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration and resentment, as if their own treasures had been stolen. Once the villagers had armed themselves, Lin Qian decisively ordered them to charge straight ahead. If you get the chance, head back to the village first. As long as we drive these people off, the rest should be easy to handle. Lin Qian was confident. She was wearing a special silk armor with good protection. As long as she was careful, nothing would happen. And if things really went south, she still had Xiaohe, her secret weapon. If she let Xiaohe out to deal with them, there'd be no worry about the secret getting out. One villager, reluctant to leave, asked, "What about all this stuff?" Some were still eyeing the remaining supplies, unwilling to move. Fortunately, there were clear-headed people in the crowd. One of them grabbed the hesitant villager and urged, "What's more important, your life or these supplies? We've already moved all our own goods back to the village. Getting out of here is what matters now. Don't risk your life for things that aren't even yours." Seeing there were people who understood the situation, Lin Qian felt much more at ease. Meanwhile, the others were still staring at Qingyaya and Qintang, who were still wrestling on the ground, completely at a loss. Their moment of distraction allowed quite a few villagers to slip away. By the time Qingyaya and Qintang realized what was happening, only Lin Qian, Wang Hui, and a few soldiers were left. Qintang was furious. She shouted, "Are you all dead or what? You just let them leave without even trying to stop them? Didn't you see they stole everything inside?" Qintang was already annoyed with Qingyaya, and now, surrounded by such clueless people, she was about to explode. "What are you so mad about? Isn't that pretty boy still here?" Qingyaya, seeing Qintang's anger, started mocking her with a sharp tongue, her mean streak on full display. "You!" Qintang's face turned red with rage as she glared at Qingyaya, ready to start another fight. But she'd calmed down a bit now. Remembering how she'd been on the losing end in their scuffle, she felt a little intimidated and didn't dare go at it again. Besides, Qingyaya wasn't wrong. Qintang really did want to drag Wang Hui back with her. After all, he was handsome and had a unique charm. Now that Qingyaya had blurted it out in front of everyone, Qintang felt embarrassed, as if her little secret had been exposed. Fuming, Qintang got up, shot Qingyaya a venomous glare, and turned to leave. She'd made up her mind, once she got back, she'd make sure her cousin Chengming kicked this troublesome woman out. There was no way she'd let her stay in the house and be an eyesore. Just as Qintang turned around, she saw her cousin Chengming running over, looking excited and calling out, "Xiao Tang, I heard Lin Qian's here." As soon as Qingyaya saw Qingming, it was like seeing her us. "Hey Ming, look at me. Xiao Tang just beat me up, look what she did. Even if she doesn't see me as a friend, I'm still her sister-in-law, right? What kind of cousin treats family like this? I really can't take it anymore." When she wasn't hurt, Qingyaya could look quite pitiful, with a bit of that White Lotus charm, always playing the victim to win sympathy. But now she was a mess, hair tangled and plastered to her face, clothes torn and ragged. All her previous grace was gone. She looked like a down-and-out beggar. Qingming took one look at her and instinctively stepped back. Then Qintang came over, looking even worse than Qingyaya, her face bruised and swollen, hair in disarray. She shone her flashlight on her own face and said loudly, "Cousin, look at me." She hit me even harder. I don't even know if my face will ever recover. The sight made Chengming recoil in fright, as if he'd seen something terrifying. Don't come any closer." "Didn't someone say Lin Qian was here? Where is she?" Qingming kept backing away, glancing around, trying to spot Lin Qian. Watching their ridiculous antics, Lin Qian finally lost her patience and shouted, "Chengming." Qingming heard a sound and turned his head. Sure enough, it was Lin Qian. Acting on impulse, he swung his phone directly at Lin Qian's face, as if he really meant to hurt her. Lin Qian instantly flew into a rage. She pulled out her pistol and, with a loud bang, shot the flashlight right out of Chengming's hand. The flashlight tumbled from his grasp, rolled down the slope, and quickly disappeared into the darkness of the mountain. Qingming cried out first from the pain of the phone's recoil hitting Lin Qian's face, and then again when he realized the flashlight was gone. They didn't have many flashlights to begin with, and this one had cost him a lot of money and effort to get. Now it was gone just like that. How could he not feel the loss? He watched helplessly as his flashlight vanished before his eyes, feeling pain in both body and soul. "Xiao Qian, why did you hit me?" Lin Qian sneered. "Why did you shine that light in my face? Who else would I hit? You suddenly shoved your phone right at my face. Was I supposed to just stand there and let you?" No, I haven't seen you in so long. I got excited and wanted to see your face clearly. You didn't have to react like that. I really didn't mean any harm. Well, that was just a reflexive self-defense move. In this kind of environment, danger is everywhere. You come at my face with something, what did you expect? A warm welcome. Qingming couldn't argue with Lin Qian, so he could only clutch his injury, grimacing in pain. He changed the subject, forget that for now. Why are you here? And why did you help those villagers steal all our stuff? What do you mean, your stuff? The villagers said themselves. You guys shamelessly took advantage of their kindness to sneak into their village, then stole all their survival supplies. How is that any different from being bandits? We didn't take everything. We left some behind. Qingming tried to defend himself, but his voice grew quieter and quieter, clearly knowing he was in the wrong. Lin Qian shone her flashlight into the cave and said, well, they left you some too. Qingming had already heard the situation from his men. There was barely anything left. The supplies had been almost completely cleaned out. Suppressing his anger, he looked at Lin Qian and tried to keep his tone calm. Xiao Qian, look at that cave, what's left in there now? And you moved everything we stored here. How are we supposed to defend ourselves from enemies in the future? Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. What things? Be specific. Qingming opened his mouth to answer, but instinctively glanced at his subordinates around him. He knew some things couldn't be said too openly in public, so he lowered his voice. Xiao Qian, can we talk in private? Lin Qian crossed her arms, completely unmoved. There's nothing I need to say to you in private. Say it or don't, I don't care. Qingming looked at his men again, a troubled expression on his face. Finally, with no other choice, he gritted his teeth and said, we still had a lot of weapons stored in that cave. You took all of them, what are we supposed to do now? Weapons? I didn't see any weapons. As long as she didn't admit it, they couldn't say for sure it was her. Qingming hadn't expected Lin Qian to be so shameless. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Xiao Qian, if you need weapons, I could give you some, that's not a big deal. But you can't just take everything. That's not acceptable. Lin Qian frowned impatiently. I told you, I didn't see any weapons. Do you not understand plain language? Qingming was getting frustrated too, raising his voice. If you didn't take them, then how did all those weapons just disappear into thin air? Lin Qian shrugged. How should I know? Now get your men out of the way, we're leaving. Qintang and Cheng Yaya had been quietly listening to their conversation, afraid that Qingming might suddenly let Lin Qian and her group go. No, she can't leave. Qintang and Cheng Yaya shouted in unison. Lin Qian looked coldly at Qingming. Is that what you think too? Qingming's face showed a trace of helplessness. Xiao Qian, it's not that I don't want to let you go. But you had the villagers steal all our supplies. Even if I wanted to let you leave, my men wouldn't agree. So, there's no room for discussion? Qingming still wasn't ready to give up. He tried to smooth things over. How about you come back with me first? We can talk things through. In truth, he was still hoping to bring Lin Qian over to his side. Qintang, hearing her cousin say this, immediately chimed in, yeah, bring her and Wang Hui back, and her dog too. When we get back, I'm going to stew that dog. If Qingming had just talked things out with Lin Qian, maybe she wouldn't have gotten angry. But now, with Qintang saying right to her face that she wanted to eat her dog, there was no way Lin Qian could keep her cool. She turned to her dog, Hope, and said, go ahead, Hope. Whoever just said they wanted to stew you, bite them as you please. Don't hold back. Hope was already angrier than Lin Qian. When Qintang made that comment, Hope had bared its teeth, for bristling, ready to attack at any moment. Now, with Lin Qian's command, Hope shot forward like an arrow, lunging straight at Qintang's face. Hope was too fast. Qintang barely had time to throw up her arm to protect her face. The next moment, Hope clamped down hard on her arm, refusing to let go no matter how much she struggled. Qintang flailed desperately, but in the end, Hope tore off a chunk of flesh. After spitting out the piece of meat, Hope even made a couple of tooey sounds, as if what it had bitten was filthy. Qintang was in pain and humiliated, her hand and face burning. She screamed at the top of her lungs, I'm going to kill that crazy dog. She lashed out with her foot, trying to kick Hope to death. But Hope was far too quick for her one light leap, and the dog was well out of reach. Qingming saw blood streaming down Chintang's arm, the sight so shocking he couldn't help but frown. All his men were stunned by the scene, frozen in place, having never witnessed anything like it and not knowing what to do. Snapping out of it, Qingming shouted at his men, "Are you all dead? Hurry up and get Miss Chen back to treat her wound." But Chintang dodged away, pointing at Hope with her other hand, her eyes full of hatred as she gritted her teeth and said, "Cousin, I want it dead." Yaya, though pale with fright herself, couldn't resist stirring the pot. She said sarcastically from the side, "Oh, if you don't take care of your wound, you might be the one dead in a minute." Already furious and in pain, Chintang was in no mood to care about her image. She completely forgot how she'd lost to Yaya in their earlier fight. Without hesitation, she spat right in Yaya's face. She looked nothing like a proper young lady, worse than a shrew. "You!" Yaya was shaking with anger. She wanted to lash out, but seeing Qingming beside her, she remembered the pure, innocent image she'd always maintained in front of him. No matter how mad she was, she didn't dare do anything to Chintang. All she could do was pitifully lean against Qingming, tugging at his sleeve and whining, "Ming, look at her." Qingming was startled by Yaya's sudden move. He jerked away from her and said hurriedly, "Don't get so close to me. Xiaoqian might get the wrong idea." Yaya felt indignant, but still forced herself to look aggrieved. She said, "Ming, how can you say that? Did you forget about last night?" Qingming's expression changed instantly. He quickly cut her off. "Don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened last night." If Lin Qian misunderstood, he'd lose his chance. To him, Yaya was just a way to pass the time when he was bored. She had thrown herself at him, so why not have some fun? But if a better option came along, he'd toss her aside without a second thought. But Yaya just couldn't figure it out. She blamed Lin Qian for ruining her plans. Her eyes darted as a new idea popped into her head. She wanted to sidle up to Qingming again, but remembering how coldly he'd just pushed her away, she kept a bit of distance. Pouting, she spoke in a coquettish yet aggrieved tone, "Ming, how can you treat me like this? We're already so close." Even with the distance, she still reached out, trying to grab Qingming's arm. Qingming was so startled by her sudden move that he shuddered and shook her off. Then, turning anxiously to Lin Qian, he explained desperately, "Xiaoqian, there's really nothing between us. I was just messing around with her, that's all. Please don't misunderstand." Lin Qian's expression was cold. "I don't care about that. I'll ask one more time, are you going to let us through or not?" Qingming quickly glanced at his own men, then at Lin Qian's group. In terms of numbers, he clearly had the upper hand. Besides, this was such a good opportunity. If he missed it, who knew when he'd get another chance to get close to Lin Qian? He made up his mind, might as well go all the way and take her back first. Once she was in his hands, did it really matter whether she liked him or not? At times like this, as long as he treated her well, what woman wouldn't be moved? With that thought, Qingming's gaze hardened and he said firmly, "Sorry, Xiaoqian. I can't let you leave." "Fine," Lin Qian replied calmly. Her people, hearing Qingming's words, immediately took up defensive stances, ready to fight. But Lin Qian only lowered her head slightly, glanced at her wrist, and whispered so softly no one else could hear, "Xiaohe, go." No one noticed that after she spoke, the little black creature on her wrist slipped down like a shadow, vanishing in a blur so fast no one could see where it went. Only Wang Hui, who had been watching Lin Qian closely ever since last time, noticed. He was always worried her secret would be discovered. Even though Lin Qian had spoken in a whisper, he still caught it. She'd told Xiaohe to take care of those people. Remembering the first time he'd seen Xiaohe suddenly grow huge, Wang Hui couldn't help but wonder, was that really its biggest form? Sure enough, in the next moment, not only Wang Hui but also the 4 soldiers with him stared in terror, eyes wide, fixed on something behind Qingming's group. Even though Wang Hui had been mentally prepared, when he actually saw Xiaohei's massive body, he still gasped in shock. Qingming and his men hadn't realized anything yet. They thought Lin Qian's group was scared by their show of force and stood there smugly. Only the man closest to Xiaohei suddenly felt something cold and slithery moving behind him, sending chills down his spine. His heart skipped a beat. He turned around, only to come face to face with Xiaohei's pitch-black, bottomless eyes. Snake. Giant python. The man screamed in terror at the top of his lungs. What nonsense! How could there be a giant python here? Qingming snapped, annoyed. He'd already been irritated by Cheng Ye and Chen Tang's shrieking, and now his own men were losing it too. He turned around, ready to scold them. But the moment he saw Xiaohei's enormous body, he froze. Even though dusk was falling, the candlelight in their hands made it easy to see Xiaohei. Its body gleamed like armored steel, cold and menacing. Its eyes were icy as it stared at the group, like a predator eyeing helpless prey. Qingming had never seen such a monstrous creature. His face went deathly pale, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, speechless. After a moment, Xiaohei seemed to catch a whiff of something foul. Looking closer, it turned out Qingming had wet himself in fright. As for Cheng Ye, the moment she turned and saw Xiaohei's terrifying form, her eyes rolled back and she fainted on the spot. Xiaohei shook its head in disgust and moved on, planning to deal with the rest of them first. It darted nimbly through the crowd, and wherever it went, people scattered in terror. Qingming just stared blankly as Xiaohei dealt with the people around him one by one, getting closer and closer to where he was. He was terrified. Just as he was about to scramble away on all fours, Cheng Ye suddenly grabbed his calf. It turned out Cheng Ye had only been pretending to be unconscious. She saw Xiaohei approaching and noticed Qingming trying to escape. Anxious and resentful, she clung to him tightly. With a sob in her voice, she cried, "Ming, take me with you. Don't leave me behind." But Qingming couldn't care less about Cheng Ye at this point. All he could think about was saving his own skin. Without hesitation, he raised his other foot and kicked her hard in the already swollen face, sending her sprawling. Cheng Ye hadn't expected Qingming to be so ruthless, so heartless toward her. She thought about how she'd always treated him like a king, pampered and flattered him. Now, in a moment of crisis, this was how he repaid her. Her heart filled with anger and despair. She lunged at Qingming, grabbing onto him with both hands, shouting, "Qingming, if I die, I'm taking you with me. You scumbag. Coward." The two of them struggled in the chaos, and before Xiaohei could even make a move, they rolled down the mountainside together in their tussle. Well, that made things easier. Xiaohei glanced in the direction they'd fallen, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. After dealing with everyone here, Xiaohei looked over at Lin Qian. Seeing her give a slight nod, he melted away like a shadow. The four soldiers beside Lin Qian finally relaxed now that Xiaohei was gone. The tension that had been holding them taut snapped, and they started trembling uncontrollably. They wiped their foreheads, finding them drenched in cold sweat. Only Lin Qian, Wang Hui, and Hope, those who knew the truth, remained calm and composed. Seeing how calm Lin Qian, Wang Hui, and even Hope the dog were, the soldiers couldn't help but feel even more respect for them. One of the soldiers gave a thumbs up and said, "Miss Lin, you're amazing." Another quickly chimed in, "Yeah, it's one thing for Mr. Wang to be calm, but I didn't expect you, a young woman, to be braver than all of us." "Woof woof woof. My sister has plenty of skills you haven't even seen." Hope barked, making everyone tense up again. One of the soldiers hurriedly pleaded, "Brother dog, please, could you keep it down? If that snake comes back, none of us will make it out alive." Hope rolled his eyes at their nervousness, then barked again, "Woof woof woof. Cowards. That's my buddy, what's there to be afraid of?" The soldiers were nearly in tears, looking at Hope with pleading eyes, their voices trembling, "Brother dog, please, could you stop barking? If you keep it up and something bad happens, we won't be able to handle it." Hope looked at their pitiful faces and rolled his eyes again, as if to say, "Look at you, such wimps." By now, Xiaohei had silently returned to Lin Qian's wrist, looking just like an ordinary black snake bracelet. Wang Hui finally let out a long sigh of relief, his nerves finally settling. Lin Qian glanced around and saw that there were hardly any enemies left. She decisively turned and headed for the cave. She walked up to the boxes, easily hefted one onto her shoulder with a clean, effortless motion, as if the boxes weighed nothing at all. She turned to the soldiers and instructed, "You guys bring the rest of the supplies back to the village." The soldiers stared at Lin Qian in amazement. They hadn't expected her to be not only incredibly brave, but also so strong. Even for them, trained soldiers, lifting 2 boxes so easily wasn't something they could necessarily do. Seeing them frozen in place, Lin Qian frowned. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and move the supplies. Time is tight, don't dawdle." Wang Hui might not have been as strong as Lin Qian, but carrying a box in each hand was no problem for him either. Without a word, he picked up 2 boxes and followed steadily behind Lin Qian. Hope watched from the side, itching to help. If only he could control things on his back, he'd have carried a box too, just to show everyone what he was capable of. The soldiers, not to be outdone, tried to copy Lin Qian and Wang Hui by carrying a box in each hand. But as soon as they picked them up, the weight nearly made them stumble. Even carrying one was a struggle. In the end, they had no choice but to carry a single box each, faces flushed, heads lowered as they followed behind Lin Qian and Wang Hui. When they reached the village, they found almost everyone waiting at the entrance. As soon as the villagers saw Lin Qian and the others returning with supplies, they rushed forward enthusiastically to help unload the boxes. Old Ping, whom they'd met before, hurried over, his face full of concern. "Are you all right? Is anyone hurt? Did those bad guys give you any trouble?" Lin Qian simply replied, "We're fine." She turned to Old Ping and said, "There are still some supplies on the mountain. Please arrange for people to bring them back. As for those people, they won't be coming anymore. We've dealt with them." Old Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. "You took care of all those people? That's incredible. No wonder you're soldiers, you really are something. With you here, our village is saved." The villagers all began to chatter excitedly, their faces full of admiration and gratitude. The soldiers blushed at the villagers' thanks. Not wanting to take credit for others' work, one of the soldiers quickly explained, "We didn't do much. We ran into a giant python on the mountain. It took care of all the bad guys. That snake was amazing, swallowing them one by one and scaring the rest out of their wits." Of course, the villagers didn't believe a word of it. They'd lived here for generations and knew the area like the back of their hands. If there were giant pythons around, they'd know. To them, the soldiers were just being modest and low-key. With that in mind, the villagers respected the soldiers. "I'll have someone prepare a good meal for you. After you've eaten and rested, we'll bring back the rest of the supplies and start repairing the damage." Now that all the supplies had been brought back, they finally had enough to host a proper meal for everyone, especially for their benefactors. Naturally, they wanted to treat them well. But Lin Qian still couldn't quite figure out what Granny Shia meant when she said, "Aishing took Aishing away." What was that supposed to mean? She mulled it over. Maybe there was someone else in the village also called Aishing? With that thought, Lin Qian called out to Old Ping, who was about to go off and arrange some work. "Wait a second, Brother Ping." Old Ping stopped in his tracks, turned around and smiled. "What is it, little sister? Just say the word. If I can help, I won't refuse." Lin Qian looked at him seriously and asked, "In our village, besides the person we just rescued, is there anyone else called Aishing?" Old Ping was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and explained, "Oh, you mean that? Yes, there is. The Aishing we just rescued is Aunt Fong's son. His full name is Chunxing. There's another guy in our village called Shuaishing. But to tell them apart, we usually just call them Chunxing and Shuaishing. It's easier that way and avoids confusion." He paused, then continued, "But honestly, these days, only the older folks or their own family members still call them Aishing. The younger generation just goes with Chunxing and Shuaishing, like the rest of us." With Old Ping's explanation, Lin Qian suddenly understood. She finally got what Granny Shia meant earlier. So when Granny Xia said Aixing took Aixing away, she must have meant Shuaixing took Chunqing away. But if that was the case, didn't it contradict what Chunqing said earlier? Chunqing had claimed he was following Qingming's people when he found that place. So why would Shuaixing take him away? There had to be more to the story. The more Lin Qian thought about it, the more something felt off. She looked at old Ping and asked, "Where's Shuaixing?" "I have something to ask him." Lin Qian wasn't sure which one was Shuaixing, so she figured it was easier to just ask old Ping to help find him. Old Ping glanced around but couldn't spot Shuaixing anywhere. He scratched his head and said, "Let me look for him. He was just here a moment ago. Who knows where that kid ran off to?" With that, old Ping simply raised his voice and shouted, "Has anyone seen Shuaixing?" At the sound of his call, the villagers, busy with their own tasks, immediately stopped what they were doing and hurried over, faces full of confusion and concern. They started talking all at once. "What's wrong? Wasn't Shuaixing just here?" "No, I don't think so. I remember we didn't see him before we headed out," another villager said, frowning as he tried to recall. "So where did he go?" "At a time like this, we can't afford any trouble," someone in the crowd said anxiously, stamping their foot. "Could it be that someone with bad intentions from over there kidnapped him?" "Old Ping, maybe we should send people out to look for him, just in case something really happened," a burly villager said, looking worriedly at Old Ping. Old Ping was about to nod and send people out to search for Shuaixing when Lin Qian's clear voice rang out, "Wait a moment. I think Chunqing knows what's going on." "What?" Everyone was stunned. Someone asked in confusion, "What does this have to do with Chunqing? He fainted in that cave. How could he know anything?" Although the villagers were grateful to Lin Qian for all the help she'd given them, what she said now was hard to accept. They started whispering among themselves, their faces full of doubt. Lin Qian understood they didn't believe her, but she didn't mind. She figured if she just went into the cave and called Chunqing out, the truth would come to light. But before she could even step inside, she saw Chunqing being carefully helped out by Aunt Fong. Chunqing's face was pale, and he walked unsteadily. Aunt Fong looked anxious, fussing over him as she muttered, "Slow down, slow down." "No need to look for him," Chunqing said weakly. "What do you mean? Why not?" The villagers erupted, crowding around and bombarding him with questions. Chunqing pressed his lips together, his eyes full of hesitation and struggle. For a long time, he didn't want to speak. Finally, Aunt Fong couldn't take it anymore. She gave him a gentle pat and urged, "Come on, say it. Don't dawdle, everyone's waiting." Only then did Chunqing reluctantly speak up. "I didn't want to tell everyone about this. Actually, when those people broke into our village and stole our food, Shuaixing helped them." "What?" The crowd was in an uproar. Someone said in disbelief, "Chunqing, Shuaixing might not be the best guy. He's always up to some petty mischief, but this is serious. You can't just say that without proof. This isn't a small matter. If you're wrong, it could cause big trouble." Chunqing was still young, and being doubted made him bristle. His face flushed red as he shouted, "I'm not making it up. It was because of him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sneaked out to follow them. He caught me, and because he was afraid I'd tell you all, he used a knife from the cave to stab my thigh. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'd be dead." He subconsciously touched his injured thigh, a pained expression on his face. "What? Shuaixing did this to you?" Aunt Fong exploded, her eyes wide with fury, as if she could spit fire. If Chunqing weren't already injured, she would have given him a good beating to teach him a lesson. "Then why didn't you tell the truth earlier? You little brat, do you still think of me as your mother?" Aunt Fong was so angry and anxious that her voice trembled. "Mom, I'm still hurt," Chunqing said, aggrieved. "Oh, so you know you're hurt." Aunt Fong was gearing up to scold her troublesome son and make sure he understood the seriousness of the situation. But old Ping quickly stepped in. "Aunt Fong, you can scold him later. Let's figure out what happened first. Now's not the time to get angry. We need to get to the bottom of this. What else is there to figure out? You all know what Shuaixing is like. If Chunqing says it's true, then it must be. I'm not saying Chunqing is lying, I just want to make sure we understand everything clearly." This concerns the whole village, old Ping explained patiently. Just then, the village chief, who had been listening from inside, slowly walked to the doorway and looked at Chunqing. Chunqing, tell us properly, what exactly happened? Don't be afraid. Tell us everything you know and we'll stand up for you. Chunqing took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down before recounting everything that had happened in detail. Someone from the other side bribed Shuisheng at some point. He led them into our village and even told them where our grain store was. That's how they managed to steal everything without us even knowing. Do you have any proof of this? A villager frowned and asked. After all, without evidence, it was hard to make any conclusions. Chunqing opened his mouth, looking a bit embarrassed and helpless. I don't have any proof. But I overheard them talking about it when I saw them digging that day. I felt uneasy about it at the time, so when I got back, I wanted to ask Shuisheng what was going on. He told me to go somewhere with him, saying he'd explain and that he only did it to find out where those outsiders kept their supplies. I didn't think too much about it and just went with him. Then everything else happened. AI, what kind of person is Shuisheng? How could you believe whatever he said? You're just too naive. Aunt Fong couldn't hold back and gave Chunqing a gentle smack on the head. Mom, stop hitting me. I've learned my lesson, I almost died. Chunqing rubbed his head, looking aggrieved and still shaken. So where's Shuisheng now? Old Ping hurriedly asked. This was the most pressing question at the moment. I don't know. Chunqing looked a bit lost. He didn't mean to hurt me at first. But when I said we should bring the grain back, he disagreed, and we started arguing. Then he tried to stop me with a knife in the cave and accidentally cut my leg. When he saw how much I was bleeding, he panicked and ran off. You fool, you're still covering for him? He nearly killed you. Aunt Fong couldn't help but say, her voice full of both heartache and anger. Mom, I told you, he didn't do it on purpose. Chunqing hurriedly defended him, still unwilling to believe Shuisheng would really want to hurt him. You're hurt, whether it was on purpose or not, the result is the same. If he felt even a little guilty, he wouldn't have run away. He's just afraid we'll come after him. Aunt Fong's words hit the nail on the head, and Chunqing lowered his head, falling silent. Shuisheng didn't have a good reputation in the village to begin with. For Chunqing to say all this, it was likely true. Everyone knew that what Aunt Fong said was probably right. Shuisheng was always lazy, often up to petty theft and mischief in the village. Although it was just Chunqing's word for now, if anyone was likely to collude with outsiders to steal the village's supplies, it would be him. Old Ping thought for a moment, then turned to the village chief and asked, Chief, how do you think we should handle this? Before the chief could speak, Aunt Fong, visibly upset, cut in, he nearly killed my son. What else is there to do? If we can't find him, then fine. But if we do, he must be expelled from the village, and people like him should never be allowed back. Many people agreed with Aunt Fong. She's right. If Granny Xia hadn't led us there in time, Chunqing might not have survived. Aunt Fong's suggestion is fair and reasonable. Seeing that most people agreed, the chief nodded and said, All right, we'll do as Aunt Fong says. At that moment, a villager asked, Should we keep looking for him? Aunt Fong replied irritably, What's the point? He's already hurt my son like this. Who knows where he's run off to? Why waste more time and effort looking for him? The chief added, Aunt Fong is right. If he's hiding on purpose, we might not find him even if we try. We'll deal with it if he ever comes back. Come back? Even if he does, someone like that has to be kicked out. Aunt Fong was still furious. The thought that her son had nearly died made her both heartbroken and angry. The chief felt a headache coming on. Aunt Fong was usually easy to get along with, but when it came to her son or mother-in-law, she was like a fierce mother hen, ready to fight at any moment. Just then, the people Old Ping had sent to prepare food returned and said, Chief, Old Ping, the food is ready. The chief nodded and said to Old Ping, All right, you take our benefactors to eat first. We don't have much to offer, but please make yourselves at home. After what happened, the villagers were noticeably more polite to Lin Qian and her group. Lin Qian noticed there were still plenty of lively chickens, ducks, and geese in the village, as well as a few fat pigs. She went to the chief and said, "Chief, I'd like 2 chickens, 2 ducks, 2 geese, and 2 pigs, all 1 male and 1 female." Seeing the chief hesitate, she added, "Don't worry, I'm not asking for them for free." She took out a small bag of commonly used medicines she'd prepared in advance. Though they were everyday medicines, in times like these, even a single pill was hard to come by. What she offered was worth far more than the livestock. The chief was about to refuse, but Lin Qian said, "Don't rush to say no. Take a look first." The chief opened the bag and was shocked by what he saw inside. How could our poultry and pigs be worth so much medicine? Even though their village rarely went out, they knew how precious medicine was. Lin Qian had taken out so much at once, making the chief feel ashamed for having turned her away at first. The chief knew he was getting the better end of the deal, but this was something he simply couldn't refuse. "Then I'll give you 2 pairs of each. We don't have any more than that anyway." Lin Qian understood. Asking for more would only draw attention. Ever since Guang had learned her secret about the space, he stuck close to her wherever she went. Since he already knew, Lin Qian decided not to hide it from him anymore. The chief readily agreed. "All right, I'll have someone take you to pick them out now." Soon, Lin Qian had chosen several pairs of animals. Just as she was about to put them into her space, Wang Hui stopped her. "Put them in the car first. We'll find a chance to move them later, otherwise, it's too easy to give ourselves away. These animals are hard to transport. It's better to put them in the space while no one's watching." Wang Hui glanced at the villager, helping them pick out the animals, looking worried. "But what about him? It's fine. We're about to leave anyway. Even if he notices something's off, we'll be long gone." Wang Hui thought it over and agreed, so he let Lin Qian quietly stash the animals in her space. When Lin Qian saw that there were finally living creatures in her space, she was overjoyed. She tossed the animals onto the mountain inside her space, letting them live and thrive freely. They spent the night in the village. The next morning, they discovered that the large pit dug by Cheng Ming's people had already been filled in. A few of Lai Ming's subordinates were visibly anxious, eager to reach the capital city as soon as possible. When they heard the pit was filled, they hurriedly urged Lin Qian to set off. Lin Qian, however, paid them no mind. She lazily glanced at them and said, "It's not your place to tell me what to do. If you think I'm too slow, you're welcome to go ahead on your own." One of them quickly replied, "How could we do that? Mayor Lai specifically told us to escort you safely to the capital. In that case, if Lai Ming told you to escort me, then just do your job and keep your mouth shut." Although Lin Qian found them somewhat useful, she would never tolerate them speaking to her with that attitude. Seeing how unyielding Lin Qian was, one of the men wanted to argue, but was immediately pulled back by the person next to him. That person whispered, "Just drop it. Don't forget why we're here." After that, the group finally fell silent, though they were still clearly disgruntled. Lin Qian immediately recognized that the one who intervened was probably their leader. She took a couple of steps forward. "What are your names?" When she asked, none of them felt she was genuinely interested in their names. Instead, they had a strange sense that they were about to be dominated by her. But since Lin Qian had asked, they had to answer. The one who seemed to be the leader said, "I'm Zhou Can." Then he introduced the others from left to right. "This is Zhang Man, Chen Mian, and Liang Jia." Lin Qian just nodded indifferently and didn't say anything more. She then called Wang Hui and Xiaoyu into the RV. "Let's go." Seeing Lin Qian finally getting ready to leave, the men were actually a little pleased, even mistakenly thinking it was their urging that made her comply. Little did they know Lin Qian had planned to leave anyway. It had nothing to do with them. She didn't want to waste another moment here. After all, her family was still waiting anxiously for her to return. She knew all too well that even worse disasters were looming, and she simply didn't have the time to linger. When saying goodbye to the villagers, she didn't bother with pleasantries. She simply started the car and drove out of the village in a hurry. As the car left, she could still faintly hear the villagers talking behind her. "Sigh, village chief, this girl is such a good person. We really should have built a better relationship with her from the start. If we were closer, maybe she'd have traded us more medicine. one villager said regretfully. The village chief shot him a glare and snapped, "Don't be greedy. In times like these, do you think medicine is easy to come by? She's already done more than enough for us. And let me tell you, even if she gave us nothing and just wanted our livestock, could we really refuse?" Another villager immediately retorted, "Why couldn't we refuse? If she gives us nothing and just takes our stuff, isn't that just robbery?" The village chief's face darkened. What kind of talk is that? If it weren't for her, would we even be standing here safe and sound? Would we have gotten our lost grain back? Would Chunqing still be alive? You need to learn to be grateful. When it comes down to it, we owe her. But that doesn't mean she can hold her kindness over us, the villager grumbled. The chief's face fell. When did she ever say we owed her anything? If you feel that way, then don't use her medicine next time you need it. Listening to their conversation from the car, Lin Qian shook her head to herself. Some people in this village just couldn't see the bigger picture. They always felt like they were getting the short end of the stick and were obsessed with taking advantage of others. Luckily, the village chief was competent. Otherwise, this village wouldn't have survived in peace for so long. Lin Qian had already seen the root of the problem. As long as the chief remained, the village would stay safe. But if he ever left, things could go downhill fast. If she passed by here on her way back, she might stay another night. But whether the village would last until then was anyone's guess. As Lin Qian drove, she glanced at the GPS. It showed that there were still a little over 200 kilometers to go before reaching La Province. If nothing unexpected happened, they'd arrive by noon. But with the terrible road conditions, full of potholes and debris, arriving by nightfall would already be considered lucky. Sure enough, not long after she set out, she saw a disheveled man frantically waving at her car. His hair was a tangled mess, his clothes were tattered, and his face was filthy. He looked just like a vagrant. There were no other villages along this road. The only one nearby was the one she'd just left. A name immediately flashed through Lin Qian's mind, Shuixing. Wang Hui saw the man too and turned to Lin Qian. "Xiao Qian, isn't that?" Lin Qian nodded. "It should be him." Xiaoyu, sitting in the back seat, didn't understand what they were talking about. But she had a good habit. If something didn't concern her, she wouldn't ask. She simply observed everything quietly. Wang Hui continued, "So, should we stop?" Lin Qian answered without hesitation, no. She ignored the man. After all, it wasn't her problem. Even if Shuixing went back and caused trouble for the villagers, it had nothing to do with her. She felt she'd already done her part and had a clear conscience. Their guess was spot on. The man was indeed Shuixing, the one who'd gone missing from the village. When he saw Lin Qian's car, a surge of malice rose in his heart. He figured that anyone driving such a nice vehicle must have plenty of good stuff. If he could get some food or valuables from her, or better yet, take the whole car, he'd be set for life. These days, anyone still driving an RV was definitely not ordinary. When Lin Qian didn't stop, he flew into a rage. Lin Qian, focused on driving, was caught off guard. The broken glass cut her hand, and blood began to stream down her arm. How could Lin Qian possibly tolerate this kind of behavior? She pulled the car over without hesitation, quickly opened the door, and told Hope to get out. "Hope, go teach him a lesson for me." Woof woof woof. Hope was furious too. When it saw the wound on Lin Qian's hand, it immediately leapt out of the car and charged straight at Shuixing. At first, Shuixing just saw a big dog jump out of the car and completely ignored the murderous intent in Hope's eyes. All he could think about was how tasty dog meat was. If he could kill this dog, he'd have himself a feast. He was just about to swing his stick at Hope, but Hope was faster. In one bite, it clamped down on the stick he was about to swing. A stick that was usually sturdy and solid crumbled like tofu in Hope's jaws, instantly shattering to pieces. Shuixing couldn't believe his eyes at first. He rubbed them, only to realize that the dog really had bitten the stick to bits. Fear started to creep into his heart, and he instinctively took a few steps back, wanting to retreat. But Hope wasn't about to let him get away. With a furious snarl, it lunged and bit down hard on Shuixing's left arm. Suddenly, Shuixing's left arm was caught in Hope's jaws, and the pain was excruciating. He let out a blood-curdling scream, trying to pry Hope's head away with his other hand. But how could Hope give him that chance? With a powerful kick, Hope knocked away Shuixing's other hand, then gave a fierce tug. With a sickening rip, Hope tore off his arm, blood spraying everywhere. Shuixing stared in horror at his bloody arm, now clenched in Hope's jaws, his eyes wide with terror. He let out a shrill scream, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted dead away. Hope stood beside Shuixing, still holding the severed arm in its mouth, a savage glint in its eyes. The next moment, as if disgusted by the arm, Hope spat it out forcefully to the side like it was garbage. After spitting it out, Hope even peed on it, acting as arrogant as could be. Xiaoyu, witnessing this horrifying scene, couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. But then she thought about it and realized Shuixing had brought this on himself. If he hadn't attacked the car and injured Lin Qian, Hope wouldn't have been so enraged and acted this way. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. At that moment, she heard Lin Qian say softly to Hope, "Don't kill him. People like him brought this on themselves. He deserves it." Wang Hui looked at Shuixing with utter disgust in her eyes. "Shouldn't we just finish him off?" What if? Xiaoyu was still worried. She thought if this man somehow survived, he might still pose a threat to the village. Lin Qian glanced at Xiaoyu through the rearview mirror. She felt Xiaoyu was overthinking it. "We just need to mind our own business for now." With an arm gone and such a serious injury, he won't last long in this environment. Besides, for someone like him, staying alive is the real punishment. Death would be a relief. Hearing this, Xiaoyu realized Lin Qian made a lot of sense. When that rock came flying earlier, her heart nearly stopped from fear, and the terror still lingered. Now, seeing Lin Qian's hand still bleeding, Xiaoyu's heart tightened. She quickly walked over, concern in her voice. "Miss Lin, let's treat your hand first. You don't want it to get infected." The car had been moving fast, and Shuixing had thrown that rock with all his strength. The rock had smashed over like a cannonball, leaving a nearly bone-deep gash on Lin Qian's hand. The stabbing pain made her frown involuntarily. While Lin Qian and Xiaoyu were treating her wound, Shuixing was suffering nearby, drenched in sweat from the agony, his clothes soaked through. But he didn't dare cry out loudly, because Hope was still staring at him with fierce, murderous eyes, as if it might pounce and tear out his throat at any moment. Shuixing could only stifle his pain, letting out broken, pitiful groans. Every time he groaned, Hope would take a step closer, its aggressive posture scaring Shuixing half to death. He could only grit his teeth, desperately crawling backward, each movement more difficult than the last. He didn't dare say a word, just watched as Lin Qian took out bandages and Xiaoyu helped her treat the wound. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Shuixing crawled over to Lin Qian, knelt down painfully, and begged, "Fairy sister, I was wrong. I really shouldn't have let greed get the better of me and tried to hurt you. Could you please ask that lady to treat my wound too? If this goes on, I'll really die. Woof woof woof. Dream on. Hope. No foul language," Lin Qian scolded. Hearing Lin Qian's reprimand, Hope quickly covered its mouth with its paw. Xiaoyu was gentle as she treated Lin Qian's wound, but the gash was so deep that Lin Qian couldn't help but frown in pain every time Xiaoyu touched it. After living a relatively peaceful, good life for a while, Lin Qian's pain tolerance wasn't what it used to be. By the time Xiaoyu finished, sweat dotted her forehead and her brows were tightly knit. Xiaoyu noticed Lin Qian's pained expression and quickly asked, "Am I pressing too hard?" "No, keep going," Lin Qian said through gritted teeth. While they were bandaging up, Zhou and the others, who had been some distance away, walked over out of curiosity. They hadn't seen clearly what had happened from afar. Now, as they got closer, they saw even Lin Qian was injured, and badly at that. Clearly, something serious had gone down. Then they saw Shuixing, lying on the ground in a bloody mess, his arm bitten off by Hope, groaning in agony. Zhou and the others quickly pieced together what had happened. When Shuixing saw people coming, He thought he'd found his saviors, like grabbing the last straw. He scrambled toward Qian and the others, shouting hoarsely, "Help me! Help! These people let their dog bite off my arm. You can't just stand by and watch me die." Qian dodged him immediately. He didn't want to get mixed up in this mess. He quickly walked over to Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, do you need us to deal with this guy? Save us the trouble of having him around." "No need. I'm bandaged up. We can get back on the road. We have more important things to do. Let's not waste time on him." Qian pointed at Shuixing. "What about this guy? Leave him. Let him fend for himself," Lin Qian replied, not even sparing Shuixing a glance. Shuixing overheard their conversation, and his heart instantly turned cold, sinking into utter despair. He slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant and lifeless, as if all hope had been drained from him. He realized that everyone here followed Lin Qian's lead. Whatever she said, they did. No one would listen to him. After thinking it over, he forced himself to endure the pain, dragging his injured body over to Lin Qian's side. "Fairy, please, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please help me stop the bleeding. If I keep losing blood like this, I'll really die." Lin Qian still didn't even look at him, as if he didn't exist at all. She turned to Wang Hui and said, "You drive for the next couple of days. My hand's injured, so it's not convenient for me." Wang Hui had already been planning to drive since Lin Qian was hurt, so when she spoke up, he agreed without hesitation. Lin Qian moved to the back, and Hope followed her, obediently squatting by her side and rubbing its furry head against her leg. Lin Qian hadn't slept well in the village last night, so now that someone else was driving, she simply pulled out the bed and lay down comfortably, planning to catch up on some rest. The journey was uneventful, and the vehicle drove smoothly along the road. Around 5 in the evening, they were about to enter the provincial capital of La Province, Sand City. But just as they reached the city's outskirts, they were suddenly stopped. Several uniformed guards with weapons stood at the city gate, watching them sternly. One of the guards called out loudly, "If you want to enter Sand City, you have to pay a certain amount of food. Otherwise, sorry, we can't let you in." "How much?" Wang Hui stuck his head out and asked. Lin Qian woke up just in time to hear Wang Hui negotiating with the guards. She rubbed her eyes, stretched, and quietly listened in. The guards weren't being unreasonable. One of them said, 10 Jin of food per person to enter. Supplies are tight in Sand City too. We're just following the rules. Hope you understand. 10 Jin of food was quite a lot, but for them it was manageable. Wang Hui thought the demand was a bit much, but he didn't need to consult Lin Qian and could decide himself. He had Xiao Yu fetch the food they'd prepared earlier and handed it over. "Here's 30 Jin. We're 3 people, check if it's enough." The guard took it and weighed it in his hand. "I need to check your vehicle to confirm there are only 3 people inside." "No." Wang Hui immediately refused. He worried that if the guards saw the interior, they might get greedy and try to seize the vehicle for themselves. "If we can't confirm how many people are in your vehicle, by the rules, we can't let you in," the guard explained patiently, though his tone was polite. Seeing this, Lin Qian pulled open the curtains from inside and switched on the interior lights. With the lights on, it was easy for the guards outside to see exactly how many people were inside. Lin Qian rolled down the window, looked the guard in the eye, and asked, "See clearly now?" She thought to herself that if these people tried anything, she wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. But since this was their territory, it was best to resolve things peacefully if possible. Fortunately, the guard really just wanted to confirm the head count. He peered inside, saw there were indeed only 2 people and a dog, and didn't ask for any extra food. "All right, you can go in. But once inside, you must follow the city's rules. Don't cause trouble or don't blame us for being rough." The guard handed them 3 passes. "These passes are your proof of entry in Sand City. Keep them safe. If you lose them and can't show them during inspections, you'll be expelled from the city. Don't worry. As long as no one bothers us, we won't cause any trouble. We're just passing through and won't make things difficult for you." Wang Hui took the passes, started the vehicle, and slowly drove into Sand City. By now, Zhoukan and the others knew that Lin Qian and Wang Hui wouldn't wait for anyone else. They had to rely on themselves. If you could keep up, you did. If not, you only had yourself to blame for being too slow. Lin Qian's group had already paid the food toll and were heading into the city. Zhoukan and his companions, all men, grew anxious, afraid they'd lose track of the others, so they stepped on the gas to catch up. But just as they were about to speed up, their car was stopped as well. "Pay food to enter the city," the guard said expressionlessly. "What? The car in front is with us. Didn't they already pay you?" Zhang Man, sitting in the front passenger seat, protested, frowning deeply. "They paid," the guard replied curtly. "Then why won't you let us through? Are you deliberately making things difficult for us?" Zhang Man's voice rose in agitation. "They only paid for themselves, not for you. If you want to enter, you have to pay the toll, 10 Jin per person." The guard remained unmoved. "What? 10 Jin? You might as well be robbing us. We're just passing through, not staying long. Why should we pay so much?" Zhang Man was red with anger. The guard's expression didn't change. Everyone says the same thing when they come to Sand City. If we let everyone in just because they say they're passing through, the city would be in chaos by now. We're doing this for the safety and order of Sand City. I hope you understand. In the end, Zhoukan realized arguing was pointless. He gritted his teeth, took out 40 Jin of food from their supplies, and handed it over. Everyone in the car felt the pain. Food was precious in these times of scarcity. The guard weighed it, confirmed the amount, and let them through. "You'd best behave yourselves here. Don't cause trouble or we'll throw you out. Don't say we didn't warn you." The guard repeated what he'd just said, handing over 4 entry passes again and explaining their use one more time. "We're just passing through. We won't cause any trouble." Zhang Man looked at the guard's stern face, wanting to get angry but unable to vent it, feeling stifled inside. "We've collected your grain, and our job is just to remind you. There are officials inside maintaining order. If you cause trouble, at best you'll be kicked out of the city. At worst, you'll be shot on the spot. Don't think you can get away with anything." The guard's words were firm and left Zhang Man's group too intimidated to make any rash moves. Zhang Man wanted to say something else, but Zhoukan shot him a look, a mix of warning and reassurance, so Zhang Man closed his mouth in silence. "Thank you. We'll probably just stay for one night and leave early tomorrow. We won't cause you much trouble," Zhoukan said politely to the guard. Seeing that his job was done, the guard ignored them and returned to his post. Zhoukan noticed Lin Qian's car getting farther away and, feeling anxious, quickly started his engine to catch up. After entering Sand City, Lin Qian and her group found the city to be very different from Zhu City and Guang City. No wonder there were guards at the entrance. This place was managed exceptionally well, orderly and neat, completely unlike the post-apocalyptic cities she'd imagined. But it didn't seem like the city was run by the government. Instead, it looked like a civilian team had taken charge of various city affairs. The streets were clean, with hardly any litter. Even though night had fallen, Lin Qian could still make out that, while people dressed simply, there was little hostility on their faces. Instead, they looked content. People greeted each other warmly, and the whole city radiated an atmosphere of harmony and peace. Lin Qian couldn't help but wonder. How had Sand City managed to stay so organized in such a complicated environment? Who was behind its management? Full of questions, she drove toward the center of Sand City. As soon as she parked the car, an elderly lady approached them and asked, "Hello there. You all look unfamiliar. Are you new arrivals today?" "That's right. We just got here today," Wang replied. "Then come with me. I'll show you where to park, and then we'll arrange a place for you to rest." At first, Wang was wary, thinking this might be trouble and wondering why they'd send an old lady. But to his surprise, she was actually there to help them settle in, which left him a bit taken aback. He turned to Lin Qian and asked quietly, "Qian, what do you think?" When traveling, they weren't afraid of bad people. After all, they could handle themselves. What worried them most were those who pretended to be good but harbored ill intentions. Those were the hardest to guard against. Lin Qian poked her head out and took a careful look. The old lady had a kind, gentle face. Even if she did have bad intentions, she probably didn't have the means to act on them. Let's follow her and see, Lin Qian said after a moment's thought. In her view, if things went south, they could just drive away. The car was in their hands. Besides, there wasn't anything important in the car. Most of their supplies were stored in her own space. Even if the car was stolen, they could just quietly get another one. She'd just have to find a way to keep it from Xiaoyu, so she wouldn't worry. With Lin Qian's nod, Wang obediently drove after the old lady. The old lady really meant no harm and soon led them to a designated parking area. As they got out, she noticed their broken window and asked with concern, "Your window's broken. Do you need someone to help fix it?" Lin Qian was surprised to hear this as soon as she stepped out. She hadn't expected there to be someone here who could repair glass. "There's someone here who can fix it?" she asked curiously. "Of course. We have all kinds of skilled workers here. Not just glass repair, there are people who can fix cars too. But we're short on gasoline these days, so most folks can't drive," the old lady said with a smile. From her tone, it sounded like she regretted not being able to drive, but there was no trace of regret on her face. This only piqued Lin Qian's curiosity further. "Grandma, if you don't have cars, how do people usually get around?" Lin Qian asked. "We walk. Before the disaster, I always thought the younger generation couldn't compare to us, but after everything happened, I realized people's potential and resilience are endless. They're smarter than we were, and they're tough, too," the old lady said, her face full of pride. She was about to lead Lin Qian's group to their accommodations, but Lin Qian declined. "Grandma, this is a camper van. We can rest inside, it's no trouble at all." "So this is the legendary camper van?" "I've never seen one in my whole life," the old lady said, her eyes lighting up with curiosity as she leaned in for a closer look. She was careful, though, just looking, not touching. "It's beautiful," she couldn't help but praise. After a while, she said to Wang and Lin Qian, "Since you have such a nice place to stay, I won't arrange anything else for you." Just then, Can and his group arrived in their car. Seeing another vehicle pull up, the old lady said to Lin Qian's group, "I'll go help the others." Before she could leave, Can's group had already parked next to Lin Qian's camper. There was a spot right beside them. Can got out and walked straight over to Wang. "Mr. Wang, are we staying here tonight?" he asked. Previously, whenever he tried to talk to Lin Qian, she'd barely respond, only answering if she was in the mood, and most of the time acting like she didn't even see him. "Yes, we'll stay here tonight. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow," Wang replied with a nod. With that, Can was about to call everyone over to set up tents when the old lady returned. "You all know each other, right? Do you still need me to arrange a place for you?" she asked. Can was about to say no, he didn't want to be too far from Lin Qian. If she suddenly left without a word, he'd have no idea where to find her. Although everyone knew this lady was heading to the capital, with the chaos outside, who could say which route she'd take or what she might encounter? Lin Qian suddenly became interested in the place where they were being settled. She turned to the old lady and said, "Madam, since they're not staying in our carriage, could I trouble you to help arrange a place for them?" Can didn't even get the chance to refuse. He opened his mouth, but the words died before he could speak. "All right, come with me then," the old lady said, leading Can forward. Lin Qian followed as well, saying, "Madam, I'd like to take a look too." Since the old lady knew they were acquainted, she didn't object. After all, it was only natural to want to check out the surroundings. So, the old lady led them all the way to a plaza. The square was densely packed. "This here is the temporary residential area we set up in Sand City. After the disaster, many houses were destroyed, so everyone had no choice but to pitch tents and live here for now. Don't be fooled by how simple these tents look, they're actually pretty sturdy, and they keep out the wind and rain," she said patiently, gesturing at the tents around them. Lin Qian carefully observed the surroundings. Despite the harsh conditions, everyone seemed to be living in an orderly fashion. Children laughed and played between the tents, while adults busied themselves with various tasks. Some were repairing things, others preparing food. It was a scene of bustling yet harmonious activity. "Madam, how do you usually get food and water here?" Lin Qian asked curiously. The old lady smiled. "As for food, we have some reserves. Now, all the grain in the city has been gathered together, so no one's starving for the time being. For water, we have a temporary water station that draws water from underground. There's a set supply every day. We can't bathe, but there's enough for drinking and eating." Lin Qian's gaze swept over the rows of neatly arranged tents. After a moment's thought, she turned to the old lady. "I noticed there are still houses over there. Is there something wrong with them?" The old lady shook her head with a smile. "There's nothing wrong with the houses. It's just that there aren't enough to go around, so we allocate them based on contribution points. If you make enough contributions to Sand City, you can exchange your points for a house. For now, though, you'll have to stay in a tent." Lin Qian looked again at the people living in the tents. Despite the basic conditions, there was no resentment on their faces. Instead, there was a sense of peace and calm, as if they had little to complain about regarding their current lives. "Madam, why does everyone seem so content living here? Don't they want to move into the houses?" Lin Qian couldn't help but ask, full of doubt. The old lady sighed softly. "Of course everyone wants a safe and comfortable home. Who wouldn't? But things are fair here. Everything is based on accumulated contribution points, which can be exchanged for goods. As long as you put in the effort, you'll be rewarded. If someone doesn't get what they want, it just means they haven't contributed enough." The more Lin Qian listened, the more curious she became. "Aren't there people here who want to get something for nothing?" The old lady frowned slightly, her tone turning serious. "There are people like that everywhere, but our rules are strict. You can think that way, but if you actually try to do it, our enforcement team will deal with you." At this point, Lin Qian and the others didn't fully understand what the old lady meant. Actually, when they first entered the city, they'd vaguely heard something similar. If anyone caused trouble, they'd be executed on the spot. Lin Qian hesitated, but couldn't help asking, "If someone stirs up trouble here, do you really just shoot them?" The old lady nodded firmly. "Yes. In times like these, only an iron fist can keep things under control. If everyone tried to take advantage or make trouble, how could we have the good life we do now?" Hearing this, Lin Qian immediately became more alert. She carefully observed the environment and the people around her, noticing that life here seemed very peaceful. There was no obvious sign of harsh enforcement, nor did people's faces show much fear. The old lady spoke highly of the place and kept praising the city's leaders, but Lin Qian was starting to sense that something was off. "Oh, by the way, if you plan to stay here long-term, you'll need to go to the activity center to get assigned a job or task. We don't have freeloaders here," the old lady suddenly added. "Activity center?" "That's right. Everyone, no matter their age, has to go to the activity center to get a job. In Sand City, there's no such thing as doing nothing and living off others." With these words, Lin Qian's sense of unease grew even stronger. "Thank you, madam. We'll head back now." "All right, take care." The old lady didn't try to make them stay, simply letting Lin Qian and the others leave. Once they'd walked a short distance, the old lady called Zhou Ken's group over and said, "Since you're staying here tonight, you can't just do nothing. It's getting late, so you'll be responsible for cleaning up today." She handed them some cleaning tools and continued, "Once you're done, you can rest in that tent over there." "All four of us in one tent?" Zhou Ken asked in surprise, looking at the not-so-large tent. "That's right. Not bad, isn't it?" "You're lucky today. Usually we have more than 4 people to a tent," the old lady said with a smile. "How many people do you usually have in one tent?" Zhou Ken pressed. "Resources are tight, 6 at the very least. But since you're new, we'll let it slide for now. But if you want to stay here long-term, you'll have to go to the activity center tomorrow," she explained patiently. "Is that really necessary?" Zhou Ken frowned. Their main mission wasn't to survive in Sand City, but to do well in Guang City and complete a more important task. The old lady looked at them seriously. "Look at me, I'm 82 this year, and I still have to work. You young folks are strong and capable, you can do much more than me. You have no idea how much I envy you." Lin Qian and Wang Hui both had excellent hearing. Even though they were slowly leaving the residential area, they still caught every word of the conversation between the old lady and Zhou Can's group. Bringing Xiaoyu and Hope with them, they hurried back to their RV. Along the way, quite a few people cast them friendly glances, their smiles seeming genuine and warm. But at this moment, Lin Qian had no mind to respond to these acts of kindness. Her heart was filled with vigilance and doubt. As soon as they got back to the RV, Lin Qian immediately told Xiaoyu to close the door, then quickly walked to the window and drew the curtains tightly shut. Only after doing all this did she turn around to face Wang Hui and Xiaoyu, her expression grave as she asked, "Wang Hui, what do you think?" Wang Hui frowned, pondering for a moment before replying, "Something's not right. The way Sand City is managed is just too strange. It feels like everyone here is tightly bound by some invisible rope, with very little freedom or choice." Lin Qian nodded, then turned her gaze to Xiaoyu. "What about you, Xiaoyu? What do you think?" Xiaoyu wasn't stupid. Although she hadn't heard the full conversation between the old lady and Zhou Can, the various signs along the way had already made her sense that something was off. She bit her lip and said, "I think this place is full of contradictions and oddities. On one hand, everyone seems peaceful and kind. But on the other, there's this invisible pressure hanging over everyone, making people afraid to break the rules." Lin Qian narrowed her eyes slightly, replaying every detail since entering Sand City in her mind. From the initial parking arrangements to the old lady's introduction of the contribution points and activity center, and then the harsh treatment of freeloaders and troublemakers. Everything made her feel as if there was a hidden hand controlling things behind the scenes. Even though the people here smiled sincerely, it all felt mass-produced to her. "We can't let our guard down," Lin Qian said seriously. "This Sand City isn't as simple as it looks on the surface. We need to be careful and stay alert. We're just passing through and will only stay for a while. If possible, let's not get involved in anything unnecessary." Wang Hui could handle himself, but if Xiaoyu ran into trouble, she probably wouldn't be able to deal with it. The people here seemed to be following some strange faith. "Don't worry," Wang Hui said to Lin Qian. "Our main goal is to get to Jing City. Nothing else really matters." "That's not entirely true," Lin Qian replied, gently pulling Wang Hui aside to a quieter corner. There was a hint of mystery in her eyes as she lowered her voice. "There's something else I want to discuss with you. I also want to look for something while we're here." Xiaoyu, standing nearby, keenly noticed Lin Qian's series of actions. She understood that the two of them clearly had something important to talk about, but she'd never been one to pry into others' business. So, she sensibly turned and walked deeper into the RV. Inside, she skillfully took out the cooking utensils from the corner and began preparing dinner in an orderly fashion. Lin Qian looked at Wang Hui and said seriously, "You know, ever since the disaster struck, I've been collecting antiques everywhere. I've never told anyone the details before, but today I want to tell you." As Wang Hui listened, a sudden realization struck him. "You're looking for antiques. Does it have something to do with your mysterious space?" Lin Qian nodded slightly, a flash of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected Wang Hui to guess the key so quickly. "You're right. My space can only be upgraded by absorbing antiques." "Absorbing antiques? What do you mean?" Lin Qian shrugged helplessly and explained, "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure how it works. As long as I put valuable antiques into the space, it'll quickly absorb them. After that, the space changes, sometimes it gets bigger, sometimes new functions appear." This was the first time Wang Hui had heard Lin Qian talk about her space. "So besides antiques, Jade can also upgrade it, right?" Lin Qian hadn't expected him to make that connection too. "Yes. The main reason I'm going to Jing City to look for Jade is for the space. I want to upgrade it as soon as possible. Ideally, I want it to reach 24 hours a day, so we can stay inside for as long as we want. So if the time runs out, people get kicked out, right?" "That's right." "Then those living things, shouldn't you take them out? Otherwise, wouldn't they just waste your time?" "Oh, that's not a problem. Only when I go in does the time start to count down. Whether it's people or animals, as long as it's not me, it doesn't use up any time. I see. Wang Hui couldn't help but ask, so your space can store all kinds of things, but it can also store living creatures, right? He recalled how, back in Chunqing's village, he'd seen Lin Qian throw a bunch of chickens, ducks, geese, and even pigs into her space all at once. He'd found it incredible at the time, and now he finally had a chance to ask. Yes, I can put living things in there. Wang Hui continued, what about people? Can we go in too? Lin Qian glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then whispered, people can go in, but there's a time limit. Sometimes, if the space absorbs something it really likes, it'll give me extra time inside. Does the time reset every day? Lin Qian shook her head. No, the time accumulates. Wang Hui had gotten all the information he needed. He didn't ask Lin Qian to show him the space. He figured knowing the basics was enough. In his mind, if Lin Qian ever ran into trouble and needed his help, he'd step up then. Lin Qian had expected Wang Hui to keep asking questions, but to her surprise, he stopped after these. Before Lin Qian could react, Wang Hui suddenly changed the subject. Why don't we stay here for a couple more days? Lin Qian looked at him in confusion, about to ask why. Wang Hui explained, this place feels a bit strange, but if we can find whoever's in charge, maybe we can get our hands on some antiques. We're going to Jing City mainly to look for that jade mine nearby, right? But this idea might be a good alternative. Lin Qian was completely focused on hurrying to find that jade mine near the capital. She had never even considered the method Wang Hui just suggested. Now, after hearing Wang Hui's idea, she suddenly felt as if a light had switched on in her mind. Excited, she slapped Wang Hui on the shoulder. I knew bringing you along wasn't a mistake. So, should we check out that activity center tomorrow? Wang Hui smiled and nodded. Sure, I'll go with you. After agreeing, the two of them turned to head back and see how Xiaoyu was doing with dinner. But as soon as they turned around, they saw a crowd gathered around Xiaoyu, all chattering away. Lin Qian and Wang Hui exchanged a glance and hurried over. Xiaoyu, what's going on? Xiaoyu smiled helplessly. I was just about to start making dinner, so I took out the cooking tools. Who knew that as soon as there was some activity over here, everyone would come crowding around. Lin Qian looked at the people who had gathered. They all wore enthusiastic smiles, but for some reason, that strange feeling in her heart surfaced again. She couldn't shake the sense that their warmth was a little too much, as if they had some ulterior motive. Wang Hui, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. He simply smiled, stepped forward, and gently made some space. Sorry, everyone, we're just making dinner. At that moment, an auntie in the crowd spotted Wang Hui and her eyes lit up. She looked him up and down, her face beaming. Oh my, what a handsome young man. Are you seeing anyone? I have a granddaughter about your age, and she's really pretty. Wang Hui was startled by the auntie's sudden enthusiasm. He quickly waved his hands and said anxiously, Auntie, I'm already married. The auntie's face fell in disappointment. She glanced at Xiaoyu, who was busy cooking, then looked Lin Qian up and down before finally settling her gaze on Lin Qian. She smiled and asked, Is this your wife? She's so beautiful. Lin Qian was already feeling a headache from all the attention and really didn't want to deal with it. She said nothing, just turned and climbed into the RV, slamming the door behind her. The auntie watched Lin Qian get in and teased with a laugh, oh, still so young, so shy. Seeing that Lin Qian was clearly upset, Wang Hui grew anxious. He quickly changed the subject. Auntie, don't you need to go home to cook? The auntie laughed. Cook? We don't need to cook. In the evenings, we just use our points to exchange for food. She pointed in a direction. See, over there is our activity center, and next to it is Sand City's big canteen. We all go there for meals. It's really convenient. Another enthusiastic aunt chimed in. That's right, you shouldn't bother cooking either. Come with us later and eat at the canteen. The food there is great. Wang Hui glanced at Xiaoyu, who was already halfway through preparing their meal. He smiled awkwardly and politely declined. We'll skip this time since we're almost done. Maybe next time. All right, it's a deal. I'll take you there tomorrow. The auntie patted her chest, her face full of warmth, as if her smile could dispel the slightly oppressive atmosphere. Wang Hui nodded, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Auntie, I wanted to ask you something. Someone in our family really loves antiques. Do any families in Sand City still have things like that? The auntie frowned, thinking for a while before slowly replying. We used to have a lot of rich folks here, and their homes were piled high with antiques of all kinds. But these days, those things aren't worth anything. Most people just toss them in a corner, no one even gives them a second look. Honestly, you're elders. At a time like this, still sending you youngsters out to look for antiques? Isn't that just making trouble for nothing? Another auntie came over, shaking her head in confusion. Exactly. With that energy, you'd be better off staying home and having a couple more kids. Look at this disaster, so many people have died. If it goes on like this, humanity will go extinct. Life just keeps getting harder. No matter the era, there are always people urging you to get married and have kids. There you go again. The first auntie shot her a glare, stopping her from continuing. If it weren't for our leader's kindness, we'd all be dead by now. We wouldn't be living this well, waiting for a disaster to take us. Isn't that the truth? The other aunt patted her thigh, her face full of gratitude. If it weren't for Mr. Wu, neither my family nor yours would still be here. Mr. Wu has really done right by us. She turned to Wang Hui, speaking earnestly. Young man, if you want to stay here, you'll need to check in with Mr. Wu and take on tasks to earn points. With points, you can live well here in Sand City. Who's Mr. Wu? Wang Hui looked puzzled, curiosity piqued by this mysterious figure. Mr. Wu is our leader here in Sand City, the auntie said proudly, as if Mr. Wu was her own personal pride. Since they'd brought it up, Wang Hui wanted to get the full story. He pressed, is he with the government? Sort of. The aunt looked hesitant, glancing at the other auntie for confirmation. The first auntie quickly nudged her and said, what do you mean, sort of? Of course he is. Mr. Wu has official connections, otherwise, how could he have helped us get established here in Sand City? Not just Lin Qian, even Wang Hui was starting to feel something was off. If Mr. Wu really had government backing, his way of doing things and managing people didn't seem at all like the official style. People here seemed warm and welcoming, but there was always a sense that something was being hidden, as if a fog hung over everything, making it impossible to see clearly. The women watched Xiao Yu cook, making no move to leave, occasionally commenting on the process. Wang Hui had it rough. He was stuck chatting with them and couldn't get away. If you're looking for antiques, you could ask Mr. Wu, one of the aunties suddenly said. He used to have loads of antiques at home, though I don't think he brought them here. I heard his villa was filled with all sorts of treasures, but who knows what's become of them now. Of course, Mr. Wu gave up living in his own villa for our sake. Another middle-aged woman said admiringly, he gave up his own home just so people like us could have a safe place to live in Sand City. Where else could you find a leader like that? Sigh, that's why we're really lucky to have met such a leader. Another auntie chimed in, if Mr. Wu could lead the whole country, I bet things would go back to how they were before the disaster in no time. Maybe things would even be better than before. You're wrong about that. A different woman retorted, why settle for how things were before the disaster? If Mr. Wu's in charge, it'll definitely be even better than before. Just look at how he runs Sand City. Everything's so well organized. Everyone has enough to eat and wear. Isn't that the best proof? That's true. With Mr. Wu's abilities, there's nothing he can't do. Everyone nodded in agreement, their admiration for Mr. Wu practically overflowing. Just as Wang Hui felt he couldn't handle their enthusiasm any longer, a bell sounded in the distance. Oh, it's mealtime. We'll stop chatting now, we have to go to the canteen for dinner. Like a gust of wind, the group of aunties hurried off before Wang Hui could even respond, leaving only their retreating backs behind. They sure move fast. Wang Hui shook his head helplessly, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. The auntie's enthusiasm was a bit much for him. He was just about to go inside and discuss what had happened with Lin Qian when she opened the car door and stepped out. He's like the soul of this place, controlling everything. From the way they talk, It's like they've already turned this Mr. Wu into some kind of god, Wang Hui said, frowning. It's as if, in their minds, he's all-powerful and can save everyone. My guess is, he's probably some kind of psychology expert, Lin Qian mused. I can't say yet if this place is good or bad, but it feels like he's created a utopia here, letting everyone lose themselves in this beautiful illusion and forget about the dangers and hardships outside. But what's his real purpose behind all this? Just then, Xiaoyu finished preparing the food and set it out on the table, smiling as she called, Mr. Wang, Miss Lin, dinner's ready. As the two sat down, Xiaoyu lowered her voice and continued, I couldn't say this earlier with them around. They didn't seem interested in our food, but at first, they did try to touch it. It felt really strange. They tried to touch it? Lin Qian immediately became alert. I stopped them in time. They didn't get to touch anything. At that moment, Xiaoyu carefully took something out of her pocket and handed it to Lin Qian and Wang Hui. They forced this on me while you were talking to them. Said if you mix it with water and drink it, it'll make you stronger. Without thinking much, Wang Hui took it and opened the package. Inside was a white powder, almost glaringly bright under the light. What is this stuff? Wang Hui frowned and handed the powder to Lin Qian. Take a look. Do you think there's anything wrong with it? Lin Qian reached out to take it, about to sniff it, but Wang Hui quickly stopped her. Do you have any testing equipment? Maybe test it first. Don't smell it yet, just in case it's dangerous. Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes innocently and said, It should be fine, right? Those aunties seemed pretty nice. Lin Qian glanced at Xiaoyu, but said nothing. Realizing she might have said something wrong, Xiaoyu quickly shut her mouth, quietly pulled up a chair, and sat down to eat. I'll test it later with my equipment, just to be safe. But before Lin Qian could put the powder away, the group of aunties returned from the canteen, bowls in hand, smiling as they approached. Oh, you're eating too, one of them said warmly. If Lin Qian and the others' table had been any bigger, the aunties probably would have sat right down to join them. You guys are really living well, eating such a feast, another auntie said with envy. Lin Qian glanced at the food in their hands, just black bread cakes. The same auntie continued, It's not easy for us to save up points. We can only exchange them for food like this. You're lucky eating so well. Though her tone was full of envy, there was also a sense of contentment with her current situation. The combination of these two feelings created an indescribably strange atmosphere. But I heard people outside are eating dirt now. We should be grateful just to have these black bread cakes, the auntie sighed. Lin Qian's heart stirred and she asked, Auntie, have you ever been outside Sand City? The woman quickly shook her head. Of course not. I never even went out before the disaster, let alone now. But Mr. Wu always goes out to find food for us. Everything we know comes from him. Aren't you afraid this Mr. Wu you all talk about is lying to you? Xiaoyu asked skeptically. The auntie's face changed slightly, and she said, a little angrily, How can you say that, young lady? We're all old women and children. What would Mr. Wu get from lying to us about food? He's a good man. Though she was defending Mr. Wu, there was one thing she said that Lin Qian agreed with. What exactly does Mr. Wu want? In this post-apocalyptic world, people's hearts are unpredictable. Is he really helping these people out of pure kindness, with no other motive? After speaking, the auntie noticed Lin Qian still holding the powder. You're still holding that? Didn't I tell you to mix it in water and drink it? It's good for your health. She put her lunchbox on their table and reached for the powder, intending to pour it into their soup. But with Lin Qian's reflexes, the auntie didn't stand a chance. Before the woman could touch it, Lin Qian quickly wrapped the powder back up and stuffed it into her pocket. Auntie, we'll drink it later. We've been traveling all day and we're starving, let's eat first. But the auntie wouldn't give up. Oh, but that's exactly when you need it most. I see you have soup. Just mix it in and drink it, it works wonders. Lin Qian frowned. No, thank you. I don't like other flavors added to my soup. Auntie, if you're free, you should go have your own meal. We're about to eat too. She picked up the lunchbox the woman had brought, placed it back in her hands, and gently pulled her away, signaling for her to leave. The woman had no choice but to walk away, glancing back as she went, still reminding them, remember to drink it, okay? Drink it before you go see Mr. Wu. You don't want him to see you looking tired, he'd feel bad for you. We know. Thank you, Auntie, Lin Qian replied, her face expressionless. Finally, after sending the woman off, Lin Qian lost all appetite for eating outside. She felt there were too many prying eyes around them. Even though the people seemed friendly and wore warm smiles, the strange feeling in her heart only grew stronger. She couldn't shake the sense that there was something off about these women, and that white powder made her even more wary. Let's take our food back to the car and eat there, Lin Qian said. Wang Hui immediately began packing up the food on the table. After everything that had just happened, Xiaoyu also felt something was wrong and hurried to help move things into the car. Once they closed the car doors, the feeling of being watched finally faded away. I'm going out for a bit. After eating, Lin Qian wanted to quickly test what exactly that white powder the woman gave them was. But she couldn't just disappear in front of Xiaoyu, so she had to find an excuse to step out. Where are you going? Wang Hui asked. Lin Qian quickly winked at him. Wang Hui immediately understood her intent and nodded. All right, just don't go too far. Xiaoyu and I will stay here and replace the broken glass. Some of the car windows are shattered. If we don't fix them, we won't sleep well tonight. Huh? Mr. Wang, aren't you going with Miss Lin? Xiaoyu asked, a bit surprised and still worried about Lin Qian's safety. Wang Hui smiled. No need. The residents here might seem a little odd, but they don't seem to have any bad intentions for now. Xiao Qian will be fine on her own. Besides, don't underestimate her if it really comes down to it. She's much tougher than I am. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was reminded of the last time a beast horde attacked their Lu family village. Lin Qian had single-handedly repelled the beasts with her skills and sharp judgment. That scene was still awe-inspiring to recall. There was no doubt Lin Qian was anything but ordinary. Still, seeing Lin Qian's seemingly delicate appearance, Xiaoyu couldn't help but worry. Lin Qian smiled at Xiaoyu. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Be careful while you're replacing the glass. For some reason, Lin Qian couldn't shake a strange feeling in her heart. The residents here acted a bit odd, but so far, she hadn't sensed any obvious malice from them. She found a quiet, deserted corner and, with a flash, entered her own private space. Carefully, she took out the packet of white powder and placed it on her testing device, focusing intently on the analysis. The machine hummed softly as data flickered rapidly across the screen. Soon, the results appeared. Lin Qian's brows furrowed tightly as she read them. It turned out to be a type of psychoactive drug that could severely cloud a person's mind. If a normal person took this over a long period, they would gradually lose their basic judgment, becoming like a puppet, easily manipulated by others. What exactly does that auntie want by giving us this powder? Lin Qian muttered, her eyes full of vigilance and doubt. She knew all too well, in this post-apocalyptic world, people's motives were hard to read, and every seemingly insignificant action could hide an ulterior motive. Taking the powder with her, Lin Qian left her space, deep in thought as she made her way back toward the RV. As she approached, she saw a crowd of residents had completely surrounded the vehicle. Wang Hui and Xiaoyu stood among them, seemingly in the middle of a conversation. Lin Qian tried to listen in, hoping to catch some key information from their discussion. But the scene was too noisy. The residents' chattering was like a surging tide, drowning out anything useful. She couldn't make out a word. Helpless, Lin Qian shook her head, quickened her pace, and pushed her way through the crowd to Wang Hui and Xiaoyu's side. What's going on? Miss Lin, you're back. Xiaoyu's face lit up with relief, as if she'd just found her anchor. Xiao Qian. Wang Hui turned to her as well, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He explained the situation in detail. When we first arrived, that old lady said their people could help fix our car windows, right? Now these residents insist on sending someone to do it for us. They won't let us do it ourselves. Yeah, but we can fix it ourselves, so why bother them? Xiaoyu chimed in, looking completely baffled. Wang Hui sighed. They say it's a rule in their city. Different things have to be handled by different people. If we want to do it ourselves, we have to report it to the activity center. Lin Qian had never encountered anything so bizarre. Wait, we have to report just to fix our own stuff? What kind of rule is that? Exactly. Wang Hui shrugged helplessly. Xiaoyu, still unable to understand, puffed up her cheeks in frustration. Mr. Wang had already taken out the broken window, but as soon as the residents saw, they made him put it back so they could send someone to help us. How is that reasonable? Forcing people like this. What's their attitude? Lin Qian asked, frowning. They're very polite, just absolutely won't let us fix the car ourselves. No sooner had he finished speaking than the residents sprang into action. A few of them grabbed their tools and, in just a few quick moves, put the broken glass Wang Hui had removed right back in place. Their speed left Lin Qian and the others dumbfounded. The group exchanged glances, feeling as if their worldview had just been turned upside down. Even Hope looked incredulous. In this post-apocalyptic world, they'd seen all kinds of people and situations, but they'd never encountered residents this enthusiastic, so much so that it was almost unsettling. With no other choice, Lin Qian relented. Forget it. If that's how it is, let them fix it. If they want any payment afterward, we'll give it to them. I asked, they don't want anything. They just want to help, Xiaoyu replied, still full of confusion. Isn't that strange? Zhou nodded and said, that's right. After we received those black bread cakes, the old lady kept enthusiastically telling us that we should go meet Mr. Wu tomorrow, and then go to some activity center to take on tasks in exchange for points. She said that only by doing this could we better integrate here and get more resources and security. But we all felt that things weren't that simple, so we wanted to discuss it with Miss Lin Qian. The other residents told us the same thing just now, insisting that we must visit Mr. Wu first, Wang Hui added. So, shall we all go together tomorrow? Wang Hui thought to himself that, after all, they were all in this together. Although these people hadn't been of much help lately, they had at least contributed something. Maybe their intentions weren't pure at first, but in the end, they were protecting them. With them around, the chances of Lin Qian facing danger would be much lower. After all, their mission was to escort Lin Qian safely to Beijing, and they hadn't even made it halfway yet. If something happened to them now, and they ran into trouble later, everyone's attention would definitely fall on Lin Qian, and things would probably get even more complicated than they are now. Thinking of this, Wang Hui nodded and said, all right, let's go together tomorrow. Since you've already set up your tents here, tomorrow morning find a chance to let Xiao Qian know about this. All right, then I'll leave these black bread cakes with you for now. As Zhou spoke, he handed the black bread cakes to Wang Hui. Wang Hui took the 2 pieces of black bread in his hands. Sounds good. If there's nothing else, let's all get some rest early. We've been driving for so long, then busy opening doors and setting up tents, everyone's exhausted. Just as their conversation ended, Qin Mian had already finished setting up the tent. He called out to Zhou Can, Liang Jia seems to have fallen asleep. Zhou Can looked over and saw that Liang Jia was sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. His brows immediately furrowed, and he hurried over. What's going on? Wang Hui had also noticed and followed to check. He examined Liang Jia closely and found no obvious injuries. His breathing was steady. He was simply fast asleep. Just get him back into the tent. We'll deal with it when he wakes up tomorrow, Wang Hui said. As Wang Hui walked back, he noticed Xiaoyu looking around anxiously, her face tense. He asked with concern, what's wrong, Xiaoyu? Mr. Wang, have you noticed? It's like everyone around here has gone quiet, Xiaoyu said. Wang Hui followed her gaze and realized she was right. The city, which had been bustling with noise and life, now seemed as if an invisible hand had pressed the pause button. It was suddenly eerily silent. Inside the car, Lin Qian had already heard their conversation clearly. Now, with the sudden silence outside, it felt as if all the sounds in the world had been sucked away, leaving only dead stillness. She took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the car door, stepping out. She looked at Wang Hui. Wang Hui, let's go check things out. Hope, you stay here with Xiaoyu and watch over everyone. Keep them safe. At critical moments, Hope always seemed especially reliable. It didn't speak, just nodded silently at Lin Qian. Seeing Lin Qian about to head out, Zhou Can hurried over, looking anxious. Miss Lin, I have something to tell you. Lin Qian guessed he wanted to talk about the black bread and Liang Jia, so she waved her hand lightly. No need, I heard everything just now. It's late, you all should rest early. Wang Hui and I will just take a quick look around and be back soon. Thinking of their mission, Zhou Can and the others couldn't help but worry. Miss Lin, let me come with you? That way we can look out for each other. Lin Qian shook her head. No need, you all stay here. We're just going for a walk, we'll be back soon. Don't worry, we'll be fine. After spending so much time together, Zhou Can and the others had a good sense of Lin Qian's personality. She was decisive once she made up her mind. It was almost impossible to change it. Even if you tried to argue, it would only make her more determined. All right, then we'll stay here and watch the car for you until you get back, Zhou Can finally agreed. Lin Qian didn't say anything more and left with Wang Hui. She first went to the place where the old lady had taken them earlier and found it unusually quiet, as if even the air had frozen. She wanted to go in and take a look, but found the door tightly locked. There was no way in. She sighed helplessly and gave Wang Hui a look. Should we jump in? Hearing this, Wang Hui quickly crouched down, ready to let her step on his back. But Lin Qian shook her head. No need. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped lightly over the wall. She moved so quickly that Wang Hui didn't even see how she did it. But since Lin Qian had already gone in, Wang Hui wasn't about to be left behind. He took a deep breath, jumped, and followed her over the wall. Once inside, Lin Qian went to check on the residents in the tents. She found that they were all sleeping soundly, completely oblivious to the outside world. Thinking of Liang Jia's strange behavior earlier, she couldn't help but feel curious and suspicious. She wanted to experiment and see what was really going on with these people. She took out 2 flashlights from her space and shone them directly onto the people's faces. Under the strong light, their eyelids twitched slightly, but then they just turned over and continued sleeping. Seeing that they didn't react to the light, Lin Qian grew even more puzzled. She pulled out her phone from her backpack and played a recording of Hope barking, woof woof woof. The people's eyelids twitched again at the sound of the dog barking, but they still didn't wake up, just turned over and kept sleeping. Lin Qian's mind raced. She pulled out a blood collection tube and carefully drew a vial of blood from one of the people, planning to take it back for analysis. Just as she finished, Lin Qian heard a noise in the distance. Wang Hui seemed to hear it too and hurried over. Xiao Qian, someone's coming. Lin Qian quickly packed up her things and found a place to hide. Let's wait and see, no need to rush. Let's find out what they're up to. Not long after they hid, 2 people hurried over with flashlights. They were speaking fluent Japanese, which made Lin Qian tense up. Fortunately, she had previously studied some medical materials from Sakura country, so she had also done quite a bit of research on their language. As a result, she could basically understand what they were saying. I clearly heard a dog barking here just now, one of them said. Maybe you misheard? At this hour, not to mention dogs, even people can't wake up, another replied. No, didn't a few newcomers arrive today? I think one of them brought a dog. Could that dog have come here? The first person continued. No way. I just passed by their place and saw their dog guarding by the car. Let's search carefully anyway. If something really happens, neither of us will be able to explain ourselves, the first person said, sounding a bit anxious. What could possibly happen on our turf? Even if those newcomers cause trouble, Mr. Wu is here, he'll handle them, the other said, completely unconcerned. Lin Qian noticed that they only talked about dealing with people, not about solving problems, which made her even more certain of her previous suspicions. She guessed that these people had probably given the residents some kind of drug, causing them to fall into a deep sleep and unable to wake up. And this Mr. Wu, they mentioned, was likely the mastermind behind it all. After the 2 left, Lin Qian turned to Wang Hui and said, "Come on, let's go check out the city gate." Wang Hui was surprised to see Lin Qian looking so confident. You understand Sakura language? I know a bit. The situation here is much more complicated than we thought. Let's check out the city gate first. When they reached the city gate, They found that the 2 guards from earlier had been replaced by 2 people they hadn't seen before. These 2 looked like well-trained soldiers, standing ramrod straight. It seemed that there were still some people in the city who hadn't taken the drug. Just as Lin Qian was about to turn and Leah, they spoke to the gate guards in detail about the unusual things they'd noticed during their patrol, their voices filled with tension and worry. You guys need to be extra careful tonight. After those newcomers arrived today, there was even a dog barking at night. That's really unusual, one of them said. But the guards just laughed it off. A dog barking isn't a big deal, is it? As long as they stay here, they'll have to eat the powder Mr. Wu provides sooner or later. As long as we keep things under control here, it'll be easy to spread out when the time comes. You don't need to worry too much. Hearing this, Lin Qian became even more convinced of her suspicions. It seemed that Mr. Wu and those on night duty were all from Sakura country. At some point, they had quietly taken control of this disaster-ravaged city. Now, they were using some kind of drug that affected people's minds to firmly control all the original residents of Sand City. Under the influence of the drug, these residents were even grateful to the Sakura country people. Clearly, the Sakura country people intended to use this to further infiltrate the whole of China. Ever since they lost the anti-Sakura war, the little Sakura country had never given up its ambitions toward our country, always looking for a chance to make a comeback. But with our nation growing stronger and stronger, it was no longer easy for them to invade. After all these years of scheming, they still hadn't succeeded. Instead, they'd made fools of themselves in front of the world. All right, let's head back. We shouldn't stay here too long, Lin Qian said softly. What were they saying just now? Wang Hui couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Lin Qian repeated the conversation she'd overheard. Although Wang Hui no longer served the country directly, deep down he was still a passionate patriot. After hearing Lin Qian's words, he was furious. They really never give up. So, this Mr. Wu must be from Sakura country, and his ultimate goal is to control all of us and then take over our country. Lin Qian glanced at him, a trace of approval in her eyes. You're not wrong. That's very possible. But to know for sure, we'll have to meet this Mr. Wu tomorrow. Also, what happened to Sand City's original leaders? If possible, we should try to find out from the residents. With that, the 2 of them turned and went back. Whatever else needed to be done would have to wait until tomorrow. Back at the camp, Xiaoyu saw them return and hurried over with hope in her eyes. Miss Lin, you're finally back. Just now, 2 people who said they were on night duty came over to check on Hope. They even asked me if Hope had always been with us. After I told them, they left. Lin Qian and Wang Hui exchanged a look, immediately understanding what was going on. Those 2 had just wanted to confirm whether the dog barking they'd heard in the residential area was coming from Hope. Lin Qian thought for a moment. Since the residents were under the influence of the drug, maybe the water from her space could help counteract it. With that in mind, she walked to Zhou Can's tent. Zhou Can. Zhou Can quickly emerged from the tent when he heard her voice. Miss Lin, is something wrong? Lin Qian took out a bottle of water and handed it to him. Give this water to Liang Jia to drink when he wakes up tomorrow morning. Zhou Can didn't know what was special about the water, but since Lin Qian had specifically instructed him to give it to Liang Jia, it must help his condition. He quickly took the water, gratefully saying, "Thank you, Miss Lin. It's nothing. Everyone should get some rest. We still have to meet this Mr. Wu tomorrow." With that, Lin Qian turned and went back to her RV. The night passed. Early the next morning, before Lin Qian and the others had even gotten up, they heard a bell ringing from what they called the activity center. The bell was loud and rhythmic, as if it carried some mysterious power. After the bell, Sand City seemed to come alive again. All the residents slowly got up and began a new day. Liang Jia also woke up. As soon as Zhou Can saw him awake, he hurriedly handed him the water Lin Qian had given him the day before. Liang Jia, Miss Lin asked you to drink this. Liang Jia took the water and drank it all in one go. Afterwards, he looked around at everyone sleeping next to Lin Qian's RV, confusion on his face. Why am I sleeping here? You don't remember what happened yesterday? Zhou Can asked. Of course I do. Didn't we go to the canteen to get food, then go back to the tent that old lady gave us to eat? Lin Qian scratched his head, looking completely lost. Everyone was speechless. Can really didn't know what to say, so he went straight to Lin Qian and explained Lin Qian's symptoms to her in detail. After listening, Lin Qian grabbed a flashlight and shone it into Lin Qian's eyes. She carefully observed his reactions and found that he had indeed returned to normal. I'll draw some blood for testing, Lin Qian said. Huh? Why do you need to draw my blood? There's nothing wrong with me. Lin Qian was completely confused by what was happening. He looked at Lin Qian in alarm, wondering if something was wrong with him. Otherwise, why would they need his blood? Can had no choice but to explain what happened yesterday, as well as their suspicion that the residents were being controlled by some kind of drug. Lin Qian was even more shocked after hearing this. They're actually using food and water to control the residents? That's terrifying. Enough talking, give me your hand, Lin Qian said impatiently, unable to stand their cluelessness any longer. Lin Qian reluctantly held out his arm. Lin Qian quickly drew a vial of blood and then turned to leave. She planned to return to the car, have breakfast, and study the blood sample at the same time. Just as she was about to get in the car, the old lady walked over. She looked at Lin Qian and the others with a serious expression. Remember, you must go see Mr. Wu today. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to stay here. That's Mr. Wu's rule, and I hope you'll follow it. Don't worry, we'll definitely go see Mr. Wu today. We're curious about him too, and want to see what kind of person he is, Lin Qian replied, looking at the old lady. The old lady seemed quite satisfied. Good. It's breakfast time now, and you haven't cooked yet, right? Come with me to the canteen to get some food, then we'll go see Mr. Wu. After that, hurry to the activity center to pick up your tasks. With points, you'll be able to exchange for more things. We'll skip breakfast, thank you. We brought our own food, so we won't use up everyone else's rations. After all, we don't have any points yet, and it doesn't feel right to just take food, Xiaoyu said, knowing Lin Qian didn't like eating their food. After what happened yesterday, who would dare eat at their canteen? Would you have to be stupid to do that? The old lady hadn't expected them to be so self-aware. She smiled and said, "That's great that you think that way. But the food we give you isn't free. Yesterday, the 4 of them all worked, so their food can be paid for with their work hours. But you haven't worked yet. If you take food, it'll have to be in advance on your points. You can get points in advance here?" Xiaoyu blurted out in surprise. But what if someone takes too much and can't pay it back and then runs off? The old lady gave her a look like she was an idiot, then couldn't help but laugh. We have gatekeepers here. As long as your points aren't cleared, nobody can run. Gatekeepers? Xiaoyu asked curiously. That's right. Normally, the gatekeepers don't show themselves, but if anyone causes trouble, they'll appear right away. Lin Qian thought of the people she'd seen last night speaking the language of Sakura country. She figured those must be the gatekeepers the old lady was talking about. No wonder she always felt the residents' eyes on her and sensed a faint, probing gaze, as if someone was secretly watching them. Xiaoyu wanted to ask more, but Lin Qian gently stopped her. Thank you, ma'am. We'll go see Mr. Wu after breakfast. Is he at the activity center? Everyone talked about Mr. Wu all the time, but no one ever said exactly where he was. You'll find Mr. Wu at the activity center, the old lady replied, not answering directly. Since that was the case, Lin Qian didn't bother making small talk. All right. No problem. Just hurry up after breakfast. We don't keep idle people here, the old lady reminded them. Understood, Lin Qian replied. Lin Qian led everyone into the RV and laid out the breakfast she'd taken from her storage space. Let's eat first. As for Hope and Little Black, Lin Qian had already put them in her space and fed them there. In times like these, it wasn't wise to feed the 2 of them out in the open. With them in her space, no one would notice no matter how much they ate. Whenever anyone asked where Hope was, Lin Qian would just say he'd gone out to play. At first, Xiaoyu and Can were a bit worried by this explanation. But Hope always came back safe and sound, with a round belly. If Hope wasn't a male dog, everyone would probably suspect he was pregnant. After a few times, everyone got used to it. Since hope always came back, no one bothered to ask anymore. So this time, after Lin Qian put the two little ones in her space, Xiaoyu didn't say anything or find it strange. Xiaoyu, stick with us later, just follow behind, Lin Qian instructed. Don't worry, teacher, I won't say anything unnecessary, Xiaoyu replied seriously. After Lin Qian taught her some basic skills yesterday, Xiaoyu started calling her teacher. At first, Lin Qian wasn't used to it, but Xiaoyu insisted, and Lin Qian had already told her to use that title. She hadn't changed the way she addressed her before because she hadn't had time to teach her self-defense. Now, with the sudden change, Lin Qian felt a bit awkward, but after hearing it a few times, she got used to it. Xiaoyu, since you call Lin Qian teacher, we're basically family now. You don't need to call me Mr. Wang anymore, just use my name, Wang Hui said with a smile. Xiaoyu instinctively looked at Lin Qian, worried she might mind. But Lin Qian didn't react at all, as if she hadn't heard. Xiaoyu secretly felt sorry for Wang Hui. Let's go, Lin Qian called as she passed by Zhou Can and the others' tents. They were already prepared and waiting. As soon as the group stepped outside, quite a few people pointed them in the right direction, as if the whole world knew they were going to the activity center. When they arrived at the entrance, they saw people crowded inside and out. The walls were covered with job postings and tasks waiting to be claimed. As soon as they arrived, someone came out to greet them. Hello, are you here to see Mr. Wu? Yes. Do you know where he is? Lin Qian asked. I do. Please follow me, the staff member replied with a smile. The staff member led them to a house whose living room had been converted into a reception area, the whole space bathed in a warm, cozy yellow light. To her surprise, the room wasn't lit by candles, but by electricity. Dim, yellow bulbs cast a warm, bright glow over the entire space. The sofa in the reception room was also in warm tones. Lin Qian sat down immediately, feeling herself relax a little. Glancing around, she noticed that almost nothing in the room had sharp corners. Nearly everything was rounded and smooth. If she hadn't studied medicine and understood the purpose behind such design, she might have already been completely immersed in this comfortable environment, letting her guard down entirely. She keenly sensed that everyone's initial vigilance was gradually fading. It wasn't just a mental shift, even their bodies seemed to shed a heavy burden, unconsciously relaxing. They had barely settled into the soft seats when gentle, soothing music began to play in the room. The melodious tune was a shock to this group, who hadn't heard music in so long. Their moods calmed with the music, and it felt as if all their recent exhaustion was being eased away. At this moment, their defenses were at their lowest. Lin Qian herself was quite fond of this environment, and couldn't help but feel genuine admiration for whoever had managed to create such an atmosphere under the harsh conditions of the apocalypse. In this world of scarcity and constant danger, building a place where people could truly relax, both body and mind, was no easy feat. If only he weren't from Sakura country, he would surely play a valuable role in the reconstruction of China after the disaster. Wang Hui, however, had received professional training. Even in such a comfortable and pleasant environment, no matter how at ease he felt inside, he maintained a high level of alertness. He gently tugged Lin Qian's sleeve and whispered, "Qian, be careful. I have a feeling there's something hidden here, maybe even a trap." Lin Qian replied softly, "Don't worry. I studied medicine, so I have some understanding of how these environments work. I won't be too affected for now." Hearing this, Wang Hui relaxed a little, but still reminded her, "That's good. Still, ever since we walked in, they've been working to set this mood. We can't let our guard down, not even for a second." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Qian's sharp ears caught a faint sound. "Someone's coming." Wang Hui instantly switched gears. His previously alert expression softened, and he leaned back on the sofa, adopting a relaxed posture, looking no different from Zhou Can and Xiaoyu. Soon, a man in his early 40s appeared at the door, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked refined and cultured. When he spoke, his Mandarin was flawless. If they hadn't investigated yesterday, it would be hard to imagine he was actually from Sakura country. He entered with a seemingly warm smile. Hello, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. I had something urgent to deal with. A young assistant followed him in, efficiently pouring everyone a glass of water. After what happened yesterday, Lin Qian and the others weren't about to eat or drink anything offered here. Qian and the others accepted the glasses out of politeness, but after remembering how Lin Qian had gotten into trouble just from eating a piece of black bread yesterday, they only held the cups, not drinking from them. Lin Qian simply placed her glass on the table, then stood up, meeting the man's gaze. Are you Mr. Wu? Yes. He admitted it without hesitation. My name is Wu Ming. Most people here call me Mr. Wu. Lin Qian nodded slightly. All right. The residents here said that if we want to stay, we need to meet you first, then go to the activity center to get tasks and earn points. Wu Ming smiled gently and explained, that's right. I'm the leader of Sand City now, so it's my duty to assess newcomers. The world outside is chaotic these days. I have to make sure you pose no threat to Sand City before I can let you stay. I hope you can understand my position, right? So what exactly does this assessment involve? Lin Qian asked, knowing full well that it wouldn't be as simple as he made it sound. I'm a psychologist. I'll ask each of you a few questions, and then I'll conduct a hypnosis session. If you pass my assessment, you can stay. Wu Ming said seriously. At that, Lin Qian frowned. Hypnosis? That's right. Wu Ming nodded earnestly, patiently explaining, it's for the safety of Sand City. The situation is complicated now, and we have to be cautious. Questions are fine, but hypnosis is absolutely out of the question. Lin Qian's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. No matter how much she wanted to see if there were antiques here she needed, she would never allow someone to invade her mind in such an unknown and dangerous environment. If she accidentally revealed secrets under hypnosis, she'd regret it for the rest of her life. Besides, Wu Ming didn't look like a good person. She had to be careful. Miss, I'm a seasoned psychologist. My hypnosis techniques are very safe. There won't be any problems. We just need to ensure. Wu Ming tried to persuade her. Lin Qian cut him off firmly. Sorry, but that's not possible. As you said, we're new here and don't know anyone. We have to stay alert. There's no way we'd let you invade our minds. If that's a problem, we'll just leave tomorrow. To her, no matter how many antiques or jade pieces there were here, or how valuable they might be, nothing was worth more than her own safety and privacy. It didn't matter if Wu Ming was from Sakura country or China, she would never let anyone hypnotize her so easily. Oh, there's no need to be so adamant. Wu Ming quickly waved his hand, putting on a friendly smile. If you really won't allow hypnosis, then I'll just ask a few questions. Just answer honestly. As for hypnosis, he paused, then continued, I'll give you a month here. During that time, you can observe our environment and atmosphere. If you're willing to accept hypnosis after that, you can stay for good. If not, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to leave. Wu Ming looked over the group. Aside from Lin Qian and Xiaoyu, the others were all well-built, with obvious muscle definition, clearly professionally trained. What's more, Qian and the other three were still wearing police uniforms, which made Wu Ming even more certain, if he could hypnotize them, he might be able to extract some official information. The previous leaders of Sand City, no matter how hard they were pressed, never seemed to give up any useful information. No one knew why. During this period, aside from maintaining control over the entire city, Wu Ming would occasionally go out to look for official personnel. Unfortunately, those he managed to approach were either extremely cautious, giving him no opening, or he couldn't get close to them at all. So, now that he'd finally encountered this group, he was determined not to let the opportunities slip away. Seeing Wu Ming willing to compromise, Lin Qian didn't bother to guess what he was really plotting. For now, at least, it seemed like a good thing. All right, so how do you want to question them? Together or separately? Lin Qian asked. We'll need to do it separately. I have a treatment room here, we can take them one at a time. As he spoke, Wu Ming led them into a room at the back. The room was set up just like a professional therapy office. A pleasant fragrance lingered in the air, making it feel comfortable and relaxing. Wu Ming looked at Lin Qian and the others, smiling. Who wants to go first? I'll go. Without hesitation, Lin Qian stepped inside and sat down on a soft sofa. Her expression was calm, but there was a hint of wariness in her eyes. After she entered, Wu Ming turned to his assistant and said, "Please keep our guests company. I'll just ask this young lady a few questions." With that, he walked into the therapy room and gently closed the door behind him. The dim lighting flickered in time with the music playing in the room, casting shifting shadows that could easily make someone lower their guard. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the hazy light, he carefully observed Lin Qian's state. She was already sitting comfortably on the sofa, looking relaxed. Seeing this, a faint, satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But of course, she couldn't entirely blame him. After all, Lin Qian's eyesight was far sharper than most people's. In the darkness, nothing around her could escape her gaze. Even if a tiny bug was quietly digging in the corner, she could see its every movement clearly. Wu Ming seemed unaware of Lin Qian's vigilance. He calmly found a seat, his face wearing a gentle, polite smile. "I've already introduced myself, but I don't know how I should address you, miss." Lin Qian looked up and replied simply, "My surname is Lin." Wu Ming nodded, his smile perfectly measured. "Miss Lin, nice to meet you. I'd like to begin our session now." Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, meeting his gaze directly. "If you have any questions, just ask." Wu Ming was momentarily taken aback, his smile freezing for a second. He hadn't expected Lin Qian to be so direct and unpredictable. In his experience, people usually relax their guard in such a soothing environment. After all, he was a psychology expert, highly skilled at reading people's minds. He knew that from a person's words alone, he could pick up on their attitude toward him. But right now, every word and glance from Lin Qian radiated wariness. It felt as if he was facing a cold, impenetrable wall. There was no way in. Left with no choice, Wu Ming could only ask a couple of harmless, routine questions before letting Lin Qian leave. A sense of frustration welled up in him. He'd put so much effort into setting up this room. Ever since he learned there were soldiers among them, he'd used his best resources to carefully prepare the space, thinking he could easily take control of the situation. He hadn't expected to hit a wall with Lin Qian. But Wu Ming quickly consoled himself. Even if Lin Qian didn't fall for it, there were still several others. It shouldn't be a problem. He was confident that with his skills, he could get useful information from someone else. After Lin Qian left, she quickly scanned the room and gave the others a meaningful look. Everyone understood. After so many days traveling together, they developed a certain tacit understanding. Xiaoyu's reaction was the most obvious. She knew she wasn't very clever, and facing someone like Wu Ming, who seemed gentle but was actually full of hidden tricks, made her nervous. So, when it was her turn, she said directly, "Mr. Wu, I always stay with Hope. Can I bring him in with me? Otherwise, I don't feel safe anywhere." Wu Ming's mouth twitched when he heard this, barely able to keep his composure. He cursed inwardly. It's just a dog. Is it really that precious? But outwardly, he forced a smile. All right, that's fine. To him, it was just a dog. Bringing it along shouldn't affect his plans. Xiaoyu entered with hope, and before long, she felt herself relaxing completely. In the gentle atmosphere Wu Ming had created, she looked at him and felt as if he had some kind of inexplicable aura that made people want to trust and get close to him. Wu Ming took the opportunity to ask her a couple of questions about her family. Xiaoyu, swept up in emotion, almost spilled all the secrets she'd buried deep in her heart. At that critical moment, Hope suddenly barked woof. 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 The sharp sound was like an alarm bell, instantly shattering the trance-like atmosphere around Xiaoyu. She snapped back to her senses, immediately realizing she'd nearly been tricked into revealing everything. A wave of fear washed over her. It might not matter if her own secrets got out, but if she let slip Lin Qian's secrets, she'd have no place in the group anymore. Thinking of this, she quickly said to Hope, "I understand, Hope." Wu Ming couldn't hold back any longer. He glared at Hope, his eyes full of menace, as if he wanted to tear the dog apart. He never imagined a dog would ruin his plans. But Hope clearly sensed his hostility and bared his teeth, growling as if ready to leap at Wu Ming's throat. Wu Ming was startled by Hope's reaction. Before he could recover, Xiaoyu spoke up. Mr. Wu, do you have any more questions? If not, I'd like to take Hope and leave now. Wu Ming never expected that this dog would be so fierce, making it impossible for him to continue using his usual tricks. Left with no other choice, he hurriedly let them all leave. Who would have thought that everyone else waiting outside, seeing Xiaoyu come out looking hopeful and in good spirits, all started thinking the same thing. They wanted to go in with Hope, too. Now Wu Ming was truly at a loss. He knew very well that as long as they brought that dog with them, he wouldn't be able to get any useful information out of them. It seemed he would have to find another way. Perhaps get them to drink water laced with powder or eat food he provided, and then try to extract information. Right now, food and water were both in short supply. No matter how much they brought with them, eventually they wouldn't keep refusing food and water offered to them. Besides, the residents here were warm and hospitable, and everyone got along well. He really couldn't think of any reason why they would refuse these things. He was confident that it wouldn't even take a month, at most a week, before they would fall into his trap. Having thought this through, Wu Ming no longer insisted on getting information from them right now. He cleared his throat and said, "Since you're all together, there's no need to question the rest of you individually. Next, just go to the activity center to receive your tasks." Lin Qian hadn't expected Wu Ming to let them go so easily. It was a good thing, of course, but she still had something she wanted to discuss with him. She stepped forward and said, "Mr. Wu, actually, there's something else I wanted to talk to you about today. My elders at home are all fond of antiques. To be honest, part of the reason I came out this time is to look for someone, but I'm also hoping to find some antiques." Wu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, unsure if Lin Qian really meant what she said, or if she was just fishing for information. He'd been in China for so many years, he knew all too well how cunning these people could be. Whenever they had an agenda, they never said it outright, but always tried to achieve their goals through hints and roundabout ways. But for now, he hadn't gotten any useful information, and he still needed them to stay here. As for Lin Qian, her gaze briefly swept over the 4 soldiers, and she became even more certain of her suspicions. It seemed these 4 were Wu Ming's real targets. The reason he was being so friendly to the rest of them was probably just to get close to those 4 soldiers and obtain classified information from them. As for herself, she was probably just a pawn in his plan, meant to distract others. Still, she didn't really mind. After all, both sides wanted something from each other, which actually made their interactions smoother. These days, it wasn't easy for Wu Ming to leave China. It was said that Sakura country had been completely submerged in the initial catastrophic flood. Now, there wasn't a single patch of land left, just endless ocean, a boundless water world. Putting aside Lin Qian's search for antiques, their group had been out for quite a while. It was time to ask if anyone here had seen Xiaoyu's husband. After all, as long as it didn't concern Wu Ming's own interests, he probably wouldn't bother to hide information about a missing person. "Are you looking for someone?" Lin Qian keenly noticed that whenever Wu Ming was on guard, he would narrow his eyes ever so slightly, a subtle movement, but she caught it. This man was definitely hiding something else. "Yes, we came all the way from Zhu City to find someone." "Xiaoyu, show Mr. Wu the photo. Maybe he's seen him," Lin Qian said. Since Lin Qian had spoken, Xiaoyu quickly took out a photo and handed it to Wu Ming, her eyes full of hope. "Mr. Wu, please take a look. This is my husband. He's been missing for a long time. Everyone says he might have gone to Jing City. Have you seen him by any chance?" Wu Ming might not have been a good person, but at this moment, Xiaoyu looked at him as if he were her last hope, wishing he could give her some useful information. Wu Ming took the photo, studied it carefully, and said slowly, "I don't recognize this person. Are you sure he passed through here?" Xiaoyu turned to Lin Qian, who answered honestly, "We're not sure. He left not long after the disaster started, but whether he took this route or not, we can only guess." "Before the disaster started, huh?" "I wasn't in charge of the city back then, so I'm afraid I can't help you." As he spoke, Wu Ming handed the photo back to Xiaoyu, his face showing a hint of apology. Sorry, I really can't help. It's okay. I was prepared for this, Xiaoyu said. Although she was disappointed, she wasn't too upset. After all, she'd already accepted this possible outcome. Besides, even if this man really did have news about her husband, he might not tell them directly. Now that he said he didn't know, Xiaoyu felt both disappointed and a little relieved. Wu Ming then turned his attention to Lin Qian and said, "As for the antiques you mentioned, Miss Lin, I did have some in my old home. And there were artifacts in the Shaching Museum. Most of them should still be there, though I'm not sure about their current condition. If possible, we'd like to take a look," Lin Qian said. Wu Ming's face immediately showed hesitation, and he said, "Well, is it inconvenient?" Lin Qian pressed, guessing he was scheming something and thinking it would be better to have him say it outright. "It's not that it's inconvenient. You can go and have a look, but you can't just take anything," Wu Ming finally said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Of course. But I do have some things I'd like to trade for the antiques from Shaching. I wonder if you'd be interested." As she spoke, Lin Qian took out several boxes of medicine from her bag and placed them in front of Wu Ming. They were just ordinary cold medicine, but in these times of scarcity, even a single pill was precious. Wu Ming's pupils shrank noticeably when he saw the medicine, and his hands trembled slightly as he picked up the boxes and examined them carefully. "Miss Lin, how much of this medicine do you have? And what kind of trade are you proposing?" "Mr. Wu, you should know how valuable this medicine is on the market right now. As you just said, antiques aren't worth much these days. I'd like to trade one pill for one antique. Of course, I'm not limiting it to antiques. Jade pieces are fine too." Wu Ming was shocked by Lin Qian's offer, thinking she was being outrageously greedy. He was about to refuse when his assistant tugged at his sleeve and quietly pulled him aside. Speaking in Sakura country's language, thinking no one else could understand, he said, "Wu-san, this kind of medicine can't be reproduced anymore. It's far more valuable than antiques." He continued, "Our country has suffered such a huge disaster. This is exactly when we need medicine the most. These medicines can not only save countless lives, but also boost our reputation among the people. For us, it's all benefits and no drawbacks." The assistant's words made Wu Ming fall into deep thought. How could he not know the value of these medicines? In this era ravaged by natural disasters and severe shortages, medicine was undoubtedly one of the most precious resources. And what about antiques? Though they carried history and culture, in the face of life and death, they seemed insignificant. He turned to look at Lin Qian, only to see her watching him calmly, as if she had everything under control. Wu Ming couldn't help but secretly admire Lin Qian's courage and cunning. She not only understood that antiques had limited value in the current situation, but also cleverly leveraged his need for medicine, proposing an exchange that seemed unreasonable on the surface, but was actually highly advantageous for her. "Miss Lin, your proposal is very tempting," Wu Ming finally spoke, his tone carrying a hint of compromise. "However, exchanging one pill for one antique seems a bit steep. After all, while antiques may not be worth much now, they still carry history and culture. They can't just be measured so simply." Lin Qian smiled slightly, knowing Wu Ming was already wavering. "Mr. Wu, you should know that the value of medicine far exceeds that of antiques now. A single pill could save a life, maybe even an entire family. But antiques? They can only sit there, unable to serve any practical purpose." Wu Ming was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "All right, Miss Lin, I accept your proposal. But I have one condition. Please go ahead." Lin Qian was prepared. She knew Wu Ming wouldn't agree so easily. "I hope you can give me a portion of the medicine as a deposit first. Once I've confirmed the condition of the artifacts at the Sand City Museum, we can proceed with the exchange," Wu Ming stated his terms. Lin Qian thought for a moment. She had plenty of medicine on her, far more than she could use, so giving Wu Ming 2 boxes up front was no big deal. "All right, I agree," Lin Qian replied readily. "Of the boxes of medicine I just took out, each contains 20 pills. I'll leave you 3 boxes as a show of good faith. In return, I hope to see 60 antiques or jade pieces tomorrow." Wu Ming's expression became unreadable, his eyes flickering as if he was plotting something. To avoid any disputes later, Lin Qian felt it was necessary to lay out her terms clearly. "Let's be clear, I only want items that are intact and undamaged," Lin Qian said firmly, meeting Wu Ming's gaze. Wu Ming frowned at her words, a troubled look on his face. "But many antiques already have flaws. If you want them completely perfect, I'm afraid that'll be hard to find." Lin Qian frowned slightly, patiently explaining, "I don't mean ones that are smashed to pieces. If the antiques have some original flaws, that's fine. But it's hard to judge right now. When the time comes, I'll inspect them myself." Wu Ming thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. After all, these antiques weren't his personal property. Even if he handed them to Lin Qian, as long as she stayed here, it was just moving things from his left hand to his right. They'd never really leave his control. "So, when shall we make the exchange tomorrow?" Wu Ming asked. "Any time is fine for me, as long as you have the items ready." After finishing their discussion, Lin Qian left. As for Wu Ming, he immediately sent people to his former residence and the museum to gather all relevant antiques and jade pieces. At the same time, he had people summon all the residents, announcing that anyone with antiques at home could bring them in to exchange for points. The announcement was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up huge waves. Residents sprang into action, rummaging through their homes to bring out any antiques they had collected, good or bad, to exchange for points with Wu Ming. Those without antiques at home, after finishing their daily work, also went out searching for antiques everywhere. For a while, Sand City was swept up in an antique craze, with people everywhere talking about and searching for antiques. Lin Qian didn't care about any of this. After parting ways with Wu Ming, she headed to their activity center to see what tasks were available. The task wall at the activity center was very detailed, listing everything from cleaning and picking up trash to post-disaster reconstruction, with each task clearly described and responsibilities carefully divided. The person in charge of assigning tasks saw Lin Qian and her group approach and immediately greeted them with a big smile. "Are you here to take on a task? What are your skills? I can assign you something suitable." "No need, we're just looking around," Lin Qian replied coolly. She didn't want to waste time on these tasks anyway. "Huh?" The receptionist looked surprised, confusion written all over his face. "If you don't take on any tasks, you can't earn points. Without points, you can't exchange for food or water. How will you survive?" "No need to worry, we have our own food and water," Lin Qian replied calmly, completely unconcerned. After getting a general sense of the situation, Lin Qian turned and left. In her view, the food and water here were tainted. She wouldn't eat them even if they were free, let alone have to exchange points for them. Seeing that they were just looking and not taking any tasks, the receptionist hurried off to report to Wu Ming. "They're not taking any tasks? Looks like they still have plenty of supplies. Well, let them be. As long as they stay here, their food will run out eventually. For now, our top priority is to gather the antiques she wants and exchange them for as many things as we need from her," Wu Ming said after thinking for a moment. Since Wu Ming had said so, the person in charge of assigning tasks had no objections and withdrew. After leaving the activity center, Lin Qian hadn't gone far before she was surrounded by a group of residents. "What task did you take?" "I can show you around," a resident asked enthusiastically. "No need, we didn't take any tasks. I made a deal with Wu Ming," Lin Qian replied with a smile. "Huh? You didn't take any tasks?" The residents all looked surprised and puzzled. At that moment, an elderly lady walked over, curiously asking, "Are you here to do business with Mr. Wu?" Lin Qian nodded. "We said from the start, we're just passing through. It just so happens you have something I need, and I have something you want. So, we can make a deal, can't we? Mr. Wu already has everything he needs. Why would he need to do business with you?" the old lady asked, a bit puzzled. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to explain further. She simply pulled a box of medicine out of her pocket. When the others saw the medicine in Lin Qian's hand, realization dawned on their faces. No wonder. Now that they knew Lin Qian had medicine, their attitude toward her subtly shifted. They had been friendly before, but there was always a hint of distance in their warmth. Now, things felt completely different. Their eyes were filled with awe and hope as they looked at Lin Qian, as if she were some kind of savior. Our child was sick a while ago and hasn't fully recovered. Do you think your medicine could help? A woman hesitated, then cautiously asked. Lin Qian's lips curved into a faint smile. She ignored the woman's pleading and walked straight up into the RV. Seeing Lin Qian about to leave, the woman hurried to catch up, hoping to beg her a little more. But as soon as she took a step, the old lady next to her grabbed her arm. The old lady frowned, her face serious. Miss Lin just got here. That medicine is hers. How could she just give it to you for nothing? None of us owe each other anything. Don't do something so unreasonable. That's not what I meant, the woman said anxiously. I heard Mr. Wu is collecting antiques and will exchange them for points. I figured he wants to do business with Miss Lin. I have some antiques at home, real family heirlooms. I was thinking maybe I could trade them with Miss Lin. The old lady's face darkened at this, and she quickly pulled the woman aside, lowering her voice, but speaking sternly. Are you crazy? If you trade for points, you can exchange them for medicine officially. But if you trade directly with Miss Lin, you're a woman with a child. If you get expelled, where else could you find a place this safe? But the woman's face was full of worry, her eyes reddening. My child has been sick for a long time. If he doesn't get treatment soon, I'm really afraid something bad will happen. I think even if Mr. Wu finds out, he'll understand my situation. Still determined, the woman looked up and saw Lin Qian about to get into the RV. In her panic, she shook off the old lady's hand and hurried over to Lin Qian. She spoke urgently, trying to ingratiate herself. Miss Lin, I'm not asking for your medicine for free. I heard you're looking for antiques. I really do have some family heirlooms at home. Would you be willing to take a look? The moment Lin Qian heard the words family heirlooms, her eyes lit up with interest. After all, in her experience, anything people claimed was a family heirloom was always the real deal, priceless treasures, at least as far as her spatial ability was concerned. So Lin Qian paused, turned around, and said to the woman, "All right, bring them over and let me take a look. If they're genuine, I can also check on your child. You know medicine?" The woman's eyes sparkled with hope, and she almost wanted to grab Lin Qian and drag her home right away. But then she hesitated. After all, she didn't know Lin Qian well, and Lin Qian looked so young. I used to be a student at Pearl City Medical University. Everyone knew Pearl City Medical University was famous nationwide. Anyone who could get in was top-tier talent, the kind the country prioritized for training. The woman was surprised and overjoyed to hear how capable Lin Qian was. Her face lit up with excitement. Could you come with me now? My child's been sick for a long time, and with things so bad these days, I'm really afraid he won't last much longer. As long as you're willing to help, no matter the outcome, I'll give you all my family's antiques. Lin Qian checked the time and saw it was still early. She figured it wouldn't hurt to go take a look, so she nodded. All right. Then she turned to Wang Hui. Wang Hui, you stay here. I'll go check things out. No way, Wang Hui quickly waved his hands. I should go with you. There's nothing important for me to do here. Hope and Xiaoyu can stay behind. At that, Hope, the dog, immediately started barking in protest. Woof woof woof. The meaning was obvious, even if Wang Hui usually couldn't understand Hope. He got it this time. Why can you go and I can't? Lin Qian glanced between the man and the dog, thought it over, and finally decided to bring Hope along. She said to Wang Hui, "You stay here and help Xiaoyu with her basic training. I'll take Hope with me, it'll be fine. And if anything happens, I still have Xiaohe." Wang Hui recalled how Xiaohe had shown its power back in the village, and after another look at himself, he realized Lin Qian probably didn't need his protection at all. He could only nod reluctantly. All right then. Still, he ran back to the RV, grabbed a walkie-talkie, and handed one to Lin Qian. If anything happens, contact me right away. I'll come as fast as I can. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Lin Qian said, pocketing the walkie-talkie before following the anxious woman. The woman lived in the area the old lady had shown them yesterday. Lin Qian followed her through several twists and turns to a small tent. The woman smiled apologetically, then carefully unzipped the tent. A strange smell wafted out, hitting Lin Qian's nose. "I'm really sorry, Miss Lin. My son's been sick for a long time. The tent doesn't smell very good," the woman said, full of embarrassment. Seeing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but wonder if the woman really had any family heirlooms. After all, her spatial sense hadn't reacted at all. If the antiques were really here, her space should have sensed them. But since she was already here, it wouldn't be right to just turn around and leave. Lin Qian wasn't one for fake politeness. She simply took a gas mask out of her bag, put it on, and stepped into the tent. As she entered, she asked, "How long has he been like this?" "It's been like this ever since the flood receded." The woman followed behind, her face full of worry. "He keeps running a fever every now and then. We've already used up all the medicine we had at home, and now we're just hanging on by sheer willpower. Luckily, the weather isn't as hot as it was before, or I really don't know what we would have done. But his condition is still very bad. He often talks nonsense." Lin Qian took a stethoscope out of her bag and listened carefully to the child's heartbeat. She then examined the boy's condition closely and found that he did indeed have a low-grade fever. She needed to determine just how serious the boy's illness was. Lin Qian looked at the child, who stared blankly back at her without saying a word, so she gently asked, "Can you hear me?" "I can hear you, pretty sister." "Are you a doctor?" The boy replied weakly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Lin Qian's expression was calm and emotionless as she replied, "I'm not a doctor, but I think I can cure your illness." The boy's eyes immediately lit up, as if he'd seen a ray of hope. "Really? You can really cure me?" But then his gaze dropped again, and he said softly, "But my mom has already spent so much. She's taken on so many jobs, but I'm still like this. I know I won't get better." "It's all right. It's not a big problem," Lin Qian reassured him. "It's probably a bacterial infection. I happen to have some antibiotics. Try taking them and you should get better." As she spoke, Lin Qian handed the medicine to the woman and instructed her seriously, "There's enough here for 3 days. After he finishes it, he shouldn't have any more major problems. You've only been treating the fever without addressing the infection. If the inflammation inside him isn't dealt with, the fever will keep coming back." The woman took the antibiotics with both hands, her eyes reddening with emotion. She thanked Lin Qian profusely. "Miss Lin, you're truly a living bodhisattva. I've looked everywhere for help, but everyone said there was nothing they could do." Thinking of all the hardship and her child's suffering, the woman couldn't help but shed tears. "Could you wait here for a moment?" the woman said, wiping her tears. "Once he's taken the medicine, I'll take you to get my family's antique." Only then did Lin Qian realize the antique wasn't here. But since she was about to get her hands on it, she didn't mind waiting a bit longer. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll wait here for you." After the woman fed the boy the medicine, Lin Qian thought for a moment and then asked the woman to wait outside the tent for a while. Although the woman was puzzled, seeing how generously Lin Qian had given her precious medicine for her son, she felt a deep trust in Lin Qian and didn't ask any questions. She simply did as she was told and left the tent. Seeing the woman leave without a hint of suspicion, Lin Qian walked straight over to the boy. She bent down slightly, a gentle smile on her face, and said softly, "Big sister wants to give you a little gift, but this is something very rare. If anyone else sees it, I might get into trouble. If I give this to you, can you keep it a secret for me?" The moment the boy heard the word secret, he felt this was a sign of great trust. His eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly. He stared at Lin Qian, full of anticipation. Lin Qian smiled faintly and slowly took a cherry out of her pocket, holding it out to the boy. "Take a look." "Che." The boy was about to blurt out the word, but Lin Qian quickly covered his mouth. "This is just between the two of us. You mustn't tell anyone, not even your mom, okay?" Lin Qian looked him in the eyes and stressed again. I promise, I promise." The boy nodded vigorously, his eyes full of determination. It wasn't that Lin Qian's fruit couldn't be seen by others, but almost everyone in Sand City was under Wu Ming's strict surveillance these days. Everything people ate and drank here had been tampered with by Wu Ming. Who knew if someone would try to curry favor with him by reporting this? If Wu Ming discovered the special effects of her fruit, who knew what other crucial information he might dig up by following this lead? Why aren't you eating it? Lin Qian saw the boy holding the cherry, staring blankly, and gently urged him. The boy snapped out of it, and without thinking, popped the whole cherry, pit, and stem included into his mouth before Lin Qian could stop him. Oh well, just get some rest, Lin Qian said helplessly, shaking her head. She walked to the entrance of the tent, lifted the flap, and called out to the woman outside. You keep the tent closed all the time, but it's so stuffy inside that the child can't get any fresh air. That's not good for his recovery. Seeing Lin Qian personally open the tent flap, the woman hurried over, saying, Let me do it. Let me do it. The doctor here told me that the child needs to sweat it out to get better, so You don't need to explain. Let's go, Lin Qian cut her off, not interested in a long-winded explanation. The woman seemed to realize Lin Qian didn't want to listen, so she fell silent, packed up her things, and led Lin Qian back to her old house. The woman skillfully found a hoe in the corner, then walked to a fallen tree and began to dig. It didn't take long before she unearthed a box from the soil. Lin Qian's spatial sense picked up a mysterious energy emanating from the box, even through its walls. She guessed to herself that there must be something valuable inside. Good thing we hid them here, or they would have been ruined long ago, the woman said as she carefully opened the box. Lin Qian leaned in curiously and was astonished to see a set of chicken cups inside. Her first instinct was that they must be fakes. After all, chicken cups are priceless treasures. How could they just show up here so easily? But her spatial sense told her clearly that they were real. Lin Qian's heart raced with excitement. She hurried to the woman's side, gently took the box, and carefully set it on the ground. She took out a pair of special gloves from her space, put them on, and began to examine the cups closely. After a thorough inspection, relying on her own expertise, Lin Qian came to a conclusion, perhaps not absolutely certain, but close enough. These are Ming Dynasty Dotesai chicken cups? Miss Lin, you have a sharp eye. I knew you'd recognize them. Consider this your payment for treating my son. Even though antiques aren't worth much these days, and no one would buy them even if I tried to sell, we still didn't want to part with them. If it weren't for my son's condition. As the woman spoke, her voice gradually grew softer, and a trace of sadness appeared on her face. Stop. Lin Qian had no interest in listening to her tragic sob story, so she quickly interrupted, I'll take this. Since I've accepted your payment, I'll stay here until your son recovers. He took the antibiotics today, so you should see results by tonight. Lin Qian thought to herself that she'd even given the boy a cherry. Even if the antibiotics didn't work well, with the special properties of the fruit from her space, the boy's condition should improve by tonight. Since she'd accepted such a precious item, she figured she'd give the boy a peach another day as a return gesture. That seemed only fair. The woman bowed deeply to Lin Qian, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Miss Lin. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my son wouldn't have made it through the night. This is just a fair transaction. No need to thank me, Lin Qian waved her hand dismissively. With that, she turned and left with the box, not noticing that the woman bowed again to her departing figure. At that moment, Lin Qian clearly felt a surge of faith energy flow into her body. Since her last upgrade, she hadn't noticed any particular changes, but now she finally understood. She could distinctly sense the source of this faith energy. Turning her head slightly, she glanced at the woman, secretly marveling. This trip really paid off. Lin Qian had truly gained a lot. Not only had she lucked into a set of precious chicken cup antiques, but she'd also inadvertently received the woman's sincere faith. Even more surprising, she discovered a new function of her space thanks to this incident. She carefully carried the box, caked with mud and containing the chicken cups, back with her. When Wang Hui saw her return with such a filthy box, his years of experience told him that whatever was inside was definitely no ordinary item. He hurried over, curiosity piqued. Is this thing useful? It's extremely useful, but I don't plan to put it in the space just yet. Lin Qian entered the RV, gently opened the box, and showed Wang Hui the chicken cups inside. Even though Wang Hui wasn't particularly knowledgeable about antiques, he recognized the set at a glance and exclaimed in surprise, "Are these chicken cups?" Lin Qian raised an eyebrow and praised, "Good eye." Wang Hui frowned in disbelief. "Wait, are you sure these are real? These things are rare, and there are tons of fakes out there. Don't get fooled." Lin Qian rolled her eyes at him. "Of course I know how rare they are, but I can guarantee these are genuine." Wang Hui's eyes lit up instantly, and he said excitedly, "In that case, these are priceless. How much do you think they're worth?" Lin Qian thought for a moment before replying, "They're so rare that their value is basically incalculable. If I hadn't seen them myself, maybe I'd just toss them into the space. But now that I have, I don't really want to do that. After all, I believe our country will recover in time. If I hadn't seen their value, it wouldn't matter. But now that I know, I think we should preserve some of these precious cultural relics. We can't let them all disappear." Wang Hui nodded thoughtfully. "You have a point, but right now, isn't it more important to upgrade your space? The stronger its functions, the more it'll help us in the future." Lin Qian shot him another look. "Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing." She carefully stored the chicken cups in the RV. Wu Ming should be able to bring a pile of antiques tomorrow. Wang Hui perked up at that, but asked worriedly, "But what if you find more treasures then? What will you do?" Lin Qian was stumped by the question, frowning as she thought it over. "That is a problem. Well, I'll deal with it when the time comes. Besides, things like chicken cups are rare. There aren't that many out there. If they were everywhere, I'd have thrown them into the space already." Wang Hui agreed with her logic and changed the subject with a grin. "You're right. So, what do you want for dinner? Let me show off my cooking skills for you." Lin Qian sighed helplessly. "Anything is fine. Given the current situation, let's keep a low profile. Don't attract too much attention. Even though everyone seems easy to get along with under the influence of the medicine, we still need to stay alert. Who knows when they might turn on us." Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Wu Ming hurriedly sent someone to invite Lin Qian over to inspect the antiques. This time, Lin Qian drove the RV over herself and even borrowed Zhou Can's vehicle. Zhou Can and his group had no objections. Lin Qian had always treated them well, so this small favor was nothing. But Lin Qian hadn't expected that, even with Zhou Can's vehicle, it would barely make a dent in the collection of antiques Wu Ming had gathered. Wang Hui was stunned at the mountain of antiques before them. His jaw nearly dropped. He quietly pulled Lin Qian aside and whispered, "Just how much stuff has this guy taken from our country? If you weren't willing to trade medicine for them, I bet he'd never let these antiques see the light of day. This is outright robbery, unbelievable. Maybe, for him, what I'm offering is more valuable now. In these chaotic times, medicine can save lives." Wang Hui nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. Who else can get their hands on medicine these days? That's real power. With medicine, you've got a life-saving ace up your sleeve." Lin Qian frowned. "Enough talk. Let's get started. We don't want to keep Wu Ming waiting and cause unnecessary trouble." When Wu Ming saw Lin Qian arrive, his face broke into a wide smile as he warmly led her into the warehouse. "Miss Lin, take a look. There are 1,621 antiques here. We've done a preliminary check. They're all basically intact and undamaged by the disaster. The quality is guaranteed." Lin Qian looked around, secretly amazed. "All right, can you have your people step out for a bit? If everything checks out, I'll provide the agreed-upon medicine. You won't lose out." She hadn't expected everything here to be so valuable. Clearly, Wu Ming had gone to great lengths to collect these, probably using some underhanded means as well. After a while, Lin Qian finished her inspection. Wang Hui looked at her and asked, "So, is everything here okay?" Lin Qian looked at Wang Hui and said, "No problem, it's just as he said. But there are so many antiques here. I still haven't figured out how to move them all without attracting his attention. That guy is really cunning. We need to be careful." Wang Hui thought for a moment. How about we have him deliver them to the outskirts of the city and tell him our people will pick them up from there? That way, we can avoid arousing his suspicion and still get the antiques out smoothly. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. She thought it was a good idea. Let's do that. But with so many antiques, if I suddenly take out a huge batch of medicine, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave here safely. Wu Ming is ruthless. If he gets greedy, we could be in danger. Wang Hui continued, don't you have those small boxes of medicine, like anti-inflammatory pills or allergy meds? The kind with 100 tablets per box? Taking those out shouldn't attract too much attention. You mean chlorpheniramine? Yeah, that's the one. For some people, allergy meds are lifesavers. Just say you tend to get heaty or have allergies, so you always keep a stock. That should be enough to get by. That could work. But I was thinking, should I give them some vegetables instead? I have plenty of space, and the crops grow in batches. I can't possibly eat them all. Plus, vegetables are less likely to raise suspicion than medicine. Wang Hui's eyes brightened. The vegetables from your space must have special effects on the body, right? Just like the fruit you have. Lin Qian wasn't surprised that Wang Hui figured it out. After all, he was a smart guy. Now that he knew about her space, he could probably connect a lot of things he couldn't explain before. She nodded. Yes. Remember that bottle of water I gave Jokin the other day? After Liang Jie drank it, he woke up. I think the vegetables should have the same effect. If we give them the vegetables, even if they try to mix drugs into them, it probably won't work. Once everyone wakes up, it'll be much harder for them to control the people in Shaqing. We can use that chance to look for the officials Wu Ming has hidden away. Wang Hui frowned. Do you know where they're being kept? Lin Qian shook her head. No, but I had Xiaohei stake out Wu Ming's house yesterday to gather information. I told it to come back once it hears anything. It. Wang Hui couldn't help but marvel at Lin Qian's luck. He gave her a thumbs up. That pet of yours is amazing, your right-hand helper. Hope, who was listening nearby, got so excited at Wang Hui's praise that its tail wagged furiously, barking nonstop. It looked as if it was saying, of course. Your big bro dog is always this awesome. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud at Hope's boastful attitude. She gently tapped Hope on the head. You really have no idea what humility means, do you? Hope tilted its head in confusion, looking at Lin Qian with big, innocent eyes, and barked woof. Humility? What's that? Is it something to eat? Is it tasty? Lin Qian was so amused by Hope's adorable look that she burst into laughter. She thought to herself, Wang Hui actually expects a dog to understand humility? That's a pretty tall order. Hope had no idea why Lin Qian was suddenly so happy. It just tilted its head and looked at her with those big, watery eyes, looking utterly clueless and cute. Wang Hui, seeing this, scratched his nose awkwardly, a slightly embarrassed look on his face. All right. Lin Qian said to them, I've checked, everything here looks fine. I'll go out and ask Wu Ming to have the rest moved to the outskirts. Let's load some onto the car ourselves first, so we don't attract too much attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Without another word, Lin Qian rolled up her sleeves and started moving things. She was quick and efficient, and soon had several boxes loaded up. Hope, seeing this, lowered its head and grabbed some antiques with handles in its mouth, wobbling along on its short legs to help Lin Qian drag them to the car. Seeing even a dog working so hard, Wang Hui naturally didn't want to be left behind. He rolled up his sleeves, strode over to the goods, and started moving things with all his strength. With the two of them and a dog working together, it didn't take long to load a good amount onto the car. Wu Ming had been waiting anxiously outside, craning his neck every so often to peek inside. When he saw Lin Qian start moving things, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his batch had passed Lin Qian's inspection. Lin Qian didn't take everything at once. She took exactly the same amount as the batch of medicine she'd given Wu Ming before. She walked up to Wu Ming. Mr. Wu, I'm taking 60 items this time. If it's convenient, I hope you can arrange for the rest to be delivered to the outskirts. Wu Ming was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. Why deliver them outside the city? It's not safe out there, and it's not convenient either. Lin Qian was prepared. She replied calmly, you don't need to worry about that. I saw an abandoned warehouse outside the city when I arrived. Just leave the goods there. I'll drive over now, and you can have someone follow us. Once the goods are unloaded, I'll give you the rest of the medicine. Wu Ming frowned deeply, an obvious look of difficulty on his face. He was calculating in his mind. He really didn't want to send the antiques out of the city. He was still hoping he could get them back someday. If they left the city, who knew where they'd end up? He'd be at a huge loss. What's the matter? Is it inconvenient? Seeing Wu Ming hesitate, Lin Qian couldn't help but wonder if he was up to something again. Wu Ming hesitated, then said, "It's not that it's inconvenient, but our vehicles aren't working right now. If we want to send them out, we'll have to rely on manpower. That's not something that can be done quickly. It'll take a lot of time and effort." Lin Qian sneered inwardly. She'd expected Wu Ming to make excuses. But she wasn't in a hurry. She said lightly, "That's fine. I'll just come and get them myself. There may be a lot, but a few trips back and forth should do it. But you'll need to give me a pass so I can go in and out of the city. That'll make things easier for you, too." Wu Ming nodded. "Of course. With a pass, it'll save us both a lot of trouble." At this point, Wu Ming really didn't know how to refuse. Even though he was 1,000 times unwilling in his heart, in order to get the rest of the medicine, he could only nod in agreement. He had someone issue Lin Qian a round-trip pass, handed it to her, and reminded her, "Miss Lin, these antiques are very valuable. I hope you'll take good care of them." Seeing the look of sorrow on Wu Ming's face, Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh to herself. If she hadn't already known Wu Ming was from Sakura country, she might have mistaken him for a patriot otherwise. How could he put on such a convincing look of grief? She deliberately said, "Mr. Wu, I'm not insisting on this. It's fine if I don't take these antiques. My family likes them, but it's not a necessity. If you can't bear to part with them, we can just call off the deal." Wu Ming's expression changed instantly. How could he let the deal fall through? He'd gone through so much trouble to get his hands on these antiques. If the deal was cancelled, all his previous efforts would have been for nothing. He quickly forced a smile and said, "Miss Lin, you misunderstand me. That's not what I meant. What about the rest of the medicine?" Watching Wu Ming's anxious expression, Lin Qian replied unhurriedly, naturally, "I'll give you the rest after I've transported the items out. I have to make sure the antiques are safe before I hand over the rest of the medicine, right?" Although Wu Ming was a little dissatisfied, he had no choice. He could only nod and say, "All right, we'll do as you say, Miss Lin." Within a day, Lin Qian drove back and forth, moving all the antiques outside the city. At first, Wu Ming wanted to send someone to follow her, supposedly to help, but really to keep an eye on her. Lin Qian refused without hesitation. She didn't want Wu Ming's people tagging along. If they discovered her secret, it would be a disaster. Eventually, Wu Ming figured it out. With such a large batch of antiques, even if Lin Qian wanted to move them all, it wouldn't happen overnight. He could keep an eye out after he got the medicine. Even if the antiques were outside the city, it wasn't far, he could check on them anytime. Once he got what he wanted, he could just take the antiques back by force, and there'd be nothing they could do about it. After moving all the antiques out, Lin Qian didn't put them directly in the warehouse. With a thought, she stored all the antiques in her own space. After her space had swallowed the antiques, she took out all the empty boxes and stacked them in the warehouse she'd mentioned earlier. That way, even if Wu Ming sent someone to check, they wouldn't notice anything amiss for now. Seeing the warehouse full of boxes, Wu Ming would definitely assume the antiques were still inside, just not yet moved out. On her last trip, Lin Qian handed Wu Ming several boxes of chlorpheniramine and some herbal fever medicine. Wu Ming's face darkened as he took them, as if he'd just swallowed a fly. Frowning, he asked, "Miss Lin, what's this?" Lin Qian looked at him innocently and said, "What's wrong? These are the medicines I have the most of. You know how hard it is to get medicine these days. I'm already doing my best." Wu Ming could barely keep his smile. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, "But..." He'd been waiting so long, hoping for more medicine, but Lin Qian only gave him a few boxes. How could he be satisfied? But he didn't dare lose his temper. He still wanted to do business with Lin Qian, so he swallowed his words. Sensing the atmosphere was just right, Lin Qian said, Mr. Wu, I also have a few baskets of fresh fruits and vegetables. I'll throw those in as a bonus for this deal. I'm quite satisfied with the antiques you provided. Wu Ming immediately forgot his earlier dissatisfaction and was overjoyed, his eyes lighting up. Miss Lin, you actually have fresh fruits and vegetables? Lin Qian explained calmly, I'd kept them refrigerated at home. They're still fresh. Wu Ming nodded eagerly, excited. Great, great. We haven't seen fresh produce in ages. If you can give us a few baskets of fresh fruits and vegetables, I won't take advantage of you. Let's trade one antique for each vegetable or fruit. Are there still many antiques left in Shacheng? Lin Qian asked casually. Wu Ming didn't see any reason to hide it. After all, he'd end up trading them to Lin Qian anyway, so it didn't matter if she knew. He said frankly, not many. What I gave you today is already 2/3 of what we have left. At most, I can scrape together half of today's amount again, about 800 pieces. I don't know if you have any more medicine, or we could just trade for produce. Well, Lin Qian did have the goods, but she couldn't agree too readily. She hesitated on purpose. I don't have much medicine left, and not enough produce either. I'm afraid I can't come up with 800 items. Wu Ming thought that made sense. In times like these, who could produce so much at once? Even a small bottle of 100 chlorpheniramine tablets was no easy thing to get. That's all right. Supplies are so scarce now. I'm actually very grateful you're willing to trade so much with us for antiques. He thought for a moment and added, if it's really not enough, you can throw in some compressed biscuits or something like that. After a moment's thought, Lin Qian said, then I'll give you 2 bags of rice, a few baskets of produce, and some medicine. That's wonderful. Wu Ming was so happy he almost laughed out loud, barely managing to keep his joy from showing. Suddenly, Lin Qian remembered what kind of person Wu Ming was. Even if she gave him the goods, he might not share them with the residents. She probed, Mr. Wu, you're really selfless, going to so much trouble for the people here. She was right. Wu Ming had never planned to distribute the supplies to the residents. Such precious goods were better kept for his own people. But now that Lin Qian had said this, if he didn't share at all, it wouldn't fit the image he'd built. No, you flatter me, Wu Ming replied awkwardly. Lin Qian found his bookish, slightly odd way of speaking quite amusing. All right, our first deal went pretty well. Let me know when you've got the rest of the antiques ready. Just send them to the warehouse outside the city, and I'll go there to inspect them, Lin Qian said. But there's no one guarding that place. What if? Wu Ming was about to say, what if they get stolen, but then realized that antiques these days were almost like scrap metal. No one would want them, so there was nothing to worry about. All right, I'll let you know when everything's ready. Having thought it through, Wu Ming agreed readily. He moved quickly, and within 2 days, he'd gathered the remaining antiques and notified Lin Qian to come inspect them. By then, Xiaohe had also returned from his errand. When Little Black returned, it was practically bursting with excitement. Lin Qian only needed a glance to know it must have uncovered some crucial information. Well, did you find out where he's hiding the people? Little Black glanced at Wang Hui, who was still standing guard by Lin Qian's side. It opened its mouth as if to speak, but didn't dare say anything directly, only letting out a couple of hissing sounds. It's fine, go ahead and say it. This guy is barely trustworthy. Lin Qian patted Little Black's head, signaling it to relax. Wang Hui felt a strange surge of emotion at her words. Hey, in her eyes, he'd finally been upgraded from untrustworthy to barely trustworthy. There was hope for further improvement. Hiss hiss. Little Black was still a bit hesitant, suspicion flickering in its eyes. Just spit it out already. Stop dithering. Lin Qian scolded, pretending to be annoyed. Wang Hui was utterly confused, having no idea what kind of mysterious conversation Lin Qian and Little Black were having. He was just about to ask when, to his shock, Little Black suddenly started speaking in human language. A soft, childish voice came from Little Black's mouth. That Wu Ming I mentioned before took his men to a place where they're keeping a lot of people. I even heard him call someone mayor. Wang Hui was so startled by the sudden babyish voice that he nearly jumped out of his skin. Ever since learning Lin Qian had a mysterious space, he'd thought he'd seen it all, nothing could surprise him anymore. But in just a short time, this little black had managed to give him 2 huge scares in a row. The snake can talk? Wang Hui stared, eyes wide with disbelief, even wondering if he was hallucinating. Little Black bristled at being called a snake, lifting its head indignantly and saying loudly, "I'm not a snake, I'm a Jiao dragon." What? A Jiao dragon? Didn't you always say it was a snake? Wang Hui looked at Lin Qian in confusion, hoping for an explanation. It was a snake before, but later it ate a bunch of animal inner cores and evolved into a Jiao dragon, Lin Qian explained patiently. Animal inner cores? Wang Hui felt more and more lost. Lin Qian's words were like a thick fog, he just couldn't make sense of them. And these inner cores can make animals evolve? Lin Qian then explained in detail how she'd found inner cores in animals before and what they did. If people ate them, would we evolve too? Wang Hui pressed on. I'm not sure. Little Black is tough enough to handle it and evolve, but if a human tried, I don't know if they'd mutate or just die. Wang Hui was about to ask more, but Lin Qian cut him off in time. Enough. Stop with the questions. I don't even know where to start answering. Let's hear where Little Black found the mayor of Sha City first. Wang Hui felt like Little Black had just rolled its eyes at him, but given its strength, he didn't dare say anything and just shut his mouth. After rolling its eyes at Wang Hui, Little Black blinked its bright eyes at Lin Qian, making Wang Hui feel even more depressed. He couldn't even compare to a Jiao dragon. Sis, why don't I just take you there? There are guards at the entrance, but they're so weak I could eat them all in one bite, Little Black said ingratiatingly. Lin Qian patted Little Black's head gently. You can't just go around eating people. But they're bad guys, Little Black muttered, feeling wronged. I'm not blaming you for eating bad guys. But you know they're bad, right? Eating bad people will make your mouth stink, Lin Qian explained patiently. Little Black immediately clapped its mouth shut in alarm, asking anxiously, what should I do? Does my mouth already smell? I just ate one a moment ago. Lin Qian looked at it in disgust, instinctively taking a few steps back to put some distance between them. I rinsed my mouth after eating, Little Black hurried to explain, but Lin Qian still didn't move closer, only urging, where are the people? Take us there first. Little Black, feeling aggrieved but afraid Lin Qian would really get mad, pleaded pitifully, Sis, can I have a piece of gum? If I chew gum, my mouth won't smell. Lin Qian tossed over a bottle of mouthwash. Rinse your mouth properly first. Little Black quickly grabbed the mouthwash and started rinsing vigorously. Only when it was sure its mouth was clean did it cautiously edge closer to Lin Qian, though not too close. We just follow this road, Little Black said, then led them toward the activity center where they'd been before. To their surprise, it even knew to avoid crowds. Not long after passing the activity center, they came to a collapsed high-rise. Little Black stopped in front of it. Here. Lin Qian eyed the ruined building skeptically. This place didn't look like somewhere you could hide people. Yep, right here. But we need to go around the building. Follow me, Little Black said confidently. Just as Lin Qian and Wang Hui were thinking there was no way anyone could be hiding here, Little Black led them along a narrow path beside the collapsed building. They followed the path and came to a large stone slab. Sis, step aside, Little Black said. Lin Qian and Wang Hui quickly moved back. Little Black suddenly grew in size, then easily lifted the stone slab with its tail, revealing a staircase underneath. With the slab moved aside, a long staircase appeared before them. Lin Qian could now clearly hear sounds coming from below. She was about to head down when Wang Hui stopped her. Let me go first. You follow right behind me. Lin Qian didn't argue over such a small thing. She turned to Hope and Little Black, who were standing by, and said, You two stay here and keep watch. If anyone comes, warn us right away. Woof. Hope barked in acknowledgement. The now giant Little Black said, Got it, sis. If anyone comes, I'll just eat them. Despite its huge size, Little Black's voice was still soft and childish. The contrast between its appearance and voice gave Wang Hui a strange sense of dissonance. Lin Qian followed Wang Hui carefully down the stairs. As soon as they reached the bottom and turned, they saw that the basement was actually intact. Inside were 6 disheveled people, and a pungent stench hit them full force. Lin Qian couldn't help but pull out a gas mask and put it on. She saw Wang Hui beside her, and handed him a gas mask as well. Once they both had their masks on, they walked over to the 6 people. Both of them had pretty good night vision, so neither brought any lighting tools. The 6 people inside, upon hearing the noise, thought Wu Ming had brought more people over. They seemed to have already accepted their miserable fate, remaining motionless, their eyes filled with despair. Finally, one of them sighed and said weakly, "I already told you, we don't know anything about this. Even if you kill me, I can't tell you anything." Another person, hearing this, finally spoke up, "Why bother explaining so much to those little cherry blossoms? Even if we did know, there's no way we'd tell them. Whether they believe us or not doesn't matter. If they have the guts, they can just kill us. Their goal, just like all those years ago, will never be achieved. They have no idea how resilient we people of Hua country are." Hearing them speak, Lin Qian realized they had mistaken her and Wang Hui for someone else. She immediately pulled out a flashlight and shone it in front of them. The sudden bright light made the group instinctively shut their eyes. After a while, they opened their eyes again and saw that the people in front of them weren't Wu Ming, but 2 young, fair-skinned kids. They were a bit surprised. "Who are you?" one of them asked in confusion. Another didn't care much and said directly, "Whoever you are, you'd better leave here quickly." Wang Hui kept his gaze fixed on Lin Qian, his tone urgent as he asked, "What should we do now? Should we try to rescue these people?" Lin Qian didn't answer immediately. She carefully sized up the group, her eyes scrutinizing. Then she looked at them and asked, "You're all the original leaders of Shacheng, right?" One of them quickly replied, "Yes, that's right. I'm Jiang Hua, the mayor of Shashi." These others were all in charge of different parts of Shacheng. After the disaster struck, all of us devoted ourselves to disaster relief, just wanting to help the people of Shacheng survive this catastrophe. Who would have thought that, while we were so busy, those little cherry blossoms would sneak around and pull something like this, taking control of us. The situation in Shacheng is very bad right now. Almost everyone is under Wu Ming's control. We need to remove the control over these people first before we can get you out. Otherwise, if we rush out now, with just a word from Wu Ming, not only would you not escape, but the 2 of us could get dragged down with you. Then we'd all be in danger. Lin Qian recalled how those people above treated Wu Ming. She felt it would be safer to remove the effects of the mind control drugs from these people before taking any action. Her plan made sense, and everyone agreed it was reasonable. But Jiang Hua looked troubled. After hesitating, he said, "You both look young, but since you managed to avoid Wu Ming's people and find us, you must be quite capable. We old guys don't matter, but could I trouble you to get Professor O out first? His condition is really bad. If this drags on, I'm afraid his life will be in danger." "Professor O?" When Lin Qian heard the name, she immediately thought of Ochin, who had previously accompanied Lu Mingjia's wife to Jing City. She asked, "You mean Professor Ochin?" Jiang Hua nodded. "Yes, you know him?" Lin Qian shook her head. "I've heard of him, but I can't say I know him personally." She then looked more closely at the group and noticed that one of them was a bit older, but at the moment looked in terrible shape, seemingly unconscious. At this moment, a young man beside him hurried forward, anxiously pleading with Lin Qian, "Miss, can you please get Professor O out first? If we delay any longer, he really won't make it. Professor O is a vital asset to the country. Nothing can happen to him." Lin Qian remembered that Lu Mingjie had been with Professor O, so she took a closer look at the young man in front of her. With a careful look, she realized he did resemble Lu Mingjie a bit. He clearly hadn't shaved in a long time, and in these harsh conditions, he looked extremely haggard. If she hadn't looked closely, she wouldn't have recognized him. Lin Qian asked uncertainly, "Are you Lu Mingjie?" Lu Mingjie instantly became emotional, his voice trembling. "Miss, you know me?" Lin Qian smiled and said, "I've seen your photo. Compared to now, She struggled to find the right word. "You look like a completely different person." Lu Mingjie was smart. Hearing that Lin Qian had seen his photo, he immediately realized she must have met his family. He became even more emotional, firing off a string of questions. You've seen my family, right? Are they still looking for me? Are they all okay? Did you see a young woman who's pregnant? He got more and more worked up, and if not for remembering Lin Qian was a girl, he might have grabbed her shoulders in his excitement. Wang Hui couldn't stand it anymore and said, "How do you expect her to answer all those questions? Can you ask them one at a time?" Lu Mingjie realized he'd lost control and quickly apologized. "Sorry, I'm just anxious." "So, my family, are they all okay?" Seeing his anxious and pitiful expression, Lin Qian said, "They're all fine. Xiaoyu had a son." Hearing this, Lu Mingjie's eyes instantly turned red. His voice choked with emotion. "Xiaoyu. She went through so much without me by her side." He was about to ask more, but suddenly, Professor O next to him began foaming at the mouth, his body convulsing. Lu Mingjie immediately forgot everything else and shouted anxiously, "Does anyone have water? Can I have some to give Professor O? If this goes on, he really will die. Professor O is a national treasure, nothing can happen to him." Lin Qian couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She took a small bottle of water from her space and handed it over. "Let him drink this. It should help a bit." Lu Mingjie hurriedly tried to pour the water into Professor O's mouth, but with the convulsions and foaming, his mouth wouldn't open and the water just wouldn't go in. Everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, not knowing what to do. "The conditions here are terrible. Why don't we get Professor O out first? He's a pillar of the country. Nothing must happen to him," someone said urgently. Lu Mingjie suddenly remembered that Professor O had medicine in his package. After taking the medicine, Professor O's condition should improve somewhat. He looked anxiously at Lin Qian and said, "Could you help us find Professor O's package? There's medicine inside. If Professor O takes it, he'll feel a bit better." Lin Qian frowned and replied, in his current state, "I'm not sure he could even swallow the medicine. Besides, if his convulsions continue like this, his life could be in danger at any moment." Lin Qian was extremely worried. She feared Professor O wouldn't make it, so she immediately took out an injection from her space and, without hesitation, administered it to Professor O. Not long after the injection, Professor O visibly stabilized. His convulsions gradually lessened and finally stopped altogether. At this point, they were able to feed him water without any trouble. Seeing that Professor O's condition had stabilized, Lin Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She took some bread and water from her backpack and handed out a peach to each person. "Eat something to regain your strength. Once you've eaten, you'll be able to hold on a bit longer. When the time is right, we'll come back and get you out. Until then, you must take care of yourselves," Lin Qian said, looking at everyone. Then she turned to Lu Mingjie and added with special emphasis, "Especially you. Make sure you stay alive. Xiaoyu is waiting for you outside." At this point, Lu Mingjie didn't realize that Xiaoyu had come to Sand City. He just assumed Lin Qian meant that Xiaoyu and their child were waiting for him at home. He nodded vigorously. "I know. I'll do my best to stay alive. I still need to go back and see Xiaoyu and my son." Lin Qian didn't notice the misunderstanding in his words and simply said, "Good, as long as you know." After a brief conversation, Lin Qian and Wang Hui left the basement. As they walked, Lin Qian said, "Looks like we need to resolve things here as soon as possible. Now that Xiaoyu has found Lu Mingjie, it seems we can finally go home." Wang Hui glanced at Lin Qian and asked, "You don't want Xiaoyu to come with us?" "Of course not. Honestly, I don't even want you tagging along," Lin Qian replied bluntly, now that she was familiar enough with Wang Hui not to hide her feelings. She pursed her lips, thinking to herself that while Wang Hui was decent enough, he tended to drag his feet when things got tough. If he messed up at a critical moment, it could spell trouble. Fortunately, Wang Hui couldn't hear her thoughts, or he'd definitely argue with her and insist on setting the record straight. As soon as Lin Qian and Wang Hui emerged from the basement, Xiaohei hurried over, his face full of curiosity. "Sis, aren't you going to rescue those people now?" Before he finished speaking, Hope barked at him, "Woof woof woof." Who are you to tell sis what to do? Mind your own business. Xiaohei quickly explained. I wasn't telling her what to do. I was just asking. Don't get jealous of how close I am with sis and try to stir up trouble between us. Hope barked a few more times, full of disdain. Jealous? Stir up trouble? Don't flatter yourself. Hope looked completely baffled, as if to say, what's going on? How did I become the bad guy here? Lin Qian looked at the two troublemakers, both exasperated and amused. She quickly said, enough, you two. If someone comes by and hears us, none of us will get away. Xiaohei, hurry up and put the stone slab back. Once everything up there is taken care of, we'll come back to rescue them. Xiaohei moved quickly, restoring the stone slab to its original position in no time. He then shrank back to his usual size, trying to wrap himself around Lin Qian's wrist. But Lin Qian frowned at his filthy appearance and tossed him into her space. Go wash up before you come out again. Look at you, so dirty. Come find me when you're clean. With Xiaohei gone, Hope seemed much livelier. He was about to say something, but then remembered Lin Qian had just told them not to talk, in case they attracted attention. He held back, though his tail kept wagging, betraying his excitement. Judging by Wu Ming's efficiency, all the antiques should be ready by tomorrow. Why don't we just give them the fruits and vegetables today? Wang Hui suggested after some thought. If we hand them over in front of everyone, they'll want to maintain their public image and won't keep everything for themselves. They'll have to save some face for us. Lin Qian nodded. Good idea. The sooner we settle this, the sooner we can rescue Mayor Jiang. And as for Lu Mingjie, Xiaoyu will be over the moon. With that, Lin Qian headed back to camp. As soon as she arrived, she saw Xiaoyu busy preparing a meal. Lin Qian walked over and gently pulled Xiaoyu aside. Xiaoyu, stop cooking for now. Let Wang Hui handle it. I have something to tell you, but you have to promise to keep your emotions in check. Don't let anyone else notice anything's wrong, or our whole plan will be ruined. Xiaoyu could tell Lin Qian was about to share something important. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself. It's fine. I can handle anything. When Mingjie went missing, I survived that. I always thought he was dead. No matter how bad the news is now, I can control myself. Looking at Xiaoyu's determined gaze, Lin Qian felt a pang of sympathy. She spoke gently, I just saw Lu Mingjie in the basement. Even though Lin Qian had warned her to stay calm, and Xiaoyu had promised she could handle it, when she actually heard that Lu Mingjie was alive and right here in Sand City, she couldn't help but tremble all over. Her hands clenched into fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, but she didn't even notice. Teacher, you're not joking, are you? You're not just messing with me. Xiaoyu's voice quivered, her eyes filled with both hope and fear. Even after all this time together, Xiaoyu knew Lin Qian never made empty promises or exaggerated, but this news was just too overwhelming. She couldn't help but ask again. It wasn't that she doubted Lin Qian, just that she doubted whether this could possibly be true. After all, she'd searched for Lu Mingjie for so long with no news. Now, before they'd even reached the capital, Lin Qian said she'd found him. How could she not be emotional, or not have doubts? Seeing Xiaoyu's mix of excitement and disbelief, Lin Qian felt a wave of sadness. She handed her a bottle of water and said, drink some water and calm down first. Xiaoyu took the bottle of water, gulped it down in one go, and then took several deep breaths before she finally managed to calm herself a little. She looked at Lin Qian with eager eyes. Teacher, where did you find Mingjie? Could you take me to see him? Lin Qian gently patted Xiaoyu's shoulder and said, it's not convenient right now. Everyone here is under Wu Ming's control. We need to break his hold over these people first. Otherwise, if everyone surrounds us, even if I have the ability, I don't want to get into a big fight. If that happens, not only will we fail to save anyone, we might end up in danger ourselves. Lin Qian saw how Xiaoyu's whole face was flushed with excitement and continued to reassure her, don't worry, Lu Mingjie is doing fine. He knows he has a son now, and he's really happy. He promised he'll stay alive and come back for you. Just wait patiently, our reunion isn't far off. Hearing Lin Qian's words, Xiaoyu's eyes shimmered with tears. She nodded vigorously and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Suddenly, Xiaoyu remembered that she had shown Wu Ming a photo of Lu Mingjie before. Frowning, she asked in confusion. But Wu Ming. He hid Mingjie, yet when he said he'd never seen him, he looked so sincere. Was he just acting? Lin Qian thought for a moment and said, I don't think he was lying. Your husband looks quite different from the photo now. If I hadn't found Professor O first, I probably wouldn't have recognized him either. Think about it, he's been through so much and has been under control for so long. Life must have been really hard, so it's normal that he looks very different now. As Lin Qian spoke, an image formed in Xiaoyu's mind. Her husband with a scruffy beard and ragged clothes, looking nothing like before. No wonder no one recognized him. If that's the case, then it's actually a good thing. If Wu Ming had recognized him, Mingjie might not have survived until now. If he'd realized when he saw the photo, Mingjie would probably be dead, or at least used to threaten us. Thank goodness he didn't recognize him, otherwise, I really don't know what I would have done. Now that she had calmed down, Xiaoyu understood the risks involved. She felt both relieved and a little scared. Thinking that she would soon see her husband again, her heart was full of anticipation, and she looked forward to Lin Qian's plan even more. So, what exactly should we do next? Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Lin Qian replied unhurriedly, I have some special medicine that can counteract the effects of the drugs Wu Ming used on the residents. Once they're clear-headed and no longer blindly supporting him, it'll be much easier for us to save people. When do we start the plan? Xiaoyu was so impatient that she wished she could wake up all the drugged residents right now. Lin Qian smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I made a deal with Wu Ming. I've already arranged for someone to tell him to come pick up the fruits and vegetables. And I've cleverly put the antidote on the produce. As long as he distributes it to the residents, it should counteract some of the drug's effects. Xiaoyu looked worried and uncertain. Is it the food we put in the car? If we give him everything, what will you do afterwards? Lin Qian patted her shoulder. Don't worry about that. I've already made arrangements. Everything is under control. Then Lin Qian led Xiaoyu back to the car and took out all the food they had prepared in advance, placing it openly in front of the car for everyone to see. This immediately drew a crowd of residents. When they saw baskets of fresh fruits and vegetables, even those numbed by the drugs couldn't help but show different expressions. Surprise and longing flickered in their eyes. They gathered around, chattering excitedly. Miss Lin, are these really fresh fruits and vegetables? Wow, you're amazing! Are you trading these with Mr. Wu? Of course! Who else would bring out so much at once? That's no small amount. We haven't had fresh fruits and vegetables in ages. Mr. Wu really goes to great lengths for us. I always wondered why Mr. Wu wanted us to collect so many antiques. Now I see, it really was for our own good. Yeah, with all this fuss, what else could it be for but us? Mr. Wu is like a living bodhisattva, so kind-hearted. Miss Lin is great too. At a time like this, who else but her would be willing to trade fresh produce for our useless antiques? As everyone was talking, Wu Ming arrived. As soon as he appeared, he heard the residents praising him. This was exactly what he wanted. After all, he'd been working hard to build his reputation and authority here. But what he hadn't expected was that the residents were also so grateful to Lin Qian. This wasn't part of his plan. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly stepped forward to stop the increasingly exaggerated compliments. He forced a calm smile and said to Lin Qian, Miss Lin, why did you bring out the goods so quickly? Lin Qian was prepared and replied calmly, I wanted to get everything out and clear the car so we can fit more fruit in. Her explanation sounded reasonable and left no room for criticism, so Wu Ming couldn't say anything more. But now that everything was out in the open, Wu Ming knew he couldn't keep anything for himself even if he wanted to. And as soon as he appeared, the crowd cheered. Mr. Wu, you're so generous. You're willing to trade for fresh produce so we can eat well. I was a bit reluctant to hand over my family's antiques at first. They've been passed down for generations, but looking at it now, it was totally worth it. Just then, the woman who had been sick earlier stepped out from the crowd. She looked at Wu Ming, her face full of embarrassment and anxiety. Mr. Wu, my child was sick and it was urgent, so I traded our family's heirloom antique directly with Miss Lin for medicine. I know what I did wasn't right and might undermine the organization's stability, but I really had no other choice. I hope you can forgive me. Wu Ming was instantly furious, practically seeing red with anger, and wished he could explode on the spot. But with so many residents watching him, if he lost his temper at this woman now, all the effort he'd put into building up his image would go up in smoke. He still needed to maintain his reputation as a kind, generous leader who always put the residents first. Besides, most people had already seen the fruits and vegetables in front of him. Even if Wu Ming wanted to keep them for himself, he no longer had the chance. He could only grit his teeth, swallow his anger, and put on a show of magnanimity. That's right, he said. I've noticed everyone's been eating nothing but black bread for a while now. It's definitely not enough nutrition, and if this keeps up, our bodies won't be able to take it. Luckily, Miss Lin had some fresh fruits and vegetables she was willing to trade with us, so I made a deal with her. This way, everyone can have a taste of something fresh and get some vitamins. Seeing the situation, Lin Qian seized the opportunity and added, "That's not all, Mr. Wu also bought quite a few vitamins from me for everyone." As she spoke, Lin Qian took out several boxes of multivitamins from her space, waved them in front of the crowd, and handed them to Wu Ming. She smiled and said, "Mr. Wu, when I was packing yesterday, I found a few extra boxes of vitamins. I thought you all could use them. So I'll keep my rice for myself, but you probably need these vitamins more, right?" With everyone watching, even if Wu Ming was 1,000 times unwilling, when he saw the admiration and trust in the residents' eyes, he simply couldn't bring himself to refuse. He could only grit his teeth and force a grateful smile. "Thank you, Miss Lin, for being so thoughtful and thorough. I'll store these medicines and vegetables in the activity center. Everyone can use their points to exchange for them later." He still couldn't bring himself to just give away the produce and medicine for free. He was too reluctant for that. He thought, might as well put them in the activity center and raise the points required for exchange, so people could only afford a little, not a lot. That way, there might be some left for himself in the end. But Wu Ming never expected that the residents' demand for fresh produce and vitamins would be far greater than he imagined. He had just brought the goods from Lin Qian back to the activity center and hadn't even had time to label them with the required points when, as if word had spread, the residents began lining up in droves. The line grew longer and longer, and, before long, the fruits and vegetables were almost completely exchanged. Wu Ming watched the lively but headache-inducing scene, feeling anxious inside. He knew he couldn't let this go on. "Fruits and vegetables aren't necessities for us. Don't spend all your points on a whim. We also have some vitamins and other medicines, maybe consider those as well." But the residents were so enthusiastic that they didn't listen at all. Wu Ming had no choice. He couldn't raise the points for the produce now, or people would be upset and his hard-earned reputation would be ruined. So he turned his attention to the vitamins and other medicines, quickly raising their point values, hoping that residents wouldn't have enough points left to buy more. Lin Qian watched all this quietly from the side. Seeing most of the residents holding fruits or vegetables, she smiled slightly, finally feeling relieved. According to her plan, after eating these fruits and vegetables, the residents would wake up by tomorrow morning at the latest. But to be safe, Lin Qian decided to give each person a bottle of water from her space. After all, she'd collected plenty of bottles from her own water purification company, and they were all piled up in her space. This was the perfect use for them. Back at the activity center, after all the produce had been exchanged, Wu Ming, who had hoped to keep a little for himself, found there wasn't even a single vegetable leaf left. He paced around the activity center in frustration, when suddenly he spotted a small cherry in the corner. Just as he reached out to take it as a tiny consolation, a sharp-eyed resident noticed. The resident hurried over, excitedly saying, "There's one left? Great. I have just enough points to exchange for it. Thank you, Mr. Wu." Before Wu Ming could react, the resident grabbed the last cherry and popped it into his mouth, leaving Wu Ming standing there, staring longingly, unable to stop himself from drooling. Seeing that all the produce had been distributed, Lin Qian walked over to Wu Ming, satisfied, and smiled. I never expected you to be so selfless, Mr. Wu. I'm really impressed. I've been to a lot of places, and even the provincial governors always keep a little something for themselves, just in case. Her words were like a sharp knife stabbing straight into Wu Ming's heart. Hearing this, Wu Ming felt even more regretful and pained. If he'd known that this was how the officials in Huagua handled things, he would have kept some for himself, no matter what. He looked at Lin Qian, a hint of suspicion in his eyes, feeling like she deliberately waited until now to tell him, just so he'd suffer this loss. But since the produce was gone, so be it. Wu Ming comforted himself that he still had the vitamins. Vitamins were just as good, and now that he'd raised the points required, unless someone desperately needed them, the residents probably wouldn't come to exchange for them. Just as Wu Ming finished consoling himself, someone came up to exchange for vitamins. He couldn't help but try to persuade them, there's really no need to exchange for vitamins right now. They're not essential. You should focus on getting actual food to fill your stomach first. The person thought Wu Ming was looking out for him and gratefully replied, Thank you, Mr. Wu. But what we really lack are vitamins. Look, my fingers are already peeling. It's okay, I'll just work harder and save up more points in the future. As a psychology expert, Wu Ming knew exactly what these people were thinking. He'd only intended to gently guide the residents to act as he wished, but their obsession with these things was so strong, it was like they were possessed, they simply wouldn't listen. He had no choice but to let them be. Lin Qian and Wang Hui watched from the side, barely able to hold back their laughter. Lin Qian, suppressing her amusement, took a bottle of mineral water from her pocket and handed it to Wu Ming, saying, Mr. Wu, have some water and moisten your throat. You look exhausted from all the running around. She had added the medicinal powder given to her by the residents into this bottle of water. Now that these people had received their fruits and vegetables, when they went back and drank the water from their own space, it would neutralize the effects of the drug. As for Wu Ming, she'd let him experience the effects of his own medicine firsthand. He was simply reaping what he'd sown. Wu Ming was quite surprised to see that Lin Qian actually had bottled water. He examined it carefully and found that the seal was intact, with no signs of tampering, so he simply twisted it open and took a sip. As he drank, he noticed the taste was a bit odd, but it never occurred to him that it was because of his own medicinal powder. After all, with the bottle sealed like that, he couldn't imagine how anyone could have put powder inside, so he didn't think much of it. Seeing Wu Ming drink the water, Lin Qian continued, Mr. Wu, I have some bottled water here. I'm really moved by how well you treat the residents here. I've taken so many antiques from you, and I want to do something for Sand City in return. I plan to give each of your residents a bottle of water for free. Just have them come to my vehicle to collect it. Wu Ming was a bit surprised and blurted out, We have quite a lot of residents. If you're going to give everyone a bottle, that's a lot of water. Lin Qian smiled and said, Don't worry, I have enough water. You don't need to worry about that. After all, this was all benefit and no harm for Wu Ming. He could win the residents' favor without lifting a finger, so he didn't mind at all. He smiled and agreed. Then, on behalf of the residents, thank you, Miss Lin. When Lin Qian left the activity center, Xiaoyu came over curiously and asked, Teacher, why did you give him water just now? Lin Qian smiled mysteriously and said, I put the medicinal powder he gave those residents into it. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. Huh? Wasn't the bottle sealed? Lin Qian nodded. Yes, it was. Although Xiaoyu was puzzled, she didn't ask Lin Qian how she'd done it. She just felt even more admiration for her. At this moment, Wang Hui couldn't help but ask, How did you do it? Lin Qian laughed and explained, I got these bottles from the water purification company before. They weren't fully assembled at first, the bottles and caps were separate. I mixed the water and powder first, then put the cap on. That way, it looks brand new and no one can tell the difference. Wang Hui gave her a big thumbs up. Awesome. There really isn't anything you can't do. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously in agreement with Wang Hui's words. Lin Qian returned to her vehicle and brought out all the water she had previously organized in her space. By this time, people had already been notified and were waiting outside. Lin Qian called out to the crowd, "Come and get your water." When Lin Qian announced that everyone could come collect water, there was no chaotic rush like in other places. Although everyone was eager to get water, after all, in these hard times, water was an incredibly precious resource. They all consciously maintained order. They lined up neatly, collecting their water one by one, with no arguments or attempts to take more than their share. Seeing such an orderly scene, Lin Qian felt genuinely satisfied and thought to herself that Wu Ming wasn't entirely useless after all. At least, on the surface, things here were more peaceful than elsewhere. Everyone had their own work and could exchange points for supplies. After everyone had collected their water, Lin Qian happened to notice Wu Ming standing at a distance, looking over expectantly. Fortunately, after confirming the head count earlier, she had already put all the extra water back into her space. She knew full well that Wu Ming was coming over for water, but she couldn't just hand it over so easily. Putting on a troubled expression, Lin Qian walked up to Wu Ming and said, "What a coincidence. I didn't know you'd be coming too, Mr. Wu. I've already handed out all the water just now." Wu Ming was inwardly frustrated at hearing this. But he understood that the water was a gift from Lin Qian, and it wouldn't be right to ask for more. Besides, she had already given him a bottle earlier, so he couldn't bring himself to shamelessly ask for more. Yet, for some reason, the more he looked at Lin Qian, the more he disliked her. In fact, this was the effect of the drug he had taken. This kind of psychoactive drug, once ingested, amplifies your feelings toward a person. If you already dislike someone, that dislike would be magnified many times over. If you liked someone, your affection would deepen. The residents never really liked Wu Ming all that much in the first place. While he had indeed done a lot for them on the surface, and everything seemed to be for their benefit, in reality, he often hypnotized them and used drugs to control them, which is why they were so grateful to him. After taking the drug, Wu Ming's initial impression of Lin Qian, which wasn't very good, was now greatly intensified. He vaguely sensed that something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Still, as a psychology expert, even though the drug had clouded his mind somewhat, he was able to exert some control over his emotions. He forced himself to smile and said, "It's fine. You already gave me a bottle earlier. Water is so precious, and for you to give out so much to our residents, Sand City will always remember your kindness." But Lin Qian was not someone who accepted mere words of thanks. Since Wu Ming had expressed his gratitude several times, she figured it was better to get something tangible in return. So she smiled and said, "Whether you remember or not doesn't really matter to me. If you're truly grateful, Mr. Wu, why not prepare a couple more antiques for me next time?" Wu Ming almost lost his temper at these words. Lin Qian could see him taking several deep breaths to calm himself down. He forced himself to remain composed and said, "Of course. Actually, I came over mainly to let you know that the antiques are ready. They're all stored in the warehouse outside the city. We've assigned someone to guard them. Once you're done here, you should go check them out as soon as possible." Lin Qian recalled that although Wu Ming was a bit of a weasel, the antiques he'd prepared for her last time were all genuine. While none were extremely rare treasures, there wasn't a single fake among them, which made her look forward to this batch even more. "No worries. After our last deal, I know you're honest in business, Mr. Wu." "I'm not worried," Lin Qian replied unhurriedly. Wu Ming still seemed uneasy and added, "It's better to check anyway. If anything goes wrong, it'll be hard for anyone to explain, don't you think?" Lin Qian thought what he said made sense, so she nodded and replied, "All right, let's head over now." With that, Lin Qian set off with Wang Hui, leaving Xiaoyu and Hope behind. She said to Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, whether or not we can rescue your husband depends on whether these people drink our water tonight. Stay here and keep an eye on things, try to make sure they all drink the water tonight." Xiaoyu nodded resolutely. "I understand, teacher. Don't worry, I'll get it done." Lin Qian patted Hope on the head and said, "Hope is pretty good in a fight. If anything happens, just let Hope handle it." Hope seemed to understand, barking excitedly a few times. A promise to complete the mission. Lin Qian smiled and gave Hope another pat. All right, let's go. This time, instead of driving her own RV, Lin Qian borrowed a car from Zhou Can and the others. Wu Ming saw this and asked his assistant in confusion, "What is she doing? With just that car, she can't even fit half the antiques." He stared at the car for a while, then shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself, "Whatever, I've already prepared everything anyway. Let her do what she wants. If she can't take them, all the better. Once the disaster passes, I can just take the antiques back." Lin Qian and Wang Hui arrived at the warehouse outside the city. Sure enough, there was only one person guarding it. When the man saw Lin Qian, he hurried over and said, "Miss Lin, please check these antiques. Once you've checked them, I can head back." Lin Qian had already used her special ability to sense the items at the door. This batch of antiques was even better than the last. It seemed Wu Ming had really brought out his best stuff for her this time. She nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. You can go." The man didn't linger. Hearing Lin Qian say everything was fine, he turned and left. Wang Hui waited until the guard was far away before turning to Lin Qian, urging, "Qian, hurry, let's pack up." Lin Qian came over, grabbed him, and was ready to leave. "I've already packed up. Let's go." Wang Hui looked at her in disbelief. "Wait, that fast?" As he spoke, he couldn't help glancing back, only to find that not only had Lin Qian packed everything, she'd even taken out the boxes the antiques were stored in. "You even got the boxes out? That was way too fast. You're amazing." Lin Qian ignored his barrage of questions. "Let's go." At her words, Wang Hui didn't dare waste a second and quickly jumped into the car. On their way back, the guard who'd been watching the antiques hadn't even made it a third of the way home. As Lin Qian drove past him, she slowed down. The man thought Lin Qian was being kind and was going to give him a ride. He immediately brightened, his face full of hope. But Lin Qian had only slowed down because there was a rock by the road. As the car passed the rock, it sped up again, whizzing by him and leaving him far behind. Damn it. Seeing Lin Qian drive off without stopping, the man stomped his feet in anger and cursed out loud. Thinking Lin Qian couldn't hear him, he muttered a few more curses under his breath as he kicked at the stones by the road. Lin Qian saw his reaction in the rearview mirror, the corner of her mouth curling up. She slowly brought the car to a stop, waiting for him to catch up. When the man saw Lin Qian had stopped, he was delighted, thinking she'd changed her mind and was going to give him a lift. He ran over happily. "Miss Lin, I thought you were going to leave me behind." But the next moment, his smile froze. He saw that at some point, Lin Qian had pulled out a gun, the dark barrel pointed straight at him. Before he could react, a bullet whizzed out and struck him right in the forehead. His eyes widened in shock as he fell straight to the ground. Wang Hui, sitting in the car, witnessed the whole thing. "Should I get out and hide the body?" Lin Qian shook her head, her eyes full of certainty. "No need. By tomorrow, everything will be different. These little cherry blossoms won't have good days for much longer." Wang Hui thought about it and agreed. As long as those people drank the water tonight, when everyone woke up tomorrow, Wu Ming wouldn't be able to control them anymore. With just a handful of people, Wu Ming wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. By then, they'd be free of his threat for good. When Lin Qian got back, Xiaoyu and Hope rushed over to greet her. Xiaoyu said excitedly, "Teacher, Hope, and I went to every house that took water and watched them drink it ourselves." Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction. "Good job." Xiaoyu looked at Lin Qian, eyes full of hope, eager to rescue her husband right away. "So, what do we do now?" Lin Qian stretched lazily and said, "Sleep. We'll talk about everything after we wake up." Though Xiaoyu was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, she couldn't push Lin Qian any further after hearing that. After all, they'd waited this long, what's a little longer? But as she lay in bed, a sudden nervousness crept over her. She couldn't sleep at all, just lay there with her eyes open until morning. When Lin Qian woke up, she took her time washing up and having breakfast before heading out to check on things. She found that the strange, controlled look in people's eyes from the day before had completely vanished. Instead, everyone looked confused, as if they'd lost their recent memories, asking each other what had happened lately. "It's time," Lin Qian said to Wang Hui and the others. Xiaoyu, who hadn't slept all night waiting for this moment, couldn't wait. "Are we going to rescue him now?" Lin Qian nodded. "Yes. Come with me." She figured Wu Ming would be too busy to care about the prisoners now, so bringing Xiaoyu along wouldn't be a problem. Maybe she could even reunite her with her husband sooner. They arrived at the place where the prisoners were held. Since Xiaoyu was with her, Lin Qian decided not to use Xiaohe. She took a deep breath, braced herself and with both hands, lifted the heavy stone slab covering the entrance. "Your husband is inside," Lin Qian said, pointing at the hole beneath the slab. Xiaoyu's eyes were full of hope, her voice trembling. Can I go down?" Lin Qian nodded. "Yes, but be careful. Follow behind us. Hope, you stay here and keep watch. If anyone tries to cause trouble, just take them out." "Woof woof woof." Hope barked excitedly. Message received. Mission will be completed. After Lin Qian went down, she held a flashlight, its bright beam illuminating the stairs to make it easier for Xiaoyu to descend. Xiaoyu carefully made her way down the stairs. As soon as she reached the bottom, she couldn't care about anything else. She rushed straight toward the group, anxiously searching for her husband among them. Lu Mingjie recognized her before she spotted him. He walked over to Xiaoyu in disbelief, his voice trembling as he called out Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu saw the state Lu Mingjie was in, hair disheveled, clothes tattered, his face drawn and weary, her tears fell instantly. "Don't cry, Xiaoyu, don't cry. I'm fine, really, I haven't suffered much. Look, I'm really okay." Lu Mingjie even turned around in front of her, forcing a smile to reassure her that he was truly all right. But Xiaoyu's tears only flowed harder, like a dam bursting. Lu Mingjie wanted to hug her, but when he looked at his own filthy, dust-covered clothes and then at Xiaoyu, clean and neatly dressed, he hesitated, his hand halfway out before pulling it back. But Xiaoyu didn't care about any of that. She rushed forward and hugged him tightly, burying her face in his chest, her shoulders shaking with sobs. When she finally managed to calm down a bit, she looked up, sniffling as she spoke. "You've lost weight. Did you know you have a son now? We haven't named him yet. I was waiting for you to come back so we could name him together." Xiaoyu chattered on, holding tightly to Lu Mingjie, unwilling to let go. All the longing and worry she'd bottled up during this time poured out in her words as she spoke to him nonstop. Eventually, Lin Qian glanced at the time, knowing there was still much to do outside and that Jiang Hua and the others needed to take charge. She gently said, "Xiaoyu, let's talk more once we're outside." It was only then that Xiaoyu snapped out of her daze, realizing now wasn't the time for reminiscing. She tried to help Lu Mingjie out, but he pulled his hand away. "Xiaoyu, we need to take Professor O with us." Only then did Xiaoyu notice the others present, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I haven't seen my husband in so long I lost my manners." Everyone there was experienced and understood how it felt to be reunited after so long. They all reassured her it was fine. Jiang Hua, ever the season leader, said, we understand. You all take Professor O out first. It's amazing, after eating your fruit yesterday, I feel so much more energetic." Others chimed in, "Yeah, maybe it's because we haven't eaten much lately, but even just drinking water makes me feel alive again." "I feel it the most," Professor O, who was being helped along, added. "After eating that peach, my weakness improved a lot. As long as everyone's all right, let's head out now." Lin Qian didn't bother explaining the details. She led everyone up the stairs and out. Although Professor O said he felt better, he was still weak and the others, having been trapped for so long, weren't in great shape either. In the end, Wang Hui had to carry Professor O out. Wang Hui carried Professor O as if he weighed nothing. After all, Professor O hadn't eaten much recently and was ill, so he was extremely thin to begin with. Plus, Wang Hui was much stronger than the average person, so carrying him was a breeze. He carried Professor O smoothly out of the basement, and once Lin Qian and the others had all gone up, he followed. But after finally getting out, everyone felt their legs stiff and unsteady, staggering as they supported each other on the way back. As they walked, Lin Qian said, "You all need to be mentally prepared. Most of your people have probably been taken care of by Wu Ming. The only ones left are some ordinary residents. It's fine. The residents aren't very accepting of people from Sakura country. As long as they know Wu Ming is from Sakura country, they'll side with us. Besides, Wu Ming's team has less than 10 people in total, so we don't need to worry for now." Looks like Mayor Jiang already has a plan. Since he had a plan, there was nothing more for them to do. Just as Lin Qian was about to step back, she heard Jiang Hua say, "But if we need help later, could we ask for your assistance?" Lin Qian frowned at that. This was exactly what she disliked about officials. They always expected people to help for free. "Sorry, but the rest is your responsibility. If you can't handle it, maybe it's time for a new mayor." Honestly, if Wu Ming weren't from Sakura country, he's actually done a decent job. Jiang Hua's face flushed at Lin Qian's blunt words, but he understood why she said them. "That's not what I meant. I just thought, since we're all from Huagua, and now that Sakura country people have invaded, we should stand together against the outsiders. I'm not as noble as you think. I only rescued you because I couldn't stand Wu Ming's methods." Lin Qian told Jiang Hua everything that had happened in Shaqing recently, including how Wu Ming had used mind-altering drugs to control the residents. To be honest, if it weren't for the mind control and secretly drugging the residents, I think his management was actually pretty good, better than a lot of places. She paused, then continued, "Even if you take over, you might not do a better job than he did." "You!" Jiang Hua's young assistant immediately got angry. "Don't think you can say whatever you want just because you saved us. Xiaodong, don't be rude. No matter what, this lady saved us. If not for her, we'd still be stuck underground. But how can she talk to you like that? Everyone in Shaqing knows how hard you've worked all these years." "That's enough, Xiaodong." Jiang Hua was clearly annoyed. "If you keep this up, you might as well go back to the basement." Only then did the assistant fall silent. Jiang Hua turned to Lin Qian. "Don't mind him. He's probably been locked up too long, his brain hasn't caught up yet." Lin Qian nodded. "I do think your assistant isn't too bright. If you have a better candidate, I suggest you replace him. Someone like that, at a time like this, was a ticking time bomb. Who knew when he might explode?" They still had so much to deal with, and with someone like Wu Ming, a psychology expert, around, someone with Xiaodong's temperament could easily be provoked into making trouble. If he accidentally got hypnotized by Wu Ming, he could ruin everything. Lin Qian couldn't care less about how displeased these people were feeling. She'd already done her good deed, gotten her hands on the antiques, and as for what changes had happened to her space after absorbing so many antiques, even she couldn't say for sure. She hurried back to the car, ignoring everyone else, and went straight up to the second floor of the RV. She told Wang Hui and the others, "Don't bother me unless it's important." Wang Hui understood she was definitely going into her space to check things out, so he naturally knew how to handle it. "All right, don't worry about a thing. I'll keep an eye on things here, nothing major will happen," Wang Hui said, patting his chest reassuringly. Jiang Hua had wanted to say something to Lin Qian, but as soon as she got back, she shut the RV door behind her, leaving him no chance to speak. Standing at the door, Jiang Hua hesitated for a moment before saying, "We still haven't fully recovered yet. Could we rest here for a bit before we go find people to take back control of Shaqing?" Lin Qian was just about to enter her space when she heard Jiang Hua's words and frowned. After thinking it over, she decided she didn't want to be pestered by him any longer. She simply pulled a few peaches out of her space, opened the door, and tossed the bag of peaches to Wang Hui. "Give these to them and tell them to eat, then leave." She thought to herself, "I saved them out of kindness, and now they really think I'm some kind of saint." Wang Hui took the peaches, looking a bit awkward. "Mayor Jiang, you heard her. It's not that I don't want to help, but around here, we all listen to Qian." He handed out the peaches, one to each of them. "You've eaten these peaches before, so you know how good they are. Eat up, then get your people together and take back Shaqing." Now that you're out, you can't just let your city stay occupied by the Sakura group. Jiang Hua and the others hadn't realized before that their rapid recovery was thanks to the peaches, but as soon as Wang Hui mentioned it, they understood. So that's what it was. Thank you so much. Jiang Hua wiped a peach casually and took a big bite. Before long, the group had finished eating the peaches. Afterwards, they all clearly felt their blood vessels were clean and clear, their energy and spirits had reached a new high, and all their previous fatigue had vanished. By now, everyone understood the benefits of the peaches, but Lin Qian had already given them twice. Even putting aside the peaches' effects, fresh peaches alone were a rare treat these days. Though they'd been in power for a long time and were used to others giving selflessly, since Lin Qian wasn't offering more, they felt awkward about asking. Lin Qian knew exactly what kind of people they were. Wang Hui had also worked in the system before, so he'd seen plenty and understood what was going on in their minds. No wonder Lin Qian had just said that even Wu Ming was better than this lot. If Wu Ming weren't from Sakura, he really would be preferable. Even though Wu Ming had his own agenda, the things he did while in office were, on the whole, beneficial to the residents of Shaqing. Shaqing was a mess right now, and Wu Ming had sensed something was off early in the morning. Normally, when they heard the bell, everyone would line up obediently at the canteen for food, as if receiving an imperial edict with no complaints. But today was different. There was much less gratitude in the air, and he even heard quite a few grumbles. Take the old lady who used to lead the way, for example. She now felt uncomfortable no matter what she did, just wanting to lie down and not bother with anything. Watching all this, Wang Hui shook his head. I really don't know if what we're doing is right or wrong. Xiaoyu, who had been talking to Lu Mingjie, turned around when she heard Wang Hui's voice. Mr. Wang, I think what teacher is doing is definitely right. People are like this. If we rely on force and mind control, it won't last. In the end, we have to make them willing from the heart. You have a point, Wang Hui sighed. You guys are heading home soon, right? I'll be going to Jing City with Qian to look for something. I was just discussing this with Mingjie. We haven't decided what to do yet, Xiaoyu said, clearly troubled. She'd originally set out to find Lu Mingjie, and now that she had, of course she wanted to go home and be with her son. Her boy was still so young, and she'd been away too long. She felt that if she didn't go back soon, her son wouldn't even recognize her. But Lu Mingjie was still worried about Professor O. If she went home, Professor O was so old, could he really make it to Jing City on his own? Even with both of them together, trouble had found them. The road from here to Jing City was long and dangerous. She couldn't even imagine what might happen. Actually, Qian discussed this with me too, Wang Hui said. Xiaoyu quickly asked, what did teacher say? Wang Hui wasn't as blunt as Lin Qian. She thinks that since you found your husband and your child is still young, you two should just go home. We're going to Jing City anyway, so we'll take Professor O with us and look after him along the way. If we make it safely, I'm sure he'll be fine. Lu Mingjie frowned when he heard this. Even though he'd been rescued by these two, they both looked so frail that he didn't find them very convincing. But just the two of you. He looked at Wang Hui's delicate features and just couldn't trust him. Woof woof woof. Hope, the dog, noticed this too and immediately showed off its strong body, making sure Lu Mingjie could see it clearly. Even if his sister and Wang Hui couldn't manage, Hope could handle it. Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh at Hope's display. She'd gotten along well with Hope during this time, and now, seeing Hope step forward and bark twice, she immediately understood its meaning. She explained to Lu Mingjie, see this dog? It's probably stronger than those 4 guys over there. She secretly pointed at Zhou Can and the others. Luckily, they couldn't hear, otherwise, if they knew they were being compared to a dog, they'd probably die of embarrassment. But Lu Mingjie was still hesitant. He really wanted to go home and see his son. He hadn't been there when his son was born, and now his wife had come all this way to find him. He couldn't just leave them again. Don't worry. Mom's been worried sick at home, and Grandma's health isn't good either. Everyone misses you. If they knew you were safe, just imagine how happy they'd be. With Xiaoyu saying this, Lu Mingjie's resolve softened. Let me talk to Professor O and see what he thinks. Although Xiaoyu really wanted Lu Mingjie to go home with her, she knew he was doing the right thing. After all, he'd been with Professor O this whole time, so of course he had to talk to him first. Alright, let's go find Professor O now, Xiaoyu said, pulling Lu Mingjie along to look for him. Professor O had just finished eating a peach and felt completely refreshed. Having been locked up for a while, he'd fallen behind on many things and was eager to set off for the capital as soon as possible. When he saw Lu Mingjie and Xiaoyu approaching, he immediately guessed they wanted to talk about returning to Zhishe. After they explained their intentions, he sighed. Honestly, this journey was so dangerous, I really shouldn't have brought you along in the first place. If I'd known your wife was about to give birth, I never would have let you come with me. Professor O. Lu Mingjie was full of guilt. I promised to go to the capital with you, but now my family needs me more. I haven't even seen my son since he was born, so you don't need to say any more. Cultivating oneself, managing the family, governing the country, bringing peace to the world, it all starts at home. Take care of your family first, we can talk about the rest later. Given the current situation, it's perfectly understandable to put your family first. Professor O cut him off. Xiaoyu and I discussed it just now. Professor O, you could travel to the capital with Miss Lin and Mr. Wang. They're heading there on business soon, too, Lu Mingjie said. Professor O immediately thought of Lin Qian and Wang Hui's faces. You mean those two young people who rescued us today? Yes, that's them. Don't be fooled by their age, Professor. They're very capable, Lu Mingjie emphasized. I could tell. They're skilled, courageous, and resourceful. If they could take me to the capital. Professor O hesitated. But I'm getting old. If I end up being a burden to them. Professor, you're a national treasure, and you're going to the capital for the country's sake. I'm sure they'd be happy to help, Lu Mingjie continued. Xiaoyu quickly nudged Lu Mingjie and shot him a look, signaling him not to say too much. She then turned to Professor O. Professor, Mr. Wang already told us they're willing to take you along, but they're pretty independent. If you go with them, try not to disturb or trouble them. If her silly husband ended up causing problems for Lin Qian and the others, she'd feel terribly guilty. I understand. I'm already grateful they're willing to take me, Professor O said. Then let's bring Professor O over and ask again, just to be polite. Even though they agreed, it's still us asking for a favor, so we should say hello, Lu Mingjie said. He was about to say more, but Xiaoyu stomped on his foot, stopping him mid-sentence. He wanted to cry out in pain, but since it was his wife, he figured he must have done something wrong and held it in. Xiaoyu led Professor O outside to the RV. Mr. Wang, sorry to trouble you with Professor O. She glanced at Professor O. He didn't seem like a troublemaker, but it was better to be clear up front. Still, she found it hard to say the rest. Professor O, however, was straightforward. If I end up causing you trouble, just leave me behind. I'll manage on my own. If you don't mind, please rest here for now. Lin Qian is busy at the moment, so let's not disturb her, Wang Hui said. Professor O nodded and sat on the stool Wang Hui pulled over for him. Seeing Wang Hui cooking, he thought for a moment and went over to help. Professor O, Xiaoyu, and I can handle this. Please have a rest, Lu Mingjie said. In his mind, a national treasure like Professor O deserved the highest treatment. Before Xiaoyu could say anything, Professor O refused. We're all just people, there's nothing I can't do. Besides, since I'm the one troubling them, I should help out more. You too, don't take everything for granted. Lu Mingjie was left speechless, his face red. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, felt a bit awkward. Before they reunited, she'd been longing for it. Now that they were together again, she almost wished he hadn't shown up so soon. It was just a little embarrassing. But she'd chosen her husband, so she had to accept it, no matter how awkward. She whispered to Lu Mingjie, if you want to help, just help. Can you stop talking? If this kept up, she might not be able to resist slapping him to shut him up. At this moment, Lin Qian was inside her space, observing the changes after absorbing over 2,000 antiques. The first thing she checked was the clock. She found that the time had indeed increased, but not by much, only half an hour. Now, her space could accumulate 18 hours a day, still 6 hours short of a full 24. It didn't seem like much, but the more time she accumulated, the harder it became. If it were like at the beginning, 2,000 antiques would have added several hours. Besides the extra time, she noticed the mist had receded a bit more. Most importantly, her spiritual sense could now penetrate more areas. She still couldn't hold it for long, but it was an improvement over last time. As for the animals she'd collected from that village, they were now running all over the mountains. Lin Qian wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but the animals seemed to have gained some intelligence after arriving. In the mountains, they seemed to know which plants not to touch and which medicinal herbs to avoid. Whenever they foraged or played, they always steered clear of the herbs. At first, Lin Qian had been worried, but after watching them a couple of times, she realized they were very careful and relaxed. She extended her awareness over the whole mountain and found that the chickens, ducks, and geese had laid a lot of eggs. She could even tell which eggs were fertilized and which weren't. After thinking it over, she collected all the unfertilized eggs into her warehouse, leaving only one basket aside to take out later for food. Finally, she harvested another batch of ripe vegetables and fruits from the black soil before leaving her space. By the time she came out, it was already mealtime. Seeing Xiaoyu, Lu Mingjie, and Professor O all there, she could pretty much guess what was going on. She handed the basket of eggs to Wang Hui. "Let's have fried eggs for breakfast every day from now on." Wang Hui was stunned for a moment, then remembered they'd collected some poultry earlier. These must be eggs from her space, so he put them away. Lin Qian turned to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, when are you planning to head back?" "I'm thinking of leaving first thing tomorrow morning. I haven't seen my son in days. Mingjie hasn't seen him at all yet, so we both want to get back as soon as possible." Lin Qian then looked at Professor O. "So, you've all agreed?" "Yes, it's settled." "Sorry to trouble you," Professor O replied. While they were cooking, Professor O had already learned through their conversation that Lin Qian was the one in charge here. Lin Qian looked at Professor O and said seriously, "I'm just giving you a lift since it's on my way, but if anything happens along the way, you'll have to rely on yourself. If something really does go wrong, we might not help you." She made her stance clear from the start, so no one could guilt-trip her later. "Don't worry, I won't. If anything happens, you all go ahead. Don't worry about me," Professor O replied. Lu Mingjie wanted to say something, but Xiaoyu put her chopsticks down with a clack, startling him into silence. "In that case, let's leave tomorrow too. We've stayed here for a few days, finished what we needed to do, and gathered what we needed to collect," Xiaoyu said. Lin Qian didn't want to stick around to watch Wu Ming and Jiang Hua's drama any longer. She'd already helped as much as she could. If Jiang Hua couldn't handle the rest of the cleanup, then maybe Wu Ming was better suited to be the leader. "Should we let Mayor Jiang know?" Lu Mingjie asked. Lin Qian looked at him like he was an idiot. "Why should I tell him I'm leaving? It's just, well..." Before he could finish, Xiaoyu stepped on his foot again. "Mayor Jiang has his own things to deal with, and teacher has her own responsibilities. There's no need." Xiaoyu hurriedly finished eating, then pulled him aside. "Mingjie, this isn't like before the disaster. Teacher has helped our family a lot, but if you keep pushing her boundaries like this, it's really annoying." Lu Mingjie looked a bit dejected after Xiaoyu's lecture. "I just thought, since we know each other, we should at least say goodbye. You can say good." "I get it," Lu Mingjie replied, still a bit stubborn, but at least he listened to his wife. "Then should I go tell Mayor Jiang?" Xiaoyu closed her eyes and waved him off. "Go ahead, but don't mention anything about teacher." After Lu Mingjie left, Xiaoyu returned to Lin Qian's side. "I'm really sorry, teacher. That's just how my husband is. I guess he hasn't adjusted his mindset yet, but I'll keep an eye on him." Lin Qian ate slowly. "It's fine. We're all going our separate ways soon anyway. Just be careful on your way home." She pulled out a gun and handed it to Xiaoyu. "Take this. You have a son at home. If you run into trouble and can't fight, just run. Your life is the most important thing." Xiaoyu's hands trembled as she took the gun, then suddenly knelt in front of Lin Qian. "Thank you, teacher." "No need to thank me. I promised to keep you safe on the way, but now I can't take you all the way back. Think of this as compensation. I hope when I return to Zhu City, I'll still see you all. Do your best to survive. Lin Qian sighed. If it were just Xiaoyu, she was confident she could make it home safely. But with Lu Mingjie tagging along, she felt helpless. That's just how life is sometimes. No matter how capable you are, there's always someone dragging you down. Maybe before the disaster, these flaws didn't matter much. But after the disaster, every flaw gets magnified. If you don't fix them in time, it could cost your life. Lu Mingjie's biggest problem was that his mindset was still stuck in the pre-disaster days, and he reeked of that old, pedantic attitude. Lin Qian looked at Xiaoyu with sympathy in her eyes. It was such a pity, a clear-headed, strong woman, but tied to someone like that. Still, Xiaoyu wasn't ungrateful. She sincerely thanked Lin Qian. Keep this for yourself, don't give it to Lu Mingjie, Lin Qian reminded her. I know, Xiaoyu replied. If there's nothing else, go pack your things in the RV. After tonight, we'll be parting ways. Lin Qian took out a tent, a few pieces of fruit, and then filled several bottles of water from her space and handed them to Xiaoyu. Be careful. When you leave tomorrow, there's no need for goodbyes. Xiaoyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, all she managed was, thank you. She didn't dare look at Lin Qian, turning away to wipe the corners of her eyes. Just then, Lu Mingjie came back, with Jiang Hua following behind. Miss Lin, you're leaving tomorrow? Why so suddenly? Jiang Hua asked. This time, Lin Qian didn't look at Lu Mingjie, but at Xiaoyu, as if to say, you're all leaving, so why bring this trouble to me? Xiaoyu was mortified and quickly pulled Lu Mingjie aside. Didn't I tell you not to mention teacher's plans to anyone? I didn't. It's just that Mayor Jiang happened to ask, so I told him, Lu Mingjie explained. Even if he asks, you can't say. It's not our business to share. Even if it was, it's not something to tell others lightly, let alone about teacher. Xiaoyu was about to cough up blood from frustration. But now that everyone was here, there was nothing she could do but accept it. She didn't even want to wait until tomorrow. She wanted to take this troublemaker and leave right now. If she stayed any longer and annoyed Lin Qian, their whole family would be in trouble. Thinking of her young son, she made up her mind and brought Lu Mingjie over to Lin Qian. Teacher, Mr. Wang, since there's nothing much left to do here and I'm worried about my son, and since it's safer to travel at night when everyone's resting, we'll head out now. She gave Lu Mingjie a push. Go get our luggage. We're going home now. Huh? We're leaving right now. Lu Mingjie was confused. Yes, Xiaoyu said through gritted teeth. When he brought their things over, Xiaoyu looked at Lin Qian apologetically. I'm really sorry. I wish you and Mr. Wang a safe journey and a speedy return. Lin Qian looked at the sensible one and the troublesome one beside her and nodded. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, she'd probably have knocked Lu Mingjie out by now. Some people just can't help but say the wrong thing. Lu Mingjie hurriedly said goodbye to Professor O and Jiang Hua, then was half dragged, half pulled away by Xiaoyu. Wang Hui watched as Lu Mingjie was finally taken away and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Lin Qian's growing impatience with Jiang Hua, he quickly went over to greet them. Professor O was a smart man. Sensing Lin Qian's impatience, he followed as well. Xiao Jiang, Miss Lin is taking me to the capital. I've already stayed here long enough. I can't keep delaying my duties to the country. Now that things had escalated to a national level, even though Jiang Hua wanted them to stay, he felt embarrassed to ask. If there's anything you need us to help prepare, just let us know. Mayor Jiang, you still have to deal with the aftermath. There's nothing here that needs to trouble you. Lin Qian noticed that Xiaoyu had already left. After thinking it over, she didn't want to stick around and keep dealing with these bureaucrats either, so she decided to leave as well. Wang Hui, I think Xiaoyu has a point. Since they're leaving, let's pack up and go too. Huh? Jiang Hua had been hoping Lin Qian would stay a couple more days. Why was she leaving as soon as Lu Mingjie left? He'd been counting on her help for the rest of the situation. Miss Lin, why are you leaving so soon as well? Can't you stay a few more days? Didn't you hear what Professor O just said? He still has to serve the country. Are you trying to stop him? Lin Qian shot back. That's not what I meant, it's just that now Wu Ming. I already told you yesterday, the rest of this is for you to handle. I've already helped enough, Lin Qian interrupted. Jianghua could only sigh helplessly. Then, could you at least leave me something to suppress the mind control drugs? Lin Qian almost laughed. When I made deals with Wu Ming, it was always a fair exchange. But now with Mayor Jiang, you just want to get my things for free, just by opening your mouth. Her bluntness left Jianghua speechless. Professor O couldn't stand it anymore either. Xiao Jiang, Miss Lin helping you is not something you're entitled to. From what I see, the situation is manageable now. Figure out a solution yourself. As long as you keep Wu Ming under control, everything else should be easy. With Professor O speaking up, Jianghua had no choice but to nod, embarrassed, and then turn to Lin Qian. I'm really sorry, I just thought. Woof woof woof. Even Hope couldn't stand to watch anymore. Shameless. Alright, I get what you're thinking, no need to say it. I do have something, but I'm not a saint. In this situation, I have to look out for myself first. I'm sure you know by now, Wu Ming gave me plenty of antiques and jade as payment. That's why I helped you all this much, it wasn't out of the goodness of my heart, Lin Qian explained. Only then did Jianghua realize why Lin Qian had helped, but he still didn't understand why she wanted antiques in exchange for supplies, when supplies were clearly more valuable. Why do you want so many antiques? Lin Qian could obviously see what he was thinking. That's none of your business. I have my reasons. If you have more antiques, I can leave you another batch of water that can counteract mind control. But if you want my things for nothing, sorry, that's not happening. She made herself perfectly clear. Even if Jianghua was thick-skinned, he knew he wasn't getting anything. Lin Qian was about to leave, and if he didn't act now, he really wouldn't be able to keep her. In that case, Miss Lin, I'm afraid I have to apologize for what happens next. Before Lin Qian could react to what he meant, residents from all directions surrounded her. Professor O was agitated when he saw this. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? It's nothing. I just want Miss Lin to stay as our guest. As for you, Professor O, while we don't have anyone as capable as Miss Lin, I can assign 2 people to escort you to Beijing. I advise you not to do anything rash, Jianghua said. Jianghua, how could you do something so ungrateful? Miss Lin didn't just save everyone in Shaqing, she saved both of us. Professor O said angrily. Jianghua chuckled lightly. Isn't this what she should do as a citizen of China? Besides, she just said herself, she's practically taken all the antiques from Shaqing. Even Lin Qian was baffled, and Wang Hui thought Jianghua must be out of his mind. Did he really think this would make them stay? Professor O, what do you think? Lin Qian asked, looking at him. It was a vague question, but Professor O immediately understood. She wanted him to pick a side. Miss Lin, don't worry. I'll talk to him. What he's doing is definitely wrong, Professor O said. That's good enough. Wang Hui, take Professor O to the car, Lin Qian said. Professor O still looked worried. Miss Lin, you. Wang Hui pulled him away. Professor O, don't worry. Xiao Qian can handle this. He and Lin Qian had developed a certain rapport by now. He stuffed Professor O into the car and got into the driver's seat, ready to drive off at any moment. When Jianghua ordered the residents to surround Lin Qian, Zhou Can and the others immediately closed ranks around her. They were furious at these ungrateful residents. If it weren't for Miss Lin, you'd all still be under mind control. What's the meaning of surrounding us now? Zhou Can demanded. Seeing the 4 people protecting her, Lin Qian felt a rare twinge of emotion. That little bit of emotion made her speak up. You all get back in the car too. If you get the chance, just drive away. But Miss Lin, Zhou Can hesitated. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. If you can't get away, you'll just be a burden to me, Lin Qian said. This was the first time Zhou Can had ever been called a burden. He twitched. Miss Lin, how could we just leave you behind? Lin Qian really didn't know how to communicate with these people. Luckily, Wang Hui stuck his head out of the car window. If Xiao Qian tells you to do something, just do it. Get back in your cars. These people really were useless at critical moments. Jianghua heard this and wasn't about to let them get back to their cars. He had the residents surround everyone together. Sorry, none of you are leaving. That's not for you to decide. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to waste words. She pulled out a gun. Do you think I can leave or not? Jianghua hadn't expected Lin Qian to have a gun and was momentarily stunned. But after years in his position, he quickly regained his composure. Miss Lin, there's no need for things to get violent. I sincerely want you to stay as our guest. But I don't want to stay. How is what you're doing any different from being a bandit? Lin Qian retorted. Jianghua's nerves were truly impressive. He just smiled. How can you say that? I'm politely inviting you to stay. Look, I haven't even drawn a weapon, but you're the first to pull out a gun. You should know that ordinary citizens aren't allowed to have firearms in our country. Why don't you hand it over and I'll let this matter drop? Lin Qian really couldn't hold back anymore. She fired a shot directly at Jianghua's feet. You think I'm joking with you? Let these people leave. Otherwise, whoever stands in my way will be the one my bullets hit. Jianghua was thoroughly frightened by Lin Qian's shot. The smile on his face froze before he could even change his expression, making him look both terrified and bizarre. So, can I leave now? Lin Qian took a step forward. In all these years, except for the time Wu Ming caught him and threw him into the basement, Jianghua had never been treated like this. The way Lin Qian was treating him now made him both scared and angry. But looking at Lin Qian holding the gun, he was completely helpless. The guns he used to control had long been confiscated by Wu Ming and the others when he was locked up. Now, all they had left were some sticks and clubs. At first, he thought Lin Qian was just a little girl, and that scaring her a bit would get the job done. Clearly, that wasn't the case. Now, this so-called little girl wasn't the one being intimidated, he was the one being scared by her. Their roles had completely reversed. But he was unwilling to show any fear in front of so many people. If he really let Lin Qian and her group leave, how would he ever manage Sand City again? Everyone, don't worry. She doesn't have many bullets left. If we surround them, we'll definitely be able to keep them here. He looked at the surrounding residents, hoping they would continue to block Lin Qian's way. But now that there was no drug control, no one listened to him. Are you kidding? That's a real gun with real bullets. The situation might be bad, but it's not bad enough to die over. Not only did no one listen to him, they actually backed away even further. Looks like the people of Sand City have a better sense of the situation than Mayor Jiang, Lin Qian said, looking at Jianghua. Jianghua glanced at the people around him. They were mostly just ordinary residents. There were also those who had been locked up in the basement with him earlier. Even though they'd eaten Lin Qian's peaches and recovered a bit of energy, they weren't as strong as Wang Hui. His tone softened. Miss Lin, there's really no need for this. I sincerely want you to stay. What position do you want? I can give it to you. Heh. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to respond. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, she said, So you're not keeping us? Then we're leaving. She looked at Zhou Can, let's go. Seeing how things stood, Zhou Can and the others hurried back to the car and drove off immediately. Lin Qian saw that no one dared to stop them, so she got back into the RV and said to Wang Hui, drive. Jianghua had arrived full of confidence, but ended up letting Lin Qian go in utter defeat. He was furious, but there were even more urgent matters waiting for him, so he could only grit his teeth and get back to work. Professor O sat in the RV, dumbfounded by everything he'd just witnessed. At first, he thought there would be a drawn-out confrontation, but Lin Qian handled it so swiftly and decisively that he couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. She was nothing like the delicate, gentle girl he'd imagined before. He wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, he kept quiet. Lin Qian, however, noticed he wanted to speak and asked directly, Professor O, do you have something to ask? No, I was just thinking, you're all so young, yet so capable. I can't imagine how much hardship you've been through, Professor O said. Lin Qian smiled. It's nothing. I've been through even tougher times. Just as Professor O thought Lin Qian would continue, she said, Professor O, you should get some rest. I'm going to sleep too. I need to take over for Wang Hui later. Wang Hui heard her and said, No need to switch. I'll drive. You just get some good sleep. Lin Qian didn't argue and went straight to bed. She was half asleep when she suddenly felt the world start to shake. Then she heard Wang Hui's voice, "Xiao Qian, wake up." Lin Qian snapped awake, instantly alert. "What's wrong?" "I think it's an earthquake. We've parked the cars in an open area." "Everyone, get out quickly," Wang Hui said. Lin Qian's first thought was that it might be another beast tide, but after packing up and heading outside, she realized it was nothing like before. It really was an earthquake. "Wang Hui, drive Zhou Can's car and follow me. The rest of you stay here with Professor O. We'll move the cars," Lin Qian decided quickly. In that instant, Wang Hui understood her intentions. "Got it." There was no time for more words. Lin Qian got in the car and drove off. Professor O and Zhou Can saw Lin Qian driving away with the cars during an earthquake and tried to stop her, but Wang Hui held them back. "Xiao Qian has her own plan." "Don't worry, nothing will happen," Wang Hui said. None of them were convinced, especially Professor O. "Xiao Hui, you can't do this. Someone could get killed." Zhou Can and the others also looked disapproving, but they could not argue Wang Hui, nor could they overpower him. With him blocking the way, no one could stop Lin Qian. In the end, Zhou Can could only let Wang Hui drive their car away. Lin Qian and Wang Hui didn't go far. Once they were out of sight, they put the cars into her storage space. When they saw Lin Qian and Wang Hui running back like leopards, Professor O and Zhou Can were both shocked. But before they could say anything, Lin Qian spoke up, "Everyone, stay together. Zhou Can, don't worry, the cars are in a very safe place. Once the earthquake is over, I'll bring them back." Zhou Can was already used to Lin Qian's mysterious ways. Now that she'd taken their cars, if anything happened, he trusted that with her personality, she wouldn't abandon them. Lin Qian glanced at Professor O, then said to Zhou Can and the others, "I don't need your protection. What I hope is that you'll do your best to protect Professor O. When we get to Jing City, I'll look for the information as soon as possible." "But Miss Lin, our most important mission is to protect you," Zhou Can said. "You can't protect me." "Honestly, at first, I thought you were just a burden." Lin Qian was blunt. "If you can protect yourselves, don't waste your energy on me, focus on Professor O. I know Lai Ming promised you that as long as I get the information, but with things as they are, I don't even know if you'll make it to Jing City safely. And even if we get there, can you guarantee I'll get the information and return safely?" Her words left everyone silent. Finally, Zhou Can spoke up. "We can protect Professor O, but you're still our top priority." Since she couldn't convince them, Lin Qian simply stopped talking, closed her eyes, and focused on the tremors coming from all directions. Lin Qian recalled her previous life. If she remembered correctly, the earthquake had happened after daybreak. She didn't know why, but so many things in this life seemed different. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. If there really was an earthquake, who knew if it would damage the roads? If the ground split open, their journey to the capital would become much more difficult. Yet, as is often the case, the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. She had already sensed signs that the ground was about to crack, so she quickly told everyone to stand on her side. "You'd better hold on to each other. Wang Hui, you grab Professor O." No sooner had she finished speaking than a distant building collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a crack split open right in front of them. If she hadn't pulled everyone to the other side in time, someone would surely have fallen into that fissure. Not to mention the others, even though Lin Qian had anticipated this, she had been standing at the front of the group, and her foot was already at the edge of the crack. If it had widened any more, she might have fallen in herself. "Xiao Qian." Wang Hui's eyesight was sharp. He could see the crack right in front of Lin Qian. "Everyone, move back quickly." Lin Qian shouted, running backward herself. Seeing the situation, no one dared to hesitate. "Wang Hui scooped you." Everyone was shocked, eyes wide with panic. Zhou Can and the others were about to rush back, but Wang Hui grabbed them. "Did you forget what Xiao Qian just said? Everyone stay here and look after Professor O. I'll go find her." With that, Wang Hui hurried back. He found the crack had widened to nearly 3 meters, swallowing who knew how much debris. He was almost at the edge, but still couldn't see Lin Qian, only Shi Wang, who was anxiously howling at the edge of the chasm. His heart tightened, and he shouted, "Lin Qian." From the edge of the crack came Lin Qian's voice, "Stop yelling and come help me." Hearing her, Wang Hui rushed to the edge and finally saw Lin Qian hanging onto the side of the fissure, a dagger stabbed hard into the rock, her body swaying precariously. It turned out that just now Lin Qian had spotted something strange and shiny inside the crack, so she'd paused for a couple of seconds to get a better look. Unexpectedly, the fissure had suddenly widened, and she'd lost her footing and fallen. Luckily, she'd reacted quickly, pulling out her dagger and jamming it into the edge, stopping her fall just in time. Actually, her first instinct had been to hide in her space, but once inside, she realized she couldn't change her position at all. In other words, unless she stayed inside forever, she'd reappear in the same spot when she came out. Understanding this, and thinking of the people still above, she simply grabbed a dagger from her space, and as soon as she reappeared, stabbed it into the wall of the fissure, barely halting her descent. She was just trying to figure out how to climb up. Maybe she could pull a rope from her space and toss it to Shiwang, though she wasn't sure if Shiwang was strong enough to pull her up. While she was pondering, Wang Hui arrived. Seeing Lin Qian dangling there, Wang Hui was terrified. He'd never been so scared in his life. And with his sharp eyes, he couldn't even see the bottom of the crack. It was clearly bottomless. If someone fell, they'd be dead for sure. He quickly moved to the edge and reached out, wanting to pull Lin Qian up. Lin Qian stopped him at once. "Don't come so close. The ground isn't stable yet, it could widen again. You and Shiwang both stay back. I'll throw you a rope." With Wang Hui there, she didn't have to worry about Shiwang not being strong enough. She quickly pulled a rope from her space, tied it around her waist, and tossed it up. Wang Hui grabbed the rope and pulled Lin Qian up. She wasn't heavy, and Wang Hui was strong, so it didn't take long. Wang Hui was still puzzled about how Lin Qian had fallen in. "How did you end up down there?" Lin Qian explained, "I saw something shiny down there and wanted a closer look. I only stared for a couple of seconds, and the crack suddenly widened. I fell in." Wang Hui kept his eyes on Lin Qian and noticed her hand was bleeding. On the same arm she'd injured before. "Your hands hurt again." Only then did Lin Qian notice she was bleeding. She'd been using so much strength just now, she hadn't even realized. Now that Wang Hui mentioned it, she started to feel the pain. She took a peach from her space and ate it, then rinsed her wound with water from her space and let Wang Hui wrap it with some gauze. Her previous injury had already healed, not even leaving a scar. Xiaoyu had just been extra careful and used some hemostatic powder. After eating the peach, Lin Qian felt much better, and even the pain in her hand lessened. Her attention returned to the bottom of the fissure. "Those glowing things, I definitely wasn't seeing things," she said to Wang Hui with certainty. Wang Hui saw Lin Qian about to approach the crack again and quickly stopped her. "Take a break. Wait until things settle down. What have you fallen again?" Lin Qian paused. "I don't know why, but when I saw that shiny thing, my space seemed to react, almost like it was repelled. I don't think it's anything good." "What is it?" Wang Hui asked instinctively. Lin Qian glanced at him but said nothing. Wang Hui felt a bit awkward. "I'll check it out later." "You're hurt, you shouldn't take any risks." "Forget it. We can't leave right now anyway. Let's check tomorrow." If that thing was down there, it wasn't going anywhere. Although she'd reacted quickly just now, she'd still used up quite a bit of energy. Better to rest for the night. The group walked about 5 li, about 2.5 kilometers, in the opposite direction from the fissure before stopping to set up camp and rest. The next morning, when Lin Qian woke up, she sensed something was off. She opened her eyes and realized it was light out. The darkness that had lingered for so long had finally been swept away. It was still early, so everything was shrouded in a gray mist. Lin Qian stepped out of the tent and watched as the sky gradually brightened, until the darkness was completely dispelled. Not long after she got up, Wang Hui and the others woke as well. Finally, daylight. We've been waiting for this for so long. Zhou Can and the others were all smiles, as if they'd seen a new ray of hope. But for some reason, Professor O didn't seem particularly happy. In fact, he looked rather serious. Guang walked over. Professor O, why do you look so unhappy? I just feel like this sunrise is a bit strange. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it doesn't feel like a good thing, Professor O said, gazing at the rising sun. Guang and the others didn't understand. The sun's out, how is that not a good thing? As a scientist who could predict the weather, Professor O truly couldn't make sense of the current situation. He could only rely on his years of experience, and something about this sudden sunrise felt very off compared to before. While the others still hadn't noticed anything amiss, Lin Qian called out to Wang Hui, quick, come with me to get the vehicle. Wang Hui had also sensed something unusual and quickly followed Lin Qian to a spot out of sight from Professor O and the rest. Lin Qian swiftly took the car out from her space. Hurry, we need to get everyone inside before those things drift over. They moved quickly, and by the time they reached Professor O and the others, he was still looking confused. Wang Hui immediately jumped out and half-dragged him into Lin Qian's RV. Guang, you all get in the car right now and lock the doors and windows. Lin Qian tossed over a walkie-talkie. If anything happens, contact me through this. Don't get out of the car unless I say so. Guang and the others didn't know what was going on, but they obediently got in the car and secured the doors and windows. Lin Qian had already noticed someone was missing. Once she saw them all get in, she asked through the walkie-talkie, "Where's Lin Qian?" Lin Qian went to check out the rift. Why? Guang still didn't understand why Lin Qian had told them to get back in the car so urgently. None of them sensed any danger approaching. Lin Qian sighed inwardly. Lin Qian probably won't make it. What? Chen Mian immediately tried to open the car door to go find Lin Qian. I'll go get him. Lin Qian heard him through the walkie-talkie. If you want to die, go ahead. Did you notice the mist in the sky? Isn't it always like this in the morning? Though they were still skeptical, they stopped themselves from getting out. Look again, more carefully. Only then did they really focus. Not just them, even Professor O, after hearing Lin Qian's words, immediately looked out the window. Are those spores? Lin Qian looked at Professor O in surprise. Didn't expect you to still have such sharp eyes at your age. Professor O looked a little embarrassed. Actually, my eyesight isn't what it used to be. I had to take a while to adjust to the sudden daylight this morning. Lin Qian, did these come up from the rift? Wang Hui remembered Lin Qian mentioning last night that she'd seen something flashing in the rift. They'd originally planned to check it out in the morning, but before they could, something from inside had already drifted out. I didn't see clearly yesterday, so I'm not sure. But now that it's daylight, these things are everywhere, and there's nowhere else around here they could have come from. I think it's very likely they're from down there. But how do you know these spores are dangerous? Lin Qian couldn't really explain. It was just a feeling. But before she could answer, they saw Lin Qian staggering toward them from a distance. Guang was about to open the door when Lin Qian's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Don't open the door. Look closely at how he's moving. Only then did they notice that Lin Qian's movements were completely unnatural, strange, and twisted. Even though he was heading toward the car, he didn't call out. As he got closer, everyone could see clearly. His head was twisted at a bizarre 180-degree angle, his arms and legs contorted like twisted ropes. None of his movements or postures were anything a normal person could do. He didn't speak, but as soon as his body touched the car, all four limbs pressed against the glass, pounding on it repeatedly. Anyone who'd wanted to let him in now didn't dare open the door. Seeing that the car was about to be damaged by his pounding, Lin Qian quickly said, "Why are you still here? Get the car out of here unless you want to end up like him." Only then did Guang snap out of it and quickly drove the car away. These spores can parasitize the human body and control us. Professor O exclaimed in shock at the scene. At that moment, Xiaoqing, who had been sleeping in Lin Qian's palm, suddenly stirred. Ever since transferring its spiritual energy to Lin Qian last time, it had been in a deep sleep and hadn't woken up for a long time. Seeing signs of Xiaoqing waking up, Lin Qian quickly climbed onto her bed to avoid Professor O. "Xiaoqing, you're awake?" After a while, Xiaoqing's voice came through. "Huh? Where are we?" Lin Qian heard Xiaoqing's voice. You're finally awake. Do you know how long you've been asleep? I fell asleep? Xiaoqing had no idea what had happened. Lin Qian explained in her mind about her own lack of spiritual energy and how Xiaoqing had transferred some to her. Xiaoqing was surprised as well. So you were low on spiritual energy and I actively transferred mine to you? Why don't I remember any of that? Xiaoqing couldn't recall it at all. But what Xiaoqing said gave Lin Qian an idea. Maybe it's because I'm the owner of the space now and you're something that comes with the space. There's a special connection between us. If I'm not doing well, you can't be well either. So when my spiritual energy is depleted, you automatically transfer yours to me to keep me going, and then you fall into a deep sleep to recover. That sounds about right. We're in a symbiotic relationship now. No, actually, I'm affected by you. If you fall into a coma, I won't be any better off. But if you're doing well, even if I'm down to my last leaf, I'll recover. Once Lin Qian figured this out, she set it aside and looked at the strange spores outside, wondering if Xiaoqing might know what they were. Xiaoqing, can you see those things floating everywhere outside? Huh? Xiaoqing poked its leaf out from Lin Qian's palm and stretched it toward the window, seeing the mist outside, which looked a bit like the damp fog by the river in the early morning. I can see them, but I don't know what they are without touching them. Can I go out and take a look? You want to go out? But these things can control people. Lin Qian explained how the spores had infected and taken over Liangjia. Why do these things seem so familiar? Xiaoqing pulled its head back and thought for a moment. Could it be that? Lin Qian glanced at the drifting spores outside. Who is this you're talking about? People used to call these things man-eating flowers, Xiaoqing replied. Man-eating flowers? Lin Qian looked outside again. They don't look anything like man-eating flowers to me. Their main body is actually a giant mushroom, but I remember that these things shouldn't even exist here. There was a hint of doubt in Xiaoqing's voice. Lin Qian picked up on it immediately. What do you mean, shouldn't exist here? These things, as far as I know, went extinct many years ago. For them to show up now is really strange, so I'm not entirely sure, Xiaoqing explained. Lin Qian was puzzled too. Why would something that went extinct years ago suddenly appear here? Xiaoqing's memories were already incomplete. I don't know either. Then do you know if these things have any natural enemies? How can we kill them? If they keep spreading like this, never mind affecting others, even we'll be in trouble. It looks like they've got their eyes on us now, Lin Qian asked worriedly. Xiaoqing poked its head out for another look. That's true. I suggest we all stop moving for now. If you stop, these things will just circle around and then leave. But if we keep moving, they'll follow us until we're swallowed up. Come back here, Lin Qian said. She called Xiaoqing back to the tiger's mouth, then picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone, stop for now. Stay in your vehicles, don't move, and keep quiet. Wang Hui and Zhou Can were exhausted from running for their lives, but when Lin Qian's voice came through, they forced themselves to stop the car, even as the sight of the thick, white spores closing in made their scalps tingle. Sure enough, just as Xiaoqing said, after they stopped, the spores circled their vehicles for a while before drifting away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as the spores dispersed. What do we do next? Lin Qian asked Xiaoqing in her mind. Master, I'd like to go down and take a look. If these really are man-eating flowers, they're afraid of fire and water. If we just douse them with water from home, they won't survive, Xiaoqing suggested. As soon as Lin Qian heard this, she immediately grabbed a bucket of water and drenched herself from head to toe. Xiaoqian, what are you doing? Wang Hui asked, a bad feeling rising in his chest. It's fine. You all stay here. I'm going to run an experiment. She opened the car door, ready to step out. Hope wanted to follow, but Lin Qian stopped her. Hope, you stay here. We don't know what's going on out there yet. Let me check first, I'll be back soon. Hope remembered what happened last night and didn't want to stay behind. She whined and clung to Lin Qian's clothes, refusing to let go. Hope, Xiaoqing just said it'll be fine if I go alone. You need to stay and watch the car for me, Lin Qian comforted her. Woof woof woof. Hope barked a few times, as if to say, then come back soon. Lin Qian didn't have time to argue. She opened the door and got out. Wang Hui, still in the driver's seat, didn't have time to stop her. Professor O, regardless of how well they knew each other, reached out to grab her. You can't just go out there, it's too dangerous. I just checked some information. These things are afraid of water. I'll go take a look, Lin Qian explained. They weren't too far from the crevice now. If Lin Qian ran, it wouldn't take her long to reach the edge. Qian, wait. I'm coming with you. Wang Hui called out, knowing he couldn't talk her out of it. Remembering last night's horror, he insisted on following. Professor O, whatever you do, don't open the doors or windows. We'll be back soon, Lin Qian reminded him. He recalled how Lin Qian had told him to seal the doors and windows earlier. Clearly, those things couldn't be touched. Seeing Wang Hui had already gotten out, Lin Qian had no choice but to quickly grab another bucket of water and soak him as well. These things are afraid of water, especially the water from my space. She handed him a water gun filled with water. If they get close, just spray them. Then, she pulled out another water gun for Professor O. Take this. Don't open the windows for any reason. If those things get in, there's water in the RV. Douse yourself first, then spray them with the water gun. Professor O quickly took it and thanked her. Lin Qian saw Zhou Can and the others watching her, so she finally pulled out 3 more water guns and a bucket of water for them. These things are afraid of water. I don't have much more, so if they get in, do what you have to. Miss Lin, are you going back to deal with those things? Zhou Can asked, worried. Yes, I'm going to check it out. I'll be back soon, Lin Qian replied firmly. Thinking of Liang Jia's tragic fate, even though they were worried about Lin Qian, none of them dared follow her back to that hellish place. But if something happened to Lin Qian, they knew they'd be in trouble too. Zhou Can finally spoke up. Miss Lin, let me go with you. No need. If you come, I'll have a harder time doing what I need to do. Stay here. If you get infected and turn into another Liang Jia, I won't be able to save you, Lin Qian refused. At the mention of Liang Jia, the 3 of them looked both sad and terrified. I just want to go with you to bring Liang Jia's body back. He still has family waiting for him in Guang City. If possible, we don't want to leave him here, Zhou Can pleaded. Lin Qian frowned. We don't even know what state his body is in. It might be covered in spores. Are you planning to die with him? Seeing them finally fall silent, she said, staying here is the best help you can give. With that, Lin Qian turned and ran quickly toward the crevice. As soon as she started moving, the spores in the distance seemed to sense her and surged in her direction. Just as they were about to reach her, they sensed the moisture on her body and hovered nearby, unwilling to get closer, but not leaving either. Lin Qian raised her water gun and sprayed the spores. The mist from her water gun was fine and dense, quickly covering the area in front of her. Wang Hui copied her, dealing with the spores around him. The 2 of them soon reached the edge of the crevice. Now that it was daylight, visibility was much better. These things are afraid of water and fire. I'm just wondering what method to use. If we use fire, we'd need gasoline, which seems wasteful, Lin Qian mused. Do you have a lot of water? Wang Hui asked. For now, yes. Then why not try water first? Wang Hui suggested. Lin Qian agreed. She drew water from her space through her fingertips. At first, it was just a trickle, but she realized that was too slow and increased the flow. Wang Hui watched as water gushed from Lin Qian's hand like a faucet. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, so he simply stood by and watched the water flow into the crack. As soon as the water hit the ground, Lin Qian clearly heard something moving below, but it was so deep she couldn't see what was happening. Master, hurry, it's trying to escape. Xiaoqing's voice sounded in her ear. It's heading to the left. The next moment, Wang Hui saw not only water flowing from Lin Qian's hand, but also a plant sprouting and stretching down into the crevice. Xiaoqing crawled out from the base of Lin Qian's thumb and darted quickly toward the man-eating flower, disappearing from sight in an instant. Even though Wang Hui had a million questions, he didn't dare speak up at this moment. Since Xiaoqing had gone down, Lin Qian focused on the spores in front of her. She poured. As soon as the airborne spores touched the water droplets, they all fell to the ground, unable to escape. Before long, Wang Hui saw a vine dragging up a huge mushroom from underground. Calling it a mushroom wasn't quite right, since it looked nothing like any ordinary mushroom. It resembled a large red flower, with its center constantly spewing out spores. When this mushroom came into contact with Lin Qian's water, it seemed to suffer a heavy blow. The whole flower twisted into a grotesque shape, looking bizarre and unsettling. "Master, pour kerosene on it." Now that Wang Hui knew Lin Qian's secret, Xiaoqing didn't bother hiding her ability to speak. She dragged the man-eating flower in front of Lin Qian and spoke directly. Wang Hui was even more shocked, unable to hold back. "This vine is your pet too?" "Sort of," Lin Qian replied. Wang Hui stared at the vine, which was even more agile than Xiao He, and was left speechless. His worldview was shaken yet again. Seeing him dazed, Lin Qian handed him a can of diesel from her storage. "Pour this on the man-eating flower." Wang Hui stood there holding the can, frozen. Even Xiaoqing couldn't stand it. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pour it." He snapped back to his senses. "But won't it get on you too?" "It's fine, just pour it. Right now, it's weakened by the water and not as agile, kind of like when you humans are drunk. Now's the time to burn it to ashes, or it'll come back again. Don't worry about me. I'll leave before Master sets it on fire," Xiaoqing explained. With that, Wang Hui poured the diesel over the man-eating flower that Xiaoqing had wrapped up. The pungent smell of diesel filled the air. Once the whole flower was soaked, Xiaoqing slowly let go of one end. "Master, light it up over here." Lin Qian didn't hesitate. She took out a blowtorch and aimed it at the spot where Xiaoqing had just let go. As soon as the flame touched it, Xiaoqing quickly retreated, and Lin Qian doused her with water to rinse her off. The man-eating flower was instantly engulfed in flames. Even though it had been soaked with water, it couldn't withstand the raging fire. The flower writhed on the ground like a dying animal, but soon fell still. Wang Hui had poured on plenty of diesel, so even after the flower stopped moving, it was burned to ashes. "So it won't grow back now?" Wang Hui asked. "In theory, it shouldn't," Lin Qian replied. But Lin Qian was puzzled by Xiaoqing's "in theory." "So will it or won't it?" "I've never seen a man-eating flower come back from ashes." "I guess this one was left over from before," Xiaoqing answered. "What about those spores?" "We only doused them with water, not fire." "Could that be a problem?" Thinking of the thick, cloud-like mass of spores from before, Lin Qian felt a chill. Spore can't grow into man-eating flowers on their own. They only enter human bodies under the control of the mother plant. Now that the mother's been burned to ash, the spores can't survive either. Besides, they've been soaked with our water. They're deader than dead. Xiaoqing sniffed herself. "Master, can you rinse me off again? I smell awful." "Wash yourself," Lin Qian said. She still had to meet up with Professor O and the others. Now that things were settled, it was time to get moving. With a thought, Lin Qian sent Xiaoqing back into her space, where she went to soak in the pool. As Lin Qian and Wang Hui headed back, he kept glancing at her until she couldn't take it anymore. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't look like you're constipated." "Well," Wang Hui didn't know how to begin. "It's nothing special, really. I'm just a little shaken that your grass can talk." "Oh, that's normal. You'll get used to it," Lin Qian replied. Wang Hui thought to himself, how am I supposed to get used to this? Every time, Lin Qian has something new that blows my mind. He felt like he was living in a fantasy world now. "So, do you have any other pets I haven't seen?" "That's all. Just one grass, one snake, and one dog." 3 living pets, Lin Qian answered. "Good." Wang Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had a rough idea of what to expect. Not long after, they spotted Lin Qian lying on the ground. Remembering how the others had treated him earlier, Lin Qian took out a can of gasoline and poured it over his body, then used her blowtorch to burn it. Lin Qian's corpse burned for a long time, but didn't turn to ash, just a charred black body. In the end, Lin Qian had no choice but to take out a high-temperature flame gun and blast him until she finally got some ashes, which she put into a formula can. The other corpses that hadn't been burned, she had Wang Hui dig a hole and bury them. When Lin Qian returned with the formula can and knocked on Zhou Can's car door, the others were confused as to why she was giving them a can of formula. They wondered why Lin Qian, who had never even given them bread, was suddenly handing over such a precious supply as formula. This is Liang Jia's ashes. I didn't have an urn, so I had to use this. Don't drink it by mistake. The people who had just been thinking about making a cup of formula instantly felt awkward. Then they were filled with gratitude and emotion. Miss Lin, we never thought you'd really bring Liang Jia back to us. Zhou Can got out of the car first and gave Lin Qian a deep bow. On behalf of Liang Jia and his family, thank you. It was nothing. Lin Qian didn't stand on ceremony. She headed straight back to the RV. Wang Hui, go get some rest. I'll drive from here. Wang Hui had been driving the whole time, so it was about time he got some rest. That day, Lin Qian had been behind the wheel for nearly 4 hours straight, only stopping for a quick lunch of 2 pieces of bread, without ever pulling over. Zhou Can and his group had already switched drivers twice, but Lin Qian showed no intention of swapping with Wang Hui. Xiao Qian, do you want to take a break? Even Wang Hui couldn't stand to watch anymore, worried that if Lin Qian kept pushing herself, something might go wrong. I'm fine. I'll rest after driving a bit longer. It was already past 5 p.m., though it was unclear if daylight had returned to normal. They'd been on the road all day. Other than some chaos along the way, everything else seemed normal. She remembered there was a small town up ahead. They'd already exceeded their planned travel time for the day, and since nothing special had happened, it seemed like a good place to stop and rest. There was a river next to the town, but it had long since dried up, not a drop of water in sight. Before they even got close, they could hear the sound of arguing coming from inside the town. Xiao Qian. Wang Hui heard it too. Maybe we should just go to the next place? He still hoped for a bit of peace. If trouble was already brewing before they even entered the town, it hardly seemed worth it. It's fine. If we try to make it to the next place, who knows how long it'll take. It's already after 5. According to the old maps, even under normal circumstances, it'd take another 4 hours to get there. I do want to get to Jing City as soon as possible, but a little delay won't matter. Since Lin Qian had made up her mind, Wang Hui had no choice but to radio the 3 people following behind and let them know. Those 3 were still shaken by Liang Jia's death and hadn't recovered. Everyone now knew how capable Lin Qian was. She'd even dealt with those man-eating spores, so they figured it was best to just follow her lead. Everyone was in low spirits, but when they saw Lin Qian pull up ahead, they followed suit. The people arguing in the town noticed Lin Qian's RV and Zhou Can's military vehicle and immediately stopped quarreling, their eyes lighting up. One of them walked over and approached Lin Qian. "Little sister, what brings you to our town?" "Nothing much. We're just passing through and would like to rest here for the night." The 2 sides who'd been arguing exchanged glances and decided to call a temporary truce to discuss. "Should we let them stay? Our experiment ran into problems, and now some outsiders have shown up. Isn't that just what we need? We have to keep them here, otherwise we'll have to use our own people." "Fine, but those people behind them look like soldiers. Aren't you worried? What's there to be afraid of? If we don't keep them, are you going to volunteer? With them here, what's the point of arguing?" Lin Qian listened, completely confused about what they were plotting. Wang Hui clearly heard too. "Xiao Qian, they're up to no good. Maybe we should just leave? Even if it's farther, it's safer. I can drive." Lin Qian looked at the greedy expressions on their faces. "No need. I don't think we could leave even if we wanted to." Didn't he see how they were already starting to surround them? As soon as they realized Lin Qian understood, they sent a representative to negotiate. "Why don't you all get out and come with us? We have housing where you can rest comfortably. It's much better than staying in your vehicle." Wang Hui and Professor O both shook their heads at Lin Qian, worried she might foolishly agree. These people clearly had bad intentions. Their forced friendliness, after their earlier hostility, only made things more suspicious. "No need. This is an RV, we'll just rest here for the night. You don't have to worry about us, we'll manage," Lin Qian refused. "How can that do? In this environment, what if you run into a beast horde while staying here? Yeah, your RV might be fine, but the others aren't. Just come with us, the rooms are empty anyway, might as well put them to use. Lin Qian still refused. Really, there's no need. We set out prepared to camp in the wild. We've stayed in much worse places than this. But thank you for your kindness. Seeing they couldn't get their way, the townsfolk turned back to discuss. What now? She won't come with us. No problem. If they won't go, we'll just bring those things over. I don't believe they'll be able to avoid it then. After their discussion, they turned to Lin Qian. All right then. The other parts of town are messy and dirty, so it's best if you don't wander around. If you need anything, just come find me, I'm the mayor here. After saying this, the self-proclaimed mayor sent people off to fetch something. The people who'd been arguing earlier, seeing Lin Qian's group staying, dispersed as well. As they left, Lin Qian noticed their expressions, almost as if they were relieved. These people were definitely up to something she couldn't figure out yet. The liaison saw Zhou Can's group setting up tents and finally relaxed. We may not have much here, but at least it's safe. You can rest easy. I live in the building up ahead, if you need anything, just come find me. Lin Qian knew this was just polite talk and didn't take it seriously. One thing struck her as odd. These people wanted them to stay, but didn't leave anyone to watch over them. Weren't they worried they'd try to leave? She soon understood why. She could already sense eyes watching them from the shadows. It was hard to describe the feeling, it didn't seem human. Professor O had sensed something was wrong for a while. He came over. Miss Lin, Mr. Wang, don't you think the people here are strange? Normally, outsiders would be met with suspicion, but not only are they not hostile, they actually seem happy we're here. Don't worry, Professor O, Lin Qian replied. We'll just stay one night and leave first thing in the morning. Wang Hui, seeing Professor O's worried face, tried to reassure him, then went to find Lin Qian, as he too had noticed that strange, unsettling gaze. Woof woof woof. Hope came over. Wanting to understand Lin Qian's thoughts, Hope put his nose to the ground, sniffing for unfamiliar scents, then led Lin Qian around to search for the source of those eyes. At first, Hope couldn't figure out what was different, so it took a while to find anything. But soon, more and more of those gazes appeared, until the mayor once again stood before them. The town mayor also brought some food with him. These are some dishes we made ourselves. Would you like to try them? Lin Qian glanced at the food. It looked different from anything they'd eaten before. If she had to say what was different, it just looked strange, almost like a miniature carnivorous plant. The mayor had packed it in a sealed bag. You just add water and boil this, then it's ready to eat. It's a special kind of mushroom unique to our area. Wang Hui quickly tugged Lin Qian aside. Isn't this just a smaller version of a man-eating plant? What are they trying to do, bringing us this thing and telling us to cook and eat it? Is it even edible? Lin Qian didn't know either, so she hurriedly asked Xiaoqing, who was still showering in the space. Xiaoqing, can you eat this man-eating plant? Xiaoqing had just managed to wash off some of the gasoline smell. If you cook it with our own water, it's fine to eat, though it doesn't taste very good. But if you use regular water, it won't die. It might even take root and sprout inside your body. Hearing this, Lin Qian more or less understood what these people were up to. They must have noticed something odd about this man-eating plant from the start and were looking for someone to experiment on. With Xiaoqing's reassurance, Lin Qian calmly accepted the plant from the mayor. Thank you, Mayor. No need to be so polite. We don't have much of anything here, but we have plenty of these mushrooms. They're not exactly delicious, but they'll fill your stomach, the mayor said. Professor O saw Lin Qian accept the plant. He still didn't know what it was, and was just about to reach for it to cook when Lin Qian stopped him. Professor O, Wang Hui and I can handle this. You just rest, Lin Qian said. Seeing Lin Qian accept it, the mayor reminded her, you should eat this while it's fresh. It's no good if you leave it overnight. Got it, Lin Qian replied. No matter what he said, Lin Qian always agreed so calmly, which gave the mayor a strange feeling. Over the years, he'd seen people who were endlessly grateful and people who refused outright, but he'd never seen someone like Lin Qian, agreeing to everything but remaining so composed. He couldn't read anything from her words or expression, nor could he tell if she was being sincere. He thought about staying, but was afraid of being infected by the mushrooms, so in the end, he left, looking back anxiously with every step. After the mayor left, more and more eyes watched them from the shadows. Even Professor O could sense it. Qian and the others were trained and even more sensitive than Professor O. Sensing the stares, they instinctively moved closer to Lin Qian, protecting her in the center. Lin Qian patted Qian. You guys, give me some space. Miss Lin, didn't you feel it? Feel what? Don't be so nervous. It's nothing serious. Lin Qian pushed Qian aside, then took out pots and pans from the RV, clearly intending to cook the man-eating plant. Miss Lin, Professor O had already noticed the mushroom was unusual. Something's not right about this. I just saw it move. Professor O, this thing is edible, Lin Qian said. Professor O didn't know how Lin Qian could be so sure, but since she said so, maybe it really was edible? With that in mind, he watched as Lin Qian filled a pot with water, then put the bag of mushrooms into a bucket of water before opening it. Everyone saw the mushrooms thrashing violently in the water, just like someone drowning. They even kept blowing bubbles until finally they went silent. Only then did Lin Qian fish them out and toss them into the boiling water, along with a couple of chunks of meat she cut up. Tonight, we're having mushroom and beef soup, Lin Qian announced. Qian stared at the pot as the aroma grew stronger, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Sensing Lin Qian was talking to them, he hesitated. We can have some too? Lin Qian glanced at him slowly. Thinking of how they'd just lost a teammate, she decided to be generous and let them have a good meal. She took a few fresh chickens from the car and tossed them over. You know how to roast chicken, right? Go ahead and roast these. Qian and the others hadn't seen such fresh chicken in ages. It was as if they'd just come from the market. Their grief was forgotten in their excitement. Each took a chicken and started prepping, while Wang Hui set up the grill. Soon, the chickens were roasting and the aroma wafted out, making everyone in the small town dizzy with hunger from the smell of roast chicken and mushroom beef soup. Even the mayor couldn't resist the smell and came back over. When he saw Lin Qian, he broke into a smile. What are you making that smells so good? The next moment, he saw Qian and the others roasting chicken. The aroma hit him hard, and he couldn't help but salivate. You're roasting chicken? They look so fresh. It's rare to find chickens these days. Do you have any more? The mayor asked. No, we traded for these a couple of days ago in a village, swapping rice and flour with the locals. We figured everyone was tired after so long, so we decided to eat well for once. Eat well, and you'll have the strength to keep going, Wang Hui replied, lying through his teeth. I see. We've lost everything here except for these mushrooms. Could you spare us a chicken? We won't ask for it for free, we'll trade mushrooms for it, the mayor said, clearly calculating. Sorry, but none of us really like mushrooms. As for the ones you gave us, you can take them back as a trade, Lin Qian said, pulling out a bag of dark bread that Lai Ming and the others had given them earlier. If you don't think that's fair, there's nothing we can do. The mushrooms are already cooking with the meat. If you want, you can take the pot of soup back. Wang Hui added naturally, but we're keeping the meat. He looked so pained, it was as if he was being asked to give up his own flesh. The mayor smiled awkwardly. I already said, once I give you something, it's yours. No need to trade. And since you've already cooked it, it wouldn't be right for me to just take it. It's fine. Consider it payment for letting us stay here, Lin Qian said, picking up the soup and moving toward him. The mayor quickly waved his hands. Really, there's no need. We have plenty of mushrooms. We just wanted to share some with our guests. I was only asking, if you don't want to, that's fine. We'll just keep eating mushrooms ourselves. The mayor's words sounded pitiful, but Lin Qian had seen this kind of thing too many times. Not for a second did she believe he was really backing down. She knew perfectly well he was just trying to retreat in order to advance. She pretended not to understand. We're not used to having outsiders around when we eat. Mayor, would you mind leaving us for now? She was so blunt that the mayor couldn't find an excuse to stay any longer. He just chuckled awkwardly and left. As soon as he turned the corner, Lin Qian overheard someone talking to him. Mayor, why didn't you ask them to give us some of their food? They're eating so well, what's the harm in sharing a little with us? And after all we've done for them. Lin Qian exchanged a glance with Wang Hui. She knew he must have heard it too. Sure enough, Wang Hui came over after hearing this. Don't worry. I just sent Hope, Little Green, and Little Black out to look for those things. If they make a move, we might not even last until tomorrow. Let's eat first and see what happens. Just then, the meat soup and roast chicken were ready. Everyone divided up the food, and as soon as they finished eating, Lin Qian's pets returned. Hope, seeing so many people around, was quick-witted as always. He shot Lin Qian a look and barked, "Woof woof woof. Sister, come here." Lin Qian immediately followed Hope into the RV. Wang Hui followed as well, but didn't go inside instead. As soon as Lin Qian entered, he closed the door and stood guard outside. Seeing Wang Hui act like this, Zhou Can and Professor O couldn't help but sigh. Did he really need to be so wary of them? It wasn't that Wang Hui was overly cautious, it was just that if others found out about Lin Qian's secrets, who knew if they'd try to dissect her? The secrets she carried were not temptations ordinary people could resist. Back in the RV, the three little ones began whispering to Lin Qian. There are people and animals surrounding us everywhere. What do you mean? Lin Qian asked. They had all seen Liang Jia, who'd been controlled by the man-eating flower spores. They look normal, but there's something off about them. It's like they're not really conscious. Woof woof woof. Just like that Liang Jia, except they're not twisted or scary. There's just no light in their eyes. Little Black quickly explained, it's like they don't have their own will. Like those puppet shows we saw on the tablet, like someone else is controlling them. Now Lin Qian understood. Are all those people like this? Yes, all of them, the three nodded. You didn't hurt anyone, did you? Little Black shook his head. No. Little Green said that if they're being controlled and we attack, whoever's behind it might find out. Since they're just watching and not threatening us, there's no need to act. You all did great. Sure enough, with Little Green around, everyone was much more reliable. Now that she had the gist of it, Lin Qian let them go play in her space, making sure they had plenty of food. Lately, she'd been thinking about finding a chance for Hope to eat the beast course they'd found earlier, to see if he would evolve. After all, when Little Black ate a core, he turned into a flood dragon, who knew what would happen with Hope. She'd originally thought that if this abandoned town was empty, she could try it here, but now it was clear that wasn't going to happen. She'd have to wait for another opportunity. After coming out, she packed up their things and told Zhou Can and the others to take down the tents. You'd better stay in the car tonight. Don't get out unless you have to, just tough it out. Even if Lin Qian hadn't said so, they were planning to stay in the car anyway. The stares from the people around were just too creepy. Miss Lin, you all be careful too. Call us if you need anything. Lin Qian waved them off, and after Professor O got in the car, she said to Wang Hui, I want to go out and take a look. I'll go with you? Sure, but I don't feel comfortable leaving Professor O here alone. Let's have Hope stay and keep watch. Lin Qian released Hope from her space. Hope, stay here and guard the house. I'll be back soon. Hope seemed to know where she was going. Woof woof woof. I want to go too. You're the strongest of the bunch. I'll feel better if you stay here and keep an eye on things. Hope immediately perked up. Woof woof woof. Okay, sis. Hope was as agreeable as ever. Lin Qian and Wang Hui followed Little Black's directions and wandered around the area. It didn't take long before they found the animals and strange people who'd been watching them. The animals didn't expect Lin Qian to discover them so quickly. Just as they turned to leave, Lin Qian sprayed them on the head with her water gun. Those people and animals who got sprayed immediately collapsed to the ground, motionless. Following Little Black's guidance, Lin Qian took care of several more watchers before heading back. Back at the RV, she could clearly feel that the surveillance was gone. She knocked on Zhou Can's car door. Let's leave now. There was definitely something wrong with the people here. It seemed like they were experimenting with combining animals and humans with man-eating flowers. Who knew what methods they used to control people and animals with those spores? But Lin Qian wasn't all that curious about these things. What she really cared about was getting to Jing City as soon as possible and finding the Jade Mountain marked on her map. A Jade mountain, surely that would take her space to the next level? Even if it couldn't fully recharge her space, she'd probably still get a lot out of it. In any case, she was looking forward to it. At first, she'd been a little interested in what was going on here, but when she thought about how long it might take to uncover their secrets, she decided it wasn't worth the trouble. Don't turn on your headlights, just follow me slowly. Then she realized they might not be able to see the road at night. Never mind, let Guang drive. He's got decent night vision. Jokin didn't hesitate at all and immediately gave up the driver's seat. Mr. Wang, you drive. He moved so fast that Guang was almost caught off guard, but in the end, he could only get in the car with a wry smile. Lin Qian drove the RV in front, with Guang following behind. They were almost out of the village when they ran into a few young girls at the gate. These girls looked even younger than Lin Qian. Suddenly, they rushed out into the road. Luckily, Lin Qian reacted quickly and hit the brakes in time, otherwise, she would have run them over. The girls had been walking with their heads down, not noticing the cars behind them. The noise made them think someone from the town was chasing them, so they ran even faster. It was only when Lin Qian braked that they realized it was an RV behind them. One of the girls, after getting a good look at the vehicle and confirming it wasn't from the town, ran up and knocked on the window, breathless and excited. Hi, could you give us a ride? We don't need to go far, just help us get out of this town. At first, Lin Qian didn't want to get out of the car. But noticing that there was something off about these girls, they didn't seem quite like normal people, she slowly brought her car to a stop. When the girls saw Lin Qian stop, they were delighted. Getting closer and realizing Lin Qian was also a young woman, they became even happier. Big sister, could you give us a ride? Please, we're begging you. Lin Qian looked at them. Their bodies seemed to twitch out of control from time to time. After thinking for a moment, she got out of the car and took a bucket of water from her space. As soon as she opened the door, the girls swarmed toward her. Before they could reach her, Lin Qian dumped the entire bucket of water over them. At first, the girls cried out in pain as the water hit them, but soon after, they returned to normal. Lin Qian handed each of them a bottle of water. Drink this. Without hesitation, the girls gulped down the water, not stopping until they'd finished every drop. Not long after drinking, they all started clutching their stomachs, complaining of pain. Big sister, could you wait for us a moment? Our stomachs hurt so much. Before Lin Qian could reply, they rushed off to the roadside bushes, where they had violent diarrhea. When they finally finished, Lin Qian, a bit disgusted, fetched more water for them. Come wash your hands first. You're filthy. The girls obediently went to wash up, looking a little embarrassed. We're so sorry. We don't know why we suddenly got diarrhea. They didn't know, but Lin Qian did. They must have, just like she had earlier that night, been tricked by the townspeople into eating those man-eating flowers by some unknown method. The spores had started parasitizing their bodies. Fortunately, their condition wasn't too severe yet, so drinking the water could expel them. It's fine. Where are you headed? We're going to Jing City, so we can only give you a lift part of the way. One of the girls, who seemed sharper than the others, noticed how much better they all felt after Lin Qian poured water on them and gave them bottles to drink. She realized Lin Qian was no ordinary person. Without thinking too much, she grabbed Lin Qian's hand. Big sister, can you help us? Lin Qian was about to frown when the girl let go, showing she knew her boundaries. Big sister, I know you're capable. The water you gave us must have healing properties. It drove out the man-eating flowers inside us. She didn't know that it was actually the spores causing the problem. But since their town had lived alongside these man-eating flowers since the disaster, she had some idea of what was happening to their bodies. Without waiting for Lin Qian's response, she continued, Everyone in our town has turned into monsters now. At first, they used mushrooms to control animals. But that wasn't enough. They started experimenting on people. If you didn't cooperate, they'd just increase the dosage. We pretended to be obedient, so our symptoms are milder. How do they control you with those symptoms? Lin Qian was eager to get to Jing City, but she was also curious about what was happening here. She'd thought there was no way to get more information, so she hadn't planned to waste time. But now, these girls had come right to her. With the opportunity right in front of her, it wasn't in her nature to just walk away. The same girl went on, "We don't really know the details. The town chief and an outsider scientist are the ones running these experiments." "There's a scientist here?" That surprised Lin Qian. She'd assumed the villagers had figured things out on their own, but if there was a scientist involved, things were much more complicated. "Yeah, he came after the flood and has been studying mushrooms in our town ever since. At first, it was terrifying. When animals ate the mushrooms, they went berserk. Later, after some unknown changes, the mushrooms got smaller and the animals that ate them could be controlled. Then they started experimenting on people. So after eating the mushrooms they gave you, you can still act normal? We didn't eat much, and at first, they didn't give us a lot, so we're okay. We pretended to cooperate. I heard new people were coming today, so they relaxed their guard, and that's how we managed to escape." "How many people are still there?" "There are a dozen or so who are still conscious, and another dozen who've completely lost themselves. But they're all good people. They just refused to be part of the human experiments at first, so they locked us up and forced us to eat the stuff." Lin Qian got the gist from this girl. "What's your name?" "Big sister, just call me Shia. We wanted to go find the authorities for help. I thought, even if things are tough now, if I beg them, they wouldn't just ignore us, right?" Lin Qian thought to herself, if the authorities find out your mushrooms can control animals and people, they might not help at all. In fact, they might step up their own research, just like with the blue vein. As long as there's enough benefit, all kinds of devils and monsters will be drawn in. "How do you want me to help? Could you give us some of your water?" "I'll take it back with me." Xiaoxue didn't dare ask for too much. She could see Lin Qian was busy, and it wouldn't be right to ask her to come along. Besides, there were so many mushrooms in the town. She thought of the so-called scientist cultivating so many mushrooms in the town and felt a little scared. But her family was still there, she couldn't just abandon them. Now that she knew how powerful Lin Qian's water was, wasn't this more reliable than seeking help from the authorities? She understood that even if they were lucky enough to find someone, there was no guarantee anyone would come to their town. And even if they did, it might not be to save them, they could end up in even more danger. Thinking this through, she decided it was better to ask this big sister for some water to suppress the mushroom toxins. Lin Qian admired how quickly Xiaoxue figured things out. Remembering the faces of those people before, she finally decided to help. Wang Hui had already gotten out of Zhou Can's car. "You're going to help them? Might as well." She went back to her RV and said to Professor O, "I'll need you and Zhou Can's group to take one car and leave here first. Wang Hui and I will take care of things here and meet up with you at the next location." Professor O wasn't too happy about it, but he knew his own limitations. Staying would only be a burden, so he just reminded Lin Qian to be careful before getting into Zhou Can's car. Zhou Can knew what Lin Qian was capable of, so he didn't say much. "I'll wait for you in the next city for 2 days. If you don't show up within 2 days, we'll come back to look for you." This was actually a good arrangement for Lin Qian. 2 days should be enough to handle things, she didn't have more time to spare anyway. There had just been an earthquake here, and she still didn't know if it was caused by the man-eating plants or if this phenomenon was happening everywhere. She also had no idea how Uncle Chin and the others were doing back home. She always hoped to resolve these matters quickly so she could return home. Just thinking about her beautiful villa made her not want to spend another moment out here. "All right. My walkie-talkie should be able to get a signal. If anything comes up, contact me through it." Only military-grade walkie-talkies could transmit over such long distances. Hearing this, Zhou Can's opinion of Lin Qian rose even higher. Their base didn't even have regular walkie-talkies, let alone military ones. They were almost certain by now that Lin Qian's identity was anything but ordinary. Even Lai Ming, who had initially thought Lin Qian was just a pampered rich girl, had long since changed his mind after spending these days with her. Now, unless they truly believed Lin Qian couldn't handle something and needed their protection, they wouldn't insist on staying by her side. Seeing that Lin Qian wanted them to leave first, they all understood she was tired of having them around. After Zhou Kun left, Lin Qian had a few of the girls get in the car and told Wang Hui to keep an eye on them from behind. She drove to the spot where they'd parked earlier, stopped, and had everyone get out. Wang Hui, stay here and keep watch. I'll go with them to check things out. With that, Lin Qian casually grabbed a bucket of water and a can of gasoline to take with her, making it easier to deal with the man-eating plants later. Luckily, she'd already taken care of the people who had been tailing her earlier. Otherwise, their group would have been discovered by now. Lin Qian followed Xiao Shui to their experimental base, where she saw people and animals locked up. Though it was called a research base, the place was incredibly crude, more like a pigsty than anything else. These so-called researchers didn't treat people like people at all. Even after everything Lin Qian had been through, seeing this scene stirred up some emotion in her. It didn't shake her core, but it did make her feel she ought to do something about it. Xiao Shui. Lin Qian took out a good amount of spatial water for her. Those who've already lost their minds probably can't be saved. Give this water to those who are still lucid and have them drink it. After the water was distributed, everyone started having diarrhea. Lin Qian couldn't stand the smell and had to pinch her nose. Xiao Shui, do you know where they're growing the mushrooms? I do. Come with me. Xiao Shui told the others who came with her to stay and unlock the cages, so people could get out when the time came. Lin Qian watched them struggle with the locks for a while, then couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled out a gas mask, put it on, and showed off her lockpicking skills. Security here was lax, and the locks were old and rusty, no challenge for Lin Qian at all. Once they're done, have them leave right away. If they run into the mayor and his people, it won't end well for them. Xiao Shui led Lin Qian to a patch of farmland. She pointed from a distance, not daring to go closer. It's up ahead. I'm not going any further. Before it's processed, that stuff is really aggressive. It'll burrow into anyone who gets close. Wait here. I'll go take a look. Xiao Shui had finally found someone willing to help her. Honestly, she didn't want anything to happen to Lin Qian. But if these mushrooms weren't dealt with, no one here would ever be free. She hesitated, then grabbed Lin Qian's arm. Sister, it's too dangerous up ahead. If you get close, you could get infected by the spores and end up just like us. It's fine. Lin Qian didn't explain further. She simply poured water all over herself and walked forward. Yesterday, when she'd poured water on herself, she'd noticed that her silk undergarment had activated again. Even though she'd soaked herself, her inner clothes stayed dry. So even if she looked wet, it was only on the surface. It didn't bother her at all. Seeing Lin Qian douse herself with water, Xiao Shui seemed to realize something. Sister, are these things afraid of water? It's not that they're afraid of all water, but having some is better than none. Actually, they're even more afraid of fire. If you set them on fire, they won't survive. Then, sister, could you pour some water on me too? I want to help destroy those things myself. Otherwise, if we leave them, life here will never get better. They'll just keep doing experiments. Xiao Shui was young, but she was reliable and quick to grasp what was important. Seeing her determination, Lin Qian didn't refuse. She poured some of the water she'd been carrying onto Xiao Shui. I don't have much water left, so this is all I can spare. Once we're there, I'll pour all the gasoline on the mushrooms and burn them. That was exactly what Xiao Shui wanted, so she had no objections. Still, she worried about what would happen afterward. Sister, if people in our town find out the mushrooms are gone, they'll definitely look for someone to blame. I'll just say it was me. She's got guts. Don't worry. Without those mushrooms, they're nothing. Lin Qian wasn't the least bit afraid. When they reached the site, Lin Qian looked at the field of man-eating plants and felt a chill run down her spine. If all these plants grew to be like the ones under the fissure, the whole country could be facing extinction. She still hoped her country could get through this safely. If she had a chance to eliminate a potential threat, she wasn't about to let it go. Without needing to be told, Xiao Shui quickly spread the gasoline evenly over the mushroom field. These things only react when exposed to light. It's quietest at night, so this is the perfect time to wipe them out in one go. Miss Lin, I'll handle things here. You should head back. Before lighting the fire, Xiaoshui thought of the faces of the people in her town and wanted Lin Qian to leave first. It's fine. Go ahead and light it. But what if someone finds out? Those people are dangerous. Remembering the nightmare of being captured for experiments, she didn't want her benefactor to suffer. Xiaoshui pulled a lighter from her pocket, flicked it open with a snap, and tossed it at her feet. In an instant, the entire mushroom field erupted in roaring flames. The mushrooms in the field began to writhe in agony. Seeing this, she was utterly shocked and turned to Lin Qian, hoping for an explanation. Sister, what are these things? Why are they squirming like animals? The mushrooms seemed to sense the presence of the two girls, but whenever they tried to approach, they detected the spatial moisture on the girls and dared not come closer. All they could do was burn, engulfed in flames. The raging fire quickly attracted the attention of the town mayor and the so-called scientist. Hearing the commotion, Lin Qian grabbed Xiaoshui's hand. Let's go. They'll be here any minute. As soon as Xiaoshui heard this, she seemed to recall something terrifying. Without waiting for Lin Qian to lead the way, she dashed off, leaving the area in a hurry. She first returned to the place where they had been held captive. There, she saw that those who still had some awareness improved greatly after drinking water and relieving themselves. But those who had completely lost their minds could not recover, even after drinking water. Worse, many people collapsed to the ground after drinking and, upon closer inspection, were found to be completely dead. Sister, what should we do about these people and animals? Lin Qian wanted to eliminate all potential threats. Take those who can still be saved and leave. Once they see the mushroom field burning, they'll come here soon. Xiaoshui agreed and hurriedly led the survivors away. Once she confirmed Xiaoshui and the others had gone far enough, Lin Qian took several cans of gasoline from her spatial storage, doused the mindless people and animals, and set them all ablaze. Meanwhile, the town mayor and the others were still dealing with the mushroom field fire when they discovered the holding area for the test subjects was also on fire. They were stretched too thin to handle both crises. The so-called scientist, seeing flames on both fronts, was furious. What's going on? How did everything suddenly catch fire? I have no idea either, the mayor replied, bewildered. Hardly anyone knows about the mushroom field, and the scientist cut him off. Enough. Figure out how to put out the fires. If we can't, we're both finished. He'd come to this remote town hoping to seize an opportunity and make something of himself, but in one night, it had all gone up in smoke. We don't have enough water here to put out the fire, and there's a strong smell of gasoline. Clearly, someone planned this in advance. Seeing there was nothing he could do, the scientist stormed off. After the scientist left, the mayor suddenly had a flash of insight. Wait, a few outsiders arrived today. Could it be them? A nearby villager overheard. Very likely. Mayor, let's go catch them. But we have no evidence. Besides, there's a soldier among them. And how would they know about the mushroom field or the test subjects? No problem. Didn't they eat the mushroom soup? They should be infected. Even if the test subjects are destroyed, we still have them. But they didn't eat enough for us to control them. Go ask Dr. Tsin if he has any ideas, the mayor instructed. But Dr. Tsin just stormed off in a rage. Will he even listen to me? The mayor thought for a moment. We're all in the same boat now. The mushrooms are gone, most of the test subjects are gone, and there's no word from the ones monitoring the outsiders. There aren't many left. These newcomers can fill the gap for now. When the mushrooms inside the monitoring test subjects burst out, we can start cultivating again. Given the situation, this was the best plan they had. The villager agreed and hurried off. As for Lin Qian, after finishing her work, she returned to her RV, only to find that Xiaoshui had already brought all the survivors there. She raised an eyebrow. So you all see me as your savior now? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoshui led everyone to kneel before her. Sister, I know you're not an ordinary person. Can you help us again? Lin Qian was about to refuse when she suddenly felt a surge of faith energy flowing into her from these people, pouring into her continuously. She had never intended to help for nothing, but now that she had accepted their faith, she felt she couldn't just walk away. It was as if she owed them something. She sighed. Fine, get up. She looked at Xiaoxue. I can't stay here and help you forever. Tell me, what are your plans? I don't want the mayor to run this town anymore. And that scientist, I want him gone too. All right. Xiaoxue wasn't sure what Lin Qian meant by all right and was about to ask when Lin Qian said, wait here. Lin Qian turned and went back into her RV, retrieving several bows and arrows from her storage space. When the typhoon hit, she'd bought not only the tang sword Wang Hui was using from the dog's shop, but also a bunch of bows and arrows. They'd only been used once before, and with so many weapons, they'd been buried at the bottom of her storage ever since. Now was the perfect time to bring them out. She took out over a dozen sets and handed them over along with extra arrows. She and Wang Hui each carried a box and set them in front of Xiaoxue and the others. Do you know how to use bows and arrows? Xiaoxue and her group looked at each other. No. Then learn. There aren't many arrows, so reuse them as much as possible. I don't have any more to give you. This is the best help I can offer. She wasn't about to hand over her best gear for a bit of faith energy. If people get things too easily, they won't appreciate them. Besides, these bows and arrows were already top-tier weapons for them. Sure enough, when Xiaoxue opened the box and saw it full of bows and arrows, her face lit up with joy. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Everyone's gratitude toward Lin Qian grew even deeper, and the faith energy pouring into her increased. They're coming. Looks like you won't have time to practice. Let's see how determined you really are. Lin Qian could already hear the mayor and his group approaching. Xiaoxue and the others, hearing the commotion, quickly found places to hide, not wanting a direct confrontation. A few minutes later, led by the so-called scientist Dr. Xin, the mayor and several villagers hurried over to confront Lin Qian and her group. As soon as they arrived, they noticed that Lin Qian's group was missing a vehicle. They hurried over to Lin Qian. Miss, weren't there a few more people and another car with you? Oh, they had something urgent to take care of, so they left ahead of us. What could be so urgent that they couldn't even wait until morning? The village chief glanced at Sinu, his eyes full of questions about how to handle this situation. Why are you looking at me? Sinu had completely lost patience with the chief. He dragged him aside. Didn't you say they all ate the mushrooms? Yes, I saw them eat it myself. There's no mistake. Before Lin Qian had dealt with those spying on them, someone had already sent word back that everyone in Lin Qian's group had indeed drunk a bowl of mushroom soup. Look at them now, do they look like people who've eaten the mushrooms? Well, no, but I swear they ate it. Maybe it just hasn't taken effect yet. The chief was confused. He honestly had no idea what was going on. Sinu, maybe you should go check. I really don't understand any of this. Sinu was at his wit's end. He was just a minor official. If Sinu hadn't come, he wouldn't even know what the deal was with these mushrooms. Before this, many people had already lost their lives because of the mushrooms. Somehow, word got out, and it was only after Sinu arrived with his people that things were brought under control. But they couldn't keep everyone in check all the time. Things were only manageable at certain times. Now, with Lin Qian's group here, if not for them, he'd probably be getting chewed out for being useless. He didn't even know why those higher-up insisted on keeping people like this around. If it were up to him, he'd have just used all these people as test subjects from the start and been done with it. Brother, you've got so many people, why don't you just grab her? How else am I supposed to do my research? Now, the chief glanced at Lin Qian and Wang Hui. When else? What are you waiting for? But they seem perfectly normal right now. What if? What if? What if? There's so many of us. Are you saying we can't handle 2 people? If we catch them, their RV will be ours too. Didn't you say they have a ton of supplies, even roast chicken? Once we have their car, all their supplies will be ours. If we want roast chicken, it'll be easy. Why should we have to ask them for it? Just thinking about the aroma of roast chicken made the chief and the others drool uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth. All right, everyone, get ready. When they're distracted, rush them and hold them down. Once we've got them, we'll split up whatever's in their RV. The lure of roast chicken was too much. All the villagers were itching to act after hearing this. But what they didn't know is that Lin Qian and Wang Hui had heard every word. As the villagers charged, the two of them each drew a gun and shot down the first few people. Xiaoxue and the others, hearing gunshots, immediately came out with bows and arrows. Only then did the chief and Sinu realize that their test subjects had actually escaped to this spot. In an instant, it was clear who had set fire to the mushroom field and the place where the test subjects were held. It had to be Lin Qian's group, no doubt about it. And those soldiers who'd supposedly left for something urgent? Clearly, they'd gone to set fire to the mushroom field and the lab. Miss, don't you think you've gone too far? The chief's face darkened. I don't know what you're talking about. The chief almost laughed in anger. I'm talking about our mushroom field and the test subject holding area. How could they just catch fire for no reason? So this is what you were after all along. And to think I was nice enough to bring you mushrooms to eat. Why bother talking so much? Just grab them already. Sinu was about to lose it. What are you all waiting for? Lin Qian glanced at Sinu, completely unfazed. You really think you can catch the two of us? Why don't we give it a try and see? Sinu glared at the villagers. What are you waiting for? Move. The villagers started to advance, but just then another villager came running over in a panic. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Sinu was already impatient. Whatever's wrong, we still need to catch them first. No, all our nails are dead. What did you say? Sinu realized that all the remaining test subjects were dead. It only took a moment for him to figure out what had happened. He immediately turned to Lin Qian. Was this your doing too? At this point, Lin Qian didn't bother hiding it. You had people watching us. I didn't like it, so I took care of them. Get them. Sinu's shout echoed through the air. The villagers surrounded Lin Qian, ready to attack, but she simply shot down each one who came near. The remaining villagers, seeing this, didn't dare move any closer. Xiaoxue took the opportunity to come to Lin Qian's side with her bow, standing guard. Xiaoxue, don't forget you're one of us. Why are you siding with outsiders against us? The chief demanded. Chief, isn't it a bit ridiculous for you to say that now? When you took us to be test subjects, did you remember we were your own people? And what about our neighbors? Everyone said the mushrooms were dangerous, but you insisted on letting this man come to our town to study them. The more Xiaoxue spoke, the angrier she got. She drew her bow and shot at the chief. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be chief, or even to be called human. It was her first time using a bow, so her aim was off and the arrow missed. But it was enough to scare the chief stiff. He stood frozen for a long moment before coming to his senses. I'm the chief. So what? Someone like you shouldn't be chief at all. Xiaoxue didn't let him finish. She drew her bow a second time, and this time hit the chief, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. You actually dared to shoot me? Don't forget your parents are still in my hands. If he hadn't mentioned that, it might have been better. But now, Xiaoxue was even angrier. You lied to me from the start, said if I became a test subject, you'd guarantee my parents' safety. So tell me, where are they now? The chief didn't even have time to make excuses. Xiaoxue's next arrow pierced his heart, and he never spoke another word. Sinu, watching from the side as his lab rats turned on him, was furious but helpless. He was a scientist, not a fighter. In this situation, the villagers were useless, and he was already looking for a way to escape. But Lin Qian had already noticed. She moved faster than him, walked up, and pressed a gun to his temple. So you're the scientist, huh? Where do you think you're going? Weren't you just trying to catch us? With Lin Qian's gun pressed against him, Sinu had lost all his previous arrogance and was now much more cooperative. Miss, let's talk this out. Guns can go off accidentally. Please be careful. Oh, now you want to talk things out? Weren't you all high and mighty before, trying to capture us? Lin Qian sneered. If he'd kept up his bravado, Lin Qian might have respected him a little. But the moment she pulled out her gun, he turned into a coward. She found it all rather boring. If she didn't still want some information from him, she would have shot him already. I was just blind, didn't recognize who I was dealing with. Sinu tried to laugh it off. Lin Qian wasn't in the mood for his jokes. I ask, you answer. Ask away, anything you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Sinu realized Lin Qian must have questions for him, so he knew he still had some value. He decided to answer whatever she asked. All right, where did you come from? What are you doing here? And how did you find out there was something strange about these mushrooms? Sinu tried to use the opportunity to move Lin Qian's gun away from his head, but as soon as he shifted even a little, he felt her press the gun even closer. I'll talk. Just don't get agitated. You're a girl holding a gun, you have to be careful. If you hurt me, that's fine, but if you hurt yourself, that'd be bad. He didn't dare move at all now, afraid that if Lin Qian's gun went off by accident, his life would end right here. I came from Sand City. Do you know Wuming? He's the administrator there now. Under his management, Sand City is running smoothly, better than most places, Sinu said. Wuming? That little Sakura. Sinu's heart skipped a beat. How did you know he's from Sakura country? He realized he'd said something he shouldn't have and quickly shut his mouth. No need to hide it. I've known for a long time. So, are you from Sakura country too? Sinu hurriedly denied it. No, I'm not. Seeing Lin Qian didn't believe him, he continued, I really am from Hua country. If I were from Sakura country, may all Sakura people die horribly. Hearing him say something like that, Lin Qian figured he really was from Hua country. Then you're a traitor. Even more deserving of death. No, I had no choice. My family is in his hands. I had to come. Lin Qian stared into his eyes, trying to see if he was lying. Are you kidding me? No, I really was forced. If I don't produce results, my family and I won't survive when I go back. Lin Qian watched him closely, but couldn't tell if he was telling the truth. Still, anyone who could do what he'd done couldn't be allowed to live. Don't worry. I just came from Sand City. Jianghua has already been rescued by us. Wuming is no longer a threat, Lin Qian said. Sinu was genuinely shocked. You rescued Mayor Jiang? Then, did you see my family? Who's your family? Oh Chen, Professor O. He's my grandfather. Lin Qian had just been about to pull the trigger, but Sinu's words made her pause. She couldn't help but feel the world was truly strange. How could there be such a coincidence? Sinu saw Lin Qian's expression change and guessed she might have met his grandfather. He didn't care about the gun at his forehead anymore. You saw my grandfather, didn't you? How's he now? Lin Qian really didn't want to answer, but her reaction only made Sinu more certain she knew something. Seeing Lin Qian's silence and noticing the gun was no longer pressed so tightly to his head, Sinu dropped to his knees and started slapping himself. I'm sorry. I'm not human, I shouldn't have done those things. But please, can you tell me how my grandfather is? Looking at him crying and groveling, Lin Qian suddenly thought of a saying, even those who are hateful have their pitiable side. Your grandfather is much stronger than you. I know. Is he all right? He's fine. As soon as she said this, Sinu relaxed visibly. Then, where is he now? Do you want to see him? Sinu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, I won't go. My grandfather has served the country and the people all his life, always upright and honest. I've disgraced him. Wang Hui, seeing him like this, shook his head as well, his dog head shaking vigorously. Professor O is with us now. If Xiao Qian hadn't rescued Jianghua and the others, Professor O would probably be dead by now, Wang Hui said. Hearing this, Sinu jerked his head up. What happened to my grandfather? How would I know exactly? When we found him, he was foaming at the mouth. Luckily, Xiao Qian knows medicine, otherwise, you'd be burning incense for him right now. Sinu kowtowed to Lin Qian. Thank you. I didn't know. He suddenly started slapping himself again. I really am scum. I was just thinking of capturing you for research. Save it. How did you find out about these mushrooms? Our Sand City is in the middle. Anyone passing through from here or the other side usually goes through Sand City. Wuming is a psychology expert. He noticed a few people acting strangely, got them to talk, and learned about these mushrooms that can control people. Then he locked up my grandfather and sent me here to work for him. Even if he had his reasons, it was still unforgivable. I don't know how you used the mushrooms to control people and animals. Even if you were forced, doing something like this means I should shoot you right now. But since you're Professor O's grandson, I'll let you explain yourself to him. I really don't have the face to see him. Then I'll just shoot you now. For Professor O's sake, I'll make it quick. Looking at Lin Qian's gun, Sinu tried to steal himself, but realized he just couldn't let her kill him. He was afraid to die. Maybe I should go talk to my grandfather myself. Lin Qian had known all along someone like him would never give up his life so easily. She put her gun away. Besides the ones we burned, are there any other mushrooms in this town? No, I swear there aren't. These mushrooms only grow in this area. We've already gathered all the mushrooms from the Suru. Now that she knew the man-eating flower was gone, she could leave with peace of mind. Lin Qian turned to Xue and said, I've given you the weapons. Do you have the confidence to handle what comes next? Although Xue was young, she was tougher than most. She looked at Lin Qian seriously and replied, I can do it, big sister. As far as Lin Qian was concerned, her business here was finished. She planned to take Sinu to see Professor O, to see how the professor would deal with him, but she still didn't trust this man. Wang Hui, find a rope and tie him up, Lin Qian ordered. What? You're still tying me up? Sinu protested. Of course. I don't trust your character. Even Hope barked twice in agreement, woof woof woof. This bad guy. Sinu didn't know why, but every time he saw Hope, he felt a bit intimidated, as if the dog might pounce on him at any moment. Too fierce. Wang Hui quickly found a rope and wrapped Sinu up tightly inside and out. You'd better not try anything funny, or you might not live to see your grandfather, Wang Hui warned. You still haven't told me where my grandfather is, Sinu said. He's in our other vehicle, less than 50 kilometers from here. He came to this town with us yesterday. Wang Hui added, if your grandfather hadn't left, you'd probably have seen him by now. Suddenly, Sinu thought of something. My grandfather was with you yesterday, did he? Did he drink that mushroom soup of yours? Of course he did. He seemed to love soup and drank quite a lot, Wang Hui replied. At that, Sinu seemed to deflate, all the energy draining from him. What am I going to do now? What do you mean? Lin Qian asked. Once you drink that mushroom soup, you get infected with mushroom spores. Anyone who drank it can't escape. I only know how to plant the spores in people, not how to get them out. Sinu looked utterly hopeless. If something happens to Grandpa because of this, I'll never forgive myself. There's no need to be so down, Lin Qian said, unable to stand the sight of him like this. Hope flickered in Sinu's eyes. You have a way, don't you? What way could I possibly have? All I can say is, if something happens to us, we'll deal with you before it does. That way, you won't have to see your grandfather get hurt. Best of both worlds. Sinu was nothing if not a coward. No, if you knew the mushrooms were dangerous, you wouldn't have drunk the soup. So you must have swapped it out for something else to trick us, right? You've got quite the imagination. Lin Qian didn't want to look at him anymore. She turned and got into the driver's seat. Wang Hui, keep an eye on him. If he tries anything, just finish him off. Wang Hui was strong. He picked Sinu up and tossed him into the back of the vehicle. Don't even think about moving. Sinu was speechless. You guys are so tough. Even if I had any ideas, your guns would take care of me. Relax, I want to see my grandfather safe and sound. Lin Qian picked up the walkie-talkie. Kan, we're heading over now. We'll be there in about 2 hours. Once Kan's voice came through, Lin Qian tossed the walkie-talkie aside. Sinu's mind started working again. Miss, could you let me use the walkie-talkie for a second? Wang Hui eyed him warily. Sinu looked a bit embarrassed. I just want to talk to my grandfather first, give him a heads up. He's old, if he suddenly sees me, he might not be able to handle it. Wang Hui rolled his eyes. If you're so worried, maybe you should be more concerned about whether Professor O will be so angry when he hears what you've done that he'll die on the spot. Can you not tell him about the things I've done? Sinu pleaded. Are you making a wish? Wang Hui couldn't figure out this guy's logic. Smart? Sure, he was smart. Otherwise, why would Wu Ming have picked him to come here and study the man-eating flower? But how could someone so smart ask such a dumb question? Wang Hui now understood Lin Qian. Sometimes, it really was impossible to communicate with idiots. He found a bench, took out the tablet Lin Qian had given him, and started watching variety shows. Sinu, seeing Wang Hui so casually watching shows on a tablet, was curious. How do you still have power for your tablet? He seemed to think he was getting familiar with Wang Hui and the others, but Wang Hui just glanced at him, then tied him up with another rope and left him to the side. If they didn't untie him, Sinu basically couldn't move. Once he was satisfied with the knots, Wang Hui stuffed a cloth into Sinu's mouth so he couldn't talk anymore. Since they weren't far away, Lin Qian and her group soon met up with Zhou Can. Zhou Can's group had found an empty house to rest in, very efficient. Lin Qian saw that Zhou Can's group had tidied up the place, and her bad mood instantly improved. She didn't wait for Wang Hui. She went straight to the RV, grabbed Sinu like a chicken, and dumped him on the ground. Even a second's delay felt like her RV was being contaminated. Sinu was furious, but now that he was a prisoner and needed their help, he could only swallow his pride. But in the next moment, he really did become a grandson. Professor O walked out from inside. Without seeing clearly who was tied up, he walked over to Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, everything went smoothly?" "Smoothly. I brought someone to see you," Lin Qian replied. Only then did Professor O look at the tied-up Sinu. "This person looks familiar." He walked up to Sinu and finally saw clearly it was his debt-collecting grandson. "Sinu, what are you doing here?" Professor O asked. As soon as Sinu saw Professor O, he burst into tears. "Grandpa, Wu Ming sent me to that town to cultivate mushrooms. He said they'd only let you go if I met their requirements." Lin Qian quietly listened as Sinu told Professor O what had happened. Every time Professor O started to feel sorry for him, Lin Qian would chime in with some of the bad things Sinu had done. In the end, with Lin Qian's constant interjections, Sinu explained his situation thoroughly. Naturally, Professor O now knew everything Sinu had been up to. After hearing all this, Professor O began looking around. Zhou Can was confused. "Professor O, what are you looking for?" Professor O looked furious. "A knife. Give me a knife. If I don't kill this bastard, I don't want to live anymore. Why be a decent person when you'd rather be someone's dog? If that's the case, I'd rather die." Professor O was beside himself with rage, his voice full of disappointment and anger. Zhou Can glanced at Lin Qian. Seeing that she had no intention of stopping Professor O, he guessed she simply didn't want to meddle. Besides, considering everything Sinu had done before, he really deserved to die. Zhou Can stood quietly to the side, not getting involved. In the end, Professor O couldn't find a knife, but he did find a broom. He grabbed it and started swinging at Sinu's face. "Let's see if I don't beat you to death." The broom whooshed through the air and landed hard on Sinu. Sinu was tied up tightly by Wang Hui, unable to dodge at all, so he could only take the beating. He howled in pain, but didn't dare fight back, gritting his teeth and enduring it. When Professor O had finally vented enough, Lin Qian told Wang Hui to untie Sinu. As Wang Hui worked on the ropes, Sinu kept whining, "Ow, ow, be gentle. I'm dying here." Professor O snorted and glared at him. "I should have hit you harder. If I had the strength, I'd beat you to death. People like you don't deserve to live in this world. Instead of being a decent person, you had to become a traitor." Sinu protested, aggrieved, "Grandpa, I'm your own grandson." Professor O snorted coldly. "If you weren't my own grandson, you'd already be dead." That was no exaggeration. If Lin Qian hadn't considered that he was Professor O's grandson, Sinu would have died back in town. Professor O understood this well. He turned to Lin Qian and bowed deeply. "Miss Lin, my grandson has caused you a lot of trouble. I apologize on his behalf." Lin Qian quickly stepped aside. "Professor O, this has nothing to do with you. He's an adult, he should be responsible for his own actions." Professor O sighed. "No matter what, it's a failure of our upbringing. If we'd raised him better, this wouldn't have happened." Lin Qian shook her head. "You can't blame yourself for this. Anyway, you've already beaten and scolded him. For your sake, I'll let this go. But if I run into him again in the future, and he dares to mess with me, I won't be so forgiving." Even though Professor O was being humble now, Sinu was still his own grandson. He couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Since Lin Qian had said as much, he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Lin." He gave Sinku a kick. "Aren't you going to thank Miss Lin?" Sinku had just been untied and was still aching all over from the beating, but with his grandfather urging him, he had no choice but to stagger to his feet and bow to Lin Qian. "Thank you, Miss Lin." This time, Lin Qian didn't dodge and accepted the gesture. After bowing, Sinku looked at Lin Qian and said, "I have a presumptuous request." "If you know it's presumptuous, then don't say it," Lin Qian cut him off bluntly. Sinku looked a bit embarrassed, but for his grandfather's sake, he pressed on. "My grandfather is getting old. I hope you'll let me stay by his side. Otherwise, I'll worry about him." Lin Qian was about to reply when he quickly added, "I promise I'll behave. I'll do whatever you say and won't cause any trouble." Professor O actually wanted his grandson to stay with him too. Not only did Sinku have some skills, but if he was nearby, Professor O could keep an eye on him and prevent any more trouble. That way, he could eliminate any potential danger. Professor O couldn't help but speak up for him. "Miss Lin, why not let him stay with me? I guarantee he'll behave. What happened before will never happen again." Lin Qian thought it over. Sinku did have some abilities, and his spore controlling trick could be useful. "Fine, but he can't ride in our vehicle. He'll go with Zhou Can's group." Lin Qian agreed, and both grandfather and grandson were relieved, though Professor O kept a stern face, refusing to show Sinku any kindness. That was just how Sinku was. If everyone was harsh with him, he'd reflect on his mistakes and rein himself in. But the moment anyone showed him a bit of kindness, he'd get out of control. Seeing that Lin Qian and Wang Hui had no intention of talking to him, and that Zhou Can's group, having observed Lin Qian's attitude, also kept their distance, Sinku realized it wasn't worth defending Lin Qian for his sake. He could only sidle up to Professor O. "Grandpa, I heard that when Wu Ming had you locked up, he tortured you, didn't he?" Professor O ignored him and went straight into the house. Lin Qian was about to go inside too, when a gust of wind blew by and she caught a strange scent on the air. "Wang Hui, do you smell something odd?" Wang Hui took a deep breath. "There's a kind of sour, rotten smell." Lin Qian felt like she was forgetting something, but couldn't quite recall what it was. The feeling didn't last long. Soon, she had her answer. A sudden downpour began. As the dampness hit her skin, Lin Qian suddenly realized it's acid rain. "Everyone, get inside." Professor O and Sinku had already gone in. Lin Qian and Wang Hui ran quickly and managed to avoid getting wet. Zhou Can's group wasn't so lucky. They were a couple of steps slower. They used their arms to shield their faces, but their sleeves were riddled with holes from the rain. The vehicles were parked under a shelter, so they weren't damaged by the acid rain. Lin Qian returned to the RV, turned on the headlights, and quickly grabbed 2 large buckets of water from inside. "Wang Hui, there are a few more buckets in the car. Bring them out." By the light of the car, Wang Hui could see white smoke rising from Zhou Can's arms and knew the situation was urgent. Lin Qian had everyone crouched down and poured bucket after bucket of water over them, washing away the acid that had burned their skin. After using all the buckets Wang Hui brought out, the acid was finally rinsed off. "Take off your clothes," Lin Qian ordered. She went back to the RV and took out some medicine from her storage space. Seeing Zhou Can and the others hesitating, she snapped, "Are you going to treat your wounds or not?" Zhou Can quickly stood up and reached for the medicine box. "Miss Lin, give us the kit. We'll handle it ourselves." Lin Qian was more than happy to oblige and handed it over. First they'd had to deal with Sinu, and now acid rain. No wonder she was in such a foul mood. In her previous life, this acid rain hadn't arrived at this time. Everything seemed to be subtly different now. Listening to the patter of rain outside, Lin Qian felt a complicated mix of emotions she couldn't put into words. It hadn't rained for a long time, and now that it finally did, it was acid rain. Who knew how many people would die this time? She looked at her RV. If they needed to drive in the rain, they couldn't just head out as it was. Luckily, she had collected some acid rainproof tarps and special tires earlier. Watching the acid rain pour down harder, Lin Qian made a quick decision and called Wang Hui over. I have some waterproof tarps that can keep the rain off the car, plus some protective wax and coatings. I'll go get them from the RV. Help me cover the car in a bit. Professor O, who had come out of the house after seeing Qian and the others injured, pulled Sinu along and said, "Miss Lin, if there's anything you need us to do, just say the word." Lin Qian looked at Professor O and his grandson, one old, one injured. As long as they didn't mess up her car, she was already satisfied, so she declined their offer. Professor O didn't mind being turned down. He continued, "We just checked inside and the stove still works. How about we cook a meal? Everyone must be hungry." That was a good idea. She really didn't have the time or energy to cook right now. She'd planned to just grab something from her space after she was done. Now that Professor O volunteered, she was happy to let him handle it. "Then go get the ingredients and utensils from the RV, Wang Hui, and I will work on protecting the car." After Professor O got the food from the RV, Lin Qian went in to fetch the tools and materials she needed. She had Wang Hui apply the acid rain-resistant coating to the car first. Once that dried, she added a layer of protective wax. Finally, she covered the car with the waterproof tarp. She'd thought about this problem before and had made tarps in various sizes, just enough to cover the RV without interfering with driving. After they finished with their own RV, they went to help protect Qian and the others' vehicle. By then, Qian and his group had already treated their wounds and come out. "Miss Lin, we've finished dressing our wounds. Are you putting a protective layer on the car?" "Yes. I don't know how effective it'll be, but it's better than doing nothing." Because she'd had to collect these things in a hurry, she hadn't been able to test them. She'd never dealt with this kind of situation before, so she wasn't sure if it would work. Seeing that Lin Qian was even thinking about their car, Qian felt a wave of warmth. "Miss Lin, let me help." Seeing that their injuries weren't too serious, Lin Qian handed them the supplies and went back inside. She saw Professor O and his grandson cooking with surprising skill and thought, maybe bringing these two along wasn't so bad after all. At least Professor O had been pretty decent lately. It was just Sinu's character she didn't trust. She'd have to keep an eye on him. Not long after Lin Qian went inside, Professor O and his grandson finished cooking. Lin Qian didn't wait for anyone else. She just grabbed some food, wolfed it down, and went back to the RV to sleep. Everyone was used to Lin Qian's personality by now. Only Sinu, watching her, quietly asked Professor O, "Grandpa, who exactly is Miss Lin?" "She's here to protect you, right?" Professor O rolled his eyes. "Did you think I was talking nonsense earlier?" He had no patience for his grandson. "Miss Lin has her own business in the capital. She's just giving me a ride. If she gets annoyed, she could leave us behind at any time." "How could she? You're a national treasure. She wouldn't just abandon you." Professor O looked at him like he was an idiot. "The only reason I haven't been left behind is because I'm not a burden. I know how to behave. Unlike you, who just annoys everyone." "Grandpa, I only did what I did before because I was threatened. I'm not really like that. Don't misunderstand me." Professor O knew his own grandson's character all too well. "Anyway, if you want to stick with me, remember to watch your mouth. In this group, Miss Lin is the absolute authority." "No way. She's just a girl." How could she be the authority? Professor O wished he could sew his grandson's mouth shut and smacked him across the face. "I told you to talk less. Did you hear me?" Sinu quickly covered his stinging cheek. "I didn't even say anything." He glanced in the direction Lin Qian had left. "Grandpa, don't you think Miss Lin looks a lot like someone?" "Who?" "That grandma from that family." "You mean, that family?" Sinu nodded at Professor O. Lin Qian, though back in her RV, hadn't fallen asleep yet and could hear their conversation. Their words made her suspicious. Last time, someone had said she looked like another person, old Madame Zhong. Could these two be talking about her grandmother, the one she'd never met? Could it really be such a coincidence? Lin Qian strained her ears, hoping to catch more, but they stopped talking. She only heard Professor O's voice. "Whatever the case, that family isn't for us to discuss. Keep your mouth shut, or you'll get yourself in trouble. If that happens, even if I risk my life, I might not be able to save you." "Grandpa, you're too cautious." "I didn't say anything. Why are you so jumpy?" As soon as he finished, Professor O smacked him again. I told you not to talk. All right, I get it. I'll be invisible. Can I at least bring them some food? Under Professor O's stern glare, Sinu finally dropped the subject. He brought food over to the others who were still working. Eat something before you keep going. We're under the shelter, so the rain won't get in for now. No one paid any attention to Sinu except for the sounds of their work. Everyone treated him like he was invisible, which suited his own self-perception. Seeing no one cared, Sinu didn't mind. He just said, I'll leave the food here. Eat when you're done. After Sinu left, Guang said, let's eat before we finish up. Xiao Qian is resting, and we only have a little left to do. Everyone finally picked up their food. By the time they finished reinforcing all the vehicles, it was already midnight. They took one last look at their cars and headed inside. Wang Hui hesitated, then decided not to go in. Instead, he went to the RV to rest. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he heard a loud bang. The shelter had collapsed. Wang Hui jolted upright. Wang Hui promptly opened the door, only to find that half of the roof above had already collapsed, landing right on top of Zhou Can and the others' car. Their side was a bit better, the roof hadn't fallen yet, but it was swaying dangerously. He glanced at Lin Qian, his eyes clearly asking for instructions. Lin Qian surveyed the situation and couldn't think of any good solution. Don't stay in the car. Bring the tents inside and set them up in the house to rest. Should we move our car further in? Wang Hui asked. We can, Lin Qian replied. What about Zhou Can's car? Just as Wang Hui finished speaking, Zhou Can and his group came out from inside. Seeing their car crushed by the collapsed roof, they were startled and instinctively tried to move it. Lin Qian saw what they were doing through the car window and quickly stopped them. Wait until the rain stops. For now, everyone get inside and stay there. The cars have some protection, so they shouldn't have any major issues for now. The roof is just a regular one, not very heavy. The cars shouldn't be too badly damaged, and it won't affect their driving. They moved their car a bit further in, then carried their tents inside the house. Everyone inside looked worried. Professor O came straight over. Miss Lin, will the cars be all right? It shouldn't be a big problem. Let's rest for now and deal with it after the rain stops. But when they woke up, not only had the rain not lessened, it was actually coming down even harder. Zhou Can, Professor O, and the others had woken up before Lin Qian. They were all standing at the door, watching the endless rain outside. When Lin Qian woke up and saw them all standing there in a daze, she was speechless. What's going on with you all? Why are you just standing here? Everyone turned to look at Lin Qian when they heard her voice. Professor O, being the eldest, was given the chance to speak first. Miss Lin, it doesn't look like this rain is going to stop anytime soon. He sighed and continued, it's finally daylight, and now we have acid rain. Disaster after disaster, how are we, the people of Huagua, supposed to cope? When the boat gets to the bridge, it'll straighten itself out. Worrying won't help. Have you all had breakfast? No, we haven't. With this rain coming down, no one's in the mood to eat. Wang Hui looked at Lin Qian. What would you like to eat? I'll make it. Forget it. If nothing's been made, then don't bother. She took out a few boxes of instant noodles from her space and handed them to Zhou Can, Professor O, and the others, then called Wang Hui into the RV. As soon as Wang Hui entered, he saw Lin Qian produce 2 servings of dumplings out of thin air. These were made earlier. Just make do with them. This is hardly making do. He looked at the others outside eating instant noodles, while he got to eat dumplings with Lin Qian. He couldn't help but feel happy. This showed that Lin Qian truly considered him one of her own now. He happily bit into a dumpling, only to burn his mouth. Why are these dumplings as hot as if they just came out of the pot? Suddenly, he thought of something. Does your space have a preservation function? Pretty much. Living things can survive inside, and non-living things stay fresh. Not bad, right? Lin Qian also took out 2 big plates of meat for Hope and Little Black, who devoured them in no time, still looking unsatisfied after finishing. That's all for now. From now on, we can only eat this much per meal. Hope and Little Black exchanged glances, not daring to say a word. After breakfast, as Lin Qian and the others were about to get out of the RV, They heard a sound in the distance, somewhat reminiscent of the previous beast tide. Oh no! Do you hear that sound in the distance? A beast tide. Probably. I had a nagging feeling yesterday that I'd forgotten something, and now that I hear this commotion, I remember. With acid rain pouring outside, the animals are bound to go crazy looking for shelter. We need to get inside and barricade the door. Lin Qian was mainly worried that the animals, having been drenched in acid rain, would carry traces of it on their bodies. If they came into contact with it, it wouldn't be a small matter. Even though she could heal quickly with the water, fruit, and medicine in her space, getting injured would still hurt. Better to avoid it if possible. She and Wang Hui quickly went inside the house and instructed everyone, hurry, find things to block the door. The beast tide is coming. What? The rain's coming down this hard and there's still a beast tide? Are they crazy? Zhang Man couldn't believe it. Professor O and Sinu reacted the fastest. They're here to escape the rain? Exactly. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, they hurriedly started searching for things to barricade the door. Zhou Can, realizing how small the house was and how it couldn't possibly withstand a beast tide, immediately joined in. As the beast tide drew closer, even Professor O and the others could hear the commotion. It was no small matter. Everyone sped up, quickly piling everything that could block the door in front of it. By the time they finished, the beast tide had arrived. All the wild animals had their fur corroded by the acid rain, and some were even showing bone and bloody flesh beneath, an alarming sight. They all crowded into the shed, but when there wasn't enough space, they started pushing into the house. Even with all the things they'd piled up, it was impossible to block so many animals. Everyone instinctively looked at Lin Qian. Miss Lin, what should we do? Lin Qian looked at the situation and couldn't think of any good solution. If they break in, we'll have to fight. They couldn't let the animals get close. Never mind the parasites inside them, the acid rain on their bodies alone was enough to make anyone balk. Lin Qian did have things that could deal with them, but she usually relied on the RV for cover when taking things out of her space. Doing it openly now would definitely raise suspicion. She did have grenades, but with the place already corroded by acid rain, using them would be a case of hurting the enemy 1,000, but injuring themselves 800. One wrong move, and the whole house could collapse. You all move to the back. She glanced at Sinu. Protect your grandfather. That's all you need to do. Sinu was only too happy to comply, quickly pulling Professor O back. Professor O shook off his hand. If you want to retreat, go ahead. Sinu was nearly in tears. Grandpa, you're getting on in years. You won't be much help if you stay, and you'll only get in the way. It's better to move to the back. Professor O rummaged through his backpack and took out a package of something, walking over to Lin Qian. Miss Lin, why don't you let me try? Lin Qian glanced at the items in Professor O's hands, guessing they were some kind of animal-repelling tools. Why don't you give them to me? I'll handle it. Professor O hesitated, still unsure, but Lin Qian pressed on. Don't waste time. If we delay any longer, they'll break in. Just be careful. Professor O took out a pair of gloves and handed them to Lin Qian. Put these on. This stuff is corrosive. How is that any different from the acid rain outside? Couldn't I just collect some rainwater and splash it out for the same effect? Lin Qian asked, puzzled. Professor O was a little speechless. It's not the same. While this stuff is corrosive, that's not its main function. It also gives off a smell that repels animals. I just don't know if it'll still work now. Whatever, let's just try it first. Lin Qian looked reluctant. If it weren't so inconvenient, she'd honestly rather just blow this place up. Her philosophy was simple. If the beast hoard wouldn't let her have peace, she wouldn't let them have it either. She put on the gloves. As soon as she opened the bag, a wave of stench hit her, and she finally understood what Professor O meant about using the smell to drive away animals. The stench was indescribably foul. She quickly tied the bag shut again, dug out a gas mask from her backpack, put it on, and then reopened the bag. The smell was much less intense this time. She grabbed a handful of the stuff inside and tossed it outside. At first, the animals came over to sniff at it, but once they caught the stench, they all backed off in disgust. Seeing that it worked, Lin Qian immediately dumped out all the contents and threw them outside, which did hold back a good number of animals. But a few animals weren't afraid at all. Even with the repellent, they still tried to charge in. Lin Qian's whip was too unwieldy in this situation, so she pulled out her gun and shot at the animals trying to break through. At first, even when the animals saw their companions fall, they kept charging. Lin Qian emptied several magazines before the pile of animal bodies at the door grew so high that the ones behind finally stopped pushing forward. But more and more animals kept coming. The shelter outside couldn't withstand so many, and soon they started surging in again. With no other choice, Lin Qian took out several more gas masks and handed them to everyone. No one understood why she was handing out gas masks now. When she'd thrown out Professor O's repellent earlier, nearly everyone had been nauseated by the smell. They were just starting to get used to it, so what was the point of the masks now? The others didn't say much, but Sinu, who had just arrived, was the most curious. "Miss Lin, if you had these masks all along, why didn't you give them to us earlier?" Lin Qian, unimpressed by his mouthiness, simply took back the mask she was about to hand him. "Fine, if you don't want it, forget it." "No, wait, I was just saying. I want it." Sinu was frantic. He'd just asked a question. Did she have to be like this? He wanted to argue, but Professor O shot him a warning look, so he had to shut up, fuming. Seeing Lin Qian about to put the mask away, he hurriedly pleaded, "Sis. Lin Jia, please give me one. I was wrong, I shouldn't have run my mouth. Please don't take it seriously." He even slapped himself across the face. But Lin Qian ignored him, handing the mask to Guang instead. "That's it. I was actually thinking of having Guang tough it out and giving you the mask first. I really shouldn't have thought that way." Sinu wanted to protest, but Professor O glared at him again. That look clearly said he deserved it. If only he'd kept his mouth shut, the mask would have been his. Now Lin Qian would rather give the mask to a dog than to him. He couldn't help but think, as Professor O's grandson, he really was worse off than a dog. He regretted ever calling himself a dog before. He'd only insulted the dogs. The next moment, everyone watched as Lin Qian, like Doraemon, pulled 2 bottles of clear liquid from her backpack. Professor O and Sinu had seen this stuff before and recognized it at a glance: high-concentration ether. Sinu quickly covered his nose and mouth, terrified of inhaling even a little. Just a whiff could knock out a cow, let alone with 2 whole bottles. But his efforts were pointless, like plugging his ears while stealing a bell. Lin Qian simply opened the bottles and tossed them outside. Soon after, all the animals outside collapsed, and so did Sinu. She told Guang and the others to clear away the bodies at the door, then made her way outside, stepping around the animals. "Xiao Qian, be careful. Maybe put on a raincoat first. If the shelter collapses and the acid rain comes in, you could get hurt," someone cautioned. Lin Qian agreed and pulled several raincoats from her backpack, handing them out. She tossed one to Zhang Man, put this on Sinu, and carry him out. Professor O hurried over to help. He'd wanted to follow Lin Qian and not be a burden, but his troublesome grandson had to tag along. As he helped Sinu into the raincoat, he cursed him inwardly, wishing he hadn't come along. Everyone would have it easier. Professor O even considered carrying Sinu himself, but at his age, he could barely lift him. In the end, he had to apologize to everyone. "Sorry for the trouble." Zhang Man was polite. "It's fine. We should all help each other out." He was strong and easily hoisted Sinu onto his shoulder. Lin Qian skirted the dead and unconscious animals at the entrance and saw that, besides those already down, more animals were still converging from outside. Clearly, they couldn't stay here any longer. "Zhang Man, take him to my RV first. Professor O, you get in too. The rest of us, let's move the stuff off Guang's car. I checked, it's not too badly blocked. If we shift things a bit, we can drive it out." Working together, they quickly cleared the largest obstacle. Lin Qian got into the driver's seat. Push from behind, everyone. With that, Guang's car finally made it out. There are still so many animals outside. Let's get in the vehicles. The cars have acid rain protection for now, but we need to find a new place to stay as soon as possible. I don't know how long the protection will last. Everyone understood, but with more and more animals blocking the way, leaving wouldn't be easy. How sturdy are your cars? If I tell you to just drive through the animals, will it hold up? Jochen stared at the surging mass of animals coming their way, his brow twitching. I'm not sure about this. Let's just drive through them. If it really doesn't work, you can all come over to my car, Lin Qian said decisively. If they kept hesitating, the number of animals would only increase, and soon they wouldn't be able to move at all. Miss Lin, could you let the others ride in your car? I'll drive my own vehicle and clear a path for you, Jochen suggested after a brief pause. He had already lost one teammate, he couldn't afford to lose anyone else. If they followed his car, who knew what danger might crop up next? But if they followed Lin Qian's car, the risk would be much lower. Lin Qian understood what he was thinking. She turned to Wang Hui and said, Wang Hui, you drive the RV. I'll take Jochen's car and go ahead to clear the way. Before Wang Hui could respond, Jochen objected. Miss Lin, how could I let you do that? What if something happens to you up front? I think I'm a bit safer behind the wheel than you are. It's settled, Lin Qian said, not giving him a chance to argue. She walked straight over to their car, opened the driver's door, and got in. She'd originally thought to have Hope wait in the RV, but to her surprise, Hope was even faster. He'd already hopped into the passenger seat and buckled up. Lin Qian had no choice but to take him along. Before anyone could react, she sped off. The others could only sigh helplessly and pile into Lin Qian's RV. As Lin Qian drove, she kept a close eye on the animals ahead. At first, they would dodge the car, but as more and more animals crowded the road, even ramming straight through didn't open a path. The people in the RV behind watched anxiously, wanting to get out and help, but the acid rain was pouring down harder and harder. Anyone who went outside would be injured for sure, maybe even torn to shreds before they could reach Lin Qian's car. The animals on the road had already lost their fur and skin, exposing bloody, raw flesh. It was a gruesome sight. Seeing Lin Qian trapped in the car, unable to move, Hope and Xiaohe exchanged a glance. Xiaohe piped up in his childish voice, Sis, let me go out and clear the way. No, it's raining out there. Getting caught in that is no joke, Lin Qian refused immediately. The acidity of the rain was almost like sulfuric acid. If Xiaohe went out, wouldn't that be suicide? Xiaoqing heard Lin Qian's concern and explained, Master, Xiaohe's scales shouldn't be affected. Lin Qian looked at Xiaohe. Your scales can resist the acid rain. I think so. They're basically impervious to water and fire. Let him try. If it doesn't work, he can come right back, Xiaoqing said breezily, but Lin Qian still hesitated. Seeing her reluctance, Xiaohe started to whine and act cute. Come on, sis, let me try. If it doesn't work, I'll come right back, okay? With that babyish voice, no one could resist. Lin Qian frowned. All right, but first, stick your tail out the window. If it starts to corrode, you come right back. If not, you can go clear the way. Xiaohe immediately bounced off her hand. Okay. Lin Qian cracked the window just a bit, careful not to let any acid rain in. Xiaohe quickly stuck his tail out. How is it? She asked. Xiaohe flicked his tail. It's fine, it's fine. Not a problem at all. I'm going out now. He slipped out the window, instantly growing to a massive size, and began clearing the animals from the road. Many of the animals, seeing such a giant creature, felt threatened and scattered, opening a path. Everyone in the RV except Wang Hui was terrified at the sudden appearance of a huge python in front of Lin Qian's car. Professor O hurried to the front to speak to Wang Hui. Mr. Wang, that looks like a giant python. At first, Jochen and his team had only taken this job to complete a mission, but after spending time together, their attitude had changed. Now, seeing the enormous snake slithering in front of Lin Qian's car, everyone started offering suggestions at once. Wang Hui raised his voice above the din. Everyone calmed down. It's fine. Xiaoqian saved that snake before. It's here to help us. Do you see it attacking anyone? It's clearing a path for us. Hearing Wang Hui, everyone finally calmed down. Peering through the heavy rain, They realized he was right. Still, someone asked, "Are you sure it won't hurt anyone?" "Don't worry, it won't. That thing's practically human," Wang Hui said confidently. Sinka's eyes flashed with excitement and calculation, clearly plotting something. Professor O noticed and guessed his thoughts immediately. "You're not thinking about that python, are you?" "Grandpa, that thing doesn't seem afraid of the acid rain. If we could catch it and peel off its scales, maybe we could develop some new kind of weapon," Sinka said eagerly. "That snake is clearing the way for us, can't you see?" Professor O glared at him. "I see it," Sinka replied, not thinking there was anything wrong with his idea. The next second, Professor O smacked him on the forehead. "You see it and you still say things like that? Where's your conscience?" "But Grandpa, if we could develop something, maybe our country could get through this crisis faster," Sinka argued. "Don't even think about it. That snake is our benefactor. If you keep thinking like this, you shouldn't follow me anymore," Professor O said sternly. "If I don't follow you, where would I go?" Sinka muttered, a bit lost. "Go wherever you want. I've told you many times, don't even think about targeting Miss Lin, her belongings, or her pets. You think you're in control, but all your little schemes are obvious to everyone," Professor O lectured. Sinka couldn't think of a retort and could only shut his mouth, though he still felt his grandfather was being unreasonable. By now, Xiaohe had already cleared the animals from the road. Lin Qian followed behind him, driving smoothly to the intersection. There, the number of animals had thinned out. Seeing that the road was mostly clear, Xiaohe shrank back to his original size in a flash. He shook the acid rain off his scales outside, then slipped back in through the small gap in the window, not bringing a single drop inside. Lin Qian carefully checked him over to make sure there was no corrosion from the rain, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Your scales really are impressive," she said, nodding in satisfaction. The acid rain had been relentless along the way. Even though the sun was out now, there wasn't a soul on the road. Everyone was probably hiding safely at home. As she drove, Lin Qian realized something was wrong with the car. But with the rain coming down so hard, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and keep going until they reached the next stop. At one point, she passed a large shelter, but it was packed with people. She decided not to stop and just kept driving. Wang Hui watched her drive straight past without even slowing down, clearly not intending to stop. They had no intention of fighting those people for space in the shelter, but seeing Lin Qian and Wang Hui able to drive on in such heavy acid rain made the people inside feel a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. These people had already been holed up in the shelter for a whole day and night. If they didn't leave soon, they'd probably starve to death right there. As the rain grew heavier, water started to flood the road. At that moment, Lin Qian and Wang Hui's vehicles became a lifeline in the eyes of those people. Seeing that neither Lin Qian nor Wang Hui had any intention of stopping, the people in the shelter started shouting, "Hey, can you give us a ride? Our home is just up ahead." When both cars ignored them, some started cursing under their breath, while others tried to run out and block the cars, but the rain was so fierce they couldn't even take a step. In the end, frustration got the better of them. One after another, they picked up stones and hurled them at the passing vehicles. Lin Qian was driving Zhou Can's military vehicle, which was somewhat bulletproof, so the stones bounced harmlessly off. But her RV wasn't so lucky. No matter how fast Wang Hui drove, a couple of windows still got smashed by the flying rocks. Lin Qian had seen it all in her rearview mirror. "Wang Hui, find something to patch up the holes. You guys stay in the car and don't get out." Wang Hui wasn't sure what she was planning, but acid rain was already starting to seep in and corrode the interior. He quickly pulled over, grabbed some leftover acid-resistant tape, and patched up the broken windows. Lin Qian had always been the type to leave others alone if they didn't mess with her. The last time her car window got smashed, she was already pretty pissed. Now it had happened again. If it weren't for wanting a bit more comfort on the road, she'd have switched back to her old military SUV by now. She turned her car around and headed straight back to the shelter. Seeing her return, the people inside were delighted. "See? I told you, if their car got damaged, they'd have to come back." Either they give us a ride, or we'll just keep smashing their car until they do. Lin Qian looked at the dozen or so people in the shelter. Their eyes were full of greed, as if they already considered her car theirs. Now that she was closer, everyone could see that the driver was a fair-skinned young woman. They grew even more brazen. If it weren't for the acid rain, they probably would have rushed her already. Lin Qian first pulled out a pair of waterproof boots from her storage space, changed into rain gear, put on a raincoat, and grabbed an umbrella before getting out of the car. Seeing how well-equipped she was, the people's eyes grew even greedier. "Hey, miss, give us a ride, will you?" someone called out. Lin Qian didn't answer. Instead, she silently drew a gun from her waist and, without hesitation, shot each of them in the foot. Only then did panic set in. "Sister, please, we're sorry. Don't shoot, you'll kill someone." "Oh? But when you were throwing rocks at my car, did you worry about killing someone?" Someone in the crowd still refused to back down. "You have 2 cars. What's the big deal about giving us a ride?" "My car, my rules." "What's the big deal if I don't want to?" "You don't have to hurt people just because you don't want to help. So it's fine for you to smash my car, but I'm not allowed to retaliate? By rights, I could just shoot you all dead. But I'm not that nice. If you make things hard for me, I'll make things hard for you. Looks like this rain isn't stopping anytime soon, enjoy it." With that, Lin Qian dragged one of them out of the shelter and tossed him into the rain. The moment he touched the acid rain, he started howling, his clothes quickly corroding. In no time, he fell silent. The rest were terrified, never expecting this delicate-looking girl to be more frightening than a devil. Someone immediately dropped to their knees. "Sister, we're sorry. Please let us go." Just then, Lin Qian caught a whiff of something foul. Someone had soiled themselves out of fear. Disgusted, she lost all interest in dealing with them and headed back to her car. "Wang Hui, forget it. Let's go." They drove on, and before long, they reached the place those people had mentioned. But there wasn't much there, no decent shelter from the rain. Lin Qian picked up the walkie-talkie. "How's the RV holding up?" "No major issues," Wang Hui replied. "There's nothing but ruins here, and it's not too late yet. There's food in the RV, so take care of yourselves. Let's keep going. We'll reach Han City in Henan Province soon. It's a provincial capital, so it should be much better than here." "All right, let's keep moving. But do you want to come over here? Zhou Can and the others can drive your car." Lin Qian had already been driving for quite a while. "It's fine. We'll talk when we reach Han City. It's still raining out, and you guys don't have acid-resistant rain gear or umbrellas. If we switch now, someone could get hurt." Wang Hui thought about it and agreed. Actually, Lin Qian found it more comfortable driving alone, with Hope and Little Black as company, than being stuck with Professor O and Dr. Sin. She took out a plate of cherries, and Little Black hopped onto her wrist, feeding her one by one. After mentioning food, she pulled a steaming seafood rice dish from her storage space, and Little Black fed her spoonful by spoonful. It couldn't have been more comfortable. The fatigue from driving was practically nothing. She'd thought about turning on the car's stereo, but it had long since broken. So she simply took a Bluetooth speaker from her space, had Hope connect it to a tablet, and played her favorite songs. If you ignored the circumstances, it almost felt like a road trip. Along the way, they kept running into people caught out in the acid rain, begging for help, but Lin Qian ignored them all as usual. Occasionally, some tried to block their way like those people before, but Lin Qian and Wang Hui were experienced now. They sped past before anyone could react. For those with bad intentions, they even made a point of driving through puddles, sending water splashing everywhere. The would-be troublemakers could only dodge the spray and watch them drive off into the distance. Because of the acid rain, they were extra cautious along the way, always on guard against anyone with ill intentions. Fortunately, the journey went relatively smoothly, and they managed to reach Han City before nightfall. Han City was no longer the place they remembered. Now, everywhere was littered with ruins and broken walls, and after years of acid rain erosion, the city was almost unrecognizable. She still remembered that there used to be a large stadium here, where celebrities and idols would come to hold concerts. She turned to the driver, Wang Hui, and said, "Wang Hui, drive the car over to the Han City Stadium. You all follow me." Wang Hui asked worriedly, "What if the stadium has already collapsed?" "We'll check it out first. If it's collapsed, we'll deal with it then." With that, she stepped on the gas and headed toward the stadium. They were in luck. The stadium had been built solidly, without any corners cut, so it was still relatively sturdy. Although half of it had collapsed, the other half was still standing. Mainly, the section near the entrance had fallen, so hardly anyone came around here. Lin Qian found a spot to park the car, then took out a raincoat for Hope to wear, while she herself put on her usual gear and walked over to her RV with an umbrella. She didn't go inside the RV, but instead handed out the raincoats she'd taken from her storage. These raincoats can protect against acid rain. Put them on before you get out. At first, everyone was a bit worried seeing Lin Qian walk over like that, but when they realized she was completely unharmed, they were surprised. Wang Hui reacted the fastest and took the raincoat. "Everyone, put these on first. We'll go check if we can move those things at the entrance and drive the cars in." But Lin Qian couldn't be bothered. "Let's not worry about that for now. Let's go inside and see how things are first." Only then did everyone start putting on raincoats and getting out of the car. Professor O was the last to get out, hesitating for a while. Lin Qian thought he had something to say. "Professor O, is something wrong?" Professor O finally spoke. "Not really, it's just, this weather feels strange." Sinu helped him down. "This weird weather isn't new. Isn't it pointless to mention it now?" Professor O smacked him on the head. "Is that what I meant? If that's not what you meant, then what? Come on, get out of the car, everyone's waiting for you." Professor O looked around and realized everyone was indeed waiting outside, so he took Sinu's hand and got out. As soon as he got out, he walked over to Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, I really think this rain is unusual. It feels like something is brewing." As an astronomer, Lin Qian trusted his instincts. "Professor O, let's go inside first and talk." Once everyone was out, Wang Hui locked the car and went into the stadium. The stadium entrance was blocked by fallen stones, but there was a narrow path on the side that people could squeeze through. It seemed like no one in the city had come here, or maybe they had their own bases. The stadium was too damaged to be of interest. Whatever the reason, at least for Lin Qian, it was a good thing. At least here, no one would fight her for territory. Not that she was afraid, but after a whole day of driving, even with her stamina, she needed a break. Wang Hui went in first and was pleasantly surprised to find a large intact space inside. "Qian, come look. This place is actually pretty good." Lin Qian walked over and saw that it really was. The stadium was huge and, most importantly, it still had a roof. "Not bad. We'll stay here tonight." "Qian, our car's window got broken. We should fix it, or the acid rain will ruin the interior. Let's move those stones at the entrance." Just as Wang Hui was about to act, Xiaohe, the little black snake on Lin Qian's arm, slipped out, grew huge in an instant, and with a sweep of its tail, cleared all the stones blocking the entrance. Everyone was stunned. Wang Hui already knew about Xiaohe, but the others were intimidated by the sight of such a gigantic snake. Outside, the rain poured down. Xiaohe shrank back to its original size and returned to Lin Qian's side, unnoticed by anyone. Professor O and the others were visibly shaken. Before, they'd always had Lin Qian between them and the snake, but now, seeing Xiaohe up close, it was impossible not to be scared. "Miss Lin, has this giant python always been with you?" Professor O's voice trembled as he watched Xiaohe appear and disappear. "You could say that. But it doesn't hurt people, Professor O, don't worry." Before Professor O could reply, Sinu chimed in, "How can we not be scared? If it goes berserk, we'd barely be a snack for it." Lin Qian was annoyed. "If you're scared, you can leave." That shut him up immediately. He'd realized over the past couple of days that Lin Qian seemed easygoing, but she had a temper and didn't hesitate to use force. Scary. "You guys go drive the cars in. Who knows how long this rain will last." Wang Hui and Zhou Can went out and drove the cars into the stadium. After taking off her raincoat, Lin Qian went straight to Professor O. "What did you mean by what you said earlier?" Professor O thought for a moment. Without instruments, I can't be sure. But if this acid rain keeps falling, it could trigger other geological disasters. Like what? Things were already so different from her previous life. If she could predict what might happen next, it would only help her. I'm not sure, but if this continues, people's health will definitely suffer. Also, the acidity is so high, it could cause geological corrosion. There might be another earthquake soon. And who knows what's happening with the Antarctic glaciers? With the recent heat, a lot has probably melted. If this acid rain doesn't stop, the whole planet could end up soaked in strong acid. Not only would all plants and animals die, but we wouldn't survive either. Lin Qian hadn't lived this long in her previous life. She'd been killed by Li Shouqing's son not long after the acid rain began, so she had no idea what happened afterward. She didn't know if humanity could survive all this, or if everyone would go extinct together. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. There's nothing we can do right now anyway. Actually, there is. Professor O looked at the rainwater dripping down. What way? There are quite a few geologists in Jing City. They might be able to develop a neutralizing agent for the acid, but producing it in such large quantities would take a lot of time. And with materials so scarce these days, sigh. At the end of his speech, he let out a deep sigh, though it was hard to tell whether it was for the suffering of humanity or the endless disasters. To be honest, Lin Qian still felt a sense of respect for people like him. Because, just like Elder Zhong, they had devoted their entire lives to serving the country. Even now, with Professor O at such an advanced age, he didn't hesitate for a second to head to the capital when the country needed him, despite the danger. He never even considered any other option. Lin Qian's gaze toward Professor O softened a little. Let's not talk about this for now. We've all been on the road for so long, everyone must be hungry. Wait a moment. She didn't feel like cooking, so she simply went back to the car and took out some self-heating meal boxes she'd bought earlier. We won't cook tonight. These are self-heating meals I put aside before. Eat up, then get some rest. We'll deal with everything else tomorrow. She handed out 2 portions to each person. Is that enough? Zhou Can and the others were deeply moved. It's more than enough. 1 box per meal is plenty for us. They hadn't had a full meal in ages. Now, following Lin Qian, life was actually better than it had been back at the base. Just eat. There's still a way to go before we reach the capital. You'll need your strength to work. I'll need you to replace the glass up there, Lin Qian reminded them. We still have glass? Zhou Can remembered they'd already replaced a broken window once before. At this point, Lin Qian seemed almost magical to him. Who else would keep so many spare window panes in their vehicle? Wouldn't it make more sense to stock up on food instead? Lin Qian shot them a look but said nothing. Zhou Can immediately realized he'd spoken out of turn, shut his mouth, and went to prepare his meal. You guys eat here. Wang Hui and Hope, come with me. Hope let out a bark and dashed into the RV ahead of Lin Qian, thoughtfully pulling down the curtains so those outside couldn't see a thing. Hope knew Lin Qian was definitely going to give it something tasty. But it also knew that Lin Qian's space was a secret and outsiders couldn't know about it. Once everything was set, Hope and Xiaohei obediently sat on the other side of the table, waiting to be fed. Wang Hui looked at the 2 of them, feeling that even the dogs were smarter than him. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lin Qian took out all sorts of meat and placed it in front of the 2. If the people outside saw this, wouldn't their eyes go green with envy? What do you want to eat? Lin Qian interrupted Wang Hui's thoughts. He snapped back to reality. Anything is fine. As he spoke, he stared longingly at Hope and Xiaohei, who were happily devouring their steaks and couldn't help but swallow. Lin Qian noticed the little gesture. You want steak? Wang Hui's eyes lit up instantly. Is that okay? Of course. With a wave of her hand, Lin Qian produced a steak and set it on the table. If it's not enough, just let me know. I've got plenty. Hope and Xiaohei glanced up, a little disdainful. It was too small for their liking. It's enough, Wang Hui said quickly. To him, that steak was already a luxury. But in the next moment, Lin Qian took out a lobster rice dish, and Wang Hui stared in disbelief. The steak in his mouth suddenly lost all flavor. You even have this kind of thing? Oh, I ordered a bunch before and kept them. I love this stuff, Lin Qian explained. Wang Hui muttered to himself, who wouldn't love this? But Lin Qian's next words hit him right in the heart. I thought most people would love this. I didn't expect you to prefer steak. It's not that. I can eat lobster too, Wang Hui said awkwardly. Lin Qian really didn't believe him. Some people just don't like seafood, I get it. Hope chimed in while eating, woof woof woof. Exactly. Xiao Hei, and I don't like it either. From then on, whenever Lin Qian ate seafood, Wang Hui would be gnawing on steak. Wang Hui almost hated himself for what he'd said that day. After eating, Lin Qian went out and quickly set up a few tents, while Wang Hui and the others started replacing the windows. Just as they finished setting up the tents and were about to rest, Lin Qian heard some noise outside the gymnasium. What's that sound? Wang Hui looked outside and asked Lin Qian, should we go check it out? No need. As long as they don't bother us, we're only staying here one night. We'll leave first thing in the morning, Lin Qian replied. Given the current situation, even if someone wanted to cause them trouble, they'd have to consider whether they had the right equipment to withstand the acid rain. Ordinary raincoats might offer some protection, but there was no way to shield their feet. They'd have to wait until the rain stopped to come out, so Lin Qian was pretty confident. She wondered how long the rain would last, but unexpectedly, it stopped in the middle of the night. Before dawn, she heard a commotion at the entrance of the gym. Lin Qian, Wang Hui, and the three little ones were the most alert. Xiaoqing had been left at the gym entrance as a lookout, so Lin Qian could see what was happening outside through its eyes. Weren't those the people they'd passed by earlier and ignored? How did they find their way here? Lin Qian decided to get up. Hope and Xiao Hei went out with her. Xiaoqing, seeing her arrive, immediately. But since trouble had come knocking, no matter how surreal it was, he had to deal with it first and process it later. See, I told you they'd be here. With a vehicle that big, there's nowhere else to park but the gym, someone said. Don't pretend to be nice. If it weren't for you, we'd have been back long ago, another person said. Sometimes Lin Qian really couldn't understand these people's logic. So, if it wasn't for me, you'd have gotten back sooner? You have 2 vehicles. What would it have cost you to give us a ride back? Lin Qian pressed. So if I hadn't passed by, you wouldn't have seen me, and you'd still be getting back at this time, right? So, what does this have to do with me? Lin Qian's logic left the other side speechless for a moment. The person was stunned, but then continued, what's wrong with you coming to Han City and helping us out? Sorry, I just don't want to. Lin Qian could clearly see these people were just here to pick a fight. No matter how nicely she spoke, it wouldn't get through to them, so she might as well say what she really thought. Seeing Lin Qian still so defiant, the person turned to another man beside him. See, bro? I told you she was hard to deal with. She could have brought us back, but she didn't. And now, on our turf, she's still acting all high and mighty. Kick her out. The man being called brother was much calmer than the others. He forced a smile at Lin Qian and said, Miss, you know what they say, when you're out in the world, you rely on friends. We just happen to be heading the same way, that's all. There's no need to be like this, is there? Given the situation I'm in now, what are you planning to do? Kick us out. Lin Qian looked at them coldly. The man was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Qian to be so tough on their turf. Miss, we just want an explanation. So, your rule here is that if you meet someone, they're obligated to help you? What kind of logic is that? Lin Qian shot back. He was momentarily speechless. That's not what I meant. But since you came to our place, shouldn't you at least lend a hand? So what? You're all standing here just to accuse me of not bringing you back with us. Lin Qian pressed. Of course, that wasn't all they wanted. They were just trying to take the moral high ground, hoping to get some benefit from Lin Qian and her group. After all, during the acid rain, Lin Qian's group had a car with acid-proof protection. The people with her, while not exactly glamorous, were clearly better off than them. They didn't look like they'd suffered much or gone hungry. That's not it. It's just that when we passed by, we smelled food coming from your place. Do you have self-heating hot pots? The man asked. Lin Qian was amazed. Did these people have a dog's nose? Even in the rain, they'd followed the scent over here. All that talk about her not giving them a ride was just an excuse. They really just wanted some food. As she was thinking this, she heard them continue. Since you're already here, how about this? We haven't had anything that smells this good in ages. Could you spare us a little? Of course, we're not asking for a handout. We can trade you some of our food. No threats? They actually wanted to trade? That didn't add up. Lin Qian was stunned. You all came over here, acting so aggressive, just to trade for some food? Yeah, the man replied, straightforwardly. Lin Qian was speechless. What do you want to trade? The man pulled out a bag. We have a lot of these black bread cakes. Would that work? We know your stuff is valuable, so we're not trying to take advantage. How about 10 black bread cakes for one self-heating hot pot? We just want to try something different. He looked like he hadn't eaten a proper meal in over a decade. While Lin Qian was still hesitating, Sinu stepped up. What's there to think about? 2 black bread cakes are enough for a meal. 10 for a self-heating hot pot is a good deal. Lin Qian gave him a look as if he were an idiot. Fine, then from now on, you can eat nothing but black bread cakes for every meal. I was going to let you eat better since you're Professor O's grandson, but since you're so generous, let's trade some of our food with them. But just so you know, after this trade, we won't have much left. From now on, you'll only get black bread cakes for every meal. Sinu almost wanted to slap himself. He was about to protest, but Lin Qian had already turned and gone to the RV, coming back with 10 self-heating hot pots. Here are 10. Zhou Can, go make the exchange. Zhou Can, watching Sinu get put in his place, wanted to laugh, but held it in since Lin Qian was there. He took the hot pots over, and the others were delighted. We each get one. Now that they had the hot pots, they didn't care at all about Lin Qian not giving them a ride earlier. This is great, just great. Without hesitation, they handed over 100 black bread cakes to Zhou Can. How long are you staying here? Can we come back to trade for food again? We'll be leaving in a couple of days. We have important business in the capital, Lin Qian replied. You're going to the capital? The man frowned. It's not very safe there right now. Lin Qian immediately sensed he knew something. What do you mean? I don't know the details, but I heard that 2 major families are fighting over territory there and power is being reshuffled. It's not peaceful, that's for sure. As he said this, Professor O and Sinu exchanged glances. No one else noticed, but Wang Hui did. Lin Qian hadn't expected to hear this kind of news here. How do you know about this? If possible, she wanted to know more. The man didn't know why Lin Qian was so interested, but he told her what he knew. Some people came through here earlier, from the capital. They told us that unless we had to, we shouldn't go there. Are those people still in Han City? They left a while ago. I think they were heading further south. All right, got it. Lin Qian habitually waved them off. They were a bit surprised, but didn't think much of it. Their goal had been achieved, so they left with their hot pots. Professor O and Sinu looked at each other. Wang Hui came over. Do you two know something? Professor O glanced at Lin Qian, then at Sinu. Sinu spoke up directly. She'll find out when we get to the capital anyway. We might as well tell her now. Lin Qian remembered what she'd overheard them saying yesterday. Professor O, if you have something to say, just say it. Professor O was silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Miss Lin, do you have any family in the capital? Lin Qian was stunned. She hadn't expected that question. No, I'm not going to the capital to look for family. Why do you ask? Professor O took a deep breath. It's just that. I knew someone when I was younger who looked a lot like you. Lin Qian thought for a moment. Are you talking about Su Weijun? Sinu was so shocked his hands were shaking. And you say you don't have family in the capital? I don't know her. Lin Qian answered flatly. That can't be. How would you know her name if you didn't know her? Sinu was baffled. Professor O was also looking at her curiously. I once met an old lady who knew Su Weijun. She mistook me for her at first, Lin Qian explained. Even if Lin Qian suspected Su Weijun was her grandmother, she wouldn't say so in front of these people. I've seen Miss Su when she was young. You really do look alike. I can't believe you're not related, Professor O said. Maybe, Lin Qian replied indifferently. Whether they looked alike or not didn't matter anymore. After all these years, no one had ever come looking for her. She had always lived with the Lin family, and her own mother even found someone like Li Qian to pretend to be her father. It was obvious that, even if she was related by blood, she was still a child who wasn't valued. Their family's heiress is really something. If you were their child, you'd be incredibly lucky. Professor O suddenly looked at Sinu. When did you ever meet the Han family's heiress? Did you forget? A few years ago, they brought Han Susu over and wanted us to arrange a reception. I was one of the people assigned, Sinu reminded him. Only then did Professor O recall the incident. Whether Lin Qian was lucky or not was hard to say, but judging from their conversation, it seemed that family had no intention of acknowledging her as one of their own. But it's strange, Professor O continued. Han Susu is supposed to be a Han, but she doesn't look like anyone in their family. On the other hand, Miss Lin actually looks more like them. Lin Qian didn't want to comment on that. That family had never sought her out, and she hadn't gone to the capital for them either. Since there had been no connection before, there was no need for one in the future. Professor O sighed. Yes, but it seems their family isn't as powerful as before. They used to be able to call the shots in the capital, but now another family is rising up. Who knows what things will be like for the Hans and the Jings after the disaster? Grandpa, that's not something we need to worry about. When the gods fight, as long as we're not caught in the crossfire, that's good enough, Sinu said. Professor O glared at him. How could we not be affected? Look at the situation now, it's already tough enough. If they ignore the people and insist on fighting it out, we'll be the ones to suffer in the end. Lin Qian was completely lost listening to all this. Wang Hui, however, seemed to catch on. Are you talking about the Han and Jin families in the capital? Both Professor O and Sinu looked over. You know about them? I've heard of them, Wang Hui replied. Professor O immediately became much warmer toward Wang Hui. As for Sinu, after realizing Wang Hui knew about those two families, his attitude became noticeably more respectful. I didn't expect you to know them, Sinu said. I came across them during some missions in the past, Wang Hui explained. Sinu looked at Wang Hui's face, then at his build. Were you in some kind of special forces before? Wang Hui hadn't expected that just one piece of information would give him away. How did you figure that out? It wasn't obvious at first. With your pretty boy looks, I never would have guessed. Even if someone told me you were ex-special forces, I wouldn't have believed it. But you actually know about those two families, which means your status in the official circles must be pretty high, Sinu analyzed. He continued to look at Wang Hui. Logically, you shouldn't be here in the capital, so why are you by Miss Lin's side? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Wait, were you sent by the Han family to protect Miss Lin on her way to the capital? Sinu felt like he'd uncovered the truth. His gaze darted between Lin Qian and Wang Hui, finally settling on Lin Qian's face. Miss Lin, I promise I won't breathe a word. People like us might not be good at much, but we can definitely keep our mouths shut. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered with him. Jokan, the black bread from earlier is with you guys, right? From now on, just give this guy 2 pieces per meal. Miss Lin, don't be so heartless, Sinu pleaded. Shut up. Lin Qian couldn't stand his noisy chatter. If you say one more word, you won't even get the black bread. Only then did Sinu fall silent. Professor O had been watching Lin Qian. When he saw she was about to return to the RV, he walked over to her. Miss Lin, could I have a word in private? Lin Qian wasn't sure what else Professor O wanted to say, but since he'd always behaved well and probably meant well, she followed him aside to hear him out. Miss Lin, forgive me for being blunt, but even if the Han family really sends someone to find you, you'd best not go back, Professor O said. What do you mean? Lin Qian asked. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't be telling you this, but you saved my life, and I'm not someone who forgets a favor. I just wanted to let you know what's going on with the Han family these days, Professor O explained. Lin Qian recalled what old Madame Zhang had said about Su Huizhen. By all accounts, with someone like Su Huizhen, the Han family shouldn't be in bad shape. But from Professor O's tone, it sounded like the Han family was some kind of wolf's den. What's wrong with the Han family? The Han family is still powerful, of course. But right now, they're locked in a fierce struggle with the Jin family. If you go back, you'll be the first target for the genes. It's just not worth it. Honestly, after all this talk, I still don't really understand what's going on with the Han and Jin families. You've heard of cabinet ministers, right? For a long time, the Han family was dominant. But at some point, the Jin family started to infiltrate the center of power. Before the disaster, it looked like they might even replace the Hans, Professor O explained. Lin Qian didn't see what this had to do with her. So, what does that have to do with me? I didn't know the Han family had a child lost out in the world like you. The Jin family probably doesn't know either. But now that the Hans are sending people to bring you back, it must be urgent. Professor O lowered his voice. I heard the Han family's heiress has a jade pendant that can cure poison. I saw Han Susu with a pendant, but it didn't seem to work. The last time she came, she was looking for an antidote. Han Susu was poisoned? Lin Qian asked. Yes, not many people know about it. Not only Han Susu, but the whole Han family seems to have been poisoned. They look fine, but medical tests show their health is very poor. Otherwise, the Jin family wouldn't have been able to take advantage. Rumor has it the genes were behind it, Professor O said. This is just like a novel. Affairs at the top are always like a novel, aren't they? That's why, personally, I hope you don't go back to the Han family. The Jin family won't stop until they get what they want, Professor O said. It's fine. Thank you, Professor O. I really don't intend to go back to the Han family. To tell you the truth, I'm going to the capital to find something very important to me. That's all I can say. Seeing how serious she was, Professor O finally believed she really didn't want to return to the Han family and relaxed a little. But your face. You really do look so much like Su Huizhen when she was young. It's best not to let the Jin family see you, or they won't let you go either. Professor O let out a sigh. You'd better find a mask or something to wear before we enter the capital. What's the deal with this Jin family? Lin Qian asked. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. But rumor has it that the Jin family possesses a secret weapon, something that can control people's minds and even grant immortality. Supposedly, their research has already made progress, but no one knows the current state of things, Professor O explained. Something that can control minds and grant immortality? Lin Qian immediately thought of the blue vein. Could this be something the Jin family created? But if it was the Jin family's doing, why was the Lin family involved? Logically, wouldn't they have found someone else to research this thing? She didn't believe her mother knew nothing about the Han and Jin families, but if she did know, why would she get involved in all this? The whole situation seemed to be getting more and more complicated. That's what people say, but no one's actually seen this thing. Back when Han Susu went south with her family, they didn't find it either. No one knows where the Jin family is keeping it for research. Although Lin Qian was suspicious, she couldn't get to the truth from these scattered bits of information. I understand. Thank you. Lin Qian still wanted to express her gratitude to Professor O, who genuinely cared about her, and then she went to find Wang Hui. We'll probably reach the capital in a day or two. I was thinking of staying here for a couple of days to see if I could find any antiques or something, but after hearing what they said, I'm actually curious to see what the situation in the capital is like now. And what's really going on with the Han and Jin families. You want to get involved in their family affairs? Wang Hui asked. I wouldn't say that. I just heard from Professor O and the others that the Han family has a jade pendant with some kind of antidote inside. Han Susu always wears it, but I think it's a fake, Lin Qian said. How do you know it's a fake? Because the real one should be with me. What? Wang Hui was shocked by Lin Qian's words, but he quickly realized the key point. Your spatial ability, did you get it from that jade pendant? Wang Hui asked. Lin Qian nodded. Wang Hui couldn't help but curse, damn. That means you're the Han family's heiress. Do you have any idea how powerful the Han family is? I'm not exaggerating. Back in the day, even the president of China had to listen to them. Seriously? Lin Qian asked. You probably wouldn't know if you haven't been in those circles, but when the Han family speaks, the entire officialdom trembles. Wang Hui continued, actually, I used to be affiliated with the Jin family. They sent me to your group to investigate the Blue Vein incident. It's because of my parents that I'm so obsessed with this matter. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid they had me pegged as an experimental subject from the start. Then from today on, you'd better wear a mask with me. If they find out you're still alive, they'll probably be even more interested in you than in me. Even though I don't think I have much to do with the Han family, if what they say is true and I look so much like Su Huijian, I'm bound to attract a lot of trouble. Lin Qian paused before continuing. At first, I just wanted to find the Jade mine and go home. But if I've taken their family heirloom, and now they're in this situation, I want to see for myself. This thing is already fused with my body. Even if they wanted me to return it, I couldn't. And anyway, I wouldn't. So after we find the Jade mine, we'll go check out the Han family? Wang Hui asked. I doubt it'll be that easy to get into their place. Lin Qian thought that a family like that would have tight security. Even now, it wasn't a place just anyone could enter. It's fine. Aren't they all poisoned? When the time comes, just give them a bottle of the water you have. If it works, they'll come find you themselves. That was actually a good idea, but Lin Qian was still a bit worried. What if they latch onto us and won't let go? I doubt it. Families like that have their pride, they wouldn't stoop to that. Lin Qian didn't know how to explain it to Wang Hui, but everyone has their flaws. If they haven't shown them yet, maybe it's just because the temptation isn't strong enough. Having survived the apocalypse, she understood this all too well. Let's just go and see. For now, the top priority is the Jade mine. Pack up and let's get moving. We shouldn't waste any more time here, Lin Qian said. After discussing it, Lin Qian and Wang Hui told everyone they were leaving Han City immediately and heading straight for the capital. Everyone had expected to stay a little longer, so as soon as Lin Qian finished speaking, everyone started packing up. With a flurry of activity, they finished quickly, got in their vehicles, and headed out of the city. By now, the rain had finally stopped, but the roads had been eaten away by acid rain, leaving them full of potholes. Driving over the battered roads felt like riding a roller coaster. Xiao Qian, is our car going to fall apart on this road? Zhou Can asked. Just slow down, it'll be fine. Lin Qian looked out the window. The ground, already riddled with holes, now looked even more devastated. Everyone in the car felt like they were marbles in a pinball machine. If they didn't hold on to something, they could easily get thrown around. Eventually, they just sat on the floor of the car, gripping whatever they could to steady themselves. Professor O and Sinu were amazed to see Lin Qian sitting steadily on the seat, as if glued there. Sinu gained a new level of respect for Lin Qian's abilities. At first, he thought she was just a pampered heiress who needed bodyguards, but now, just the skill alone made him see her in a new light. Not to mention how she'd previously gotten out of the car, shot someone without hesitation, and thrown them into the acid rain to die. He glanced at Professor O, wanting to say something, but after thinking it over, he swallowed his words. Lin Qian was clearly not someone with a gentle temperament. He'd better find a chance to talk to his grandfather and try to separate from her as soon as possible. If the Jing family found out about her connection to the Han family, they'd stop at nothing to destroy her. And as for her personality, he just couldn't handle it. Because the roads had been corroded by acid rain, the journey took more than twice as long as usual. It was already completely dark by the time they reached Shizhuang. There were still nearly 300 kilometers to go from Shizhuang to Jing City. Perhaps because it was close to Jing City, Shizhuang seemed to have a better environment than other places. Just as they were about to enter the city, someone stopped them. Where are you headed? Jing City, Lin Qian replied. What are you going to Jing City for? The person continued questioning. Lin Qian was already getting a bit impatient. Is it not allowed to go to Jing City right now? Currently, everyone entering Jing City from Shizhuang needs to register, the person explained. Then, glancing at Lin Qian and Wang Hui, who were both wearing masks, he said, "You two need to take off your masks so we can have a look." Lin Qian was tempted to just turn around and leave, but Professor O quickly got out of the car and produced his credentials. These young people are escorting me to Jing City. With the disasters worsening, I've been sent to Jing City on official orders. The person checked Professor O's credentials and, after confirming their authenticity, let them pass without mentioning the masks again. Lin Qian hadn't expected Professor O to be so effective. He'd proven to be their greatest asset on this journey. We're already close to Jing City. If they're already checking people's identities here, it's only going to get stricter from here on out, Lin Qian remarked. This was something Lin Qian hadn't anticipated. But now that they'd come this far, she was determined to get her hands on the Jade mine. With Professor O around, at least some of their troubles could be avoided. We'll need Professor O to stay with us a bit longer, she said. Professor O, who owed Lin Qian a great debt of gratitude, naturally had no objections. But Sinu, eyes darting, pulled Professor O aside. Grandpa, we need to think this through. If someone recognizes them, we could get dragged into trouble too. Maybe we should go our separate ways once we reach Jing City? What are you talking about? When Miss Lin and Mr. Wang risked their lives to save me, you were nowhere to be found. Now they're kindly bringing me here, and you start talking about turning your back on them. It's not that I'm ungrateful, but the situation is what it is. We can't risk everything for them, can we? Sinu tried to persuade him, gripping Professor O's hands. Professor O shook him off. If you want to leave, you can go now. How am I supposed to leave now? We're still nearly 300 kilometers from Jing City, Sinu said helplessly. Then shut your mouth. If Sinu weren't his own grandson, Professor O would have been tempted to throttle him. Lin Qian and Wang Hui had overheard their conversation. Lin Qian glanced at Wang Hui. What do you think? For now, it's definitely easier with Professor O by our side. If we'd had to take off our masks back there, who knows if we'd have been recognized, Wang Hui said, adjusting his mask. I'm not too worried. I could say I escaped during a mission for some reason. But if what Professor O and the others said about you is true, the moment you show your face, the Jin family will be after you. Lin Qian knew he was right. She wasn't afraid of trouble, but she didn't want to go looking for it either. All she wanted was to find the Jade mine smoothly, and maybe see if the Han family had any more information about her spatial ability. As for getting entangled with the Han family, that had never even crossed her mind. They spent the night in Shizhuang and set out for Jing City early the next day. As expected, there were several checkpoints along the way, with people checking their identities and asking about their reasons for coming to Jing City. Each time, they managed to get through thanks to Professor O's status. By the evening of the second day, they finally reached the outskirts of Jing City. Lin Qian checked her map. The jade mine she was looking for wasn't in Jing City itself, but in a mountain just outside the city. Professor O, I can only take you this far. Once you go in, you'll be in Jing City. We have other things to take care of, so we'll part ways here, Lin Qian said. Professor O and Sinu were both surprised. They'd assumed Lin Qian was coming to see the Han family, so why wasn't she going into Jing City now that they'd arrived? Sinu was visibly delighted. With her identity, the sooner they parted ways, the better. This was exactly what he'd hoped for. But Professor O was tactful and didn't press further. If you ever need to come to Jing City, just tell them you're looking for me. That should get you some respect. He pulled out pen and paper from the car and wrote them a letter of introduction. Keep this letter, you might need it. Lin Qian never refused anything that could make things easier. She put the letter away immediately. Thank you. No need to thank me. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead by now. You saved my life. This is nothing, Professor O said. Lin Qian and her group parted ways with Professor O and Sinu outside Jing City. Kan and the other two were a bit puzzled when they saw Lin Qian wasn't going straight into the city. Miss Lin, aren't we going into Jing City to look for information? Why aren't we going in? Kan asked. I have something else to take care of first. Once I'm done, I'll go into the city. Why don't you go in with Professor O and wait for me there? It wouldn't be convenient to bring the three of them along while she went to the jade mine. At first, Kan refused. That won't do. We're supposed to protect you. How can we leave you? I'll be back. But where I'm going isn't exactly safe. If you come with me, you'll probably just slow me down, Lin Qian said bluntly. Kan blushed, remembering how he'd been more of a burden than a help lately, always needing Lin Qian and Wang Hui to clean up his messes. If it weren't for them, he might not even have been able to bring his comrades' ashes back. Thinking this, he hesitated. Wang Hui pulled him aside and, after some unknown persuasion, managed to convince them to wait for Lin Qian in Jing City. Miss Lin, please be careful. We'll keep the walkie-talkies. If you need help, just let us know, Zhou said. Lin Qian glanced at Wang Hui, silently giving him a thumbs up. After watching Zhou and the others follow Professor O into the city, Lin Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief and gave Wang Hui a thumbs up. Nice work. If I can't handle something this simple, I shouldn't be following you, Wang Hui replied. Good attitude. Let's go. Wang Hui watched as Lin Qian pulled out the map and leaned in for a look. I don't remember there being a mountain like this here. You don't think that Dr. Li tricked us, do you? Lin Qian couldn't help but recall Dr. Li's unwavering determination to make sure people had vegetables to eat. No matter how she thought about it, she just couldn't believe he would lie to them over a bit of black soil. He probably wouldn't, right? Anyway, since we're already here, I won't be able to let it go until I check it out for myself. This time, Lin Qian sat in the front passenger seat, letting Hope sit in the back while Wang Hui drove. She held the map and gave directions. They quickly arrived at the location marked on the map, but no matter how they looked, there was no sign of the so-called mountain range. Qian, do you think Li Hao really tricked us just for some soil and water? There's not even a mountain here, let alone a jade mine. Looking at the wilderness around them, Wang Hui was just as confused. Lin Qian took out the map Dr. Li had given her and studied it over and over. The map definitely points to this spot. Let's get out of the car and take a look around. Since the car couldn't go any further, Lin Qian simply had Wang Hui park and everyone got out to explore on foot. After getting out, Lin Qian surveyed the surroundings. Once she was sure no one else was around, she quietly stored the car in her spatial storage. She put away the map and focused on sensing any changes in her space. She hadn't paid close attention before, but now she realized her space was giving her a faint response. If she hadn't calmed down to sense it, she might have missed it entirely. The fact that her space was reacting, even so subtly, meant that Dr. Li's map was accurate. There really was a jade mine nearby. It was just that, perhaps due to all the natural disasters lately, the original path had changed, so the route they took was different from before. But if there was a jade mine, why wasn't there even a hint of a mountain? While Lin Qian was still puzzled, Wang Hui had already found a small path leading who knows where. Qian, come here. There's a little trail over here. Since her space was reacting, Lin Qian definitely wasn't going to leave now. Wang Hui had found the trail, and without hesitation, Lin Qian followed him. They walked for about half an hour. The sky, already dim, turned completely dark. That was when they came across a cave entrance. Let's stop here and rest for the night, Lin Qian suggested. She took out 2 tents and set them up right outside the cave. The cave didn't look like it was naturally formed, it seemed to have been created by an earthquake. Such caves were too dangerous, so Lin Qian didn't even consider sleeping inside. She set up the tents outside. What if it rains? Wang Hui was still worried. It's fine. As long as it's not a heavy downpour, these tents can hold up for a while. If things get bad, we can just hide in my space. Since Lin Qian had a plan, Wang Hui didn't argue and helped her set up the tents. They were just about finished when suddenly the ground shook violently. The area in front of them split open with a loud crack. Wang Hui lost his footing and nearly fell, but he reacted quickly, jabbing a tent pole into the ground to steady himself. Lin Qian was even faster. She jumped aside the moment the ground started to split. Seeing Wang Hui about to fall, she rushed over to help pull him up. Wait, Wang Hui said, not immediately reaching for her hand. This made Lin Qian sense something was off. What's wrong? She asked. Don't tell me there's another man-eating plant down there? No, Wang Hui replied. Just as Lin Qian was wondering, Wang Hui reached toward the edge for something. A moment later, he pulled out a rock and tossed it up, then said, Okay, pull me up. After Lin Qian helped him up, she looked at the stone he'd found. What's that? Take a look. Even before she got close, Lin Qian's space reacted. Jade? Should be. I saw a crack down there, and it looked like it. See if your space will accept it. Lin Qian walked over, picked up the stone, and tossed it into her space. There wasn't a big reaction, but her space did absorb it. It's jade, but the quality isn't great. I saw a whole lot more down there. I think this is probably the jade mine we're looking for. Lin Qian peered into the crack and saw a faint glow. It looked pretty deep, though, not easy to get down there. She glanced around, thinking of tying a rope to something sturdy so she could climb down and check it out. But there was nothing suitable nearby. Since it was just her and Wang Hui, she simply took the SUV out of her space and tied the rope to it. You stay up here and keep watch. I'll go down and take a look. Just as Lin Qian was about to descend, Wang Hui stopped her. How about I go instead? It's no use if you go. If I see any jade, I can collect it with my space. If you go, you won't be able to bring anything up for me. Let me do it. Lin Qian's reasoning was sound, so Wang Hui had to give in. Then maybe we should wait a bit longer? What if something else happens? Wang Hui's concern was valid, but after coming all this way and finally seeing hope, Lin Qian didn't want to wait another second. She pulled a headlamp from her space and put it on. It's fine. If anything happens, I'll just hide in my space. But you need to be careful up here. Wang Hui always forgot Lin Qian had her space. Alright, just be quick. If it's not jade, come right back up. You just pulled out a piece of jade from there, so I figure the rest must be too. But my space isn't reacting much, so the quality probably isn't high. Is low-quality jade even useful? Better than nothing. Lin Qian grabbed the rope and slid down smoothly. Halfway down, she could clearly feel the energy from her space. It seemed there really was something good down here. When Dr. Li had told her about the jade mine, she'd assumed it was a mountain. She never imagined it would be a jade vein buried underground. It was probably buried by an earthquake, which was why no one had found it before. But that tremor just now had exposed the jade vein again. Heaven really does reward the diligent. When Lin Qian was almost at the bottom, she ran into a problem. Below, the ground was covered in rivers formed by acid rain. There was nowhere to stand. If she forced her way down, she'd be corroded before she could collect any jade. She could accept dying in many ways, but being dissolved by acid rain was not one of them. Looking at the rivers below, she saw that the jade touched by acid rain had already started to change on the surface. If this kept up, even the internal structure would be destroyed. Jade like this wouldn't just be rejected by her space, she herself wouldn't want it either. She never expected that after traveling so far, this would be the result. Lin Qian let out a sigh and decided to head back up for now. Maybe it was because she was still unwilling to give up, but as she climbed up, she paid special attention to the edges, hoping to see if there were any more jade stones. Her efforts paid off. She hadn't noticed on her way down earlier, since she'd been focused on getting to the bottom as quickly as possible. But now that she looked, she realized there were quite a few jade stones along the edges within her reach. She originally wanted to just put them straight into her space, but she was worried it might trigger another earthquake. If that happened, the SUV and Wang Hui up above would probably fall down as well. With that in mind, she decided to hold off and wait until tomorrow to deal with it. When Lin Qian climbed back up, Wang Hui looked at her excitedly. How did it go? Did you collect everything? She shook her head. No, I couldn't. The bottom is completely soaked in acid rain. If I went down, I probably wouldn't be able to get back up. So we're just going to leave all that jade down there? Wang Hui asked. Lin Qian sighed. Let's wait until tomorrow. It's too dark now. Even though I can see what's down there, it's still not as clear as during the day. Oh, by the way, when I was coming up just now, I checked the edges and found quite a bit of jade there too. I think this whole area below us is the jade mine Dr. Li was talking about. But all of it is down there. How are we supposed to get it up here? Wang Hui asked. I can collect anything I can see and touch. I was going to take the ones on the edge just now, but I'm not sure how deep they go. If I take them and the ground above can't hold, there might be another collapse, which would be bad for us. Lin Qian glanced at the sky. I'll go down again tomorrow morning and take another look. After what had just happened, Lin Qian didn't dare sleep outside anymore. Besides, enough time had accumulated in her space, so spending a night inside wouldn't be a problem. It's dangerous out here now. Who knows when there might be another collapse. I'm planning to rest in my space tonight, Lin Qian said. Wang Hui hadn't realized that Lin Qian meant to take him in with her. He thought she was just going in to rest alone. I'll just make do in the car for the night, he said. No need for that. Come with me, I have a guest room in my space, Lin Qian replied. Wang Hui still didn't quite get what she meant by guest room. He'd always assumed her space was just a giant warehouse and never imagined there were actual rooms inside. He also hadn't expected Lin Qian to trust him enough to bring him in and was a little moved by it. You really trust me enough to let me into your space? Wang Hui asked. Lin Qian gave him a look, as if he were being silly. What's there not to trust? Honestly, in my space, I'm basically a god. I can control almost everything inside. Even though Lin Qian said that, Wang Hui was still touched. After all, something like a space ability, if it weren't for the closest of people, who would ever let someone else near it? If he had a space, he'd definitely keep it tightly hidden too. Letting him in was a privilege even Uncle Chen didn't have. It meant he'd truly earned Lin Qian's trust. If Lin Qian knew what he was thinking, she'd probably retort that it wasn't about complete trust. It was just that she'd accidentally let him find out about the space, and since he already knew, she might as well go all in. If anything went wrong, she could always deal with him herself. Given her current strength, Wang Hui was no match for her, so there was nothing to worry about. As for whether he'd tell anyone else, Lin Qian really wasn't concerned. After all this time together, she had a pretty good sense of his character. She couldn't vouch for everything, but she was sure Wang Hui would never tell anyone about her space. His life was still in her hands, after all. Seeing him still hesitating, Lin Qian asked, "So, are you coming or not?" Wang Hui was still basking in the joy of being trusted by Lin Qian, but her sudden shout startled him. Yes, I'm coming. How do we? It was Wang Hui's first time inside Lin Qian's space, and he looked around in wonder. Like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden for the first time, everything was fascinating. But he knew Lin Qian hated explaining things, so he just quietly looked around on his own. He first walked over to the black soil, gazing at the lush vegetables and the fruit hanging from the branches. So these are the fruits and vegetables we usually eat? They grow fast, one crop after another. I have a lot of produce now, but since they have special effects, I can't just hand them out freely. Wang Hui nodded in agreement. Yeah, you can't just give them out. If someone with bad intentions got hold of them, it'd be trouble. Come on, I'll show you where you can wash up and sleep. Lin Qian led him to the bathroom on the first floor. After you're done, go upstairs. There are 2 rooms on the second floor. The one with the door open is the guest room. With that, she went straight to her own bedroom upstairs, took a relaxing bath, and then lay down on her comfortable bed. Poor Wang Hui was still marveling at the space, and by the time Lin Qian was asleep, he hadn't even finished his shower. At that moment, as Lin Qian drifted off, the once bright space gradually dimmed, until it was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Luckily, Wang Hui had a good memory and remembered seeing a control switch by the door when he first came in. With his hair still covered in soap, he groped his way to the bathroom door and flicked the switch, turning the lights back on and saving himself from being completely lost in the dark. He didn't know why it happened, but at that moment, all the sounds seemed to quiet down. When he finished his shower and came out, Lin Qian was already asleep. He couldn't help but admire the intelligence of this space. No wonder Lin Qian had said she was like a god in here. Maybe even gods couldn't do what she could. He didn't bother with a hairdryer, and his hair dried quickly. He lay down on the bed, and as soon as his head hit the pillow, sleep overtook him, and he drifted off. When the light in the space woke him up, Lin Qian was already awake. She had already set out 2 breakfasts on the table. Seeing Wang Hui wake up, she said, "Come eat breakfast. After we're done, we need to go out and figure out what to do about the Jade." Wang Hui hurried over. "Your space is amazing. Honestly, not just since the disaster, I've never lived anywhere this nice in my whole life. What's up with that bed?" As soon as I lay down, I fell asleep instantly. Lin Qian had no idea why. As long as you slept well, that's all that matters. Wang Hui sat down at the breakfast table. The breakfast looked simple, but it tasted just as good as the fanciest meals he'd ever had. He couldn't help but wonder where Lin Qian had gotten it from. After breakfast, the two of them left the space. This time, Lin Qian didn't take out her SUV. If the ground accidentally collapsed, that was her battle vehicle, wouldn't it break her heart to lose it? Instead, she found a large iron shovel from her own space and stabbed it straight into the ground. She was strong, and with one thrust, half the shovel sank into the earth. She tugged on it, it didn't budge at all. Then she tied the rope to it. "You wait up here for me again this time." After being refused last time, Wang Hui knew that no matter what he said, he couldn't change Lin Qian's mind, so he simply nodded. "Just be careful when you go down. If it really doesn't work, we can always come back and look for more antiques. There's no need to risk yourself for these things, you know." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Lin Qian replied. It was daytime now, so everything was much clearer than at night. Before going down, she carefully examined the edge. She was worrying about how deep the jade actually went when Xiaoqing came out. It seemed to sense Lin Qian's thoughts. "Master, my tendrils can probe inside. How about I take a look?" "Go ahead, quickly." Xiaoqing sent its roots into the cracks along the edge and soon came back out. "It's not very deep. I think even if you collect it, it won't have much impact." Hearing this, Lin Qian felt reassured, but she still decided to go down and take a look herself. She slid down the rope to the bottom and found that the acid rain river had disappeared. She could now walk directly on the ground. She'd thought the jade here was probably useless by now, but as soon as she reached the bottom, her space reacted, clearly craving the jade here. Wang Hui, seeing that Lin Qian hadn't come back up for a long time, grew worried and couldn't help but climb down the rope after her. When he reached the bottom, he saw Lin Qian squatting in front of a puddle, with Xiao He stirring around inside it. He walked over. "What are you two doing?" Lin Qian had wanted him to wait above, so if anything happened, he could help. But since he was already down, there was nothing to be done. "There's a piece of jade in here. My space is reacting strongly, so there must be something it wants inside. Xiao He isn't afraid of acid rain, so I'm letting it try to get it out for me." Wang Hui watched as Xiao He turned itself into a stick, searching around in the puddle. Once it found the jade, it wrapped it up and tossed it onto a patch of ground without acid rain. But as soon as the jade was pulled out, the water in the puddle suddenly dropped a lot, as if it had been sucked away. Caught off guard, Xiao He fell right into the puddle. Wang Hui jumped in shock and reached out to grab it, but Lin Qian stopped him. "That's acid water." He snapped back to his senses and quickly withdrew his hand. Xiao He was startled by the sudden change, but then remembered it was immune to acid rain, so it calmed down and even started playing in the puddle. Seeing Xiao He having fun, Wang Hui finally relaxed. Xiao He's skin really is something. If it's not afraid of acid rain, is it basically invulnerable? "I don't know. Never tested it," Lin Qian replied. Since Xiao He was enjoying itself, she let it play, while she walked over to the piece of jade. The jade was half as tall as a person, still wet. Lin Qian took some water from her space to rinse it clean, then put it away. Sure enough, the moment she stored it, her space devoured it. Of all the jade here, her space reacted most strongly to this one. The others didn't seem to interest it much. After absorbing this piece, its reaction to this area grew even weaker. Still, every little bit counts, so Lin Qian didn't want to waste anything. She tossed every piece of jade she saw into her space. The place wasn't big, so she quickly collected all the visible jade. The only ones left were those embedded in the cliff wall. She hadn't figured out how to deal with those yet. Wang Hui followed her gaze and saw her staring at a spot. "Is there more jade over there?" "Yeah." Xiaoqing probed it earlier and found a piece inside. "I can take it, but I'm not sure what effect it'll have. Why don't you go back up and wait for me somewhere safe?" "I'll get it." "It's not dangerous, is it?" Wang Hui asked. "Shouldn't be. If anything happens, you pull me up right away." With that, Wang Hui had no objections. He quickly climbed up, ready to be her backup. Once he was up, Lin Qian called Xiao He back, hoping to toss it into her space if things went wrong. She climbed halfway up to where she'd seen the jade. Xiaoqing, be ready. If this place collapses, get me out fast. She didn't feel safe relying on just Wang Hui. With Xiaoqing's help, even if there was danger, the risk would be minimized. She reached the spot, reached out, and stored the jade in her space. She waited for a collapse, but nothing happened. It was odd, but she was relieved. No incident was the best outcome. She quickly climbed back to the surface. Even if there was more jade, she didn't want it. Her space's reaction was just too faint. Master, I think it's about to collapse, Xiaoqing's voice came. So it hadn't been quiet after all, it just took a while. Lin Qian didn't even bother with the rope. She grabbed Wang Hui and ran. Wang Hui hadn't noticed anything, but he trusted Lin Qian completely. The moment she pulled him, he ran too. But no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun the collapsing rocks. As the ground beneath their feet started to give way, Lin Qian had no choice but to pull Wang Hui into her space again. Inside, Lin Qian kept an eye on the outside. This collapse lasted a long time. When everything finally calmed down, she found the area outside pitch dark. Even though she could sense the environment from within her space, it wasn't the same as seeing it with her own eyes. There were always discrepancies. Wang Hui, if we don't go out, we'll be stuck here. But the outside environment doesn't look good. My space lets us come in any time, but the downside is that when we leave, we can only come out at the same spot we entered, Lin Qian explained. Wang Hui knew her space had a daily time limit, and he didn't want to stay inside any longer. How about I go out first? If it's safe, you can come out too. Lin Qian shook her head. No, you stay here. I'll go check it out. You being in here doesn't use up my time. Wang Hui snapped back to his senses as soon as he heard that. So, your space only consumes time when you're inside it? That's right, Lin Qian replied. Even so, Wang Hui absolutely couldn't rest easy letting Lin Qian go out alone. How about this? I'll go out with you. If things get really bad, you can just toss me back into the space, right? Lin Qian knew Wang Hui's personality as well as she knew her own. He was easygoing about most things, but when it came to her safety, he became stubborn as a mule. Okay, but it looks like we're blocked by rocks outside. I'm not sure if there's any room to survive out there, so everyone needs to be careful. Hope immediately protested. Woof 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 woof. No way, I'm coming too. Lin Qian had no choice. Hope was usually a well-behaved dog. She pulled Lin Qian out of the space. Fortunately, the area they were in hadn't completely collapsed. There was still a sliver of room. But now, with 2 people and a dog, the space felt cramped. They could barely move in such a tight spot. If things stayed like this, the air inside would eventually run out. Without hesitating, Lin Qian shoved both Wang Hui and Hope back into the space. Wang Hui and Hope were both trying to figure out what to do when Lin Qian suddenly tossed them inside. Hope immediately started barking, but Wang Hui quickly covered his mouth. Hope, your sister is trying to figure out how to deal with the situation outside. Don't bark, it'll distract her. Woof. Wang Hui's words left Hope stunned. He couldn't believe he might distract Lin Qian, but he quieted down, though his eyes were still full of worry. With them inside the space, Lin Qian had more room to maneuver. Xiaoqing, see if there's any exit around here. We can't stay trapped. Xiaoqing knew the situation was urgent. The space looked sealed off, and if they didn't find an exit soon, Lin Qian would be trapped here. She couldn't stay in the space forever either. If she couldn't find a way out, once the space's time ran out, she'd die here. Xiaoqing searched the area thoroughly, but couldn't find a suitable way out. Not even a crack? Lin Qian could hardly believe it. There is one, but there's just too much rock on top. I can't break through on my own. Just as Lin Qian was fretting, Xiao He slid down from her hand. Sis, why don't you let me try? How would you do that? You go back into the space first. I'll stay here and make myself bigger. Maybe I can break through the dirt and rocks. Lin Qian looked at Xiao Hei's armor-like scales, tempted, but ultimately decided it was too risky. Let's think of something else first. She racked her brain for anything useful in her space and finally remembered she'd collected some explosives before. Maybe she could blast open a way out. Xiaoqing, Xiao He, come back in for now. This was the best plan she could think of. Even if it was dangerous, she had to try. She took out a bomb, lit it, and the moment it exploded, she pulled Xiaoqing and Xiaohei back into the space with her. Inside, Wang Hui and Hope were waiting anxiously. When they saw Lin Qian return, they rushed over. How did it go? Hope looked at her expectantly as well. I'm not sure. I couldn't find a way out, so I set off a bomb. Hopefully, it'll open up some space for us. The explosion was loud, and soon, the area above them was blasted open, creating a hole in the compacted earth overhead. Lin Qian could clearly see light streaming in through the crack. Once things settled, she took Xiaoqing and Xiaohei out. Xiaohei could shrink down, and Xiaoqing's vines could slip through the gap to explore outside. Through Xiaoqing's shared vision, Lin Qian got a rough idea of the situation outside. Once she confirmed it was safe, she told Xiaohei, "Stay here and make yourself bigger to widen the opening. I'll come out in a bit. Don't worry, sis. I'll get it done." Xiaohei stretched half his body through the crack, leaving the other half inside. Then, he suddenly enlarged himself, making the gap bigger along with his body. Once the space was big enough, Xiaohei moved the rest of his body out and waited for Lin Qian above. Lin Qian brought Xiaoqing out. Xiaoqing went first, then wrapped her vines around Lin Qian and pulled her up in one go. Once outside, everything was much clearer than what she'd seen through Xiaoqing's vision. The area around them had collapsed completely. All the jade, good and bad, she'd seen before was now buried underground. Lin Qian was glad she'd already collected what she needed. Seeing how dangerous it was, she decided not to let Wang Hui and Hope out yet. She'd keep them in the space until she reached somewhere safer. Lin Qian planned to head back to where she'd parked earlier, but before she'd taken 2 steps, the now giant Xiaohei appeared in front of her, opening his huge snake mouth and speaking in a comically childish voice. "Sis, get on my back. I'll take you out." Usually, Xiaohei was the one hanging on Lin Qian, so this was a first. Lin Qian found it novel and exciting. She couldn't wait to try. When Xiaohei lowered his head, she climbed on, grabbing his horns. Sitting atop Xiaohei's head, she really felt like she was riding the clouds. No wonder people in novels loved having a pet. Just this alone would make so many people envious. With Lin Qian on his back, Xiaohei carried her out of the area. Once they reached a safe spot, she got down. After making sure no one was around, Lin Qian was about to let Wang Hui, Hope, and her car out of the space. Suddenly, she heard a girl's voice scream, "Ayaha." The scream nearly scared Lin Qian to death. She quickly signaled Xiaohei to slip away. Xiaohei, already in sync with Lin Qian, darted off and shrank back down, sneaking onto her wrist. Just then, the girl who had screamed rushed out from hiding, hands trembling as she grabbed Lin Qian's hands. "Sis, are you okay?" The girl looked about Lin Qian's age, with a round, cute face. But right now, she was clearly terrified by Xiaohei. Her face was pale, her hands shook, and even her voice quivered. Seeing how concerned the girl was, Lin Qian softened her tone. "I'm fine. It's gone now." The cute, round-faced girl deliberately glanced around to make sure Little Black had really left before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Once she exhaled, her legs gave out and she plopped down on the ground. "That scared me to death." Lin Qian looked at the girl. Even though she was frightened, she had shown concern for them, so Lin Qian's attitude toward her was gentler than toward the others. She pulled a peach from her pocket and handed it over. "Here, little sister, have a peach to calm your nerves." The round-faced girl's eyes lit up at the sight of the peach, and she momentarily forgot her fear, jumping to her feet. But she didn't take the peach. "Your peaches are so precious, I can't accept it." Lin Qian really didn't know how to explain to them that she had more fruit than she could ever eat. For her, these renewable resources were an endless supply. "It's fine, I have plenty. Go ahead and eat." The round-faced girl glanced at Lin Qian, then at Hope and Wang Hui beside her. Seeing that none of them seemed surprised, she finally accepted the peach. But instead of eating it right away, she took out a silk scarf and carefully wrapped the peach up. "Why aren't you eating it?" Lin Qian asked. "I want to take it home for my grandma. She's old, and lately with all these disasters, She's been so worried she can't even eat properly. If she has this fruit, I'm sure she'll be happy. What a filial child, Lin Qian thought, looking at the girl, who was all alone. Why are you here by yourself? I didn't come alone. I came with my uncle. But during the earthquake, my uncle fell off a cliff while protecting me. I was just about to go back and get help. You're from Beijing? Lin Qian asked. Yes. Anyway, I can't chat now. I have to find someone quickly, or my uncle might not make it. With that, the girl dashed off, but after running about 10 meters, she suddenly turned back. Big sister, you should leave too. There are still huge snakes around here, and it's really dangerous. What if there's another earthquake? Lin Qian hadn't intended to get involved, but the girl's kindness moved her. She sighed. Where did your uncle fall? Huh? The girl didn't react at first, but after a moment, she understood Lin Qian's question. Just up ahead. Last night there was a sudden earthquake. We were lucky to be okay, and my uncle said, based on his experience, there wouldn't be another one. But things are so strange now. There were 2 more quakes this morning, and we weren't prepared. Her voice trailed off, and she looked sad. I just hope I can find help in time to save my uncle. Take us to have a look, Lin Qian said. The girl looked at Lin Qian and Wang Hui unsure. Big sister, what did you say? My uncle fell somewhere really deep. Only professional rescue workers can help. You guys. It wasn't that she didn't trust them, but it was just too dangerous. She couldn't let others risk themselves for her sake. This sister and brother looked even more delicate than she was. They clearly hadn't suffered much in life, and probably came from good families. She didn't want to drag them into danger. We have professional equipment. Maybe we can help, Lin Qian said seriously, meeting the girl's eyes. Really? The girl's eyes sparkled. If he's still alive, we should be able to get him out, Lin Qian said, unable to refuse when she looked into the girl's eyes. That's wonderful. I'll take you there right now, the girl said. She led Lin Qian and Wang Hui in the opposite direction from where they'd found the jade earlier. She pointed to a tree in the distance. We need to go around over there. My uncle fell down right under that tree. Lin Qian looked in the direction she pointed and realized that the tree didn't seem affected by the acid rain at all. It was still lush and green. The lower leaves were green, the upper ones red, and there were a few fruits hanging from the branches. What kind of tray? What's it used for? Lin Qian asked. Its leaves and fruit have anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties. Someone in my family is injured and needs medicine, but we can't find any. I remembered seeing this plant here on a field trip once, so I thought I'd try my luck. I didn't expect to actually find it, but then my uncle fell because of me. The girl's voice trembled with sadness, and Lin Qian could see tears welling in her eyes. But she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Sniffling, she continued, "Let's go this way." She pulled 2 pairs of gloves from her backpack and handed them to Lin Qian and Wang Hui. Big brother, big sister, put these on. We have to climb over there, and if you're not careful, you might hurt your hands. Lin Qian took the gloves and noticed the girl was already leading the way toward the red branch myrtle, without putting on gloves herself. Why are you wearing gloves? Lin Qian asked. These are my last 2 pairs. You're helping me save my uncle, so you should use them. I'll be fine, the girl replied. Lin Qian didn't need the gloves, so she handed them back. You wear them. We have our own. The girl was surprised. You really have gloves? Lin Qian didn't answer. She simply pulled out 2 pairs of gloves from her own pocket, ones of even better quality, and put them on, waving her hands in front of the girl. See? Only then did the girl take her gloves back and put 1 pair on. At first, Lin Qian had assumed this delicate, adorable girl would be less capable than most people. She looked like the pampered type who never had to lift a finger. But as soon as they started climbing, the girl moved with surprising agility, as if she'd trained for this. Lin Qian and her group weren't the pampered type either, so they easily kept up. At first, the girl kept glancing back to check on them, but soon realized that no matter how fast she went, the 2 adults and the dog followed behind her as if they were just taking a stroll. Eventually, she gave it her all. Soon, they reached the red branch myrtle. The girl was a little out of breath and turned to see Lin Qian and the others looking as if they hadn't exerted themselves at all, not even their breathing had changed. That made her believe what they'd said much more. The girl pointed to the bottom of the tree, which looked like the sheer cliffs you'd see in TV dramas. My uncle fell down there. But it's so deep, you can't see what's going on at the bottom at all. Lin Qian checked the condition of the red-branched myrtle. Although it was growing right at the edge, its roots were thick and sturdy. She gave it a couple of hard shakes, but it didn't budge an inch. So she simply took a rope out from her space and tied it to the tree. Wang Hui, you two wait up here. I'll go down and take a look first. This time, Wang Hui stopped her. Let me go down instead. If he's injured and can't move, I can carry him back. Lin Qian thought about it and agreed. She was strong, but carrying a strange man on her back and exposing herself like that for no reason, she hesitated and decided to let it go. All right, but be careful. Xiaohe, you go with him. Xiaohe, knowing the girl was scared, moved quickly. In a flash, it wrapped itself around Wang Hui's wrist. Wang Hui froze for a moment at the cold touch, but forced himself to ignore the strange feeling and grabbed the rope, sliding down. Big sister, is Xiaohe that dog? The girl asked. Lin Qian had spoken softly, not expecting the girl to hear. Oh, he's called Hope. Then who's Xiaohe? My other little pet. The girl hadn't expected Lin Qian to keep a snake, she just assumed it was some other small animal. She didn't understand why Lin Qian would send a pet down with Wang Hui. You have other pets too, big sister? The girl looked envious, with a hint of sadness. I used to have a cat, but after the disaster, she didn't make it. People say fate brings people together, how much more so for people and animals. Lin Qian felt a pang of emotion. If she hadn't gotten the Jade pendant and unlocked her space in this life, Hope would have left her long ago. Your dog looks so healthy, the girl said, looking at Hope's plump, well-fed body. She wasn't scared at all, and even reached out to pet him. Hope was well-behaved, sensing Lin Qian liked the girl and that she was kind-hearted, so he let her pet him. He even leaned his head into her hand, making the girl pleasantly surprised. He seems to like me. Lin Qian glanced at Hope, who actually winked at her. You said your family member was injured and you needed to gather red-branched myrtle leaves. Why did only the two of you come? The girl looked like a pampered young lady from a wealthy family. I snuck out on my own. It's my fault for being willful. If I hadn't, my uncle wouldn't have had an accident. If anything happens to him, I'll never forgive myself. Lin Qian had studied surgery, so she didn't know much about the medicinal properties of plants. But if what the girl said was true, she could take a couple of these trees back to grow in her space and use them when needed. Besides this one, are there any other red-branched myrtles around? This whole area used to be full of them, but now only this one is left. I think it's because of the earthquake. The others probably got buried by landslides. That piqued Lin Qian's interest. Down there. I'm not sure. Last time I was here, there was a whole grove, but now only this one is left on the edge. So I suspect the rest are down below. In that case, Lin Qian decided to go down and take a look herself. Wait here with my dog. I'll go down and check. Hope was used to Lin Qian's decisions and didn't object, but the girl grabbed Lin Qian's hand when she saw her about to descend. Big sister, why don't you wait until my brother comes back before you go? If you go now, what if? She didn't dare finish her sentence. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Besides, my companion's been down there for a while. I'm not comfortable waiting up here. Ignoring the girl's protests, Lin Qian grabbed the rope and started down. The crevice here was much deeper than the one where they'd collected Jade before. Lin Qian could feel she'd been descending for quite some time and still couldn't see the bottom. A bad feeling crept up on her. The girl's uncle was probably in grave danger. Fortunately, although this was deeper than the Jade mine, after a bit more climbing she finally saw the bottom. Wang Hui was searching everywhere below, but what caught her eye was a vast patch of red-branched myrtles. Lin Qian sped up and soon reached the bottom. This place was better than the Jade mine, at least it didn't seem to have been corroded by acid rain. The soil looked fresh, probably because the collapse happened after they'd left the Jade mine. Wang Hui. Lin Qian called out to him as he searched. He turned and saw her. Why did you come down too? This looks like a recent collapse. If it happens again, we'll be trapped down here. It's fine, we have Xiaohe. Xiaohe, seeing Lin Qian, immediately slithered off Wang Hui's hand and returned to her. You haven't found anyone? Lin Qian asked, seeing Wang Hui's furrowed brow. No. I've searched everywhere. There's not even a shadow, let alone a person. Did you notice anything on your way down? Any sign of someone falling? I checked. There's no sign at all. They exchanged glances. Wang Hui said, You don't think that little girl was tricked, do you? I doubt it. If someone was willing to come here with her, they wouldn't abandon her at a time like this. Besides, what would they gain by leaving her behind? Wang Hui thought for a moment. You have a point. Let's keep looking. Wait. Lin Qian stopped him. The girl said these red-branched myrtles have anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties. I'm thinking of taking a few to grow in my space. That way, if we ever need anti-inflammatory medicine and can't get any, we can use these instead. Good idea. Need help? Lin Qian shook her head and reached out to touch the trunk of one of the red-branched myrtles. It vanished before her eyes. She didn't take too many, these trees were big, so she only collected 5. If they turned out to be useful, she could always grow more from their fruit. After she finished, she and Wang Hui searched the area again, but found no trace of anyone. Both of them frowned. Wang Hui asked, So what do we do now? Forget it. Let's go up and tell the girl. We're not looking anymore? Lin Qian looked around. We've already searched here several times, and you've looked before too, but there's no sign of anyone. I don't think the person is here. But that little girl was so sure her uncle fell here. Could there be somewhere we haven't checked? Wang Hui asked. There's definitely nothing down there. When we go back up, let's keep an eye out. Maybe there's some ledge or platform sticking out where someone could get stuck, Lin Qian said. She grabbed the rope and started climbing up, all the while scanning her surroundings. But as she climbed, she didn't spot any protruding platforms. As soon as she reached the top, the girl hurried over. Did you find my uncle? Lin Qian shook her head. We searched thoroughly down there, but there's no sign of anyone. The girl looked like she was about to cry. That's impossible. He definitely fell down there. When Wang Hui climbed up and told her the same thing, she still refused to believe it. Big sister, big brother, I want to go down and look for myself. Wang Hui was about to say something, but Lin Qian shook her head at him. There's nothing dangerous down there. Let her go. She seems capable enough. Judging by how nimble she was earlier, the girl clearly had some skills. She'd be fine. Seeing that Wang Hui wasn't stopping her, the girl quickly grabbed the rope and climbed down. Do you think her uncle really fell down there? Wang Hui asked Lin Qian. She doesn't seem like she's lying. I think either her uncle tricked her or he fell and was dragged away by some animal. But I think the first option is more likely. If it was an animal, we would have seen some trace, Lin Qian analyzed. I think so too. But why would he go to such lengths to trick her? Wang Hui pressed. I have no idea, Lin Qian replied. While the girl was down below, Lin Qian took out 2 boxed lunches and handed one to Wang Hui. Hurry up and eat. Once she comes back, we can't just eat lunch so openly. Wang Hui agreed. They didn't know much about the girl, so it was better not to reveal what supplies they had. With that in mind, he started digging into his food. By the time they finished eating, the girl still hadn't come back. Wang Hui started to worry. Should I go down and check on her? Sure. She'll probably give up once she's seen for herself. Bring her up. If we stay any longer, it'll get dark soon, Lin Qian said. It wasn't that she was afraid of the dark, but the environment here was just too unpredictable. Even with her powerful treasures, Lin Qian wasn't eager to linger. Wang Hui went down and soon brought the girl back up. The girl looked utterly dejected. When she saw Lin Qian, she burst into tears. Big sister, my uncle, he's gone. Lin Qian didn't know how to comfort her. If her uncle really had an accident, that would be one thing. But if the girl later found out her uncle had tricked her, she'd be even more heartbroken. Ahem, you don't have to be so sad, Lin Qian said. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. Big sister, you think my uncle is okay, right? Maybe he found a way out and went home first. Lin Qian didn't quite follow her logic, but if that's what she wanted to believe, it was probably for the best. We're heading to Jing City. What about you? Do you want to come with us? Yes, I want to go home and wait for my uncle. My grandma is waiting for the red branch guava to treat her illness, the girl replied. She glanced at Lin Qian and Wang Hui. Let me take you. It's hard to get into Jing City without someone to guide you these days. Great, Lin Qian said. When it came to things that made her life easier, Lin Qian never refused. They made their way back to the main road. Lin Qian gave Wang Hui a look, signaling him to distract the girl for a moment. Then she found a secluded spot and took an SUV out of her spatial storage. At first, the girl thought Lin Qian just needed a bathroom break, but before long, Lin Qian drove out from another path in an SUV the girl had never seen before, leaving her gaping in shock. Big sister, where did this car come from? The girl asked. Lin Qian glanced at her but didn't answer. The girl realized her question was a bit intrusive. I didn't mean to pry into your private business, big sister. It's just that I've never seen a military vehicle like this before. It looks even better than the one the chairman uses. It's imported, Lin Qian said. Then you must be really capable, big sister. Importing a car like this takes a lot of paperwork, the girl said. Of course, Lin Qian couldn't tell her the car was smuggled in via her spatial ability, so she just stayed silent. But from this brief conversation, Lin Qian could already tell the girl's identity was anything but ordinary. A regular girl wouldn't offer to get people into Jing City, nor would she recognize the quality of a military vehicle at a glance. Most people would just notice the car looked different, but only someone with knowledge would say what the girl did. Get in, Lin Qian said. The girl was very tactful. She waited until everyone else was in before taking a seat in the back. Big sister, what are you going to Jing City for? To find someone, Lin Qian replied. Who are you looking for? Maybe I know them. If I help, it'll be faster, the girl said. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but ask, you don't seem like an ordinary person. Who are you? The girl finally remembered to introduce herself. Sorry, big sister, that's my fault. I was so scared by that snake earlier that I forgot to introduce myself. She reached out her hand to Lin Qian. My name is Han Yaoao. Lin Qian frowned. You're from the Han family in Jing City? You know my family? Han Yaoao was a bit surprised. Not many people knew about her family. Unlike the Jin family, the Han family kept a low profile. I've heard of you. I heard your family was poisoned recently and has been searching everywhere for an antidote, Lin Qian said. At this, Han Yaoao's face fell. It was the Jin family's dirty tricks. Most of our family was poisoned, and my grandma got the worst of it and was injured recently. That's why I had to come out and look for medicine. If Han Yao was from the Han family, then Su Huizhen must be the grandmother she mentioned. What's your relation to Han Susu? Lin Qian asked. Han Yao's eyes lit up. You know my sister? Lin Qian's frown deepened. Han Susu is your sister? Yes, but she's not my biological sister, she's my cousin. She's the most outstanding girl in our family and was being groomed as the heir, but then something happened. Han Yao didn't say the rest out loud, but Lin Qian had basically figured out what was going on. It all boiled down to the fact that the Jade pendant Han Susu wore was a fake, so there was no way to activate the space within it. Their family had relied on the ancestral Jade pendant to maintain its glory for generations, but as the pendant lost its power, the family gradually declined, giving the Jin family an opportunity to rise. Now that they'd discovered Han Susu couldn't activate the pendant, they were probably frantic. Who knew when they'd realize Han Susu wasn't actually their biological child? What exactly had happened in the middle to cause all this? And why was the Lin family entangled with the Jin family's blue vein? It would be a lie to say she wasn't curious about all these things. Big sister, where did you hear about our family? We usually keep a low profile and rarely show ourselves in public, so not many people know about us. Most people have only heard of the Jin family, not the Han family. If it weren't for the troubles our family has had these past few years, the Jin family wouldn't have had a chance to take over. Han Yaoao spoke of the Jin family with a look of disdain. I came here with Professor O, Lin Qian replied. Professor O? Han Yaoao narrowed her eyes and thought for a moment. You mean Professor Ochin, the one who specializes in astronomy? Yes, that's him. We escorted him here to the capital, but we had some things to take care of, which is why we ended up at that place earlier, Lin Qian explained. As soon as Professor O was mentioned, Han Yaoao had no more doubts. Someone like Professor O, a national treasure, knowing about their family was only natural. As they talked, they arrived at the entrance to the capital. Lin Qian and Wang Hui, in perfect sync, put on their masks. Han Yaoao rolled down the car window and greeted the guard. The guard's eyes lit up when he saw Han Yaoao. Miss Yaoao, why are you wandering around? Your sister is looking everywhere for you. Hearing that Han Susu was searching for her, Han Yaoao shrank her neck. My sister is looking for me herself? Yes. You disappeared and the whole capital has gone crazy. The eldest miss is personally searching for you. She's even planning to leave the city, the guard said. Han Yaoao leaned forward and looked at Lin Qian in the front seat. Sis, can you take me home and help explain that I went out to look for red branch myrtle? Otherwise, with such a big mistake, I'm dead for sure. Since you managed to go out and find medicine for your grandmother and you actually found it, surely you won't be punished too harshly? Han Yaoao was still terrified. Sis, you don't understand. My eldest sister is really scary. Lin Qian didn't think much of it. No matter how scary, she was still family. What could she really do? Besides, I lost Uncle Ping'an, Han Yaoao added. You mean the uncle who went with you and fell off the cliff? Lin Qian asked. Yes. I know I did something wrong, but I'm still scared. Han Yaoao was trembling as she spoke. Sis, how about you take me to Professor O's place to hide for a bit? That's not really convenient. Lin Qian was actually planning to visit the Han family with her. Sis, I'm begging you. Han Yaoao blinked her big eyes, and even Lin Qian found it hard to resist. She pushed Han Yaoao back into the rear seat. Enough. Quiet. After pushing Han Yaoao back, she rolled down the window. We're here to bring Miss Han home. The guard saluted Lin Qian and respectfully let them into the city, not even questioning their masks. Lin Qian raised her eyebrows. Looks like the Han family's name really carries weight. She didn't know where the Han family lived, so she asked Han Yaoao, how do we get to your house? Sis, I don't want to go home. Can't you just take me to Professor O's place? I've met him before, he won't turn me away, Han Yaoao pleaded. No. Besides, don't you need to bring the red branch myrtle back to treat your grandmother? If you keep delaying and something happens to her, all your effort will be wasted. Only then did Han Yaoao relent and gave Lin Qian directions. Lin Qian followed her instructions and drove toward the Han residence. Contrary tale. Just as Lin Qian parked the car, Han Susu arrived. She was a bright and beautiful young woman, very attractive, but she bore no resemblance to Lin Qian at all. It was strange that after all these years, no one had ever questioned her identity. As soon as Han Yaoao got out of the car, Han Susu walked up to her and glared. I'll deal with you later. Then she turned to Lin Qian and Wang Hui, giving them a polite bow, displaying the poise of a true lady. Thank you both for bringing my sister home. We've prepared a meal for you in the front hall. Han Susu personally led them to the front hall, where a few simple home-cooked dishes were set out. Normally, it might seem a bit modest, but given the current circumstances, it was actually quite a generous reception. They even noticed that Lin Qian had brought a dog and had thoughtfully prepared food for Hope as well. Please enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you further. Seeing that Lin Qian and Wang Hui hadn't touched their chopsticks, Han Susu wanted to give them some space. Her manners were impeccable, polite yet making people feel at ease. No wonder the Han family was grooming her as their successor. Only after Han Susu left did Wang Hui whisper to Lin Qian, "Is this food safe to eat?" "The food should be fine. I just had lunch, so I'm not hungry. Why don't you eat?" "Don't waste it, food isn't easy to come by these days," Lin Qian said. Wang Hui could indeed finish the meal. Seeing that Lin Qian had no intention of eating, he started eating by himself. After the meal, Han Susu returned at just the right time. "I've heard everything from my sister. She was able to return safely all thanks to you both. The red branch myrtle she picked is very effective for my grandmother, and my grandmother wants to thank you in person. They had already put their masks back on to avoid being recognized by anyone in the Han family. There's really no need to thank us. We were just passing by, and you've already treated us to a meal, so we should be thanking you. Actually, the reason we personally brought Han Yao back is because we heard from Professor O that your family was afflicted with a special kind of poison. As it happens, I studied medicine, and before the disaster, my family ran a pharmaceutical company specializing in rare diseases. Maybe I can take a look and see if I can help, Lin Qian said. Lin Qian's words did not receive the response Han Susu had hoped for. The main reason was that their family had already visited many places and consulted many people. Even renowned medical experts with decades of experience had been unable to help. Naturally, Han Susu didn't believe Lin Qian could solve their family's problem. Let's not talk about this for now. Could I ask the two of you to meet my grandmother first? She's not in good health and isn't suited to entertain guests for long. After speaking, Han Susu asked for Lin Qian and Wang Hui's names. After all, they had saved her family member, and not even asking their names would be a breach of their family's manners. After introductions, Lin Qian recalled Han Yao mentioning her grandmother's poor health. She wasn't exactly cold-hearted. After all, this woman was probably her grandmother by blood. She and Wang Hui followed Han Susu to a side hall, where an elderly woman with kind eyes and a gentle face, who even bore a slight resemblance to Lin Qian, sat at the head seat. When she saw them enter, she immediately rose, supporting herself with a cane, and came over to greet them. I heard you two saved my granddaughter Yao. I want to thank you both right here and now. Looking at the old woman's face, Lin Qian felt a strange sense of familiarity and warmth. We just told Miss Han, it was nothing really. You've already treated us so well, so consider us even. There's another reason we brought Han Yao back. We heard from Professor O about your family's poisoning, and I'd like to see if I can help. Han Susu immediately frowned. It was one thing for this girl to say such things in front of her, but now she was bringing it up in front of her grandmother as well. Out of respect for Yao's savior, she hadn't argued with them earlier, but she hadn't expected them to bring it up in front of her grandmother. Miss Lin, there's no need to say any more. We've been searching for a solution for so long and have seen all kinds of people. This problem simply can't be solved. She didn't finish her sentence, but it was obvious she just wanted Lin Qian to drop the subject and stop troubling her grandmother. But Lin Qian was not someone who would change her mind just because of a few words, especially since she did have some skills. I do have a talent for dealing with rare and difficult illnesses. You haven't even let me try. Why are you so sure I can't help, Miss Han? Su Huizhen, on the other hand, felt a strong sense of affection toward Lin Qian. She turned to Han Susu and said, Susu, Miss Lin is our guest, and she saved Yao. Now that she knows about our family's troubles and has come to help, how can you speak to her like that? Though Su Huizhen's tone was gentle, Han Susu immediately panicked. I'm sorry, Grandma. You can go now. Let Yao come entertain our guests. You have your own things to do. After Han Susu left, Su Huizhen shook her head. I apologize to you both. This child has been running herself ragged trying to help our family. It's not that she doesn't trust you, it's just that she's been disappointed too many times. Though she apologized, every word was an excuse for Han Susu's behavior. Lin Qian didn't mind. After all, for such a large family to maintain their dignity even in troubled times showed deep roots. If she could gain something from them, all the better. She wondered if this family had noticed anything unusual about the space, or at least realized the Jade pendant had other uses. Lin Qian didn't care much about their insincere words. She didn't want to get too entangled with them anyway. It's fine. Miss Han just doesn't know me, and I am young. It's normal for her to be suspicious. Hearing Lin Qian's considerate response, Su Huizhen's expression softened. Indeed, Miss Lin, you're so young. If you really have such abilities, that would be remarkable. For some reason, Su Huizhen felt an urge to trust this young woman in front of her, even after all she'd been through over the years. How do you plan to help us, Miss Lin? If possible, I'd like to take a few vials of your blood. That's no problem. Do you have the equipment? Do you want to draw it directly? Is my blood okay? Yes, that's fine. Lin Qian hadn't expected Su Huizhen to agree so readily. If she could get her blood, she could even run a genetic test. Killing two birds with one stone. Although Han Susu had left the room, she hadn't gone far and was still listening outside when she heard Lin Qian ask for their blood. As Lin Qian was about to draw blood from Su Huizhen's hand, Han Susu burst in. Grandma, you can't. Nonsense. Out. Han Susu looked at Su Huizhen. Grandma, even if she saved Yaoao, she's still a stranger to us. How can you just let her draw your blood? If not mine, then whose? My symptoms are the most severe, and I was poisoned the earliest. If Miss Lin wants to study this, I'm the best candidate. Grandma, she can use my blood. Why does it have to be yours? Han Susu, are you refusing to listen to me now? Su Huizhen's face darkened. Han Susu had no choice but to look pleadingly at Lin Qian. Miss Lin, my grandmother isn't well. Please don't use her for your research. You can take my blood, I'm young, you can take as much as you want. Miss Han, I only need a couple of vials for testing. Even at her age, drawing a little blood won't have much effect. There's no need to be so dramatic. Han Susu was speechless. Did she think this was about the amount of blood? She just didn't trust Lin Qian, who knew what this stranger's intentions were. Han Susu, think carefully. You're not the only young woman in the Han family. Yaoao is your peer as well. At these words, Han Susu finally realized the seriousness of the situation. She looked at Su Huizhen with a pleading expression. Grandma. Out. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. Han Susu had no choice but to leave, glancing back at every step. She truly hoped Lin Qian would change her mind. After all, her grandmother was the pillar of the Han family, nothing could be allowed to go wrong. But Lin Qian was destined to disappoint her. To avoid any further mishaps, Lin Qian waited until Han Susu was out of sight before inserting a disposable needle into Su Huizhen's hand. Lin Qian was very professional. Before drawing blood, she even put on a pair of blue medical gloves. Seeing how skilled she was, Su Huizhen nodded approvingly. Looking at Lin Qian's face, she grew even fonder of this young woman. Lin Qian worked quickly, drawing 2 vials of blood before putting everything away. Grandma Su, could you please arrange 2 guest rooms for us? I'll need to stay here during your treatment. Although Su Huizhen didn't really believe that Lin Qian could detoxify them, she agreed to let Lin Qian draw her blood mainly because she found her quite likable. Besides, there wasn't much hope left anyway, so she figured it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. After all, Lin Qian had saved her granddaughter. Letting her stay for a while was no big deal. Su Huizhen immediately instructed someone to prepare a guest room for Lin Qian. Miss Lin, do you have any testing equipment? Our Han family has a laboratory and a medical room. If you need them, feel free to use them anytime. Lin Qian didn't lack these things herself, but the fact that this family had such facilities at home spoke volumes about their background. Even without thinking too hard, she could tell. She was indeed curious to learn more. Sure, thank you for your help. Earlier, Han Yaoao had called Su Huizhen grandma and was summoned over. Yaoao, you'll be responsible for looking after Miss Lin and Mr. Wang for the next few days. Lin Qian noticed the look of delight on Han Yaoao's face and wondered what could make her so happy. It wasn't until Han Yaoao was leading her away that she explained, Sister Lin, you really are my lucky star. You saved my life again, you know. Lin Qian didn't quite understand what she meant. But Han Yaoao wasn't one to keep things to herself. Seeing Lin Qian's confusion, she blurted it all out. I snuck out, so Grandma punished me with confinement and made me kneel in the ancestral hall. What kind of punishment is that? Lin Qian was a bit stunned. Was this some kind of feudal family? Kneeling in the ancestral hall as punishment. What kind of drama was this? This only strengthened her resolve not to get entangled with this family. She'd only ever seen such things on TV. In this day and age, how could such things still happen? You couldn't blame Lin Qian for being shocked. Nothing like this had ever happened in her own family. That's just how our family is. We have family rules. Luckily, I'm a girl. If I were a boy, I'd have to take a whipping too. Impressive. That was all Lin Qian could say. Sister Lin, Brother Wang, come with me. I'll show you to your rooms. Han Yaoao didn't seem to catch the meaning behind Lin Qian's words, but then again, having grown up in this environment, it was hard for her to understand what normal was. After settling Lin Qian into her room, Lin Qian looked at the younger girl and, almost without thinking, spoke up. Yaoao, I used to be a doctor. Maybe I can help detoxify your family. I just drew 2 tubes of blood from Grandma Su. If it's convenient for you. Before Lin Qian could finish, Han Yaoao rolled up her sleeve. Sister Lin, do you want to draw my blood? Go ahead. Her straightforwardness left Lin Qian momentarily speechless. She took out a brand new blood collection kit. Come here. Han Yaoao wasn't the least bit afraid, completely the opposite of Han Susu. Should I call the rest of the family over for you? No need. I have Grandma Su's and yours for now. Let's see what's going on first. I don't have much time. If I had to test everyone, who knows how long it would take. Han Yaoao pressed a finger over her needle mark. Oh, I see. Well, I'll leave you to it then. I need to go find my sister anyway. She told me to come see her after showing you to your room. Yaoao, why don't you take me to your family's lab first? Since Su Huizhen had already said she could use it freely, it would be silly not to. Han Yaoao clearly knew what was going on. I'll take you to the lab first. Anyway, if my big sister wants me, it can't be anything important. After leading Lin Qian to the lab door, Han Yaoao didn't go in with her. Sister Lin, Grandma said you can use any of the equipment inside. If you have any questions, there are people outside you can ask. I don't really like this kind of stuff, so I'll leave you to it. She was more than happy to leave Lin Qian alone. Lin Qian looked around the lab and found it was impressively well equipped. She wondered how the Han family had managed to preserve all this. If she hadn't gone to Lin Pharmaceuticals before the typhoon, she probably wouldn't have had access to such complete equipment herself. Since everything was here, Lin Qian decided to start analyzing their blood samples right away. Maybe it was just the real versus fake daughter trope, but Han Susu clearly didn't like Lin Qian. She was only being polite because Lin Qian had saved Han Yaoao. Lin Qian herself wasn't the type to hold grudges unless someone had really wronged her. Han Susu seemed polite enough, but Lin Qian just couldn't bring herself to like her. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any of those melodramatic real and fake daughter plotlines. She really had no interest in being the Han family's eldest daughter. Lin Qian quickly identified the toxin in their blood. It was a type she'd never seen before. If it weren't for her special spatial ability, she wouldn't have known what to do. If the Jing family really had developed this, they were quite capable. She tried mixing some of her spatial water with the blood samples and found that the toxins were quickly neutralized. This surprised her. She hadn't expected her spatial water to not only strengthen the body and speed up healing, but also detoxify. That meant she'd be immune to all poisons in the future. But there was one thing she didn't understand. Since her spatial water could detoxify, and Lan Mai was technically a kind of toxin, why did Wang Hui's body still deteriorate even though he drank her spatial water every day? On her way to show Grandma Su the test results, Lin Qian ran into Han Susu. Ever since meeting Lin Qian, Han Susu hadn't liked her. She knew Lin Qian didn't like her either, yet she'd still taken 2 tubes of Grandma's blood. If it weren't for the family rules, she would have kicked Lin Qian out long ago. She couldn't understand why Grandma had let Lin Qian draw her blood the moment they met. And that airhead Han Yaoao, she'd told her to come right back after showing them to their rooms, but she'd let Lin Qian draw her blood too. Miss Lin, where are you off to? She might not have liked her, but basic manners were still required. Smiling, she walked up to Lin Qian and asked, as if kindly, "Are you looking for my grandma?" "Yes, I am. I need to talk to her about something." "Oh, you're looking for Grandma?" "I was just about to go see her too. Shall we go together?" Lin Qian had nothing to hide, so she agreed. Sure. When they arrived at Su Huizhen's courtyard, the guard at the door was surprised to see Han Susu and Lin Qian together. Given Han Susu's temperament, after what had happened, it was odd for her to be so civil with Lin Qian. Still, she did her job and led them to the side hall to wait. Grandma Su arrived soon after. She ignored Han Susu and smiled at Lin Qian. Miss Lin, you're here. Do you have the results for us? Lin Qian nodded at Su Weizhen. Yes, the results are out. Before Grandma Su could speak, Han Susu, already a bit agitated, looked over. We've known about the toxins in our bodies for a while now. It's not surprising to have results. My medicine is effective against your toxins. If you trust me, you can try it first, Lin Qian said. Then let me be the first to try it, Grandma Su replied. No, Han Susu suddenly shouted. Lin Qian had thought Han Susu simply disliked her, but seeing her reaction now, she realized it was more complicated than that. There might be other reasons she didn't know about. At this point, not only Lin Qian but even Grandma Su looked over suspiciously. Why are you so worked up? Seeing Grandma Su's suspicious gaze, Han Susu immediately looked a bit guilty. It's not that, Grandma. Miss Lin did save Yao Yao, but she's still a stranger. Even if she says her medicine can detoxify us, how can we use an untested drug on ourselves? Noticing everyone still staring at her, she continued, I'm just worried about your health, Grandma. Your condition is already like this, and if her medicine doesn't work then. She didn't finish her sentence, but she really did look like she was thinking of Grandma Su's well-being. After all, Han Susu had always been raised as the heir, so even though her behavior was a little odd, Grandma Su still trusted her. All right, I know my own body best. Grandma Su turned to Lin Qian. Let's try it on me first. If it works, then others can use it too. Grandma, you can't. Han Susu, what's gotten into you lately? Just as Grandma Su was about to get angry, Han Yao hurried in, having heard Grandma Su's voice as she entered. She quickly walked in with a smile. Grandma, what's going on? Why is everyone so serious? Han Yao shot Han Susu a look, signaling her with her eyes. Grandma, I need to talk to my sister about something. I'll take her out for a bit. As Han Yao dragged her away, Han Susu was still reluctant, but Han Yao kept signaling her so hard her face almost cramped. Sis. In the end, Han Susu had no choice but to let Han Yao drag her away. Once the sisters had left, Grandma Su smiled at Lin Qian. Miss Lin, I'm so sorry you had to witness that. Susu wasn't like this before. She's just been a bit on edge lately because of my illness. Grandma Su quickly changed the subject. You said your medicine is effective. Does that mean you've already tested it? There's a reason the old are wise. The moment Grandma Su saw Lin Qian, she knew Lin Qian must have done some testing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to her so confidently. She'd also had people observe Lin Qian these past couple of days and noticed that Lin Qian's calm demeanor was nothing like that of an ordinary young woman. She might be a bit inexperienced with social niceties, but she hadn't made a single mistake in her work. Not only did she have no trouble using the equipment, but she even fixed a few devices that had been malfunctioning for a while. Yes, there are toxins in your blood. I tried adding my antidote to the blood samples, and it was able to neutralize the toxins, Lin Qian said. Grandma Su was overjoyed to hear this. For years, their family had searched everywhere for a cure, seen countless people, but all to no avail. This young woman, Lin Qian, though it was her first time meeting them, and she always wore a mask, inspired a STR. Lin Qian wasn't sure how well Grandma Su would tolerate the spatial water, so she didn't dare inject it directly. If anything went wrong, she couldn't bear the responsibility. Just drink it. Drink it? Grandma Su looked puzzled. Lin Qian took 3 bottles of water from her backpack and placed them on the table. Drink 3 bottles a day. When you've finished, I'll come draw your blood and check your condition. She also took out 2 fresh peaches. These peaches are fresh and will help with your condition as well. Grandma Su immediately recognized them as the peaches Han Yao had brought her the other day. Didn't you already give one to Yao? Funny thing, after you left last night, I ate the peach and felt much better all over. Lin Qian knew exactly how effective her peaches were. That's good. In that case, let me draw another tube of blood. She wanted to see if the toxins in Grandma Su's body had lessened after eating the peach. Grandma Su was sharp and immediately guessed the peaches were special. Do your peaches have healing properties? Lin Qian knew that anyone who could be the matriarch of such a powerful family in the capital for so many years was no ordinary person. Even if she denied it, it would be pointless. So she simply admitted it. These are medicinal peaches grown by my family. They do have some special healing effects, but the results vary from person to person. Seeing Lin Qian so candidly reveal her secret, Grandma Su liked her even more. You're not afraid I'll kill you for these peaches after telling me their secret? You wouldn't. Lin Qian was confident. Someone who could run such a powerful family wouldn't kill her over 2 peaches. And even if she misjudged, she had her own escape routes. She could always fight back if it came to that. You're quite confident. Of course. The Han family's status and reputation are too great to kill for a couple of peaches. Besides, my peaches aren't all that precious, just have some healing properties. I'm sure the Han family has plenty of treasures more valuable than these, Lin Qian said. Grandma Su burst out laughing at this. You're a sharp one, aren't you? She held out her arm. Go ahead, draw the blood. As Lin Qian drew her blood, Grandma Su continued, most of our equipment at home has had some problems, but you managed to fix them. That proves you're capable and I trust you. I don't know what you want in return for helping us, but as long as it's within our power, we'll do our best to help you. The Han family may not be what it once was, but we still have some influence in the capital. This was the first time Lin Qian had heard about the family situation directly from Grandma Su, and it was quite different from what Professor O had told her. Even as she spoke of the family's decline, Grandma Su's face showed no hint of inferiority. If anything, Lin Qian could feel the pride of a great family. Lin Qian knew that now was the time for her to state her own request. Although her main reason for coming here was to investigate the issue with the Jade Pendant, Granny Su was a shrewd old fox who'd lived for so many years. If Lin Qian claimed she wanted nothing in return, there was no way Granny Su would believe her. Besides, up to now, neither she nor Wang Hui had revealed their true identities. If she kept insisting they were just helping out of kindness, not even a ghost would buy it. I know the Han family is a big clan and must have collected quite a few antiques and jade pieces. I have an elder at home who is very fond of such things. Now that we're in the midst of a disaster, these items aren't worth much anymore. If it's convenient, I hope Granny Su could prepare some antiques for me. Lin Qian tried to keep her tone calm and sincere. Granny Su was stunned for a long moment, at first thinking she must have misheard. But seeing the seriousness in Lin Qian's eyes, she realized Lin Qian was being genuine. You want antiques and jade? Granny Su asked, a bit puzzled. The Han family did indeed have all sorts of things, but Lin Qian was only asking for some antiques that were basically useless in the outside world. Are you sure? Granny Su double-checked. I'm sure, Lin Qian replied firmly. Granny Su had always followed her ancestors' instructions to collect as many antiques as possible for the family, but after all these years, she still hadn't figured out the reason behind it. We do have quite a few antiques at home, but... She was still hesitant. On one hand was her ancestral duty, on the other, the lives of everyone in the family. She was torn. Lin Qian could see Granny Su's dilemma and said, Granny Su, take your time to think about it. I'll be staying here for a while. Even if you decide not to agree, since I've started treating you, I'll do my best to heal you first. Granny Su could tell Lin Qian wasn't lying, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Thank you, she said sincerely. It's nothing. Lin Qian finished drawing her blood and said, your health isn't actually that bad. Lying in bed all day isn't good for you. You should try to get more exercise. Now that the polar night is over, get some sun if you can. All right. It had been many years since Granny Su had felt such genuine concern. Lin Qian's tone might have been cold, but the care in her words was unmistakable. After Lin Qian returned, she found that Wang Hui was nowhere to be seen. She looked at Hope, the dog who had been following Wang Hui, and asked, where is he? Hope looked innocent and barked a few times. I tried to stop him, but he insisted on going out. I couldn't hold him back. Where did he go? Lin Qian asked again. Hope barked again. Woof woof woof. Gold. The Jing family? Lin Qian frowned. Is he out of his mind? He knows perfectly well that if the Jin family sees him, they won't let him go, and yet he still went there. She glared at Hope. And you couldn't stop him? Hope looked utterly aggrieved and barked again. Woof woof woof. I tried. I really did, but I couldn't stop him. Lin Qian looked at the dog, exasperated. Forget it. You stay here. I'll go out and look for him. Honestly, you guys are just causing me endless trouble. Hope had wanted to follow, but seeing how angry Lin Qian seemed, it chickened out and only whimpered softly. Woof woof woof. Sis, come back soon. Lin Qian was preoccupied with figuring out what on earth Wang Hui was up to going to the Jin family, and didn't even notice what Hope said, let alone hear it. Seeing this, Hope felt a little dejected and just squatted on the ground. Meanwhile, after Han Susu was dragged away by Han Yaoao, she was fuming. Han Yaoao, why did you drag me out here? Han Yaoao was a bit speechless. Sis, you're the smartest one in the Han family. Didn't you notice that Grandma really likes Sister Lin? And why are you so hostile towards her? She's here to help us. How do you know she doesn't have bad intentions? Han Susu retorted. Han Yaoao looked innocent. Sis, that's a funny thing to say. If Sister Lin had bad intentions, she could have done something to me long ago. Why would she help me and even bring me back home? What if her target is our family? Han Susu pressed. No way. Han Yaoao shot back immediately. She just couldn't believe Lin Qian was that kind of person. Not after Lin Qian had saved her and brought her home, and not with that inexplicable sense of closeness she felt toward her. In Han Yaoao's heart, Lin Qian was definitely not a bad person. Han Susu was getting a headache. Did it ever occur to you why she always wears a mask? Even when meeting Grandma, she keeps it on. That's so rude. Either she wasn't raised well, or she's hiding something from us. Han Yaoao, on the other hand, didn't care much. At a time like this, who doesn't have a few secrets? She's not family, so there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Who are you calling dramatic? Han Susu grabbed Han Yaoao by the ear. Ow 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 sis, that hurts. Han Yaoao yelped. If you know it hurts, then stop it. If you keep this up, I'll hang you upside down and shake the water out of your brain. Don't trust this person too much. I just get the feeling she's up to no good, Han Susu warned. With no way to win physically, Han Yaoao could only try to appease her sister. Okay, just let go of my ear before it falls off. Han Susu finally let go. Just then, the person she'd assigned to keep an eye on Lin Qian came running over in a panic. Miss Lin and Mr. Wang have both gone out. What do you mean? They left. Han Susu breathed a sigh of relief. If they'd really left, that would actually be a good thing for them. No, their dog is still here. They went out separately, the person replied. Did you send someone to follow them? Han Susu asked. We tried. They're both very skilled. At first, we kept up, but then they shook us off, the person said, a little embarrassed. They shook off our people? Han Susu couldn't believe what she was hearing. The people they kept at home weren't top-tier experts, but they shouldn't be so useless that they couldn't even tail two people. That could only mean Lin Qian and Wang Hui were even more skilled than their own people. And now, people with that level of skill, with unknown backgrounds, were definitely not ordinary folk. Han Susu grew even more suspicious of Lin Qian and Wang Hui's identities. Could those two be spies? Sis, I really admire your imagination. They both speak perfect Huagua Mandarin, how could they be spies? Han Yaoao retorted. Yaoao, you need to understand the situation. If someone can be a spy, what language can't they speak? If you keep being this naive, our Han family is really doomed. Han Yaoao had no idea how to explain her trust in Lin Qian to Han Susu. No matter how much she said now, it wouldn't change Han Susu's mind. No, I have to go tell Grandma about this, Han Susu said, turning to leave. On one side, Han Susu hurried off to find Grandma Su. On the other, Lin Qian had originally wanted Hope to sniff out Wang Hui's scent, only to realize that Hope hadn't followed her. Forget it, it's fine if he stays at the Han house, Lin Qian muttered to herself. She tugged at Xiaohe. Xiaohe, sniff out where Wang Hui is. Seeing no one else around, Xiaohe complained pitifully, Sis, I'm not a dog. Quit the nonsense. Lin Qian's tone was a bit urgent. With no choice, Xiaohe dutifully sniffed along the path Wang Hui had taken, leading her to find him. Following Xiaohe's directions, Lin Qian traveled from the outskirts all the way into the city center of Beijing, stopping in front of the Forbidden City. You're saying Wang Hui came here? The Forbidden City? Are you kidding me? What right does the Jin family have to live in the Forbidden City? Lin Qian was puzzled. Even though most of the Forbidden City had collapsed by now, it wasn't a place just any family could move into. It was getting dark, and Lin Qian hoped to find Wang Hui before nightfall. She and Xiaohe climbed over the wall and slipped inside. Lin Qian had excellent eyesight. In one of the rooms, she spotted Wang Hui sneaking around, peeking in and out. She silently walked up behind him and tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Wang Hui was so startled, it felt like his blood ran backward. He was about to react when he caught Lin Qian's unique scent and relaxed. He turned his head and, sure enough, saw Lin Qian behind him. He lowered his voice. What are you doing here? I should be asking you that. Why are you here? Hope said you were looking for the Jin family. Lin Qian asked. No, I'm not crazy. Why would I go looking for the Jin family for no reason? Wang Hui denied. Then why are you here? Lin Qian pressed. You wanted antiques, right? I remembered the Forbidden City, the Capital Museum, and the National Museum are all around here, so I thought I'd come check it out. Maybe I could find you some good stuff, Wang Hui explained. Lin Qian wasn't sure what exactly Hope had heard. She was about to tease Wang Hui when he continued, but I do want to see what the Jin family is up to these days. So the Jin family is nearby? Lin Qian asked. They're right here, Wang Hui replied. Lin Qian almost rolled her eyes. So how did you know they were living here? It's not the whole family. I'd heard before that the Jin family always wanted to move into the Forbidden City. But before the disaster, with all the public scrutiny, they didn't dare do it openly. Now that everyone's struggling just to eat, who's paying attention to this stuff? I figured they'd take the chance to move in, and sure enough, I caught them, Wang Hui explained. So you really did come to look for the Jin family, Lin Qian summarized. Sensing something off in Lin Qian's tone, Wang Hui instinctively denied it. No, I really just wanted to find antiques for you. Looking for the Jin family was just incidental. I heard they've collected a lot of antiques too. Really? Lin Qian's voice sent a chill down Wang Hui's spine. He nodded quickly. Yeah, that's all. Why else would I bother looking for them? It'd better be, Lin Qian said. There weren't many antiques left here, most had probably been taken in the chaos, but there were still some things others hadn't bothered with. Better than nothing. She started collecting things right away. Wang Hui quickly stopped her. Xiao Qian, they're living nearby. We can take stuff, but we have to keep it quiet. I've already moved a bunch to another room for you. I'll take you there in a bit. Got it. As she gathered things, Lin Qian glanced at Wang Hui and asked casually, why does the Jin family want to be here? Wang Hui slipped up. I overheard them saying they moved the Blue Vein lab here. Lin Qian immediately stopped what she was doing and turned to look at Wang Hui. She no longer cared about Wang Hui sneaking out right now. The Blue Vein matter was far more important. You mean they moved the Blue Vein lab here? Did you find out exactly where? Lin Qian asked. Wang Hui saw she wasn't angry and quickly said, yeah, I found out. Should we finish up here and then go check it out? All right. Lin Qian sped up her collecting and soon cleared out all the antiques in their area. All done, let's go, Lin Qian said. Wang Hui looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitating. What is it? Lin Qian asked. Maybe we should finish collecting all the antiques first. If we get discovered, we might not get another chance, Wang Hui said worriedly. Lin Qian looked at him seriously. You're still thinking of me? Of course. If it weren't for the antiques, I wouldn't even be here. Wang Hui's survival instincts were strong. Lin Qian hadn't called him out at first, but that didn't mean she didn't know he was lying. Wang Hui, some things, if you know they're not true, just say them once. She left it at that. Wang Hui scratched his nose awkwardly. I just didn't want you to be mad. Lin Qian's serious expression didn't change. Wang Hui, we've been together since the disaster. I even let you in on the secret of my space. For now, I trust you, so I hope you'll be honest with me from now on. Seeing how serious she was, Wang Hui couldn't keep lying. Honestly, I do want to find out about Blue Vein. You know my parents died because of it. I spent my whole life working for that family, only to be used by them. Now that I finally have a chance, I don't want to miss it. Lin Qian remembered what Grandpa Wang had said about Wang Hui's parents and sighed. Alright, let's finish up here and then check out that lab. If there were still blue vein materials in the lab, who knew if this thing might make a comeback? She'd thought it over these past few days. Wang Hui's survival was probably closely tied to her space. He'd been with her all this time, eating her space's fruit and drinking its water. She'd lost count of how much. The things from her space had healing properties. If Wang Hui's current condition had nothing to do with her space, she couldn't even convince herself. She couldn't imagine what would have happened to Wang Hui if he hadn't eaten or drunk anything from her space. He'd probably have had problems long ago. Although his blood and organs were now tinged with blue, making him look rather terrifying, he hadn't shown any strange symptoms after all this time. It seemed as if he had reached a bizarre yet stable equilibrium with whatever was inside him. They moved through the various exhibition halls, collecting all the remaining antique components into their storage space. Once they were done, Wang Hui led them to the outside of the laboratory. It's just ahead, but they've got people guarding it, Wang Hui whispered. I see them. Don't say anything, Lin Qian replied. She rummaged through her backpack for a moment, pulled out 2 gas masks and handed one to Wang Hui. Put this on. Wang Hui knew she was about to cause trouble, so he quickly put on the gas mask. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Qian took out a bottle of ether and tossed it toward the lab entrance. The guards heard the noise and looked over. Who's there? Before they could react, they all collapsed to the ground. People inside the lab heard the commotion and opened the door to check. When they saw the guards unconscious on the floor, they were startled and tried to call for help, only to faint as well. Perfect, Lin Qian said, dusting off her hands. She listened carefully to make sure no one else was inside, then walked in. The place was indeed a laboratory, but it was extremely rudimentary, lacking much proper equipment. Deeper inside, she found a stash of blue vein pills. Without hesitation, she swept them all into her storage space. On another workbench, there were piles of experimental data, which she also collected. Looking around, she noticed some unidentified chemicals. She didn't know what they were, but for some reason, she thought of the poisoning incident at the Han family and decided to take them as well. She wasn't interested in the equipment. After all, anything that had survived a typhoon was no match for what she had in her own space. After gathering everything useful, she considered burning the place down. But then she thought, even though the building was already in ruins, it was still a cultural relic. If China recovered in the future, it could be restored. What are you thinking about? Wang Hui asked, seeing Lin Qian standing there in a daze. She shared her thoughts with him. After listening, Wang Hui said, There's nothing wrong with your thinking, but we've already taken so many antiques. Even if we leave the building, what's the point? Lin Qian was momentarily at a loss for words. You're not wrong. But having my space absorb things gives me real benefits. Burning this place would just be a waste for everyone. Forget it. So, should we leave now? Wang Hui glanced at the lab, now stripped of everything but some equipment. Why not take the equipment too? I'd feel uneasy leaving it here. What if they use it for something bad again? Sure, let's take it all. I've already got the data and the blue vein pills. We can look over the information later, Lin Qian agreed. She quickly swept up all the equipment. When she was done, the place was emptier than a refugee's pocket. She couldn't help but twitch her lips at the... Of course, Lin Qian replied. Since they were already here, they might as well make the most of it. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her storage space. They made their way to the museums, only to find that most of the antiques and relics had already been moved elsewhere. Who could have transferred all these antiques? Wang Hui wondered aloud as he looked at the empty halls. Beijing's efficiency is different from other cities. There are more and more valuable relics here, so of course the government would prioritize moving them somewhere safe, Lin Qian explained. But if that's the case, how will your space upgrade? Wang Hui asked. It's fine. There are always other ways. Let's head back for now, otherwise, the Han family will start to worry. I didn't tell them I was leaving, and they even had someone tail me, but I shook them off, Lin Qian said. What? Wang Hui was incredulous. You saved their people, and they still had someone watch you? Probably Han Susu's doing. I just have a weird feeling about her. Maybe it's because of our identities, but I've never liked her, Lin Qian said. That can't be it. You're not that kind of person. Look at everything she's done and said lately. It's obvious she's targeting you, Wang Hui said. Lin Qian hadn't thought much of it, but hearing Wang Hui say so, she realized he was right. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Do you think she knows she's not really a member of the Han family? Wang Hui was taken aback, not sure how Lin Qian's mind had jumped so quickly. Why would you say that? It's just a guess. Her behavior is really odd, not at all what you'd expect from a Han family member. Take Grandma Su, for example. She was very open to me detoxifying her, willing to try anything. But Han Susu, on the other hand, seemed almost like she didn't want me to help at all, Lin Qian continued. That's true, but maybe she's just overly concerned about Grandma Su's health. After all, she was raised by Grandma Su from a young age, Wang Hui said. I actually asked Han Yao about this in private. She was also raised by Grandma Su, but their personalities aren't even close. Their reactions are completely different, Lin Qian said. Maybe it's just a difference in personality. I agree with you, but without evidence, it's all just speculation, Wang Hui said. I know. I just want to use the Han family to find out the secret of my Jade pendant. What happens to them doesn't really matter to me. As for Han Susu, someone pretending to be me, I care even less, Lin Qian said. I'm glad you think that way. Wang Hui was actually worried Lin Qian would get too caught up in the Han family's affairs. He didn't care what happened to them, but he didn't want Lin Qian's state of mind to suffer. But now it seemed he'd been overthinking it. Lin Qian was more clear-headed than he was. By the time they returned to the Han family home, it was already past 2 in the morning. Most of the family was asleep, but as soon as Lin Qian and Wang Hui arrived, Han Susu quickly appeared at the front door. Seeing the two of them, Han Susu could barely keep her composure. Well, aren't you two something? Do you think the Han family is some kind of coming and going as you please? Lin Qian almost couldn't stop herself from rolling her eyes, but in the end, she forced herself to hold it back. Miss Han, you're still up so late? Oomph. Han Susu let out a cold laugh. Isn't it all thanks to you two? Just thinking about it made Han Susu angry. As soon as Lin Qian left the house, she had gone straight to find Grandma Su, exaggerating the story of how Lin Qian had easily shaken off the people tailing her. But who would have thought that Grandma Su wouldn't care at all? Everyone has their secrets. It really isn't appropriate for you to have people follow Miss Lin. In the end, Grandma Su even insisted that, as a member of the Han family, Han Susu should wait at home for Lin Qian to return before she could rest. So, just as Han Susu was stewing in her frustration, Lin Qian and Wang Hui came back. Didn't they just walk right into her line of fire? Han Susu was about to say a few harsh words to them when Han Yao hurried over, yawning, with her hair down and a coat thrown over her shoulders. Big sis, you should go to bed. I'll take care of them, Han Yao said. Seeing Han Yao like this made Han Susu even angrier. What are you wearing? Oh, sis, it's the middle of the night, no one's going to see me. Don't worry. If you're tired, go rest. I've got this. Han Yao pushed Han Susu aside and went straight up to Lin Qian, taking her hand. Sister Lin, you must be tired coming back so late. We saved some food for you, have some water and a bite to eat before you rest. Lin Qian wasn't surprised at all by this treatment. After all, Grandma Su had drunk her space water and eaten her fruit. She must have noticed something special. And once she realized there was something different, of course she'd treat Lin Qian as an honored guest. Even if she didn't want to, she'd at least put on a show. Lin Qian knew this well. So when Han Yao said this, Lin Qian didn't stand on ceremony at all. All right, thank you. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Han Yao didn't ask a single question about where Lin Qian had been. She just said, Sister, Grandma said if you need to go out and do anything, just let us know if you need help. If it's not important, we can even do it for you. Oh, and Grandma said after drinking the water you gave her and eating the fruit, she feels so much more energetic. That's good to hear, Lin Qian replied. Yeah, I can see Grandma's got a lot more energy. I really don't know how to thank you, Han Yao said. I made a deal with your grandma. I'm not helping for free, so you don't need to thank me, Lin Qian said. In Lin Qian's view, nothing is more reliable than a transaction. As long as both sides have interests at stake, that's the most solid and unbreakable relationship. Huh? Grandma didn't mention that. Han Yao was a little surprised, but quickly understood. But it doesn't matter, even if you made a deal with us, you're still our benefactor. Grandma said not just anyone can cure our family's poison. Han Yao led Lin Qian to the living room and told the servants to bring out the food. Just like the first time they came, the meal was simple but clearly prepared with care. Yao, you don't have to specially prepare food for us every time we come back late, Lin Qian said. How could we not? As long as you're staying in our house, you're our guest. This is what a host should do, so don't feel burdened, Han Yao replied. Lin Qian wanted to say that she didn't feel burdened at all by their hospitality. If anything, it was the food itself that was a bit of a burden. She just wanted to eat the things from her own space. But since they'd gone to the trouble of preparing the meal, it would feel wasteful not to eat it. Even if she'd spoiled her own taste, she would never waste food. Seeing Lin Qian pick up her chopsticks, Han Yao sat nearby with a smile, watching her eat. Yao, have you eaten yet? Want to join us? Lin Qian asked. Han Yao quickly waved her hand. I've already eaten. You two go ahead. She even yawned as she finished speaking. Yao, we can manage on our own. It's late, go get some sleep. Tomorrow I'm going to draw some blood from your grandma. If it works well, we can start using it for your whole family, Lin Qian said. Really? Han Yao was thrilled. This problem has troubled us for so long, and now, thanks to you, Sister Lin, we finally see hope. Just like Grandma said, you're our families. She glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then beamed at Lin Qian. Lucky star. Wang Hui couldn't help but comment, why do you sound like you're sneaking around or something? Han Yao sighed. It's my sister. She heard Grandma say you're our lucky star and got all upset. I always feel like she's looking for trouble. But she's been running herself ragged trying to cure our family's poisoning. Now that there's progress, she should be the happiest of all, but I just don't get what she's thinking. She looked genuinely puzzled. Lin Qian and Wang Hui exchanged a glance. The meaning was clear. They ate quickly, finishing off the food on the table in no time. Sister Lin, I'll head back now. Seeing they'd finished eating, Han Yao finally felt at ease and went off to bed. Just as she was leaving, Han Yao remembered something. Sister Lin, Wang is with me. He's already eaten and is sleeping now. I didn't wake him when I came over. I'll bring him back to you tomorrow. But as soon as she finished speaking, Wang came bounding over, about to leap into Lin Qian's arms, but stopped himself at the last second. Woof woof woof. Wang barked. Sis, you're back. I'm back. Were you good at the Han house? Did you cause any trouble? Lin Qian asked. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Wang barked a string of replies. No, I was very good. It's just that the older sister didn't seem to like me. But this younger sister took care of me, I like her. Han Yao didn't know what Wang was saying, so she quickly waved her hands at Lin Qian. No, Wang was very well behaved. I really like him. Hearing Han Yao say she liked him, Wang dashed over and licked her hand. Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat at this cheeky behavior. Lin Wang. Hearing his full name, Wang quickly pulled his tongue back and didn't dare move again. It's fine, Sister Lin. I love playing with Wang, Han Yao said. Lin Qian felt a little guilty. Wang can be a handful. Sorry for the trouble today. Not at all, not at all. Han Yao saw how late it was and quickly said goodbye. Now that Wang's back, that's one less thing to worry about. I'll head off to bed. If you need anything, just come find me. Wang knows where I live. She paused for a moment, then added, if my sister comes looking for trouble, just try to ignore her, or have Wang come get me or Grandma. That way, we'll know what's going on. Lin Qian wasn't the least bit worried about Han Susu coming to cause trouble. If Han Susu really tried anything inappropriate, she'd probably end up suffering for it herself. Not long after Han Yao left, just as Lin Qian and her group were getting ready to rest, Han Susu showed up again. "Miss Lin, can we have a word?" Han Susu looked straight at Lin Qian, clearly not in the mood for beating around the bush. "What would you like to talk about, Miss Han?" Lin Qian replied, throwing the question back. Han Susu glanced around. "You all can go. I want to speak with Miss Lin alone." She then looked at Wang Hui, who was standing beside Lin Qian. "Could you give us some privacy?" She was honestly annoyed by Wang Hui's lack of tact. It was one thing for him to stick by Lin Qian's side all the time, but did he have to be so clueless at a time like this? Wang Hui ignored her and instead looked to Lin Qian for direction. Only when Lin Qian nodded and said, "It's late, you all go rest first," did he finally leave with Shi Wang. "We'll go ahead then. If you need anything, just call us." "All right," Lin Qian replied. Once Wang Hui was completely gone, Han Susu finally sat down on a bench, adopting the air of a hostess. She didn't say a word, just tilted her head slightly and glanced at the bench next to her, signaling for Lin Qian to sit as well. Lin Qian was unimpressed by the act. "If you have something to say, Miss Han, just say it. It's getting late, and we've all had a long day. We need to rest." Han Susu hadn't expected Lin Qian to be so direct, and for a moment she was so annoyed she nearly forgot what she wanted to say. She took a deep breath, then finally got to the point. "Miss Lin, I'd like you to stop treating and detoxifying my family." Lin Qian didn't find this request strange at all. But she wanted to confirm, "Miss Han, do you have some sort of grudge against your own family? Otherwise, why would you not want me to detoxify them? I'm a Han through and through. As for my reasons, that's none of your business." "I already have my own arrangements for dealing with the poisoning in my family," Han Susu said. "Oh." Lin Qian was a bit surprised. "So you're afraid I'll steal your credit?" "Oomph." Han Susu snorted. "That's not your concern. My reasons have nothing to do with you." Lin Qian didn't care about her reasons. "I've already made a deal with Grandma Su." Even though Grandma Su hadn't given her final agreement, Lin Qian was sure the old lady would hand over the antiques for the sake of her family's lives. "The deal you made with my grandmother, I can make the same deal with you," Han Susu said. She'd already heard from Grandma Su that Lin Qian didn't want anything except those old antiques they'd collected. Before the disaster, she might not have had the authority to make such decisions, but now, those antiques were at the very bottom of the list of necessities. Nobody wanted them. She'd grown up knowing her family collected all sorts of cultural relics and antiques, but she'd never understood why. Even her grandmother couldn't explain, only saying it was a family rule. She'd never heard of such a strange rule anywhere else. But none of that mattered now. If handing over a few antiques could get rid of Lin Qian, she was more than happy to do it. "How many can you give me?" Lin Qian asked. Only a fool would turn down a good deal. She wanted to see how much Han Susu was willing to offer. If it was a lot, she might just consider it. "A whole room," Han Susu replied. Lin Qian's eyes widened slightly. She hadn't expected Han Susu to be so generous, offering an entire roomful of antiques. Clearly, Han Susu's status in the Han family wasn't low. "I've already got everything ready. If you're free now, come with me and take a look," Han Susu said. "Sure." Lin Qian followed Han Susu to a secluded little house. Even before she got close, she could feel her spatial ring's hunger. There must be some real treasures inside. "These are the antiques I've collected for the family over the years. If you agree to my terms, everything in here is yours," Han Susu said. Lin Qian couldn't help but be tempted. Even if she wasn't, her spatial ring certainly was. When Han Susu opened the door and led her inside, the space inside her ring practically vibrated with desire. The last time it had reacted like this was when she'd gotten the animal heads from the old summer palace. Clearly, there were plenty of good things here. "Miss Han, you're really impressive, managing to collect so many treasures. They're good things, but they're useless now. To me, anything useless is just junk. If this pile of junk can be put to use, I'll be satisfied." There was always an inexplicable sense of superiority in the way Han Susu spoke to Lin Qian. Sometimes, Lin Qian could barely keep herself from rolling her eyes. Sure enough, the real and fake heiresses could never get along, just like in all those web novels. Alright, I'll take these off your hands. But I'm really curious, why do you want to stop me from detoxifying your family? I can guarantee my method is better than any other, with no side effects. Han Susu looked at Lin Qian, clearly impatient. I told you, it's none of your concern. Since you're taking my antiques, just leave our family in the next couple of days. Don't stay here any longer. I'll need to let Grandma Su know first, Lin Qian said. No need. I'll handle things with Grandma. Lin Qian was happy to have less to do. Alright. Having achieved her goal, Han Susu didn't want to linger. Figure out how you want to move these things. You can bring your car around from the other side. She pointed to a nearby path. You can use the back entrance here. Okay, Lin Qian replied. You're not leaving yet? Han Susu asked, glancing at Lin Qian, a little puzzled. Oh, I was just thinking about how to move all these antiques, Lin Qian said. Don't worry, I'm not unreasonable. I'm not saying you have to leave tomorrow. I'll give you a few days, just make sure you get everything out. But you can't tell my grandmother about this. Of course. I'm a woman of my word. Yeah, right? She wanted all the Han family's antiques. Not only that, she wanted to investigate the Spatial Jade Pendant and the Jade bracelet Grandma Zhang had given her. Time would be tight over the next few days, but as long as she stayed here and focused, she'd probably get some results. That's best, Han Susu said. Han Susu couldn't even explain it herself, but seeing Lin Qian just made her uncomfortable, as if Lin Qian was her enemy. She just didn't want her to stay in the Han family. Leaving aside everything else, just what she'd done these past few days had already disrupted Han Susu's plans. Although collecting all those antiques had been a bit of a hassle, Han Susu still felt it was worth it if it meant getting rid of Lin Qian. Suit yourself, then. I waited for you all night, and I'm tired. With that, Han Susu ignored Lin Qian and left directly. But she wasn't entirely at ease, so she left 2 people behind to keep an eye on Lin Qian. Lin Qian was well aware of this, but she didn't care. 2 people, 20 people. It didn't matter. If she wanted to leave, it would only take a moment. It was just that, with those 2 people watching, she couldn't openly put the antiques into her space, so she decided to rest for now and deal with it later. Early the next morning, Lin Qian dragged Guang Hui along. Yesterday, Han Susu gave me a whole room full of antiques. Come on, let's go pick them up. She came to see you yesterday just to give you antiques? Since when is she so generous? Wang Hui was completely baffled by this new ploy. He didn't believe for a second that she had no ulterior motive. You think she'd do something out of the goodness of her heart? She's just trying to buy me off with those antiques, hoping we'll stop detoxifying her family and take the stuff and leave as soon as possible, Lin Qian explained. And you agreed? Of course. With that many antiques, I'd be a fool not to. So after you agreed, are you really going to ignore her family? What's Han Susu thinking, going to all this trouble? She should be happy you can detoxify them. Who knows? But I'm pretty happy to get so much stuff for nothing. So after we take the antiques, we're leaving? Wang Hui asked again. Oh, no rush. We'll see when the time comes. Wang Hui glanced at Lin Qian, and after confirming she meant what she said, couldn't help but look at her again. So you're just humoring her to get the stuff first? Lin Qian shot him a look. You're getting smarter. Wang Hui wanted to say something but held back in the end. Lin Qian knew exactly what he was thinking. Don't say I'm being unscrupulous. This is just how it is. If she's offering, I'd be a fool not to take it. Besides, the things she's trading me from the Han family aren't really hers to begin with. Right. Wang Hui didn't dare say anything else and could only agree. The people watching them saw Lin Qian and Wang Hui go to move the antiques and followed along. Seeing that they really were just moving things in the end, only one person stayed to keep watch while the other left. Lin Qian had Wang Hui pretend to load the antiques into. Sorry, your young miss already gave me everything in this room. You know how valuable these things are. If anything goes missing, could you take responsibility? Hearing this, the guard didn't dare press further. After all, as Lin Qian said, the stuff was hers now, so it didn't matter if he saw it or not. He'd only wanted to check how much longer they'd be moving things. But Han Susu had already told them that as long as everything was moved out within a few days, they didn't need to worry about it. So seeing Lin Qian act this way, they simply stopped interfering. This was all within Lin Qian's expectations. She and Wang Hui drove the car around for a bit before returning. The two people monitoring Lin Qian immediately went to report everything that had happened to Han Susu. Han Susu hadn't expected Lin Qian to act so quickly. She'd already started moving the antiques in less than a day. She smiled. I was worried she'd drag things out. I'll go see Grandma now and tell her Lin Qian doesn't want to treat us anymore. When Han Susu arrived at Grandma Su's place, the old lady had just finished drinking the last bottle of water Lin Qian had given her. Seeing Han Susu arrive, Grandma Su frowned. What are you doing here? Grandma, I have something to tell you, Han Susu said. Grandma Su set the bottle aside. Go ahead. Grandma, Lin Qian said she has something to take care of and needs to leave our house early. Grandma Su shot to her feet. What did you say? Lin Qian is leaving? So suddenly? Yes, I think it's all a bit abrupt too. Grandma Su's frown deepened. Why didn't she come tell me herself? She started to get up, but Han Susu hurried over to support her. Grandma, where are you going? I'm going to find her, Grandma Su said. No need, Grandma. She just left. Grandma Su immediately understood. Her granddaughter was still disobeying her and had people watching Lin Qian. She shook off Han Susu's hand. Han Susu, does what I say mean nothing to you now? I told you not to have people watch her. She's our benefactor. And, let me tell you, I'm still the one in charge of this family. Han Susu was startled. Never in her life had Grandma Su spoken to her so harshly. Ever since Lin Qian arrived, Grandma Su had become increasingly impatient with her. Though she was afraid, Han Susu still felt that making this deal with Lin Qian was the right decision. Grandma, I didn't have anyone watch her. We just happened to see her leaving. Of course Han Susu couldn't admit the truth. Having grown up with Grandma Su, the old lady could tell at a glance whether Han Susu was lying. She didn't bother arguing and turned to go back to her room. Escort the young miss out. From now on, unless I say otherwise, don't let her in. And starting today, all family authority returns to me. At these words, Han Susu's face changed. She'd worked so hard all her life to gain Grandma Su's and the family's approval, and now, because of Lin Qian, she was being stripped of all her power? Unwilling to accept it, she tried to follow Grandma Su and demand an explanation, but as soon as the old lady spoke, everyone sprang into action and blocked her path. Young miss, please go back for now. Once the old lady has calmed down, it'll be better for you to come back, a servant said. Han Susu knew Grandma Su's temperament well. With this reminder, she gradually calmed down and left quietly, glancing back from time to time. Even though she knew the outcome, she couldn't bear to leave. Only when she saw Grandma Su disappear into her inner chambers did she finally walk away with resolve. Even if she'd angered Grandma Su, as long as she could drive Lin Qian out, it was worth it. After circling around Beijing twice, Lin Qian ended up back at the Han family residence. The guards at the gate saw Lin Qian return and immediately went to inform Han Susu. When Han Susu heard someone report that Lin Qian was back again, she grew even more irritated. Got it, she's back, whatever, Han Susu replied impatiently. As the two messengers were about to leave, Han Susu suddenly remembered how Grandma Su had gotten angry and stripped her of her authority for sending people to spy on Lin Qian. She called them back. You don't need to keep watching them anymore. Han Susu's priorities had shifted. Lin Qian was no longer her main concern. Since she and Lin Qian had struck a deal, she figured nothing else would go wrong. All these years, with the Han family backing her, everything had always gone smoothly for Han Susu. She never imagined that a deal already made could still go awry. Thinking of this, she quietly pulled out a walkie-talkie. My grandma has taken away my authority. I'm coming to discuss with you how we should proceed from here. An anxious voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. What the hell are you doing? Wasn't that old lady always fond of you? How did things end up like this? Han Susu was just as frustrated. Don't even start. Someone new showed up at our house, always wearing a mask, never showing their face. But my grandma trusts them completely. And she seems to have some medicine that can detoxify the poison. What? Impossible. Our poison isn't that easy to cure. She's probably a con artist, trying to scam the Han family for resources. But these past 2 days, my grandma's complexion and everything else have improved a lot, Han Susu said. Han Susu's anxiety wasn't just about fake medicine. If what Lin Qian had was fake, it'd be easy to deal with. The problem was, it actually seemed to work. The person on the other end was still skeptical. Maybe she just took some medicine? Red branch guava? I heard your little sister went looking for red branch guava. Grandma did use red branch guava. Her wounds are almost healed, Han Susu replied. Red branch guava, is that effective? I'm not sure. It doesn't really look like it. But when I was helping Grandma, I secretly checked her pulse. It really does seem like the effects of the poison have lessened a lot. That person's medicine must actually work. This is huge. Come see us right away. Okay. Now that Grandma Su had taken back all her authority, Han Susu decided not to bother with the detoxification business anymore. She dropped the act entirely. Lin Qian had originally come to talk to Han Susu, but she, Wang Hui, and Hope just happened to overhear this earth-shattering revelation outside. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief. Lin Qian was the first to react. Han Susu, she's working with the Jing family? So she not only knows she's not really a Han, but she's also helping the Jing family poison the very people who raised her? What is she, a vampire? Wang Hui was stunned, and Hope let out 2 low whimpers in agreement. It's all clear now, Lin Qian said. Han Susu is working with outsiders to poison the Han family. All this searching for an antidote was just a ruse to keep the Hans off guard. Once the whole family is dead, Han Susu will have total control. Wang Hui added, and knowing the Jing family, once Han Susu has all the power, they'll swoop in and swallow up the Han family, becoming the top clan in China. He took a deep breath. This is a masterstroke. Watching Han Susu about to leave, Lin Qian said, let's follow her and see what they're planning next. I can't just stand by and watch her destroy the Han family. I may not have much of a relationship with them, but I did get my spatial ability thanks to their Jade Pendant. I owe them that much. All right, let's go, Wang Hui agreed. Hope looked like he wanted to follow, but Lin Qian stopped him. Hope, you stay here. You're too conspicuous. Keep watch here instead. This place is important too, and you're the best at this kind of thing. Wang Hui isn't as skilled as you, so he'll come with me. I'll make sure he doesn't mess up. Hope wagged his tail happily, content to stay behind. After they left, Xiao He and Xiao Qing both chimed in at once. What a dummy. Wang Hui, now able to hear them, couldn't help but laugh. Your pets are pretty funny. Not bad, Lin Qian replied. They followed Han Susu all the way to the gates of the Forbidden City, then trailed her to one of the palaces. Han Susu didn't go inside right away. Instead, she knocked on the door in a rhythmic pattern. It sounded like some kind of secret code. Sure enough, someone quickly came out to let her in. But instead of taking her inside, the person led her to a still intact pavilion nearby to talk. You said that person is at your house? Yes, she's still there. But I made a deal with them. That woman seems to love antiques, so I gave her a roomful of them. She promised not to treat or detoxify the Han family anymore, Han Susu replied. Can you bring her here to us? The other person asked after a moment's thought. We desperately need talent like that. We were robbed yesterday. Someone stole all our important project data and results, even the testing equipment. What? Then how will you continue with the plan? That's not your concern. Know your place. Your job is to bring down the Han family, and you've already dragged this out too long. They may have raised you, but if it weren't for us, you'd be dead by now. You wouldn't have survived to today. I know, Han Susu replied sullenly. And did you get their secret out of them? No. Grandma hasn't told me anything. But I think it has something to do with the jade pendant I wear. Han Susu immediately pulled out a jade pendant and handed it over. Lin Qian's sharp eyes instantly recognized it. It looked almost identical to the ancestral pendant her mother had given her. Even having held the real one, she couldn't tell if this was genuine or a fake. Is there something wrong with the pendant? Han Susu asked. I don't know. Didn't we have you wear it since you were little? Yeah, you took everything off that child and gave it to me, even the birthmark. How could there be a problem? The person handed the pendant back to Han Susu. Keep it for now. Try to find out more when you get the chance. You must get the secret out before the old lady dies. And about that person you mentioned, get close to her and try to bring her over to our side. We've lost all our data and research is even harder now. We need talent like her more than ever. Han Susu looked a little troubled. But I don't know if she'll come or not. In truth, she didn't want Lin Qian to join their organization. People like Lin Qian, she couldn't say exactly why, just felt threatening to her. You don't need to worry about that for now. Just tell her we have everything here, especially antiques, however many she wants, we've got them. How could she refuse, the person said. With things said this directly, if Han Susu kept refusing, it would start to look suspicious. All right, I'll go back and ask her, but I can't guarantee she'll agree to come. The person thought for a moment. Look, we don't have much of anything here, but we have plenty of antiques. Bring her over and we can show her some as a gesture of good faith. Anyway, these things are just sitting here. Who knows when they'll be useful? Better to secure our advantage first. I actually think her abilities are pretty average, not as impressive as people say. Maybe she just happened to have the right medicine. Han Susu's repeated refusals had made the other person suspicious. He looked at her skeptically. What's going on with you? You don't seem to want her to come. She didn't bother denying it. To be honest, I really don't think much of her. After all, Han Susu had grown up under their watch. Even if she had opinions about someone, they were willing to hear her out. Why do you say that? Han Susu couldn't really explain. She just didn't like Lin Qian, plain and simple. I can't put my finger on it, but she looks about my age. Unless she's been exposed to this stuff since she was a kid, there's no way she could have the skills we need. She didn't want to badmouth someone the organization had their eye on, but she also couldn't lie, so she admitted with some frustration, ever since she showed up, nothing's gone smoothly for me. It's like she was born to counter me. The person gave her a serious look. Susu, listen to me. You can't let your personal feelings get in the way and cause the organization to lose valuable people. You know better than anyone how much we need someone like her right now. You've studied all this. Since you were young, you should know how to handle yourself. If you really can't, then when she comes, I'll try to keep you two apart. With things said so plainly, even if Han Susu still had objections, she could only comply. I'll go back and ask her. But how am I supposed to convince her to come? Wouldn't that just expose that I'm working with you? If she refuses, my cover will be blown. If we can't use someone like her, then she'll just have to disappear quietly from this world, the person said coldly. Han Susu felt relieved at that. She was almost hoping Lin Qian would refuse. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. I don't want Grandma to get suspicious. What's her attitude toward you these days? Didn't she always trust you the most, planning to hand the Han family over to you? She says she's waiting for the right time. Only when the time comes will she hand the Han family over to me. If not, it doesn't matter how capable I am. It's not happening. See, she's already taken back her authority, hasn't she? I won't report this to the higher-ups for now, but you'd better step up your game. You've lived in the Han family all your life, and now you're letting a newcomer mess up your plans? That's not acceptable. The higher-ups are already getting impatient with your lack of progress. If this keeps up, we might have to try something else, the person warned. Han Susu lowered her head. I'll speed things up. Good. The higher-ups aren't in a good mood right now. Who knows which bastard caused all this trouble? It's infuriating. We're all walking on eggshells, afraid of getting caught up in it. I understand. I'll get going, Han Susu said. Wang Hui glanced at Lin Qian. So, should we head back too? Not yet. Let's go check out their people first. After the other person went inside, Lin Qian looked outside, while Wang Hui searched for a good vantage point. Seeing Lin Qian looking up at the roof, he asked, You're not thinking of doing some martial arts novel stuff and climbing onto the roof to eavesdrop, are you? Lin Qian couldn't help but look at him. Why would you think that? There are perfectly good doors and windows. Why would I climb up there? You really need to cut down on those martial arts novels. Even if I did climb up at that height, I probably couldn't hear what they're saying anyway. No, you could. Your hearing is better than mine these days, Wang Hui replied. I was just making a point. Seeing Lin Qian still gazing toward the roof, Wang Hui asked, then why do you keep looking up there? I'm not looking at the roof, I'm looking at the sky. Don't you think the sky looks different today? Lin Qian asked. Hearing this, Wang Hui looked up seriously. Wait, you're right. The distance looks different, almost like dawn is breaking, but it's too localized to be normal. Lin Qian had a nagging feeling she was forgetting something, a sense of unease spreading in her heart, until she saw the aurora shimmering in the distance. Wang Hui saw it too. Is that an aurora? How could there be an aurora in Jing City? At that moment, Lin Qian finally remembered what she'd forgotten. Without another word, she grabbed Wang Hui and dashed toward the Han family estate. Wang Hui didn't know what was going on, but seeing how serious Lin Qian was, he didn't ask, he just ran after her. Halfway there, Lin Qian felt they were too slow. She pulled a motorcycle out of her space. Get on, quick. With the motorcycle, Lin Qian quickly brought Wang Hui back to the Han estate. Before reaching home, she stowed the bike away and ran toward her quarters. Hope seemed to sense something too and ran toward her. People outside had no idea what was going on, why Lin Qian was running so fast. Some thought another beast tide was coming, but there was none of the usual commotion. Hope, get inside now, Lin Qian shouted. Hope was confused but obedient. As Lin Qian rushed over, Hope immediately turned and ran into the house. Wang Hui, come in with me, Lin Qian said. Without another word, once they were all inside, Lin Qian grabbed Hope and Wang Hui and slipped them into her space. Only after entering did Lin Qian finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Hui looked at her. What's going on? Is there danger? Yes. That so-called aurora we just saw is nothing like a normal aurora. While both are made of charged particles, these ones seem almost alive. They can sense where people are and attack them, Lin Qian explained. What? The aurora can attack people. Wang Hui didn't ask how Lin Qian knew all these things. In his view, since Lin Qian could even possess something as magical as a spatial dimension, it seemed perfectly normal for her to know a few secrets. I've only heard rumors, but I'm not sure. It's just that the aurora kept drifting toward us just now. Didn't you see it? Lin Qian asked. I was wondering about that too. That thing seemed really fast. If you hadn't pulled out the motorcycle in time, we probably would have been caught by it, right? I wonder if Han Susu made it home. You still have the mind to worry about others? If I wasn't hoping to find Hope here, I would have just found a deserted spot near the Forbidden City and entered the space. No need to rush back like this. Of course, Wang Hui knew Lin Qian had come back for Hope. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dragged them into the space as soon as she saw Hope. How long is this thing going to last? Wang Hui asked. I'm not sure, but once it appears, it'll probably show up from time to time. So from now on, are we just going to have to hide in here? Is there enough time left in your space? Wang Hui asked worriedly. If the space is sealed tightly enough, we might not need to hide inside every time. This thing comes and goes quickly, Lin Qian explained. As she spoke, Lin Qian kept an eye on the outside and saw the aurora slowly starting to cover the house. Now, even while inside the space, she could sense what was happening outside, and sounds were getting clearer and clearer. If she wanted, she could even hear the sound of plants growing. But after the acid rain incident, most plants had been corroded away and couldn't grow anymore. Only a few acid-resistant species remained. When the aurora swept over, she heard wails from people still outside. Focusing her mental power on one of them, she saw that person quickly start to char. Even after charring, they didn't die right away, but kept struggling on the ground. If the pain could just kill them instantly, it might be better. But the aurora only blackened people, didn't take their lives directly, and then faded away. Only after confirming the aurora had passed did Lin Qian bring Wang Hui and Hope out of the space. Unlike Lin Qian, they couldn't see outside while inside the space, so when they came out and heard the cries all around, they were shocked. What happened? Wang Hui and Hope looked at each other. Hope didn't know either. Woof woof woof. Let's go take a look. Wang Hui figured that since Lin Qian. He and Hope wove their way through the crowd. From time to time, someone would try to grab at them, begging for help. Wang Hui and Hope ignored them. After seeing such a terrifying scene and noticing Lin Qian was still inside, they hurried back into the house. Not long after, they saw Han Susu come over to deal with the injured. When she saw Lin Qian and the others safe and sound inside, she couldn't help but get angry. Miss Lin and Mr. Wang are really at leisure. Seeing our people hurt like this, you don't even bother to help, Han Susu said sarcastically. Lin Qian never liked her much to begin with. Now that Han Susu was picking a fight, she certainly wasn't going to be polite. What are you talking about, Miss Han? We don't know how to treat these injuries. If we did something wrong, wouldn't you blame us for it? Why would I blame you if you're helping? Han Susu retorted. But even when your own family was poisoned, and I said I could detoxify them, you still resented me. So now, I really don't dare to get involved. Han Susu had indeed acted that way, so she couldn't argue. She just glared at Lin Qian and hurriedly arranged for the wounded to be taken away. You're really not going to help? Wang Hui asked Lin Qian. What does it have to do with me? Sometimes Lin Qian seemed extremely cold about certain things, but other times she seemed to care a lot. Wang Hui really couldn't figure her out. He often thought she cared about the Han family, which was why he asked. He didn't expect Lin Qian to answer, but the next moment, she spoke again. Now that they're too busy to bother with us, I can take the chance to investigate what I want. What are you looking into? Only then did Wang Hui realize Lin Qian had her own agenda here. He'd thought she stayed just because she'd saved Han Yaoao, and since the Han family was one of the two major families in Beijing, she wanted to collect more antiques. He hadn't expected she had another purpose. Lin Qian finally told him, Did you notice anything familiar about Grandma Su? Men are usually less observant than women. Now that Lin Qian mentioned it, Wang Hui thought back to Grandma Su's appearance and recalled some ambiguous things Professor O and the others had said before. Suddenly, it all clicked. You're not saying you're the real Han family heiress, and Han Susu is the imposter who stole your identity? Wang Hui asked in shock. Not too dumb after all. No wonder you always wear a mask. So the Han family are all your relatives. Then, seeing them like this, Wang Hui was about to ask why she didn't help them, but then remembered Lin Qian had grown up in Jushi. When she first heard about the Han family, she didn't seem to know much about them either, so he more or less understood. So you're not a Lin, but a Han? I am a Lin. I secretly did a DNA test with my family before and confirmed I'm my mother's daughter. What I'm most curious about now is why our Lin family helped the Jing family back then. I suspect it's related to why I stayed with the Lin family in the first place. Lin Qian thought carefully. And I think my mother probably knows the truth. Only the Han family is in the dark, still treating Han Susu as their heiress and grooming her as the successor. So you're not planning to acknowledge the Han family? Wang Hui asked. Lin Qian looked at Wang Hui as if he were an idiot. Do I look that bored? Why would I acknowledge them? Don't I have enough baggage already? Baggage number 1, Wang Hui. Baggage number 2, Hope. Neither man nor dog dared say a word. Wang Hui remembered how Han Susu had shown her Jade pendant to the Jing family earlier and quickly changed the subject. So you're here not just to collect antiques, but also to investigate the Jade pendant? Do you think what Han Susu suspects about the pendant is related to your space? You had to admit, Wang Hui could be pretty quick-witted sometimes. The Jade pendant Han Susu has is a fake. The real one is with me. It's already fused with my body and become the space, Lin Qian explained. Wang Hui suddenly understood. No wonder you came here. I was wondering why Han Susu had the family heirloom, yet you got the space. I thought it might be related to your bloodline. Lin Qian remembered her past life. When Li Xin took her Jade pendant, he couldn't activate the space either. Maybe it really was tied to her blood. Perhaps only true members of the Han family could activate it. That's possible. What? Wang Hui didn't catch on right away. I said, it might really be related to bloodline. Then you. Wang Hui was about to say something when someone knocked on the door. Miss Lin, are you there? Lin Qian opened the door and saw it was the servant who usually accompanied Grandma Su. Is Grandma Su looking for me? Yes, our madam would like to see you, the servant replied. Lin Qian had been wanting to talk to Grandma Su anyway, so she followed along. When she arrived, she saw Grandma Su already waiting, with tea set out on the table. As soon as Grandma Su saw Lin Qian, she motioned for her to sit. I heard from Susu that you're leaving? There's something at home I need to take care of first, Lin Qian replied, unable to say much else under Grandma Su's gaze. What's going on at home? Is it serious? Do you need help? Your family's in the south, right? Grandma Su asked. Yes, in the south, Lin Qian answered. Grandma Su continued, where in the south? Jushi, Lin Qian replied. Jushi. Grandma Su repeated. Lin Qian nodded. Grandma Su was silent for a long time. Lin Qian finished her tea, and the servant refilled her cup before Grandma Su seemed to come back to herself. It's been a long time since I've been to Shi. She looked at Lin Qian, who was still wearing a mask, but didn't ask why. At her age, she respected everyone's quirks. Did you used to live in Shi, Grandma Su? Lin Qian asked. Not just Jushi, I also lived in Guangshi. When I was young, I took my son, Han Susu's father, to the south for a while. Grandma Su didn't continue on that topic, but changed the subject. Since you have things to handle at home, that's more important. But about this poison, it probably won't wait much longer. If it's convenient, could you leave the antidote with us? After drinking the water Lin Qian had given her, she felt better than she had before she was poisoned. I feel much better now. In that case, let me draw some blood and check. Lin Qian wasn't sure if the 3 bottles of water were enough to completely cure Grandma Su, so she wanted to confirm. Without hesitation, Grandma Su rolled up her sleeve. While drawing blood, Lin Qian chatted casually, but she was really fishing for information. Did you have any friends in the south back then, Grandma Su? I've been traveling between the official bases in Jushi and Guangshi lately and met a lot of people. A nostalgic look appeared on Grandma Su's face. I did have a very close friend. I wonder how she's doing now. Our family had some trouble back then, so we rushed back, and, because of a top-secret project, we couldn't communicate with the outside world. We lost touch all these years. Lin Qian gently guided her. What was your friend's name, Grandma Su? Grandma Su didn't answer right away. She gazed out the window for a long time. My friend, her name was Wang Mingfang. If she's still alive, she'd be about my age, but I doubt anyone calls her by her name anymore. She married a man named Zhang Zhongguiqi. This was the first time Lin Qian had heard Grandpa Zhong's name. She was stunned to learn it was Zhongguiqi. Grandma Su noticed Lin Qian's strange expression. Have you met them? Seeing Grandma Su's look, Lin Qian suddenly felt a bit guilty. But since she'd been found out, it was hard to keep hiding. I have met them. In fact, we're quite close. What do you mean? Grandma Su was already starting to suspect Lin Qian was their granddaughter, if not for her surname being unrelated to either of them. You're close? Grandma Su asked. Grandma Zhang took me in as her god-granddaughter, Lin Qian said. Mingfeng took you as her god-granddaughter? Grandma Su was surprised. The Wang Mingfeng she remembered wasn't the type to casually take in a granddaughter. But looking at Lin Qian's kind eyes again, she felt it was understandable. Yes, Lin Qian nodded, then decided to be honest. But Grandpa and Grandma Zhang passed away not long ago. Grandma Su seemed to have expected this. Though saddened, she quickly recovered. We all go someday. I hope they went peacefully. Lin Qian didn't want to tell her the real cause of their deaths. Yes, very peacefully. Even in the apocalypse, they lived well and held high status at the official base. That's good. In times like these, to go peacefully is a blessing. Grandma Su looked at Lin Qian. About what I mentioned earlier, can you consider leaving the antidote? The antiques you asked for are ready in our warehouse. You can take them whenever you need. Lin Qian hadn't expected her goal to be achieved so easily and almost couldn't hide her smile. Of course. Just let me know how many people in your family are poisoned. Give me the numbers, and I'll prepare what you need. Grandma Su had already prepared the list and pushed the notebook toward Lin Qian. These are the Han family members who have been poisoned, along with their symptoms. I don't know if you need to adjust the antidote for each person, so I've marked their symptoms as well. Lin Qian hadn't expected Grandma Su to be so organized. She picked up the notebook and saw that it meticulously recorded each person's symptoms after being poisoned. I'll take your blood sample back and check it. Then I'll prepare the antidotes according to this information and write the dosage for each person. Just follow the instructions when you distribute them. Grandma Su was delighted by Lin Qian's thoroughness. Good, good, good. Lin Qian picked up the blood sample and the documents. I'll take these back with me first, your blood sample and the paperwork. Once I'm done, just send someone to come collect the medicine for me. Granny Su looked at Lin Qian with concern. So many people have been poisoned. Isn't it a lot of work to prepare the medicine? Do you need me to arrange a few people to help you? No need. She had just seen the list. There actually weren't that many people. She could just give each person 1 or 2 bottles of water based on their symptoms. Not to mention the poison in their bodies, even any old lingering issues could be resolved. Are you sure you can handle it all by yourself? Granny Su was still a little worried. It's fine. I'm used to working alone. If there are too many people around, I actually get less comfortable. Lin Qian smiled. Honestly, if she let their people tag along, wouldn't that just make things more complicated? She had no intention of risking the exposure of her space's secret. Besides, this wasn't even a troublesome task. All right, just do whatever's easiest for you. If you need anything from us, don't hesitate to ask, Granny Su said. Lin Qian was just about to leave with the items when Han Susu hurried over. She paused for a moment upon seeing Lin Qian by Granny Su's side, but quickly composed herself. She'd wanted to say something, but remembered what the people from the Jing family had said and forced herself to hold back. Grandma, we have a lot of injured people right now and not enough medical staff. I was thinking of going to the Research Institute to borrow some help, Han Susu said. Granny Su thought for a moment. Forget it. The Research Institute is already short-staffed. Even if we go, they might not be able to spare anyone. Let's just do our best and manage on our own. Han Susu glanced at Lin Qian, who was about to leave. Miss Lin, could you help us out? Our people are seriously injured and we're really short-handed. What does that have to do with me? Lin Qian looked at her as if she were an idiot. This morning, Han Susu had been snarky with her, and now she wanted her help? Clearly not the brightest. Before Han Susu could say anything else, Lin Qian had already left with the items. By the time Han Susu tried to call after her, Lin Qian was already out of sight. Seeing that Han Susu wanted to chase after her, Granny Su said, Miss Lin has her own matters to attend to. Don't bother her. We should figure out our own problems. With Granny Su saying that, Han Susu had no choice but to back down. She lowered her head and said gloomily, I understand. Meanwhile, Lin Qian took the samples straight to the Han family's lab for testing. She found that the virus in Granny Su's blood had completely disappeared. Even some of the previous health issues that could be detected in her blood were gone. Basically, the 3 bottles of water Lin Qian had given Granny Su not only detoxified her, but also cured some of her old ailments. With that in mind, Lin Qian looked at the list of poisoned people and decided she could give each person 1 or 2 bottles based on their symptoms and leave some extra with Granny Su as a backup. Just in case anything happened in the future, Granny Su would have something to rely on. Consider it a return gift to the Han family, since she had accepted their treasures. Back in her room, she called Wang Hui over. I need you to register the people on this list for me. Write down 1 bottle for those with mild symptoms, 2 bottles for the severe cases. I have 500 bottles of water here. Once you're done, have Granny Su's people come pick them up. She's given me quite a few antiques, so I'm going to collect them now. She had originally planned to collect the antiques before doing the tests, but since the items were safe, a little delay didn't matter. Now that the blood tests were done and the water was ready, it was time to collect her payment. She went to the warehouse Granny Su had mentioned and found someone guarding the door. When he saw Lin Qian, he immediately let her in. Miss Lin, The madam said everything inside is yours. Do you need help moving it out? No need. You're all busy, go take care of your own tasks. I'll handle things here. Seeing this, the man handed her the key. All right, Miss Lin, I'll leave it to you then. Here's the key. If there's nothing else, I'll get going. You can move the things out whenever you like. Sure enough, people from different backgrounds do things differently. Lin Qian was very satisfied with how things were handled. This was the kind of grace a big family should have. Unlike Han Susu, who was so petty. No wonder she hadn't managed to take over the Han family after all these years. Once the man was gone, Lin Qian locked herself in the warehouse, quickly stored all the antiques in her space, then made a show of loading boxes into her car, going back and forth a few times so people could see. But at this point, no one was really paying attention to her. After she finished, Wang Hui had already registered the quantities. He handed the notebook to Lin Qian. I've marked all the patients in here. There are about 100 bottles left. Should I give them all to Granny Sue? Even though this was already a lot of water, Lin Qian didn't care. Her space had an endless supply. Lin Qian took the notebook to Granny Sue, who was inside organizing people to deal with the Aurora injuries. When she saw Lin Qian, she immediately dismissed the others. Is everything settled? Granny Sue asked. Yes. The toxins in your body have been cleared. I've written the dosage for the others based on your data. Just follow the instructions. I've also left you with nearly 100 extra bottles. If anything else comes up, you can try using this water. It works wonders, Lin Qian said. Granny Sue had used Lin Qian's water and knew firsthand how effective it was. She was overjoyed. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. This was a transaction. I've taken your antiques, so we're even. Granny Sue was a seasoned veteran and understood that Lin Qian didn't want to get too involved with them. Maybe she'd only come because she'd heard about their antiques. Lin Qian still had something important to ask, so she seized the opportunity. Granny Sue, there's one more thing I'd like from you. What is it? Granny Sue asked. I noticed Miss Han has a jade pendant that looks quite nice. My family happens to like such things too. I was wondering if you'd be willing to part with it. Lin Qian didn't actually expect them to give her the fake jade pendant. She just wanted to use this as a way to bring up the topic and maybe learn some of its secrets. Sure enough, Granny Sue frowned, looking troubled. I'm really sorry, but that's a Han family heirloom. I can't give it away. I hope you don't mind. No problem. I was being presumptuous. I didn't realize it was a family heirloom. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait. Granny Sue called out to Lin Qian.